063 Mid-Road Robbery. Wu Chang had always categorized Gun Gu as a mere petty thug, but he was gravely mistaken. In terms of ruthlessness, Gun Gu of the Haima camp was no less formidable than his cousin. It is worth noting that his cousin was a small leader within a human trafficking ring, primarily responsible for escorting goods, and one must possess a heart of stone to succeed in such a role. Gun Gu's subordinate twisted the merchant's arm behind his back, completely disregarding his desperate pleas. Meanwhile, Gun Gu retrieved a dagger from his boot and approached. "Damn it. Today is your unlucky day. You've crossed paths with me in a foul mood. They'll sever your tendons and leave you to rot here." With that, the glint of the blade lunged toward the merchant's wrist. "Are you a beast?" Just as the blade was about to pierce the merchant's wrist, a shadow lunged at Gun Gu's back, moving too swiftly for him to evade. Gun Gu barely managed to roll away, but his unfortunate subordinate was not so lucky. The shadow collided directly with the shoulder blade, revealing itself to be a fist-sized rock. "Ah!" The subordinate cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his shoulder, clearly suffering from a shattering fracture. The merchant, seizing the opportunity, broke free from their grasp, terrified, and dove into the bushes, playing the part of an ostrich. "Who the hell was that? Who dares to ambush me?" Gun Gu gripped his dagger in one hand and seized his nunchaku from his waist with the other. At the same time, his other four subordinates gathered around him, warily scanning the surrounding darkness. The assailant did not keep them waiting long. Within mere seconds, Wu Chang leaped out from the shadows, his eyes cold and piercing as he fixed his gaze on Gun Gu. "Who would have thought you actually dared to attack this merchant? What's the matter? Have you sunk so low that you're now resorting to robbing even a paltry sum? If you need money, just ask me if I'm in a good mood. I might just reward you." Gun Gu regarded Wu Chang's solitary figure before him, a mixture of hesitation and greed etched across his face. After a lengthy 10 seconds, he appeared to come to a resolution and coldly declared, "I certainly have no interest in a poor merchant, but how could I let such a wealthy lord as yourself go to waste? I know you're hiding your true strength, aren't you just a third-year martial artist? Unfortunately for you, today you stand alone in this desolate wilderness. Since you've come to meet your demise, who am I to refuse? Brothers, this fellow has at least a few hundred rainbow coins in his purse. Let's take him down and split the spoils." Just as Gun Gu shouted for his comrades to charge, a group of figures emerged from behind Wu Chang, effectively silencing the latter half of his sentence. Mei Lin, Luli, Qian Sun, Mary, and the remaining comrades from the third squad, 10 members in total, emerged from the thicket without a single one missing. Moreover, each of them brandished weapons. Mei Lin wielded the magical dagger recently auctioned, while Luli held a thick iron rod, nearly as thick as Gun Gu's thigh. The others carried at least a sturdy stick with some clutching heavy rocks. At this moment, Wu Chang looked at Gun Gu as if he were a fool. "Shout? Why aren't you shouting anymore? You're nothing but a castrated rooster. Even your crowing is half-hearted." Gun Gu's expression was a spectacle to behold in this remote woodland. 10 men faced 5, one of whom was handicapped. The odds of victory in such a scenario were virtually non-existent. "Ha, Brother Wu Chang, I'm merely jesting with you. Besides, I stopped this merchant for your own good. Selling a worthless dagger for 1,200 gold coins is nothing short of a scam. By robbing him, I was hoping to return the money to you." As Gun Gu spoke, he began to back away, shoving his weapon aside and slapping his subordinates one by one. "Have you all gone mad? How dare you show your teeth at Brother Wu Chang?" Wu Chang was taken aback by Gun Gu's rapid transformation. Faced with the now submissive Gun Gu, he found it difficult to take action. At that moment, Xiao Dao Mei leaned in and whispered in Wu Chang's ear, "Before I left, I reported to the instructor. Reinforcements from the training camp will arrive soon. It's common for soldiers to brawl, but causing serious injuries or fatalities is a different matter." Just then, the distinctive buzzing of an armored vehicle echoed from outside the woods. And due to the vehicle's age and poor maintenance, the noise was particularly loud. "Damn it. Out at this hour instead of sleeping, daring to leave the camp without permission. They'll make you run 10 laps as punishment before you can sleep," the instructor's voice boomed, filled with anger. Only then did Gun Gu realize he was out of danger. He smiled at Wu Chang, his eyes gleaming with malice that was unmistakable. "Let's go back to sleep," Gun Gu ordered as he led his subordinates away. Once Gun Gu had departed, Wu Chang dragged the merchant out from the bushes, only to discover that the merchant was utterly terrified, having lost control of his bladder. "I don't want the money anymore. I truly don't. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please, soldiers, spare me. I'll give you all the money I have." With that, the merchant frantically offered his purse to Wu Chang, desperately trying to stuff it into his hands. Wu Chang hardly cared for the mere 1,000 gold coins. In fact, he was carrying over a dozen liquid silver coins, along with a substantial amount of rainbow coins. If converted to gold, he must have had around 150,000 on him. "Fear not, my good sir. I have no intention of robbing you, nor will I harm you. Just hurry home. Don't deceive me. Money that comes too easily is often cursed. This is a matter of life and death. Even if you mean me no harm, Gungo will surely come for my life. He has connections with the syndicate. That's the underworld. They deal in human trafficking. As a powerless traveling merchant, how can I possibly contend with that?" The merchant wasn't wrong. Gunge's cousin was indeed a member of the syndicate, and Gungu himself could be considered an outer member of the human trafficking ring. On the left bank of Paradise Star, the noble officers held the highest power, and no one dared to cross them. The second tier consisted of the vast number of ordinary soldiers, while the human trafficking ring ranked as the third force. Gungu did not enlist to be a mere pawn. He was essentially a seed planted by the human trafficking ring within the military. If Gungu performed well, it was highly likely he would be spared from the front lines, with the ring potentially paying for him to join the planetary defense forces or become a police officer. In essence, Gunge's existence was but a minuscule piece in the intricate game devised by the human trafficking ring. Within the new recruit training camp of Left Bank Paradise Star, such seeds were alarmingly plentiful. The traveling merchant, having traversed numerous treacherous paths, was well aware that his wealth had caught the attention of the syndicate, and there was no hope left for him. To survive, he needed to shift the blame. Returning the money to Wu Chang was one method of doing so. Perhaps this was the only way to ensure the safety of himself and his family. Wu Chang, confronted by the kneeling and bowing merchant, found himself at a loss. He had no inkling of the merchant's thoughts. Just then, Malin approached, squatting down to retrieve a rainbow coin from the merchant's purse and handed it back to Wu Chang. "Sir, there's no need for further words. We understand your intent. This single rainbow coin will suffice to signify that we have taken your money. The rest is yours to take home. You can confidently tell everyone that the money was stolen from you, and thus you will be safe." The merchant appeared incredulous, staring blankly at the delicate man and his companions. He couldn't discern whether Malin was speaking the truth. In his 40 years of life, he had never encountered such a group of individuals. "Are you playing me for a fool? Like a cat toying with a mouse?" Before he could finish, the impatient Luli interjected, "Why are you dragging this out? If we've said it's yours, then why the endless chatter? Speak again, and I might just take the money back." "Thank you, thank you. I shall speak no more." Before Luli could finish, the merchant, having regained his composure from his fright, recognized from their expressions that they were not lying. However, these impoverished folk were always cautious, fearful that the soldiers might change their minds. After expressing profuse gratitude, he swiftly departed. Watching the merchant flee, Chien felt a twinge of regret. "You were quite generous. We only retrieved a single rainbow coin. Leaving him with 3 or 4 would have sufficed. Why leave him with so much?" "Be quiet. That merchant works tirelessly, barely scraping by. He nearly lost his life today. Such a challenging business deserves a fair profit. Do you think dealing with the ruffians of this planet is simple?" The group fell silent at Xiao Dao Mai's reprimand, fully aware of the nature of the thugs that plagued the planet, particularly those soldiers who had been forced into the role of cannon fodder. With no hope for the future, what mischief were they incapable of? Gradually, Wu Chang felt the tension in the air. He turned and walked back toward the military camp, wordlessly followed by all members of the third squad. In the subsequent days, tranquility returned, and Wu Chang remained steadfast in his routine, diligently maintaining order in his affairs. When it came to military training, he placed utmost importance on mastering weapon systems, alongside various shooting exercises. Owing to a solid foundation from his previous life, he adapted with remarkable swiftness. Following 2 extravagant displays of wealth in the dining hall, the moniker of Wu Chang the Tycoon began to resonate, and it seemed that Brother Gun, having been publicly embarrassed twice, had lost the inclination to challenge him again. Thus, the monotony of life during this period became rather dull, while Wu Chang led an uneventful training life. Far to the north of Hot Sandport, at the foot of the long Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, an impressive cluster of palatial structures stood proudly. According to official historical records, This architectural ensemble was constructed over a millennium ago by the Baron of the Left Bank and has long served as a summer retreat for the baronial family. As time passed, the Baron's influence waned, yet their family's legacy bequeathed a substantial fortune to Left Bank Paradise Star, including the esteemed Ice Dragon Military Academy at the mountain's base. Within the quaintly adorned dining hall, a few students sat scattered about, exquisite dishes laid before them, while beautiful female soldiers navigated through the room, serving the promising future military elites of the Empire. Among them were Laylock Bayer, Thomas, and the proud Arthur, who had previously crossed paths with Wu Chang, silently savoring their dinner. With today's training tasks completed, it was now time for respite. Arthur, feeling bored, surveyed the female soldiers in the dining hall, secretly contemplating which one would be the best to engage with, while Laylock activated the holographic projector on the table to catch up on Imperial news. As for Thomas, the taciturn fellow quietly enjoyed his meal, displaying no interest in conversation. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tedious, the heir of the Left Bank Baron suddenly spoke up. "Hey, do you all remember that new student we met on the beach last month? The one named Wu Chang as he joined our academy?" His remark caught the other two off guard. 064 The Contest of the Rocky Mountains. Ah, your words have reminded me. Wasn't that fellow supposed to sign up the very next day over a month ago? I had anticipated his arrival to pay his respects. Yet to this day, not a trace of him has been seen, Arthur remarked. Thomas set down his dining knife, tilting his head in contemplation. To be precise, it should be 36 days ago. The identity documents of Wu Chang were destroyed, and it was I who assisted him in perusing the Academy's records. This is rather peculiar. How come there has been no news of new students entering the Academy during this time? Laylock idly pushed his coffee cup with his finger, pondering aloud. I must admit, I am quite intrigued by talents personally vouched for by the second princess and General Gubb. After some deliberation, Thomas ultimately activated his terminal, commencing a meticulous search. However, 10 minutes passed and Thomas, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? How has this individual named Wu Chang vanished so suddenly?" The three of them huddled together, gazing at the holographic screen before them. Indeed, in the search bar for new students at the Academy, there was not a single entry regarding Wu Chang. Even after Thomas hacked into the Academy's backend system, there was no trace of the name Wu Chang to be found. Laylock's interest was piqued. This truly seems to be a mystery. How could a living person simply disappear into thin air? Should we investigate this matter further? Arthur inquired. Laylock considered it for a moment before shaking his head. Let us leave it for after the summer training exercises. I've heard the Academy intends for our class to represent in the competition, so it's best not to complicate matters at this juncture. Laylock spoke lightly, yet his mind was already in turmoil. This situation was far too bizarre. Someone had the audacity to undermine the Ice Dragon Academy, even erasing a talent recommended by the second princess. The conspiracy behind this must be unimaginably vast. Although he was the heir to the Baron of the Left Bank, highly respected on the Left Bank Paradise Star, when faced with the entire empire, especially in matters involving the rivalry between the two princesses, he amounted to little more than a mere speck. No one present was a fool. They did not delve deeper into the topic, but seamlessly shifted to the upcoming summer training exercises in 10 days. Colloquially known as the Summer Contest, the Left Bank Paradise Star was dotted with numerous military academies and training camps, ranging from the most basic infantry to special forces, armored combatants, and even space battleship schools. It was precisely due to the multitude of academies and camps that severe disparities in resource allocation arose. Each institution believed itself to be of utmost importance, with everyone vying for the largest portion of the empire's funding. When core interests were at stake, tensions ran high. By the end of each year, the financial mansion of the Left Bank Paradise Star and the offices established by the Imperial military were inundated with hundreds of principals and owners. Disputes among soldiers often escalated to physical confrontations over mere disagreements. After countless instances of violent clashes, the Imperial military finally devised a rather ineffective solution: a 10-day outdoor survival contest held annually in the Rocky Mountains, with funding for the following year allocated based on the final rankings. The rules of the summer contest in the Rocky Mountains are quite straightforward. Initially, among the countless academies, each institution nominates a 5-member team, ultimately selecting 100 teams from the tens of thousands of schools across the planet. Once the selection process concludes, the contest officially commences in the Rocky Mountains. The military buries 100 medals in advance throughout the mountains and distributes the coordinates of these medals to each team. When the competition begins, the teams have a full 10 days to search, whether by personal exploration or by seizing from others, as long as you submit the most medals in the end. You emerge victorious. With Larok leading the charge this year, our Ice Dragon team is bound to secure the first place. Those impoverished schools truly believe they can compete with us. Indeed, last year, even the foolish leader managed to clinch the top spot. With the left bank baron at the helm this year, there's no need for concern. Larok waved his hand nonchalantly, urging silence, for this is a public space. As for this contest, while we are confident in claiming first place, we must not become complacent in our preparations. We must strategically regard our enemies. With that, the trio gathered to finalize the selection of their 5-member team. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated Black Horse training camp, an unconventional arena battle was unfolding on the playground, where selected contestants from each class were not only vying for the qualification to participate in the summer training, but also competing for a prize of 3,000 gold coins. Brothers, our Black Horse has gone 3 consecutive years without securing a single medal. Last year, we even faced the disgrace of being eliminated in the preliminary rounds without qualifying to enter the mountains. This is a humiliation, an utter disgrace. The instructor Iron Fist's booming voice had not ceased at the arena's edge. This year, I personally had a row with the big boss, and it was through that dispute that I secured this prize of 3,000 gold coins for you. They say that under heavy reward, there will be brave men. Today, I want to see just how formidable your true strength is. All of you, let your spirit shine. Even in defeat, we must exhibit our might. Accompanying Iron Fist's voice were the sounds of fists colliding with flesh in the arena. Merlin had already achieved 3 consecutive victories, and the elation of triumph sent the members of Class 3 into a frenzy of cheers. With swift, slicing movements, Merlin aimed a strange arc directly at the neck of his opponent, catching them off guard and rendering them unconscious with a single blow, marking his 4th consecutive win. Who dares to defy? Merlin cast a cold glance at the students below the arena. Despite being battered and bruised, his posture remained unyielding. Although Merlin had secured 4 victories in a row, his opponents were no pushovers. During their encounters, Merlin's left eye had been swollen into a panda-like state, and his right ribcage had sustained a blow that nearly fractured his bones. Outside the arena, the gluttonous Luli felt a pang of sympathy for his class leader. He leapt onto the stage, positioning himself before Merlin to shield him from the insults hurled by the spectators below. Now, your opponent is me, Luli. You all call me a glutton, don't you? Well, the glutton stands right here for you to strike. Let us see who dares to step up. As he shouted, Luli shoved Merlin off the stage. Luli's provocation incited the soldiers below, and one particularly bold 3rd-tier martial artist leaped onto the arena without a word. Instantly entangled in a clash with Luli's strengths lay in his brute strength and resilience, yet his agility was his Achilles heel. The moment he grappled with the smaller martial artist, he found himself at a disadvantage. Being pummeled by a flurry of punches, booing erupted from the crowd, with many mocking Luli, the clumsy giant, urging him to step down, as he was being treated like a punching bag. However, the jeers from the audience did not rattle Luli, for they had no idea just how resilient he was. The barrage of punches from his adversary felt merely like a tickle to him. When he spotted a weakness in his opponent's defense, he clamped his left arm around their limb and executed a powerful throw, sending his opponent crashing off the stage. Who dares to defy? The robust Luli flaunted his muscles unabashedly on the platform, and within a short span, he had thrown 2 more opponents off the stage, one unfortunate soul crashing into the wall and losing consciousness on impact. Class 3 had truly erupted today, shedding their usual low profile. Under Merlin's leadership, they had defeated 22 opponents in just 3 hours, instilling fear in the hearts of countless soldiers across the city. That moment, in a corner of the crowd, the spiteful gun brother glared at Mary, who was flaunting her prowess on stage, muttering under his breath, "What the hell? Has everyone in Class 3 been juiced up? Even this woman has taken to the stage." Alas, no matter how much gun brother cursed, it could not alter the momentum of Class 3's overwhelming victory. Previously, Merlin, Luli, and Qianshun had taught many 3rd-tier martial artists in the camp a lesson, so now Mary faced only 1st and 2nd-tier martial artists, an easy match for her to hone her skills. After Mary defeated a presumptuous first-tier martial artist, one of Gun Brother's subordinates could no longer contain himself. "Boss, are we really just going to watch Class 3 run rampant? Let us get in there while they're injured and teach them a lesson." This is a prime opportunity for revenge. The suggestion from his subordinate earned him a resounding slap from Gun Brother. "What do you think you're doing? Do you truly wish to participate in the summer contest? Do you really want to join the military? Damn it, I'll send you to the front lines tomorrow. Remember, our goal is to select talent for the boss, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the hunters on the front lines." With that, Gun Brother fixed his gaze on Merlin, who was applying an ice pack to his face at the edge of the arena, seething inwardly, cursing the little brat for being so ungrateful. "I went out of my way to recruit you, seeing potential in you, yet you had the audacity to refuse my offer. You'd rather head to the front lines as cannon fodder than accept our boss's assistance. You truly wish for your own demise, don't you? Perhaps deep down, you still cling to dreams of becoming an officer. What a pity. As long as I'm here, you'll never realize that dream." With that thought, Gun Brother turned and left the playground, no longer interested in watching the members of Class 3, whom he despised. In the brief span of 3 hours of the contest, every formidable fighter from Class 3 had taken to the stage, ultimately achieving a staggering record of 28 consecutive victories, silencing all dissenters. However, among those who participated, there was no sign of Wu Chang. "To speak frankly, Wu Chang fails to comprehend why Merlin is exerting himself so fervently. His usual low-key demeanor starkly contrasts with this behavior. Not his ambition merely to go to the front lines, earn some glory, endure for half a year without succumbing, and ultimately return to his hometown unscathed. Collecting the retirement funds bestowed by the Empire? Then he could live a tranquil life, perhaps as a humble police officer. Isn't that his ideal? Why, then, is he acting so out of character today? Ultimately, it is Mary, the dismissed officer, who sheds light on Wu Chang's puzzlement. Merlin instructed me to inform you that once the summer tournament concludes, he will repay you. He also assured you that the 1,100 gold coins will be returned in full." Wu Chang, upon hearing this, became infuriated. As the 3rd Battalion returned to their dormitory, he seized Merlin by the collar and unleashed a torrent of curses. "Do you look down on me so much? Is that how your battalion intends to ostracize me?" Wu Chang raised his fist, ready to strike Merlin, but upon seeing Merlin's panda-like visage, he could not bring himself to do it. After struggling internally, he ultimately refrained from hitting him, merely pushing him aside. He then sat on the edge of his bed, sighing and questioning, "Why? Why are you doing this?" "No reason," Merlin replied calmly. "I simply do not wish to owe you a favor. I can owe my impoverished comrades a debt because I can repay them. But I cannot repay the favor you would bestow upon me." Wu Chang was rendered speechless. He had never considered himself superior. What pride could a miner from Huangyi Star possibly hold? Yet, the conduct of the 3rd Battalion's members today left Wu Chang feeling quite despondent, as if a great weight pressed upon his chest. While he stood alone on the rooftop, feeling the cold wind, the medic Mary approached and casually handed him a bottle of beer. "I know this confounds you. In truth, the distance others feel towards you does not stem from the gold in your pocket, but rather from your status as an exceptional individual. As long as you cannot clarify this matter, we cannot accept you, a remarkable individual and moreover, one with the formidable fire element attribute. If you possess such abilities, you should be at the Ice Dragon Academy or an elite institution that trains armored combatants. Why come to a place as lackluster as Black Horse? There are too many unreasonable aspects about you, making us hesitant to approach you." After speaking, Mary patted Wu Chang's shoulder and turned away to get some rest, leaving him alone in the cold wind. The collective frenzy of the 3rd Battalion that evening sent tremors through all the trainees at Black Horse. After 3 hours of grueling back and forth, the comrades of the 3rd Battalion stood resolute, trading places as they fiercely battled through 28 matches, quelling all challengers. When everyone in the Black Horse camp hesitated to step forward, Instructor Iron Fist finally acknowledged the 3rd Battalion's right to represent them in the summer tournament, with the specific participants to be selected by Merlin himself. There was no need for deliberation. Merlin would undoubtedly take the field, along with the useless Luli and the audacious Mary, who could not be overlooked either. With this, they had their 4 members, and the final spot was given to a novice named Daong. Although his rank was lower, Daong was on the verge of breaking into the 2nd tier. "Merlin, have you considered Wu Chang?" Qian Shun asked cautiously. Merlin shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "Enough of your nonsense." He then withdrew to rest. Qian Shun, feeling dejected, stuck out his tongue at Luli and Mary, conveying his helplessness. When Wu Chang returned to the dormitory from the rooftop, it was already late at night. The others were asleep, as they needed to conserve their energy for the upcoming combat competition at the Grand Hot Sandport. Wu Chang gazed at his slumbering comrades, leaning against his quilt in solitude, remaining silent throughout the night, unsure if he had even fallen asleep. The following day's selection battle was of great importance to the Black Horse camp. Early in the morning, the trainees gathered downstairs to rally their comrades. "Merlin, bring us some honor," shouted a bruised individual, one of the students who had been kicked off the stage by Merlin the day before. "Ha! How will you defeat them? Will it be like how you were beaten?" A nearby bystander chimed in. "True soldiers, true comrades, never harbor grudges overnight. Especially grievances born from incompetence are utterly unnecessary." Today, Merlin represented Black Horse, embodying the collective honor of 2,000 soldiers, and it was this sense of honor that brought the defeated trainees to bid him farewell. "As long as Merlin triumphs, then my beating will be worth it. As for you, who dare not even step on stage, what nonsense are you spewing?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, the 3rd Battalion's competitors had finished grooming and emerged from the building, threading through the throngs of people. Even a stoic man like Merlin felt his eyes redden, fully aware of the expectations his comrades had for them. "Deal well, don't disgrace us," someone shouted, and soon over 1,000 voices echoed. "Do well, don't disgrace us." The cheers persisted until the vehicle carrying the 5 of them and Instructor Iron Fist departed the camp. The journey from the camp to the Grand Hot Sandport Stadium took over half an hour, during which no one spoke. Although Instructor Iron Fist wished to motivate them, Merlin remained his usual frigid self, freezing any potential conversation. Eventually, Iron Fist gave up, leaning against the window to admire the scenery outside. The Grand Hot Sandport Stadium sprawled over 200,000 square meters, with 100 fighting platforms erected within. Countless teams gathered inside, and it was estimated that there were around 20 to 30,000 spectators. Iron Fist led Merlin and the others through the crowd to complete various formalities, explaining as they went. The selection competition was straightforward. It was a battle on the platform with no complex rules. 5 members formed a team, each fighting one match, and the team with the most victories would win. As long as they could best 3 teams, they would secure their right to enter the mountain, where they would wait 10 days before heading to the Rocky Mountains. While talking, Iron Fist completed all the necessary paperwork and took them to a platform nestled in a corner. The first match is against the North Saijo training camp, whose strength is comparable to ours. As long as you exercise caution, victory is assured. Merlin pondered for a moment. What about Daong? Let him take the first match to gauge the enemy's strength. However, before he could finish, they realized that Daong was missing. The team exchanged glances, and just then, a figure squeezed through the crowd. "I sent Daong to buy first aid supplies. He doesn't need to compete today. I will take his place." Wu Chang? Merlin was taken aback. "What are you doing here? By what right do you replace Daong?" At this moment, Instructor Iron Fist awkwardly interjected, "Don't blame Wu Chang. This was primarily my decision. It's unwise to overlook a 3rd-tier expert in favor of Daong." Wu Chang disregarded the stunned Merlin and simply stated, "Didn't he want to repay me? I inquired with the instructor last night. The only way to earn that 3,000 gold coin reward is to seize a medal in the Rocky Mountains. I do not trust you. So to ensure my interests, it is only right that I step into the ring." With that, Wu Chang gracefully vaulted over the edge of the platform, declaring, "I'll go first. I'll help you scout the way." Wu Chang had always been eager to understand the true capabilities of soldiers in this world, and he approached the selection with utmost determination. Unfortunately, upon engaging in actual combat, he realized that the so-called selection was rather trivial. The number of cannon fodder training camps on Left Bank Paradise Star was overwhelming. In contrast, Black Horse could be considered a mid-tier camp, with many smaller training bases comprising only 300 to 400 recruits combined. Against such diminutive training camps, Wu Chang's prowess was nearly overwhelming. The stout opponent before him, although a 3rd-tier warrior, could not withstand even 3 strikes from Wu Chang before being toppled to the ground. The stout fellow was remarkably tenacious. After being thrown down once, he charged back up, only to be tripped again. He lunged forward once more, and after being tripped 9 times, he finally conceded, "I'm done. I won't fight anymore. You are just bullying me." As Wu Chang approached the platform, He surprisingly hadn't he broken a sweat. He turned to Iron Fist and inquired, "How can these training camps dispatch soldiers of such caliber? This is just too weak. Where are the Ice Dragons? Where is the Elite Combat Academy? Why can't I find their representatives?" Iron Fist grimaced at Wu Chang. "Are you playing dumb? The Ice Dragon Military Academy and the Combat Academy, how could those individuals possibly participate in the selection? They are the top contenders, directly entering the mountains. The so-called selection is simply a contest among us cannon fodder vying for entry into the mountains," AS Iron Fist explained. Qian Shun, the second participant, had already engaged in battle with a burly man on the platform. Perhaps due to Wu Chang's previous effortless victory, the North Saijo training camp had dispatched a true expert this time. The muscles on his body resembled a grave. This was a warrior of strength rivaling Luli Est. Faced with such an opponent, Qian Shun did not dare to slacken his efforts, his small frame darting about the platform with the agility of a monkey. The sudden and unexpected offensives always catch the opponents off guard, gradually igniting the fury of the berserk warrior. Even the most agile of monkeys can falter, and when Qian Shun's footing wavered ever so slightly, this flaw was swiftly seized upon by his adversary. With a powerful sidekick aimed at Qian Shun's left ribs, the berserk warrior followed up with a flurry of rapid punches. Poor Qian Shun was battered like a sandbag, sent soaring over the ring's railing like a wounded fledgling eagle. "Qian Shun, be careful," cried out the members of Class 3 in unison. Yet, just when everyone believed Qian Shun was destined to lose, no one anticipated that he would, in fact, harness the elasticity of the ring ropes to reverse his misfortune. Utilizing the rebound effect, Qian Shun zipped past the berserk warrior in a blur, and in that fleeting moment, a spray of crimson erupted. The warrior from the Beiseizu training camp clutched his left ear, collapsing to the ground in agony, while Qian Shun held in his hand a mangled piece of flesh that was once an ear. Glaring at the burly man, Qian Shun spat contemptuously on the ground. "When I was battling the cannibals on Huangyi Star, you were still playing in the mud. You think you can compete with me?" Without waiting for the referee to intervene, he approached the giant and began counting. 1, 2, 3. Ultimately, it was Qian Shun who emerged victorious. Bruised and battered, he returned the severed piece of ear to the giant, saying, "Hurry to the hospital. It's still warm. A minimally invasive surgery won't cost much." Upon returning to Wu Chang's side, the playful demeanor on Qian Shun's face vanished entirely as he leaned against Wu Chang's shoulder, wincing in pain. "Damn, is that kid's fist made of iron? My ribs feel like they're about to break." Just then, Daong arrived with the external injury medication, shoving a packet of ointment into Wu Chang's hands. "This is too expensive. I bought the best medicine just like you instructed, and it cost over 500 gold coins. I nearly cried from the pain." Wu Chang ignored Daong's complaints and quickly sprayed the aerosol treatment onto Qian Shun's bruises. "Don't mind the cost. This medicine is close to what special forces use as long as there are no fractures. Even a hairline crack can be healed within 10 minutes. Wu Chang was indeed not exaggerating. As the white mist enveloped Qian Shun, the bruises began to vanish at a visibly rapid pace. Iron Fist watched Wu Chang squander money with a pained expression, muttering, "What a waste. This little bit of medicine costs me 2 months' salary. I haven't used such high-quality medication since leaving the army." The gymnasium was packed, with no divisions between various military units. The movements of the Black Horse camp were visible to all surrounding soldiers. When they realized that Black Horse had employed such high-grade medication, a chorus of astonishment erupted. "It seems Black Horse is determined to succeed this year, to spend so lavishly. I heard there's a wealthy newcomer in Black Horse camp who spent 2,000 gold coins on a mere dagger." A gasp echoed through the gym as disbelief rippled through the crowd, their eyes fixed on Wu Chang and his companions as if they were witnessing an absurdity. Wu Chang, aware of the murmurs surrounding him, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "At that moment, Merlin spoke up. "Now do you understand why we maintain our distance? Honestly, we can't afford your favors. Us poor folks truly cannot repay. 500 gold coins is more than enough for a family of 3 to live on for over half a year. And you spent it all on just this little bit of medicine." Regardless of whether Merlin and the others were impressed, the tournament continued, and Wu Chang's medicine became the mainstay for the next 3 battles. Perhaps Wu Chang's unintentional display of wealth ignited the fighting spirit within Class 3, as they fought with exceptional ferocity in the subsequent matches, some of which could be described as bloody battles. As Iron Fist looked upon the 5 scarred warriors before him, tears welling in his eyes. He knew that this year's medal would undoubtedly belong to Black Horse. All right, when we return, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. For the next 10 days, no one needs to train. Just rest and recuperate. Iron Fist proclaimed, raising his fist high, shouting to the over 20,000 spectators in the stadium, "Look closely. We are the Black Horse Camp. The medals from the Rocky Mountains shall undoubtedly include us." Those who witnessed Class 3's duels fell silent, for they understood the brutality of their recent 3 consecutive victories. In one match, the medic Marie delivered a knee strike that shattered her opponent's groin. Meanwhile, the gluttonous Luli exhibited his audacity by lifting 2 adversaries and hurling them onto adjacent platforms. What was most alarming was their tenacity. Despite being battered and bruised, and with bones nearly broken, they refused to concede, ultimately overcoming their opponents with sheer ferocity at the last moment. In contrast, Wu Chang fought with relative ease. Though he received numerous blows, he adeptly avoided critical hits, sustaining the least injuries among the 5. Class 3 fought fiercely, but only those in their immediate vicinity could witness their prowess. For everyone else, Iron Fist's proclamation sounded akin to the ramblings of a fool, met only with eye rolls and jeers. After Iron Fist and Class 3 departed, a man dressed in a trench coat and bowler hat observed Wu Chang's retreat from an elevated section of the stadium with keen interest. I never expected to find you here. Hiding in Black Horse Camp. The speaker was a familiar face to Wu Chang. Mr. Ya, whom he had met aboard the Suizhou.it, was surprising to see the refined Mr. Ya so engrossed in this seemingly ordinary preliminary selection. Watching the proceedings from start to finish, should I add more spice to this young man's tale? Oh, the dilemma. Just as Mr. Ya pondered, on the opposite side of the stands, 5 young men dressed in casual attire were thoroughly engrossed in the ongoing matches, occasionally voicing their opinions. Look at that. That guy even used the monkey-stealing peach move. Hey, that one's impressive. That big guy is at least a 3rd-tier martial artist. It seems there's hope for entering the mountains. Just then, a young man in the corner stood up. Baron, look, isn't that Wu Chang, the one we helped? Before he could finish, all 5 young men huddled together to catch a better view of Wu Chang entering the arena. Thomas, hack into the gym's surveillance system and pull up the footage of that fight, shouted Baron Laylock. No problem. Just watch. In no time, Thomas Taylor projected the footage of the recent matches onto a holographic screen, showcasing all 15 duels without omission. The 5 young men showed little interest in anyone else's battles, their focus solely on Wu Chang's 3 fights. After viewing, Baron Laylock exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. He's the one who sought our help that night on the hot sand beach. I can't believe this mysterious fellow ended up in the cannon fodder camp." Arthur scratched his head. Is that really possible? Someone recommended by General Gua and the second princess should be in an elite fighting academy or something. Not in a cannon fodder camp. At that moment, 2 other young men chimed in. Is this the new recruit you mentioned who went missing? They seem rather ordinary. The speaker was a girl named Tenbaiha. Her cold tone and icy gaze sending shivers down one's spine even in the heat of summer. Beside her stood a burly man who disagreed. No way. This man is anything but simple. His gait reveals he has undergone advanced combat training. Today, he must have been holding back. Many of the punches he took seemed deliberate, indicating he is adept at masking his true strength, if I'm not mistaken. This Wu Chang fellow possesses at least top-tier 3rd-stage strength, and in certain aspects, has already reached the level of a 4th-stage martial artist. The speaker was the renowned Hailstorm Leak from the Ice Dragon Academy, known for his formidable 4th-stage prowess and reputed as the Academy's strongest fighter. His martial arts, once unleashed, resembled a tempest of hail, leaving no room for evasion. Leak's discerning eye was not to be underestimated. His endorsement alone was enough to elevate Wu Chang's status in the eyes of his peers. Excellent. I look forward to exchanging blows with someone of his caliber in the Rocky Mountains. Remember, keep this individual's information under wraps to avoid unnecessary complications. Unbeknownst to Wu Chang, he had inadvertently caught the attention of 2 distinct groups, both of whom could not be easily categorized as friends or foes. Currently, he was in the instructor's mess hall, enjoying lunch and drinks with Iron Fist and the others. The outstanding performance of Class 3 in the gym had been relayed through recordings, igniting excitement among the soldiers of Black Horse, who frequently brought bottles of beer to toast with the heroes. Everyone knew that the soldiers in Black Horse were children of impoverished families, and offering a bottle of beer was a significant gesture of goodwill. Amid the festivities, a representative from Black Horse training camp's major stakeholders appeared. a balding businessman, the epitome of an average passerby, who left after a couple of drinks, leaving Wu Chang unable to even recall his name. The evening's revelry persisted from just past 11 until well after 2, showing no signs of abating. Ultimately, Mary could no longer endure, and under the pretext of taking a shower, she excused herself from the dining hall. Leaving the men to continue their drinking, today, Mary's spirits were high. Despite the fierce competition earlier, victory had been secured. Now, should they unearth a metal in the Rocky Mountains, the 5 of them would collectively amass a staggering 3,000 gold coins. After bestowing 1,100 to the ever-present Wu Chang, they would have a remaining 1,900. If divided among 4, each would receive nearly 500 coins. But wait, with Wu Chang included, it would amount to less than 400 per person. Yet, considering Wu Chang's wealth, he likely would not seek to claim such a paltry sum. I believe I could still secure my 500 coins. This would suffice to cover my mother's medical expenses for half a year. Though her wounds ached, Mary's mood was buoyant, especially when contemplating the impending 500 gold coins. As her thoughts wandered, she even forgot her pain and began to hum softly. It was during this moment of relaxed vigilance, particularly as the lather of shampoo enveloped her head, that a pair of large hands suddenly emerged from behind her. Her left arm was seized, constricting her throat, while a right fist struck mercilessly at her bruised right side. "Ha ha, little darling, you seem to be in quite high spirits." At that moment, the dormitory was desolate, with only Mary present. The others were either out drinking or still engaged in training, leaving her utterly alone and defenseless. Moreover, the punch from Brother Gun had struck precisely at her bruised area, rendering her momentarily speechless, her knees buckling as she nearly collapsed to the floor. Brother Gun was not alone. His 2 henchmen lingered at the restroom door, one of them incessantly chanting praises of Gun's prowess, urging him to take the lead. "Turn around and let me taste the sweet rose too. Ha ha, little whore. Aren't you putting on quite the act? Trying to play the virtuous lady?" With that, he forcefully pressed Mary's head down into the sink. At this point, her entire head was submerged in the water, and she was on the brink of drowning. Brother Gun, being a third-tier martial artist, was far beyond Mary's ability to contend with, especially since he had stealthily ambushed her. Mary found herself devoid of any strength to struggle. Brother Gun had quietly followed her after she exited the dining hall, initially harboring no particular interest in her. However, upon receiving intelligence from the execution hall earlier that day, he had become aware of Mary's true identity. Damn, this bitch is playing her role so well. Selling herself at just 16, it turned out her mother was in the late stages of renal failure, and this woman was selling her body to raise medical funds. Just as Brother Gun gritted his teeth in anger, he caught sight of Mary emerging from the dining hall. His eyes glinted with malice as he stealthily pursued her. Brother Gun held her head submerged for over 10 seconds, releasing her only as she was on the verge of suffocation. As Mary gasped for air, Brother Gun leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You want money, don't you? It's simple. If you obediently follow my orders, I will provide you with the funds you seek." With that, he produced a small pouch from his coat, shaking it to reveal approximately 100 gold coins. "Do you want it? This is just the down payment, as long as you act as my informant and heed my commands. The money will flow abundantly." At that moment, Mary, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, violently slammed her head back, colliding with Brother Gun's nose. He howled in agony as blood spurted forth. "Bitch, I'll kill you." Before Mary could flee, Brother Gun seized her hair and forcefully slammed her head against the glass mirror before them. There was a resounding crash as the entire mirror shattered. "Oh, you wish to die? Very well, I'll grant your desire. Today, my brothers and I shall have our fun with you." With that, Brother Gun shoved her head back into the sink once more. Just then, an enraged voice echoed from outside the restroom. "You bastard! I dare you!" As Brother Gun's wicked intentions were about to be fulfilled, a figure suddenly burst through the door, incapacitating one of his henchmen with a punch, while the other was sent reeling from a slap. Crashing to the ground, "Wu Chang? It's you again," Brother Gun shouted as he kicked a half-full wooden bucket of water into the air, sending droplets and debris flying toward Wu Chang. With a swift motion, Wu Chang's left hand sliced through the wooden bucket, splitting the cascading water in two, just as Brother Gun's dagger was poised at Mary's throat. "Wu Chang, what do you intend to do? This is your 3rd time opposing me. What have I ever done to offend you? I bear you no grudge. Wu Chang fixed his gaze on Brother Gun, regarding him as one would a fool. I am part of Class 3. Bullying my comrades is tantamount to bullying me now. You dare to attempt to assault Mary? I cannot let you go unpunished. What the hell? What does it matter to you who I choose to bed? Once I'm done, I won't deny you any payment in Left Bank Paradise. There's no such thing as rape. Brother Gun's words nearly choked Wu Chang. He recalled the traditional values of Left Bank Paradise, a planet notorious for its leniency towards sexual crimes. If Brother Gun truly raped Mary, he would likely only face a monetary penalty. Fine, since the law can't touch you, I'll take matters into my own hands. I hereby challenge you to a duel between warriors. At this proclamation, all present fell silent, particularly Brother Gun, who was utterly taken aback that Wu Chang would demand a duel over a mere harlot. In this era, the status of martial artists ranked just below that of mages, and the advent of combat armor had breathed new life into a profession that was on the verge of obsolescence. Countless youths flocked to the practice of martial arts, dreaming of one day donning the formidable battle armor. With the resurgence of martial artists came the preservation of their traditions, many of which had been codified into law by various empires. One such law expounded on the significance of dueling among warriors. 2 Individuals, once they sign a life-and-death contract and step onto the arena, would be exempt from the interference of injury laws. Are you certain? Brother Gun seemed incredulous. You better think carefully. On the arena, it's a matter of life and death. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? You're merely a third-tier martial artist. What are you so proud of? Before Wu Chang could respond, an angered voice rang out from outside the restroom. Damn it, you beast. You don't need Wu Chang to challenge you. I'll fight you myself, even if it means we both perish. Yes, kill him. The collective voices of Class 3 echoed in solidarity. Merlin, Lu Li, and Qian Sun glared at Brother Gun with hatred. Wu Chang did not turn to face them. He merely gestured for them to remain back. I spotted this incident first. It is my responsibility to handle it. No one is to interfere. Before they could protest, a low growl resonated from outside the dormitory. Release Mary, if you are still a man. Accept the challenge without hesitation, lest you become the subject of ridicule. The Iron Fist instructor kicked open the door and strode in, pointing an accusatory finger at Brother Gun. You've been lurking in the shadows for over 2 years now. Countless new recruits have come and gone, yet you remain. I know exactly what you're up to and what your boss has in mind. But remember, my reluctance to confront you in the past was not due to fear. It was merely because you displayed some semblance of restraint. However, today, your actions have crossed my line. Do you believe I want to kill you on the spot? Damn it, if it comes to it. I'll become a pirate. I have no family, no children. What do I have to fear from you? Iron Fist's tirade left Brother Gun's face pale with fury. Finally, he gritted his teeth and glared at Wu Chang. Very well, you wish to duel? Let us do it now. If you dare, I will release her immediately. Shameless, you have no shame, Qian Sun shouted, hopping mad. Wu Chang just fought 3 matches this morning and drank quite a bit at noon. And now you dare to exploit this opportunity? You're utterly shameless. Ha ha, say what you will. Since Wu Chang aims to be the hero and rescue the damsel, he must be prepared to pay the price. There are no free lunches in this world. Fine, let it be so. Wu Chang declared resolutely. As Mary, battered and bruised, was thrust into Wu Chang's arms, he quickly removed his military jacket and draped it over her. How did you get here? Weren't you drinking? At that moment, Mary's voice was exceptionally gentle. Wu Chang pulled out a wound spray from his pocket. Didn't you mention needing a shower? I came to deliver some ointment. Hot baths work best after applying the medicine. I recall you took a few hits in the arena. Brother Gun walked past Wu Chang with disdain, muttering under his breath, Damn, a harlot, and you treat her like a treasure. Your taste is truly abominable. The duel between Wu Chang and Brother Gun was set to take place on the arena, which had been hastily erected just yesterday for the summer competition. Today, it would serve as the battleground for their life-and-death struggle. In a swift turn of events, the life-and-death contract was signed, with the physical documents secured by the 3 parties involved, while the electronic copies were instantly transmitted to the police headquarters in Hot Sandport. Standing on the platform, Brother Kane brandished his favored nunchaku, fixating his gaze on the unfettered boy, who obediently prostrated himself and darted through Brother Kane's legs. If you comply, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, given your strength, you shall never hope to defeat me." Before the unfettered could respond, Merlin had already drawn forth a sharp magical dagger. "Unfettered, do not go unarmed. Use this instead." The unfettered shook his head. "Keep it for yourself. Against such rabble, my fists suffice." With that, he unleashed the tiger break technique, charging toward Brother Kane. True to his reputation as a third-tier martial artist, Brother Kane remained composed in the face of the unfettered's assault, deftly evading the incoming strikes and wielding his nunchaku with precision, aiming for the back of the unfettered's head. Yet the unfettered would not grant him the opportunity for a sneak attack. His body twisted into an uncanny arc, effortlessly dodging the nunchaku's trajectory, and with lightning speed, he transformed his left fist into a claw, slashing toward Brother Kane's throat. Taken by surprise, Brother Kane was left with a deep gash across his jaw. "What skill you possess!" he exclaimed, astonished at the unexpected setback. Consequently, he grew increasingly cautious as the battle progressed. Go be fair, the unfettered's prowess surpassed that of Brother Kane. His tiger break technique, the triple nail fist, and even his fire elemental affinity could easily overwhelm Brother Kane. Nevertheless, the unfettered harbored his own thoughts, unwilling to reveal his trump cards in such a public arena. In this unfamiliar world, preserving secrets was of utmost importance. If a mere thug required all his might to contend with, the unfettered could forget about making his way in the future. Yet, was Brother Kane truly so easy to handle? After more than 10 rounds of stalemate, the unfettered began to underestimate his opponent. Brother Kane's martial skills were quite conventional, akin to the basic combat techniques taught in typical martial arts schools on this planet. In essence, they were no different from basic military combat training. Such mundane techniques, let alone the unfettered, even Merlin's playful knife could deliver an unexpected blow. The unfettered refrained from using the triple nail fist, relying solely on the tiger break, his elusive figure weaving about the platform, landing strikes that left Brother Kane grimacing in pain. The members of Class 3 watched as the unfettered grew increasingly at ease, their faces alight with joy, yet Merlin and Iron Fist, standing nearby, wore expressions of grave concern, their brows furrowed in confusion. "I know Brother Kane all too well. If he possessed only this level of skill, he would never dare step onto the arena. This man is terrified of death to the utmost degree. Why would he willingly put himself at such risk?" Merlin voiced his worries. Iron Fist remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the defensively postured Brother Kane, as if he harbored some monumental secret. As anticipated, the unfettered's overconfidence ultimately led him to a significant misstep. This marked the first time since arriving in this world that he felt death so close at hand. On the stage, infuriated, Brother Kane hurled his nunchaku at the unfettered after enduring a kick. As the unfettered dodged the spinning nunchaku, Brother Kane, his eyes bloodshot, charged at the unfettered and struck at his chest. The unfettered could hardly contain his laughter at the childishness of such an attack. It was evident Brother Kane was out of tricks. After sidestepping 2 of Brother Kane's strikes, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From within the inner side of Brother Kane's military uniform, a sharp alloy wire, measuring a full 10 centimeters, suddenly sprang forth. The wire gleamed with a ghostly blue hue, a high-strength alloy wire arcing slightly. It swiftly sliced through the unfettered's shoulder, leaving a crimson gash. What is this? An ambush weapon. The unfettered had not erred. This was indeed Brother Kane's concealed weapon, a finely balanced alloy wire hidden within a mechanism on his wrist, waiting for the enemy to let their guard down for a decisive blow. "Ha! Did you think I feared you? You should inquire about my history. When have I ever fought unprepared?" The wound on the unfettered's shoulder was shallow, merely a surface cut, yet inexplicably, a wave of dizziness surged toward his mind. "It's poisoned," the unfettered exclaimed instinctively. Indeed, it was poisoned, cobra venom, originally intended for that wretched Merlin, but fate had deemed today an opportune moment to bestow it upon you. As the words escaped, the arena erupted into chaos. Below, Merlin's eyes widened in horror as he clutched the edge of the platform, yearning to rush up, only to be restrained by those around him. "Let me go. I should be up there, not the unfettered. That bastard despises me. Why should he die in my stead? No. The life and death agreement has been signed. If you ascend, the tribunal will have even greater justification to deal with you." Merlin's voice quivered with desperation. "Release me! Let the unfettered concede. We must get him to the hospital, or he'll be beyond saving. Meanwhile, Brother Cain had already discerned the turmoil below and heard Merlin's proclamation, bellowing with arrogance. Come, plead with me. Kneel and beg. Perhaps I will be in a generous mood and let him live. Where is Mary? That wench. Bring her up here. If I can have my way with her in front of everyone, I shall willingly revoke the life and death agreement. Time was of the essence. The unfettered was drenched in sweat, although the blood flow from his shoulder wound had been somewhat controlled by his acupressure technique. However, this technique could only reduce blood flow around the wound by 30% and did not fundamentally address the issue of the snake venom. The brazen words of Brother Cain resonated in his ears. Igniting a surge of nameless fury within him, he yearned to unleash his final ounce of strength to eliminate this foe. Yet, the unfettered was acutely aware that his greatest fear at this moment was engaging in strenuous movement. Should his blood begin to circulate rapidly, the venom would infiltrate his body even more swiftly, but to remain idle was not an option. Could the unfettered truly stand by and watch as Mary was violated before the eyes of many? At that moment, Mary had just rushed from the medical station in the camp, her treatment incomplete, merely a hastily wrapped bandage on her forehead. Upon hearing of the unfettered's treachery, she leapt from the medical bed and sprinted toward the arena like a gust of wind. You bastard! If you have a grudge, come at me. Leave the unfettered out of this. I'll sleep with you. Release him? Do you think I am a fool? Today, I shall enjoy myself on this stage, and then I will let him go. Think carefully. You are not just wasting time, you are jeopardizing that wretched boy's life. Mary, without a second thought, tore her shirt as she shouted at Brother Cain. Fine. If you want to play, I shall play with you. With that, she grasped the protective ropes of the arena and leaped upward. Mary was truly fearless. She had always been a bold and audacious spirit, unafraid even to bathe in mixed-gender dormitories with the door wide open. Why should she fear Brother Cain's provocation? Moreover, the unfettered had just saved her life. Now was her moment to repay that debt. The comrades of Class 3 would never allow Mary to ascend the platform to suffer public humiliation. He was their brother-in-arms. A group of them restrained the bare-chested Mary, resolute in preventing her from ascending. Step aside. Are you going to watch the unfettered die? Mary exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, chaos reigned below. Knife Merlin and Mary were firmly blocked by two groups of people, one fearing for their safety, the other apprehensive of reprisals from the tribunal. Amidst the crowd, a furious Luli, his teeth clenched in anger, exclaimed, Damn the tribunal! What do I care? If necessary, I shall roam the universe as a pirate. Today, I will put an end to this bastard. With that, he made to charge onto the platform. Stop! Stand down, the unfettered. From his vantage point, summoned unexpected strength and shouted at Luli, You will remain still. No one is to ascend without my command. The unfettered fought with desperation. He could feel the snake venom slowly eroding his entire being, his consciousness clouding over. His lips had turned an unhealthy deep purple, and his tongue had begun to numb. He understood that within mere minutes, his muscles would seize, and at that point, even divine intervention would be futile. In truth, the unfettered was acutely aware that with Brother Cain present, he could not afford to wait calmly for the arrival of the ambulance. Brother Cain would undoubtedly seek every opportunity to delay. The so-called pleas for mercy and the insults toward Mary were merely tactics to buy time. Very well, if you seek my demise, let us descend to hell together. With a thunderous roar, the unfettered summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Launching himself at Brother Cain like a descending tiger, Brother Cain had not anticipated the unfettered would prove so tenacious, even after nearly 10 minutes of poisoning, capable of retaliating. As he beheld the rapid approach of the unfettered's fists, Brother Cain instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. What the hell? A fourth-tier martial artist? You are a fraud. There was no time for further banter. At the critical juncture, Brother Cain executed a roll, narrowly avoiding the 3 strikes, and in the process, the steel wire cut through the skin on the unfettered's thigh. Seeking death, are you? Even poisoned, you dare to attack? The venom is insufficient, so I shall bestow upon you a bit more. The triple nail fist has been exhausted, and the power of the uncertain one has been depleted. Now, with his back turned to the stick brother, his knees buckle, and he collapses to the ground. Were it not for his 2 fists firmly pressing against the floor, he would have already sprawled upon the arena. Behind the Uncertain One, Stick Brother stands at the center of the stage. Observing the feeble Uncertain One, and with a disdainful spit, he exclaims, "You truly can conceal yourself, a fourth-tier warrior masquerading as a third-tier warrior. Ha ha, fortunate for you that you chose to disguise yourself. Had you revealed your true strength from the outset, my hidden weapons would scarcely have had a chance to be utilized before I was defeated. This is what one calls self-made tribulations. This is what one calls hubris inviting calamity." The arrogant Stick Brother revels in the taste of victory, hurling insults at the dying Uncertain One. At this moment, the Uncertain One is so weakened that his pupils are dilated, yet astonishingly, he continues to smile. "Indeed, you are not mistaken." The Uncertain One is smiling, and his deep purple lips seem to whisper something. Self-made tribulations cannot be endured. Hubris will surely invite calamity. Just as this faint voice trails off, an ominous plume of smoke erupts from the boisterous Stick Brother. And in the blink of an eye, flames burst forth, engulfing him in a conflagration within mere seconds, transforming him into a fiery figure. The shrieking Stick Brother dashes across the arena, the agony rendering him senseless. The sudden upheaval on stage leaves everyone dumbfounded. After a brief stupor, it is Mary who first regains her composure, urging, "Quickly, save the Uncertain One. Be careful he doesn't get burned." With that, she leaps onto the stage, bare-chested. Her words alert the multitude present, and countless soldiers surge forth, most of them intent on rescuing the Uncertain One. Perhaps spurred by Mary's words, or perhaps driven by pain, Stick Brother locks onto the direction of the Uncertain One and lunges towards him. Stick Brother's thoughts are simple. He intends to perish alongside the Uncertain One. Just as he is about to reach the Uncertain One, a lithe figure rushes in from the side, leaping onto the Uncertain One, shielding him with a bare body, the vivid, thorny rose blooming on her back a stark contrast. "Be careful, Mary, be careful," Merlin shouts as he rushes forward to save them, but it is too late. He cannot reach them in time. In a flash, his left hand wields a gleaming blade, sending a flying knife straight for Stick Brother's throat, instantly piercing through. Unfortunately, the knife does not halt the frenzied Stick Brother, whose blazing form ultimately crashes onto Mary's back. "Ah!" Mary cries out in agony, almost succumbing to the pain. At that moment, Luli finally arrives, raising his large foot and kicking the burning Stick Brother off the stage, sending him crashing into the sandpit on the playground. "Sister Mary!" Luli tears his military uniform, desperately beating the flames on Mary's back, taking quite some time to extinguish the fire. Just then, the sound of an ambulance siren finally echoes outside the Black Horse camp. The medical personnel arriving fashionably late. Its the venom from the King Cobra. Arrange for the serum injection immediately. Heartbeat extremely weak. Prepare the stimulant. Double dosage. No response. Still no response. Commence electric shock. 1, 2, 3. Increase pressure. 1, 2, 3. Increase pressure. The heartbeat stabilizes. The heartbeat returns. Continue administering the stimulant. Raise the oxygen concentration. Within the Uncertain One's hazy consciousness, there exists only the blinding light and the figures of those in white masks, their professional terms drifting in his ears. Gradually, the Uncertain One feels himself becoming ethereal, floating in the air, observing everything before him as a mere spectator. Eye in his eyes, he notices Mary, who is undergoing urgent treatment for extensive burns on her back. Yet amidst the treatment, she still calls out his name. Outside the emergency room stands the entire 3rd Battalion, along with the cold-hearted Iron Fist instructor. One speaks. All anxiously await news from within. And the usually stoic Merlin is crying more fiercely than anyone else. "It's my fault that the Uncertain One is in this state. He died in my stead." He recalls the moment Stick Brother provoked him during the dagger auction, compelling him to duel. That was indeed when Stick Brother intended to kill him. At that moment, he must have already set up the hidden weapon. "It should have been my life lost. How did it come to pass that the Uncertain One took my place? How can I ever repay this life?" As Merlin laments, he suddenly remembers something and rushes to the pile of clothes that had just been pulled from the Uncertain One, meticulously searching through them. Before long, he discovers the Uncertain One's personal terminal, which had never been used. "Chien-sun, quickly crack the Uncertain One's password. I need to contact his friends." This remark rouses everyone, and Chien-sun hurriedly takes the terminal, manipulating it with urgency. No, no, don't let my friends see me like this. The uncertain one tries to speak, to prevent them, but he is not corporeal. He cannot voice a word. Just then, a loud shout from the emergency room pierces through. The pulse has stabilized. He is temporarily safe. Those words serve as a spell, yanking the uncertain one back from the void. In an instant, his consciousness vanishes entirely, at the same time that the uncertain one and Mary are receiving emergency treatment. In the morgue of the police station in Hot Sand Harbor, a young man with golden hair opens a cold cabinet, revealing the charred remains of Stick Brother. Brother, my last brother. I allowed you to attend the most pathetic Black Horse training camp to protect you. There were never any experts there. How could you throw your life away? The young man weeps, his tears falling upon the charred remains. At that moment, behind him, a young subordinate whispers, the autopsy results are in. The peculiar flames were magical fire, not ordinary flames. It is highly likely that a magician is hidden within the Black Horse. Nonsense, you are speaking nonsense. When have you ever seen a magician in paradise on the left bank? You don't even have the qualifications to see an outlier. If such a formidable individual were in the Black Horse, it would have long since become a top-tier training camp. Why bother recruiting new soldiers from the streets? The young man ponders deeply. Do you think that person called the Uncertain One is suspicious? In this cosmic era, communication within planets is naturally in real time. Yet communication across planets spanning dozens of light years is far from simple. Due to the vast distances, opting for real-time communication is unwise. Thus, interplanetary contact primarily relies on email transmission. As Merlin browses through the decrypted terminal, he is astonished to find that the Uncertain One has no friends on this planet. The contact list is solely comprised of numbers from other planets. Huang Yi star, still Huang Yi star. Why is there an unknown number here? Could there be planets in this universe without communication? Merlin peruses the exceedingly simplistic contact list, ultimately resolving to send an email to everyone listed. Greetings, I am Merlin, a comrade of the Uncertain One. Currently, he is at death's door, and I believe it necessary to inform you promptly. In the email, Merlin elaborates on the Uncertain One's journey to Huang Yi star, from his first day in the camp to his poisoning and subsequent unconsciousness. 10 minutes later, this email, laden with remorse, transforms into waves of electromagnetic signals, launching into the cosmic expanse. The email travels from paradise on the left bank to Huang Yi star, passing through 12 signal stations, taking a full 30 minutes to reach its destination. Meanwhile, on Huang Yi star, the tranquil night envelopes the B1313 mining district, where the inhabitants have all retired for the evening. The vibration of the terminal awakens many, and shortly, the lights in the distribution center flicker to life. What do we do? The Uncertain One is in danger. What should we do? Aileen is the first to lose her composure. What else can we do? We need to raise funds for his rescue. Hurry and book spaceship tickets. We're going to paradise on the left bank. Pike, the first to act, is frantic. At this moment, the scruffy old man Ryan waves his hands, signaling everyone to calm down. He turns to Smith and quietly asks, "Do you have any ideas?" Boss Pan furrows his brow, contemplating for a long while. Time is running out. It takes 3 days of light-speed travel from here to paradise on the left bank. And we don't even know when the next spaceship will arrive. We simply don't have time. Let me think properly. If all else fails, I may have to expose the Uncertain One's secret as an outlier. That might pique the organization's interest enough to step in and save him. As he speaks, Ryan's expression changes. Is it really possible? Would they truly intervene? And you're actually a member of that organization? Smith Pan nods with a bitter smile, lowering his head to begin drafting an email to a familiar yet unfamiliar number, murmuring, establishing contact with that organization may not be a good thing. It is troublesome, truly troublesome. In this universe, the recipients of Merlin's email are not limited to Boss Pan and his crew in a mysterious locale within the cosmos, hidden among space debris in a secret base. A woman clad in a white jumpsuit is busily engaged at the central computer, both she and the computer situated on a silvery floating platform. The woman found herself ensconced within a profound, bottomless circular chamber, where, several hundred meters above her, a magnificent vista of nebulae unfolded, while beneath her feet lay an abyss that seemed to stretch into infinity. The inner walls of this cylindrical space were adorned with countless brightly lit rooms, each bustling with numerous individuals clad in white uniforms, engaged in a flurry of activity. Hovering on a platform, The woman dispatched a series of directives via her computer, each command inciting a collective fervor among hundreds, if not thousands, in a designated area. Deep within the structure, colossal machinery rumbled to life under her command. Her countenance remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of her thoughts. One might even believe she was an emotionless automaton. Just as she immersed herself in her labor, a sudden noise emanated from a storage compartment at the edge of her desk. An ominous terminal in the shape of a bracelet began to buzz. Clearly startled, she fixated on the humming device for over 10 minutes, utterly perplexed by its unexpected activation. How curious! In this vast universe, the number of individuals privy to this number scarcely exceeded 10. None of whom would send me an email. What a peculiar day! Filled with bewilderment, the woman activated the terminal to view the message from Left Bank Paradise Star. Upon reading the nonsensical email, her confusion deepened. What is this about impermanence? What is this regarding snake venom? Why should the fate of a mere cannon fodder rookie concern me? As she contemplated discarding the terminal, hesitation gripped her. In this universe, no hacker had yet infiltrated my terminal. Moreover, my number is highly classified. Misdialing is out of the question. Could it be that this individual truly has a connection to me? With this thought in mind, she activated the communicator on her desk, revealing a holographic screen showcasing a humble visage, a round-faced young woman awaiting instructions. Investigate this email and ascertain the identity of this man. Most importantly, how did he obtain my number? The round-faced girl scrutinized the email carefully and, with some trepidation, remarked, if we were to conduct the investigation ourselves, it would likely take 3 months to yield results. If you are in a hurry, it would be best to enlist the help of Lord Daochuo's intelligence network. That would certainly expedite the process. Oh, I see. Then let's grant that old man a favor and have him assist in uncovering this individual. The woman concluded, casually terminating the communication. In this universe, few dared to openly mock Daochuo, and it was evident that the woman before him was among them. The prowess of Daochuo in the cosmos is formidable. As the principal leader of the pirate realm and the architect of rules governing the underworld, the strength of his intelligence apparatus need not be elaborated upon. Merely an hour later, a summarized dossier lay open on the woman's desk. Impermanence, male, age unknown, nationality unknown, place of birth unknown, parents unknown. Although his identity is legal, it is a fabrication of legality. The more she perused the document, the more astonished she became, never anticipating that Daochuo's intelligence network would produce so scant information in just 1 hour. It wasn't until she reached the end of the file, where the account of Huang Yi Star appeared, that the woman was left utterly speechless. Under Huang Yi Star, he had taken the old man Ryan as his master. Ryan, you are hiding in Huang Yi Star? How could you be there? You scoundrel, you are truly a scoundrel. She seized her coffee cup from the desk and hurled it into the void before her. At that moment, the holographic communicator chimed again, and the round-faced girl reappeared, timidly stating, the latest news is that Lord Mingyi has previously established contact with this impermanence, and it is said that their relationship is quite intimate. Should I inform him? The woman, having discarded the coffee cup, felt slightly better and massaged her temples in contemplation. Very well, forward the original email and the intelligence data to Mingyi. Let him handle this matter. I lack the disposition to deal with it myself. No one could have foreseen that impermanence's bout of poisoning would inadvertently forge subtle connections with two enigmatic forces in the universe. Without delving into further details, the woman's discomposure alone was sufficient for the illustrious Lord Daochuo to remember his name in the depths of night. While impermanence lay unconscious in the hospital, countless individuals across the cosmos were busily attending to his every move. At the Rift Fortress, situated 20 light-years from Left Bank Paradise Star, a military high-speed destroyer, capable of folding space over a distance of 20 light-years, prepared for the spatial transition. Within the elegant vessel, numerous soldiers were engaged in a flurry of activity. At that moment, the captain sat sternly at the command console, one hand cradling a sturdy silver box, while the other perused urgent military orders on the screen. The captain was utterly bewildered by the significance of this locked silver box, questioning why it warranted the deployment of a high-speed destroyer for its transport, considering that the Rift Fortress was guarded against the Hunter people, who had previously launched a surprise attack 2 centuries ago. Baffling and utterly perplexing, there was no indication of a classified mission. Yet why was I not informed of the task details? Just as the captain grappled with these uncertainties, Reports came through from his subordinates. Captain, the spatial folding charge is complete. Please advise. Very well. Initiate the folding in 10 minutes. Destination: Left Bank Paradise Star. When the battle-ready destroyer materialized in the near-Earth orbit of Left Bank Paradise Star, the captain discovered that a landing craft had already been preparing in the vicinity. As the destroyer made its appearance, the landing craft accelerated towards it, directly requesting entry into the ship's hull. Upon the arrival of two elegantly dressed middle-aged men before the captain, they promptly produced handkerchiefs to wipe the sweat from their brows, exclaiming, "What a laborious endeavor this has been," unsure if the cargo had been delivered. The captain handed over the silver box, prompting the two men to exhale in relief, expressing their profound gratitude. "Oh, by the way, I have already communicated with the Imperial Military Department. The entire crew will be granted a week of leave. Conveniently, you are in Left Bank Paradise Star, so you can enjoy some leisure time." Before he could finish his sentence, the captain nearly sputtered his coffee, inwardly thinking, what kind of person is this, to secure a leave order from the Imperial Military Department? All of this for the delivery of such a trivial box. Even after the landing craft departed, the captain remained in a state of bewilderment, oblivious to the jubilant cheers of his subordinates. Meanwhile, the hot sand beach lay in utter silence as midnight approached. The colossal landing craft gracefully docked at the pier, where waiting drivers and bodyguards escorted the two significant figures directly to the Hot Sand General Hospital. Along the way, a dark-skinned man murmured, "Brother, what do you think the origins of this big soldier are? How could he prompt a Baron of the Three Seas star to intervene? Sending supplies via destroyer? That's an immense privilege. Don't ask so many questions. Those who are overly curious seldom live long. Best keep your mouth shut." The vehicle's interior fell silent, and the lights dimmed, leaving only the glow of the instrument panel illuminating the ancient emblems on their chests. If Impermanence were to see them, he would surely recognize the brick walls and patrolling ancient knights, along with the paradisiacal scenery in the backdrop. Wasn't this the peculiar illustration Smith Pan had shown him? As the luxurious land vehicle made its way to the hospital, in the far reaches of space, within a dim asteroid belt, an enormous spaceship had just completed its spatial fold. The ripple-like surface of the fold revealed a sharp ram, reminiscent of the prows from humanity's wooden sailing ship era. Following the emergence of the ram was the colossal dark hull of the ship, adorned not just with the firing ports of its main and secondary cannons, but also countless steel relief sculptures. Each of these sculptures, forged directly into the alloy armor, depicted a singular theme. Smiling demons, images of malevolent spirits from various civilizations' lore were etched all over the hull. And what was most peculiar was that every demon bore a smile that was both alarming and unsettling. In the command cabin of the spacecraft, a voice roared, "Brother, hold on, I am coming to rescue you. Damn it, even if you can't endure, I will avenge you." 070 Special Effects Snake Venom Serum. Unbeknownst to Impermanence, a series of events were unfolding around him. In the early hours, around 2 a.m., Merlin, waiting outside the hospital room, sensed something amiss. Both the hospital director and the attending physician had arrived, accompanied by two unfamiliar strangers. The sudden appearance of such a crowd in the early morning hours would make anyone anxious, especially the brothers from the third shift, who feared for Impermanence's well-being. "Doctor, what is happening?" "Do not panic. The hospital has urgently dispatched some military-grade snake venom serum, which is highly beneficial for the patient. There is no need for concern." With that, the attending physician personally injected the serum into Impermanence's veins, without requiring the nurse's assistance. "We have done all that is necessary. The subsequent matters now depend on the patient's constitution." The two middle-aged men who delivered the serum felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing the physician's optimistic response. Only then did they confidently compile this task's process into an email, dispatching it to the distant Sandhaxing. The chaos in the ward lasted merely over 10 minutes, yet unbeknownst to the onlookers, this brief period of rescue had mobilized over 10,000 individuals, from Sandhaxing to Zuentiantiang and the Li Ku fortress. Countless people busied themselves in response to this peculiar order, only ceasing their frantic efforts once the serum was injected into Wu Ying's body. At that moment, Wu Ying found himself ensnared in a bizarre dream, wherein the fragments of his life in this world were being reinterpreted, healing at the supply center, delving into the mines, clashing with Siwn and his companions, and ultimately encountering the cannibal tribe. His entire experience on Hu Ingstar flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, especially the first encounter with the cannibals, which incessantly replayed in his dream. The flickering light of the mining lamp illuminated the scene. The warriors of the cannibal tribe had locked W's arms in a vice grip, their sharp teeth sinking into his shoulder, while his crimson blood became a delectable drink for them. W'ing struggled fiercely, resisting with all his might, yet no matter how hard he fought, he could not escape the fate of being drained to a mere husk. More terrifying still was the relentless cycle of death and resurrection he experienced, again and again. He could not ascertain how many times this torment continued until he noticed a detail he had long overlooked, which abruptly halted this horrific cycle. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his own blood gushing from the wound, being absorbed by a strange black diamond at his chest. The blood-soaked diamond transformed into a floating, shifting sphere. The cannibal's assault ceased. The black orb expanded, growing larger until it resembled a planet, and to W'ing's astonishment, he was drawn into its interior, witnessing sights he had never encountered before. W'ing could not comprehend what hell was, yet he was certain that even hell could not rival the terror present within this sphere, where grotesque, unseen creatures filled the entire space. The dark crimson of blood intertwined with the pitch black of the night, while those slumbering beings lay in tranquility amidst the void, surrounding W'ing. The only conscious creature in this space was the cannibal tribe. Yet their gaze upon W'ing was inexplicably gentle, evoking the sensation of watching a cute little kitten. If one overlooked the human hand they were gnawing on, a kitten, W'ing pondered why such a thought crossed his mind. But just as that notion flitted through, the docile cannibal unexpectedly spat out half-eaten human flesh onto the ground, extending its blood-red tongue towards W'ing in a surprisingly obedient manner. Terrified, W'ing recoiled, repulsed by the sight of the cannibal's gaping maw, its rows of teeth glistening with human flesh and bone fragments, threatening to make him vomit. Just as the cannibal was about to pounce, W'ing finally awoke from this nightmare. The boss is awake? The boss is awake. Upon regaining consciousness, W'ing first spotted Chi, who, overjoyed, leapt up and dashed out to share the good news with their comrades. As he ran out of the ward to gather the brothers, Mary, from the adjacent bed, spoke up. You finally woke up. You've been unconscious for 24 hours. Just look at the dim sun outside. Dinner will be served soon. This was a deluxe double occupancy room, specially allocated by the hospital for W'ing and Mary, as they were in the same unit, making it more convenient for their comrades to care for them. How is your injury? W'ing inquired softly. It's fine. Just a minor burn that broke the skin. The treatment is quite simple. Mary spoke casually, yet W'ing could see that her upper body was wrapped in bandages, resembling a dumpling, indicating that her wounds were far from trivial. With a deep sigh, W'ing remarked, You really didn't need to save me. You know that was my magical flame. How could it harm me? Mary seemed to recognize the issue as well, offering a wry smile. I'm just inexperienced. Who knew magical flames had such properties? Just then, the door to the ward burst open, and not only did comrades from the 3rd unit rush in, but also the attending physician who had remained steadfast in the emergency ward. Good. What a miracle. If the special serum had arrived just half an hour later, your life would have been in grave danger. Now you're fine. Rest for 3 to 5 days, and you'll be back on your feet. Doctor, how is Mary's condition? W'ing asked with concern. Nothing serious. The skin repair procedure is quite straightforward. In about 6 days. New skin will fully regenerate. The only drawback is that there will be scars, and scars caused by magical flames cannot be removed. Before W'ing could express his sympathy, the tough Mary interjected. What's the big deal? I'm not exactly a beauty. A few scars don't matter. You're the one with a lot of issues. With that, she buried her head under the blanket, ignoring everyone. After the doctor departed, Mei Lin stood quietly beside W'ing, feeling awkward for a while before finally speaking. I owe you a life. Rest assured, I will repay you. For now, let me return a bit of interest. Before she could finish her sentence, all members of the 3rd unit stood at attention, saluting W'ing, class leader. The entire 3rd unit pays tribute to you. Huh? W'ing was momentarily stunned. Class leader? You want me to be the class leader? This is absurd. Mei Lin is doing just fine. Why me? Mei Lin replied calmly, "It's no use. The procedures have already been completed through the instructor. Your name is now in the Imperial Military's personnel records. There's no going back." Looking around at the resolute faces in the room, WCH realized that this brush with death had yielded rewards, at the very least. He had gained many brothers, and thus the 3rd unit and WCH officially became 1.in the following days. The Iron Fist instructor also came to visit WCH. When he learned that both WCH and Mary would be able to participate in the competition in the Rocky Mountains in 10 days, he was overwhelmed with excitement, knowing that this year's 3rd unit was the strongest it had ever been, and perhaps this year, the Dark Horse Battalion would experience a turning point. Has Brother Gun died? Will the punishment hall do nothing? WCH casually asked Mei Lin after dinner one evening. Not for now. After all, we in the Dark Horse Battalion are a formally recognized unit of the military. Even the human traffickers dare not directly target us. What we need to guard against now are their hidden machinations. Recently, the training camp has reduced the number of times we can leave the camp. And even when we do, we must ensure at least 10 people go together. Listening to Mei Lin's account, WH understood that his days in the hospital had not been peaceful. Those underlings of Brother Gun had all been drafted into next month's enlistment list, and within 20 days, these bothersome fellows would become glorious soldiers on the front lines. As for Brother Gun's death, it was a consequence of his own actions. After all, the life and death agreement had been signed, and this logic held true regardless of location. The only cause for concern was that the punishment hall had inquired about the magical flames, and the Dark Horse Battalion had yet to clarify this matter. Everyone has seen the footage, and the police and military analysis reports have been released. Your status as an exceptional individual remains undisclosed. After all, the flames ignited only after you fell. Mei Lin explained, "I truly don't understand why you want to conceal your identity as an exceptional individual. If you were to openly acknowledge it, you would immediately become a sought-after candidate for top academies, whether it be the Tyrannosaurus or the elite fighters, or even the ice dragons would be clamoring for you to join," Mary questioned. Puzzled, WCH could not answer Mary's inquiry, as an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. He was clearly a new recruit of the ice dragons, yet mysteriously lost his documents. Such a bizarre occurrence could not possibly lack a conspiracy. WCH did not wish to continue this topic. Instead, he inquired about something else. Being a native of this planet, do you know who the best tattoo artist in Hot Sandport is? Mei Lin, taken aback by WCH's sudden shift in thought, paused for a moment before recalling, there is indeed a person known as Ghost Hand. He is said to be the most skilled tattoo artist. However, he is not easily hired. His rates are exorbitant. WH retrieved a scroll from beneath his pillow, carefully unfurling it as he spoke. This is a drawing I created over the past few days, specifically designed as a tattoo for Mary. Her scars are a result of my actions, so I must do something. Huh? Mary sat up abruptly. No wonder you were so secretive about it. Turns out you can draw? WCH indeed possessed the ability to draw, a skill honed by his master in a previous life. The foundational aspect of cultivating meditative practices required a tranquil heart, and having been a robber and mercenary, WCH's temperament was notoriously fiery. To temper his disposition, his master resorted to writing and drawing as methods of training. Surprisingly, after years of practice, while WCH could not be deemed a master, his ability to blend realism with impressionism had developed a certain charm. Without further ado, he could easily sketch a few strokes to impress a young girl. Today, when Mary opened the drawing WCH had gifted her, she said nothing, yet tears streamed down her face as the tough Mary broke down in a flood of emotion. Amidst the remnants of crumbling walls, a fierce conflagration consumes all in its path, leaving behind the echoes of a once thriving existence, now devoured by the merciless flames. The long sword is dulled, the blade is worn, and the palpable sense of destruction wrought by war assaults the senses. Yet, amidst this desolation, a single crimson rose defiantly blooms among the rubble. Mary finds herself at a loss to articulate the emotions stirred within her by this poignant artwork. She perceives her life as akin to the rose enveloped in flames, forever ensnared by a fate of desolation. Regardless of her struggles, in an instant, memories of her tragic childhood resurface. Her father, rendered unemployed, succumbed to the vice of gambling, ultimately losing their family's fortune and vanishing without a trace. Her mother, striving to raise Mary against all odds, eventually succumbed to illness, diagnosed with severe renal failure. If one believes this encapsulates all of Mary's misfortunes, they are gravely mistaken. At the tender age of 15, while working part-time at a night market, she was assaulted by 4 drunken men, who, after the fact, merely paid a paltry fine of 200 gold coins. The law offered her no protection, nor did the grotesque societal norms of the left bank provide her solace. In her desperate plight, she juggled work to support her family while engaging in illicit endeavors. The true bitterness of life is a sentiment unexpressed by those who merely vocalize their hardships. It is the truly unfortunate who possess only despair. As time passed, the young girl matured. Once genteel, she took up martial arts to safeguard herself and astonishingly reached the threshold of a second-tier warrior. 2 paths now lay before her, one leading to the underworld, leveraging her skills and familiarity with the criminal realm to align herself with a gang leader, perhaps becoming a minor chief in a decade. However, such a path would be built upon the suffering of countless others. The alternative was to enlist in the military, traversing the gates of death through blood and sweat, and should she survive the grueling 3-year service, the prospect of becoming a sheriff would be within her grasp. After much contemplation, Mary's mother ultimately resolved to support her enlistment. Their arduous existence had not subdued them. Within their hearts, they clung to the slender thread of their humanity. Today, upon beholding the rose amidst the flames, 20 years of wretched existence coalesced into a cacophony of anguish, nearly overwhelming Mary as she lay curled upon her sickbed. Wu Chang and Merlin were rendered speechless. Sensing the depths of sorrow within Mary's heart, yet unable to find the words to console her. For a full 15 minutes, Mary wept, gradually finding her composure. It is beautiful. I truly adore it. Yet such a complex design must surely be costly? You need not worry about the expense. I have already stated that this is a gift for you. As long as you are satisfied, we shall promptly summon the tattoo artist known as Ghost Hand. Ultimately, Merlin expended a staggering 12 rainbow coins to enlist Ghost Hand to the hospital room. Upon witnessing the heart-wrenching artwork, Ghost Hand's eyes sparkled with delight. A masterpiece, a genuine masterpiece, and behold, the patterns of the flames align so perfectly with the scars upon her back. I am certain that upon completion, this tattoo will transform her scars into the most exquisite of artworks. How long will it take? Wu Chang inquired. With my skills, it will require at least 12 hours. By tomorrow morning at the latest, it shall be complete. Very well, let us proceed and witness the prowess of your craft. The entire night passed without a soul asleep, the shared hospital room cluttered with the tools brought by Ghost Hand, alongside countless vials of liquid silver ink. Wu Chang added an additional 800 gold coins, persuading Ghost Hand to utilize exclusively liquid silver ink for the tattoo, particularly the premium-grade ink, which was exorbitantly priced. The soldiers from the 3rd Battalion sat outside the hospital in disbelief. These impoverished children had never fathomed that someone would spend 2,000 gold coins on a tattoo. Goodness, 2,000 gold coins. What a spendthrift. That's a decade's worth of living expenses for a poor family, merely for a tattoo. Their frugality resurfaced. Yet what good was lamenting? What could they do about having such a profligate leader? Initially, the comrades urged Wu Chang to reconsider his extravagant expenditure, but in a fit of frustration, he removed his shirt to reveal his own dragon tattoo. Why waste breath? Look at my tattoo. It was all done with mithril ink. The effect is simply superior to ordinary ink. Before the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion could respond, Ghost Hand was already on the verge of tears. Heavens! What style is this? I have never encountered such a technique. Behold the texture, the aged effect, and the overwhelming aura. It is the work of a true master. Pray tell, whose handiwork is this? To my knowledge, none among the tattoo artists of the Maotu Empire could achieve such a standard. Ghost Hand's inquiry left Wu Chang at a loss, as he was unaware of the origins of the ancient master, Ryan. However, Ghost Hand's final remark silenced all present. This tattoo alone, just for the labor, will cost no less than 100,000 gold coins. This transcends mere tattooing. It is true artistry. 100,000 gold coins? This figure was staggering, far beyond the comprehension of these impoverished youths. From that moment on, Wu Chang was no longer an ordinary wealthy individual. He had ascended to the status of a golden tycoon. The members of the 3rd Battalion sat in stunned silence at the door, their expressions vacant, their gaze unfocused. The nurse, in a flurry, contacted the neurology department, only to confirm that these individuals were not escapees from a mental institution. As the sun rose, Ghost Hand finally completed his masterpiece. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he collapsed onto the floor, falling asleep after the final stroke. Wu Chang, seated on the sickbed, gazed at the vibrant flame rose adorning Mary's back. As the golden rays of dawn illuminated it, he sensed that this woman had indeed been reborn. The following days unfolded in a mundane manner. Wu Chang and Mary were discharged from the hospital, and after 3 days of recuperation at the Black Horse Camp, the moment of battle finally arrived. The 5 valiant warriors of the 3rd Battalion were prepared. The training ground was densely populated with soldiers, all standing in formation under the morning sun. A silent assembly of 2,000 soldiers. As Wu Chang and his companions exited their dormitory, a resounding salute echoed across the training ground. 2,000 voices saluted simultaneously, and after a brief pause, a thunderous cheer erupted. Victory! 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 The military camaraderie is truly remarkable. Even the most wretched of recruits, cast aside as mere cannon fodder, will unite in a chorus of pride when it comes to the honor of their collective. As they traversed the aisles of the formation, listening to the resounding encouragement of their comrades, even Wu Chang, having lived 2 lifetimes, felt tears of emotion welling in his eyes. In this moment, aside from standing tall and returning a precise military salute, there was little else they could do. The military's large land vehicle awaited them, and as they boarded, the driver, sent by the military, quietly remarked, "You Black Horse folks are quite something, judging by the scale of your send-off. You won't go wrong this year. Buckle up. I'll give you a proper tour of the parade." With that, the vehicle ascended, hovering about 10 meters above the ground, circling the training ground 3 times. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the vehicle suddenly accelerated toward the northwest. The Rocky Mountains lay in the heart of the continent, stretching over 3,000 kilometers from north to south. This mountain range traverses polar, temperate, and tropical zones, each dimension offering a unique beauty. Even the Ice Dragon Military Academy rests at the foot of a northern spur of the Rockies. This year's designated area lies in the central region of the mountains, characterized primarily by desert and arid canyons, with the terrain ravaged by millennia of erosion. Here, discussions of earning medals are moot. Mere survival poses a significant challenge. The vehicle descended slowly beside a dry riverbed, with the driver and the accompanying officer urging everyone to disembark. "All right, this is your entry point to the competition arena." The entire terrain map of the arena, along with the locations of the buried medals, has been sent to your terminal devices. Now, come collect your supplies: 5 standard old-style assault rifles, 50 training arc bullets, 5 water bottles, each containing 500 milliliters of fresh water, 2 medical kits, 10 individual rations. The provisions for the expedition were quite basic, insufficient to sustain them for 10 days. It seems the focus of this assessment lies heavily on wilderness survival. The supplies were limited. Whether they conserved or squandered them, they would have to devise their own means of survival over the next 10 days. During the competition, you may withdraw at any time. There is no shame in retreating, as you will be facing 100 teams. Though theoretically, each team could secure a medal, the reality is harsh at this juncture. The officer approached Wu Chang and quietly advised, "If I were you, I would make a swift advance, secure a medal, and then apply to withdraw. Given the capabilities of your Black Horse Camp, obtaining a single medal would suffice for a celebratory feast." After finishing, the soldier flashed Wu Chang a smile, patted his shoulder, and turned away. Once the land vehicle departed the river valley, Wu Chang gathered everyone together for an urgent discussion. The ammunition is limited to a mere 50 rounds, which is woefully insufficient. Rather than burdening everyone with rifles, it would be far more prudent to select the finest rifle for Merlin, allowing him to serve as our sharpshooter. We ought to conserve our food unless absolutely necessary. And with Qian Sun's unparalleled survival skills in the wilderness, the hunting responsibilities will fall to him and me. Although the parched land offers little in terms of game, I suspect there are plenty of lizards and snakes to be found. Water, however, poses a significant challenge. Despite the map indicating several small oases, I am convinced that those locations will inevitably become battlegrounds, with larger academies lying in ambush. Wu Chang, with remarkable composure, meticulously analyzed the predicament before us. And with each word, he deepened our despair. Ultimately, the hapless Luli slumped onto a rock, utterly defeated. How are we to proceed? We lack weapons, food, and water. If 10 days pass, I shall surely become a desiccated corpse. Merlin gazed at the unflappable Wu Chang and implored, "Just tell us plainly, what do we do? I know you must have a plan." Wu Chang smiled faintly. "It's simple. We shall resort to robbery. The arena in which we compete lies within the arid expanse of the Rocky Mountains, a region colloquially known among the indigenous people as the Flame Hell. During the day, surface temperatures can soar to 80 degrees Celsius, while the air temperature easily surpasses 45 degrees. To traverse this harsh environment, even one's footwear must be specialized, lest they suffer severe burns. At the zenith of midday, in the sweltering canyon, 5 figures struggled under the relentless sun. Despite their panting, the leader remained undeterred, rallying the spirits of his comrades. "Brothers, hold on a little longer. Just 5 more kilometers to the nearest metal cache. Once we secure a medal, the suffering will cease, and we can announce our withdrawal to feast. Let us go." Our North Saijo training camp did not return empty-handed last year, and I believe we can achieve victory again this year with swiftness. This team was indeed the first competition encountered by Wu Chang and his group during the preliminary selections. Little did they know that they too would triumph in 3 contests to gain entry into the mountains. The North Saijo training camp had cunningly acquired a useful strategy over their years of participation. Swift action is paramount. Seize and flee. The moment they entered the mountains, they forewent all preparatory measures, launching a full assault on the nearest metal cache. Before any engagement could begin, they had already claimed a medal and promptly declared their exit. This seemingly unscrupulous tactic, however, violated no rules in the left bank paradise. Any training camp that secures a medal each year is considered above average, and the military funding is consequently substantial. For 3 consecutive years, the North Saijo training camp had expanded its ranks by employing this underhanded strategy. However, this year, they were met with misfortune, as they had not anticipated that an unconventional individual would set his sights on nearby competitors right as the contest commenced, with the singular aim of pilfering resources. As the North Saijo team rounded a bend in the canyon, a sharp gunshot echoed from above, a training round arcing towards the towering figure in their midst. The giant's scream was cut short as he collapsed onto the sand. Convulsing violently, blue arcs of electricity dancing around him, foam bubbling from his lips. Who is this? Who dares to act so shamelessly? The squad leader raised his rifle, firing desperately at the canyon's heights, while the remaining 3 team members joined in the fray, pulling their triggers against the cliff. At that moment, from the shadows of the canyon, an ordinary sand mound erupted, and a lithe figure sprang forth, kicking up a cloud of dust as he charged toward the North Saijo team. Tiger break, triple nail punch. With a shout, the lightning-fast punches ricocheted off the enemy's body, not only incapacitating them but also shattering several rifles in the process. "Surrender? I've only used 40% of my strength, and you are already doomed," Wu Chang proclaimed arrogantly as he pinned the squad leader's ARM. At that juncture, aside from the squad leader, the other 3 soldiers lay defeated at Wu Chang's feet, and the arrival of Luli and Qian Sun from the shadows left the squad leader in utter despair. "I refuse to accept this. You are utterly shameless. We have only just begun our ascent into the mountains, and rather than heading towards the core area, you dare to sneak around? Damn it, we are still 5 kilometers away from the metal cache. What use is it to defeat us? You cannot seize the medal," the squad leader, ignoring the pain in his back and arm, shouted in defiance. Yet, Wu Chang was well versed in dealing with such obstinacy. After Luli and the others had scavenged the food, water, and ammunition from the ground, the squad leader began to comprehend the situation. "Damn, you are so devious. You intend to drag this out? You actually think you can last 10 days? The squad leader was utterly exasperated, finally grasping the meaning of madness. "All right, I yield. Just let go of me. I concede." Rubbing his numb shoulder, he gazed at Wu Chang with a pained expression. "So it is you. Your Dark Horse camp is truly outrageous this year. You fought fiercely in the preliminaries and are still this wild after entering the mountains. But have you considered whether our training camp can endure 10 days? We are not discussing top-tier academies like Ice Dragon or Violent Dragon, nor are we equipped to handle the likes of the Armored Troops or Space Academy. Do you genuinely believe you can escape the fate of being cannon fodder?" After Luli and the others had cleared the battlefield, Wu Chang turned to the squad leader, offering a slight smile. "I apologize, but the rules dictate such actions, and I must offend you. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. I will treat you to a drink." As for the notion of being cannon fodder, I have never subscribed to that belief. I know only that I shall never accept a fate imposed upon me. With that, he and his team ventured deeper into the canyon, leaving the North Saijo brothers in stunned silence. Wu Chang and his crew had entered the competition area around 9 o'clock in the morning. After entering the mountains, the warriors of the Dark Horse Camp exhibited an unusual focus, disregarding metals altogether and channeling their energies into hunting their opponents. Victory commenced with robbery. From 9 in the morning until dusk, Wu Chang and his team managed to plunder 4 teams, their abundant supplies bringing joy to all. For dinner, Wu Chang surprisingly refrained from serving raw snake meat, instead distributing individual rations of high-calorie combat food. Ecstatic, Lu Li leaned back against a rock, gazing at the stars, utterly content. "Pig, your eating habits resemble that of a swine." Qian Sun remarked with a roll of his eyes. "I relish it." "What business is it of yours?" Lu Li retorted, unbothered by the jibe. Wu Chang took a small sip of water. "Everyone, rest well. Merlin and I will take turns on watch tonight, conserving our strength for tomorrow. I have a feeling that what we seize tomorrow will be more than mere supplies." As the Dark Horse team rested, in a corner of the Rocky Mountains, outside a cave, a modest campfire crackled, roasting a hefty ground lizard that appeared to weigh over 30 pounds. "Ha! What fortune! Not only did we secure 2 medals today, but we also caught this rare ground lizard. A splendid start." The speaker was a young man with bright, piercing eyes, Hailstorm Rake from Ice Dragon Academy. Beside him sat his team, with the leader being none other than the heir of the Left Bank Baron, Laylock Bill. Next to Rake was a cold-faced beauty known as Silent Tan Baiha, who was no ordinary character. She had effortlessly hacked into the terminals of numerous teams using her simple portable device. This was no act of cheating. It was Tan Baiha's expertise. All teams entering the mountains utilized standardized terminals, and her remarkable skills allowed her to breach them one by one. Such absolute technical prowess could only be found in an academy like Ice Dragon. By now, 22 medals had been located, with our team collecting 2, while the others secured only 1 each. Which team is this? How come the 4 teams surrounding them have vanished? Could they have been eliminated? Tan Baiha's inquiry piqued everyone's interest, and as the holographic projection appeared in midair, speculation erupted. Eliminating 4 teams in a single day. Such a fierce style resembles that of the Violent Dragon Camp. Could this team belong to the Violent Dragon Training Camp? Arthur ventured, referring to the most audacious combat brigade in the Empire, the Violent Dragon Armored Coron Training Camp. Thomas scrutinized the terrain map in the air. However, this team seems peculiar. The nearest medal has remained untouched. It appears they are solely here for combat. Upon hearing this, Laylock Bill became intrigued. Are they specifically here to bully others? Disdainful of medals, they merely seek battle? The style is rather peculiar. No known academy would harbor such an audacious lunatic. When Liloak mentioned audacity, it suddenly sparked a thought in Arthur's mind. Wait a moment, speaking of audacity, I recall hearing a story just a few days ago. Oh yes, it's the tale of the Impermanence. That fellow is said to have killed an outer leader of the Execution Guild, and rumors even suggest he is an exceptional individual. Arthur recounted the story he had heard, concluding with an admiring click of his tongue. How impressive! To engage in a full assault while being severely poisoned, all for a mere wild chicken, and even daring to turn against the Execution Guild. Not to mention committing murder. Not only is he audacious, but he is also a romantic, albeit with somewhat questionable tastes. Tan Baiha, who detests derogatory remarks about women, coughed coldly twice before Arthur could finish his sentence. Arthur, wary of Tan Baiha, quickly withdrew, falling silent. Are you suggesting that this strange team could potentially be the Dark Horse Camp? The Sacrificial Camp? Hailstorm inquired with astonishment. It is quite possible, indeed, replied Liloak. Bill's eyes lit up as he continued. Among the 100 competing teams, we possess detailed files and are well aware of their combat styles, but the only one we are unfamiliar with is the Dark Horse Camp, which hasn't entered the mountains for 2 consecutive years. Furthermore, we lack intelligence on this enigmatic impermanence. Therefore, I speculate that there is a 90% chance it is indeed Impermanence. As Impermanence and his team commenced their customary summer martial arts competition. A furious man was wreaking havoc in a modest villa in Hot Sandport, smashing the furnishings within. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Why did the military suddenly change the competition venue? Why has it been relocated a full 300 kilometers to the north? Answer me. How could your intelligence have provided this information? I will have you executed. The man's furious roars were muffled by soundproof glass, and before him knelt 10 men clad in fine suits, their faces ashen with fear. Calm down, my lord, please calm down. This morning at around 4 o'clock, the Sanhaxing military sent a top-secret order. It's not that my subordinates weren't diligent. It's the incompetence of those fools at Sanhaxing. The military command came at 4. And by 9, the troops had sealed off the mountains. We simply didn't have enough time. But my lord, consider this. We are well hidden. How could a group of cadets possibly discover us? Rest assured. The competition will soon pass. With the subordinates' words of comfort, the man finally quieted. He selected one of the remaining crystal glasses and poured himself a drink, gulping it down despondently on the second day. Before dawn had even broken, Impermanence had roused all the members of the team, unfolding a map to outline the day's plans. A day had already elapsed, and the most pressing issue facing each squad was the scarcity of fresh water. Hence, I have decided that we shall set out early today, making our way towards the nearest spring. Right here, Impermanence pointed to a coordinate on the holographic screen. Our combat strategy this year is to let the clam and the snipe fight, allowing the fishermen to profit. We shall not waste our efforts seeking any medals. We are merely a pack of wandering wolves, ready to take a bite at any lone prey and to retreat at the sight of formidable forces. We must embrace shamelessness to the fullest and display our lack of decorum openly. Impermanence's unconventional mobilization invigorated everyone in the squad. After a simple breakfast, Impermanence led them directly towards the spring located 4 kilometers away. The journey was silent, as all members marched in quiet contemplation. Before they had covered even half the distance, Impermanence spotted a patrolling sentry. That moment, the eastern horizon began to glimmer with the first light of dawn. Seizing the cover of night, Impermanence stealthily approached the sentinel, pouncing upon him and pinning him to the ground. One hand covered the man's mouth while the other drew a dagger, lightly grazing the blade against his throat. According to the rules, you are already dead. Just lie still here, Impermanence stated, then turned to make his way toward the sleeping camp. That instant, the already dead sentry suddenly sat up, shrieking with a voice filled with terror. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Damn it! How shameless! Exclaimed Luli, who had just arrived, slapping the rule-breaking man so hard that he loosened his molars. The alarm roused the sleeping soldiers, and the squad's response was swift. In an instant, they detected the direction of Impermanence's assault, with 4 rifles firing almost simultaneously. While the practice electric arc bullets were non-lethal, being struck still caused considerable pain, and more critically, being hit meant automatic disqualification. With the judge's vehicle coming to escort you away, Impermanence had no desire to leave the game prematurely. He had yet to fully enjoy it. Get down. Take cover. Those 4 aren't pushovers, Impermanence warned. Indeed, he was correct. Although he reacted swiftly, the electric arc bullet whizzed past, narrowly missing him. It's the 5th Flight Academy. These 5 are actually from the Air Force? Pilots? Merlin crawled up from behind, joining Impermanence. These individuals are elite. While they may be weak in hand-to-hand combat, their marksmanship is exceptional. Now that our surprise attack has failed, we no longer have the opportunity to approach them. Impermanence skeptically asked, so formidable, before he could finish his sentence. An electric arc bullet answered him, singeing the hair atop his head. Do you have any ideas? Impermanence retracted his head, whispering to Shout Almanhat, don't worry. Our Luli has a plan. Just as the words left his mouth, Qian Shun's figure darted out from behind a rock. The diminutive figure quickly drew the enemy's fire, with several bullets grazing his body and striking the rocks. That moment, as the opponents diverted their attention, a massive rock, towering 2 meters high, suddenly rose up. The clumsy Luli had taken the stone and hurled it like a cannonball. Watch out! It was still the fallen sentry who violated the rules by shouting a warning. But it was too late. The enormous rock hurtled toward the pilot's hiding place. Now, the pilots were in disarray. They understood that while electric arc bullets were non-lethal, they dared not engage in direct hand-to-hand combat. However, that massive rock was indiscriminate. Should it collide with anyone, it would surely spell doom. The 4 pilots scattered like rabbits under gunfire, 2 of them being felled by Merlin's quick shots, while another was tripped by the lurking Mary, followed by a thorough beating. Stop right there. If you run, I will kill your comrade, Mary threatened, holding the bruised pilot at knife point. Huh? Impermanence was momentarily stunned. This is just a drill. Will that tactic truly work? It will work, rest assured, Merlin replied. But before he could finish, the fleeing pilot had already raised his hands in surrender, returning to the group. All right, I concede. You guys are ruthless, actually throwing stones? Aren't you afraid of accidents leading to a military tribunal? The pilot tossed a golden medal from his pocket. Please tell me your names. You seem unfamiliar, and I haven't seen your shoulder insignias before. Dark Horse Training Camp? The infantry pondered before finally revealing the identity of the sacrificial unit. Ah, infantry? The 5 pilots were dumbfounded. Impermanence jingled the gilded medal in his hand and turned to Luli, instructing, "Clear the battlefield. We shall proceed." Later, Impermanence inquired of Merlin why those pilots would respond to false threats. Merlin's answer was simple: because they are from the Air Force, a branch that fights in the cosmos. Although they are esteemed as the elite among military divisions, their greatest threat lies in the endless void of space. In a vacuum, any minor mistake could result in the death of an entire ship's crew. It is precisely due to this unique environment that the Air Force harbors the deepest loathing for deserters and traitors. On land, being a deserter is a personal issue, but in space, the consequences of desertion could endanger everyone, including oneself. That fellow just now had no choice but to return. Despite this being a drill, his performance would be recorded. If he truly fled, who would want such a comrade or subordinate in the future? Before long, Impermanence's squad arrived at the nearest spring, which was housed within a dilapidated wooden cabin, seemingly a remnant left by miners from ages past. After replenishing their fresh water, the squad positioned themselves as per their prearranged plan, waiting quietly for their opponent's arrival. The sun gradually ascended, with temperatures rising increasingly, the heat shimmering above the earth like a mirage. In the distance, a group of dark figures emerged. They were a band of fiercely formidable warriors. Despite being a 5-man team, they exuded the aura of a 1,000-strong army. The 5 warriors possessed an average height and weight, their bulging muscles threatening to tear their military uniforms apart. Adorning their left arms was a shoulder insignia depicting a Tyrannosaurus, fluttering in the breeze. They were reserve members of the Tyrannosaurus Assault Corps, warriors from the Tyrannosaurus training base. If Merlin were the captain, he would undoubtedly refrain from attacking these individuals, for the Tyrannosaurus training base and the Elite Combat Academy specialize in training armored combatants, where the average soldier's strength exceeds 4 ranks, making them far beyond what they could contend with. Regrettably, the leader today is Wu Chang, who has also positioned himself at the forefront. As Wu Chang sprang forth from the sandy ground, charging towards the leading soldier, the Tyrannosaurus squad exhibited no signs of chaos. Their footsteps seamlessly aligned into a simple triangular assault formation. At the forefront stood a valiant warrior with striking red hair, who, undeterred by the approaching fists of Wu Chang, boldly advanced to engage in a head-on confrontation. The collision of their fists echoed like thunder, as the 2 4th-tier martial artists, their fists as unyielding as steel, met with a force akin to that of a battering ram. In the past, Wu Chang could leave imprints on alloy walls with a single punch on Huang Yi Star, a testament to his formidable strength. The resounding thud reverberated through the hearts of all present, as the immense recoil forced Wu Chang to stagger backwards several steps, while the red-haired warrior, with the support of his comrades, managed to withstand the blow with greater stability. With a strength comparable to that of the red-haired warrior, he effortlessly gauged Wu Chang's capabilities with a single move, determined to eliminate this adversary without a hint of hesitation. Together with a comrade standing resolutely beside him, they advanced in unison towards Wu Chang. In that moment, Merlin and the others also threw caution to the wind. Despite their inferior skills, they could not abandon Wu Chang. Ruli led the charge towards the opponent, while Merlin readied his rifle to provide distant support. Scatter, engage, and brawl. The red-haired warrior succinctly articulated 3 phrases, which encapsulated the most effective response strategy in that moment. A rock hurtled towards Merlin, propelled by the fastest warrior of the Tyrannosaurus squad. Before Merlin could even fire a shot, a fist unexpectedly struck him ahead of the rock. While he could evade the fist, he could not escape the rock. Merlin braced his rifle against his chest, attempting to block the ferocious blow, but the weapon crumpled and shattered under the impact. Almost immediately, the rock collided with his shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. The struggle was arduous not only for Merlin, but also for Ruli, Qiansun, and Mary, all of whom found themselves entangled in fierce combat. Ruli single-handedly faced a Tyrannosaurus soldier, while Qian Sun and Mary teamed up against another warrior, yet they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. However, the most challenging ordeal was faced by Wu Chang, who was relentlessly assaulted by two synchronously coordinated warriors, their fists and feet raining down like a torrential storm. Under such a frenzied offensive, Wu Chang could only rely on his elusive tiger break technique to evade. With no opportunity to counterattack, it was at this moment that Wu Chang truly comprehended the prowess of elite martial artists. The world was indeed rife with formidable individuals, although he possessed ancient martial arts. In the face of overwhelming strength, even ancient techniques proved to be of limited efficacy. Retreat. We must withdraw. Head towards the valley. Wu Chang resolutely refused to act recklessly. If they could not win, they must flee. And there was no shame in that. The members of the third squad varied in strength, yet they were all adept at the art of escape, having emerged from the lower echelons of society, where the fundamental survival skill was evasion. None would foolishly charge, and his heroes' .5 figures swiftly dashed towards the valley, and just as the Tyrannosaurus squad prepared to pursue, the members of the third squad collectively retrieved objects from their pockets and hurled them towards the enemy's faces. What the hell, you despicable cowards, throwing sand? The Tyrannosaurs, finally incensed, could scarcely believe that this band of ambushers resorted to such underhanded tactics. The red-haired captain bellowed in fury, "Form a human pyramid. I will take them down." At his command, two soldiers quickly moved to the front, kneeling face to face, their hands interlocked. Simultaneously, the red-haired captain completed his run-up, forcefully propelling himself off the soldiers' hands. The combined strength of the two soldiers, along with the captain's own momentum, generated an unimaginable force as he soared through the air like a human cannonball. The synchronization of the fourth-tier warrior's speed was already impressive, but when augmented by the added kinetic energy from the human pyramid, it allowed a martial artist to experience the sensation of flight. The red-haired captain, akin to a projectile, tumbled through the sky, crashing into the dust-laden wooden cabin before the astonished eyes of the Black Horse squad. With a resounding crash, the dilapidated cabin splintered apart, and dust enveloped the area. "Dodge the cabin. Run to the sides," Wu Chang shouted, directing his subordinates to escape to the left and right, while he himself plunged into the billowing dust. Determined to buy time for his comrades through his own combat, Wu Chang's strategy was astute. The red-haired captain had descended from the heavens, blocking their escape route, and only his own strength could rival him. If he could exchange blows with the captain for just a few moments, it would surely grant his comrades the opportunity to flee. As for Wu Chang, he harbored no concerns, firmly believing that his tiger break technique would facilitate his escape with ease. However, the unfolding events grew increasingly peculiar. The vast cloud of dust before him bore an air of mystery. A mere wooden cabin, even if it had stood for a century, could not possibly create such a commotion. The dust obscured an area equivalent to half a football field. Furthermore, the red-haired captain, who had just crashed inside, had not made a sound. Don't tell me he fell to his death. If a fourth-tier martial artist could perish from such a fall, they might as well give up. Moreover, Wu Chang had been immersed in the dust for several minutes, yet the anticipated sounds of battle were conspicuously absent. Time ticked by, and the soldiers pursuing outside began to sense something amiss. It was uncertain who halted first, but soon everyone stood still, their eyes fixed on the dissipating dust, holding their breath. What is happening? It's been 4 or 5 minutes. Why is there not a single sound? Just then, a tense voice emerged from the dust. What is this place? Stop fighting outside, gather quickly. Following this, Wu Chang's voice commanded, cease fire immediately. Bring the first aid kit. Mary, prepare to bandage. Someone is injured. In an instant, all tension surged among the group. The 8 subordinates, momentarily forgetting their previous skirmish, dove into the dust. At that moment, a sudden dry, hot breeze swept through, swiftly dissipating the cloud of dust. Before everyone's eyes lay a massive pit, measuring at least 2 meters in diameter. With Wu Chang supporting the red-haired captain at its edge, damn it, I just crashed into the cabin, and to my surprise, the floor was hollow. There's a secret passage beneath, the red-haired captain exclaimed in frustration. Mary, quickly assist with the bandaging. Something is amiss here. Let us put aside the training for now, Wu Chang instructed, pointing towards the pit while analyzing the situation. Look, there are shell casings on the ground, and the surface is remarkably smooth and solid. indicating frequent heavy traffic. Wu Chang leapt into the pit to examine it closely. Goodness, the ground here is pristine, with a thin layer of loose soil, suggesting that it is often traversed. The tunnel is well ventilated. Wait, there's a password door here. Someone come and help me crack it. Wu Chang's figure vanished into the tunnel, his voice growing fainter as he moved further away. Meanwhile, the red-haired captain, having received a hasty bandage, pushed Mary away, declaring, "It's just a sprained ankle. I can't endure it. Everyone follow me. Let us investigate this mysterious tunnel." Among the 10 present, Qian Sun and Merlin possessed the highest hacking skills, and it took them over half an hour to finally unlock the password door. As it slowly ascended, a myriad of lights illuminated the interior, revealing a bright hall that spanned over 200 square meters. Goodness, we're going to strike it rich. The red-haired captain's gaze fell upon the neatly arranged array of weapons and equipment, along with boxes of energy bars and even several small wooden chests glimmering with the sheen of gold coins. "We've hit the jackpot," he exclaimed, as he pushed Qian Sun and Merlin aside and limped eagerly into the hall. Inside, the space was filled with high-quality weapons that were hot commodities on the black market. The latest models of assault rifles, shoulder-mounted missiles, crates of grenades, and even 2 large bags of fog juice. More enticingly, on an iron rack in the corner of the hall lay a dozen wooden boxes, which upon opening revealed stacks of gleaming gold coins, each box containing at least 4,000 to 5,000 coins. "Ahahaha, we're rich. I can't believe the bonus hasn't even arrived yet, and we've already earned hundreds of thousands of gold coins." The red-haired captain joyously slapped his subordinates on the back. His excitement palpable. As Wu Chang and the others observed the captain's exuberance, they exchanged glances and began to meticulously search the secret base until a shocking discovery was made. "Captain, you must see this. There's a corpse here." Qian Sun's exclamation startled everyone present, and they quickly converged around the corner he indicated in the northeastern corner of the base. A crystal coffin lay quietly, dim lighting casting its glow on the pallid corpse within, preserved in a viscous liquid that enveloped the naked man. The presence of a dead body was not inherently alarming, even if the man was well-built and muscular. However, the scars adorning his body were truly shocking. On his left arm, left leg, right leg, pelvic area, and heart region, there were numerous incisions, leaving behind a grotesque array of linear scars, resembling a patchwork doll. "Why does it seem like a stitched-up puppet?" Mary instinctively remarked, a single phrase that reminded everyone, and the red-haired captain nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is a patchwork of corpses. Just look at his left hand and right hand. The skin tones are clearly different. The elasticity of the skin on the left leg is notably superior to that of the right leg. What is this thing? Is this a laboratory?" A subordinate of the Tyrannosaurus, perplexed, inquired. "What does it matter what it is? Our immediate concern is to amass wealth. Quickly, let us take the gold coins and the mist, and gather any useful weapons and equipment." At this moment, Wu Chang interjected, "Hey, we all discovered it together. How dare you act unilaterally? Do you wish to monopolize it?" This statement stirred a hornet's nest, and before the members of the third squad could react, 4 large-caliber shotguns were already aimed at them. "What are you? How dare you covet my possessions? Is it merely the Black Horse Camp, a trashy camp known for sending out cannon fodder infantry? Killing you would be no different from slaughtering a dog." The red-haired captain stood beside the crystal coffin, arrogantly pounding on the glass cover, unafraid of shattering it. "Calm down, everyone. Remain calm." Wu Chang raised his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. "We can discuss this. We are all soldiers of the Empire. There is no need for discord. You are the noble Tyrannosaurus camp, while we are merely the ordinary Black Horse camp. We do not dare to ask for a fair share. If you feast, may we at least sip some broth?" "Broth? You think you can drink excrement soup?" the captain scoffed, looking at Wu Chang as if he were a fool. "Want to sip broth? Fine. Each of you can have a can of mist, go home and enjoy. Half awake and half dreaming, waiting for your fortune." With that, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to drive this group of lunatics away. Under the threat of the 4 shotguns, Wu Chang and his companions had no capacity for resistance and could only obediently retreat. Perhaps due to their overly docile demeanor, or perhaps because the tyrannosaurs were overly confident, by the time they reached the door, only 1 soldier escorted Wu Chang and his group. This soldier casually tossed a few cans of mist to Wu Chang. "Warning, behave. Don't harbor any ill intentions and scram honestly, dreaming of taking advantage of us tyrannosaurs? Dare not? Dare not? Wu Chang nodded humbly, swiftly crouching into the tunnel outside the automatic door. As the last relaxed Tyrannosaurus soldier ducked into the tunnel. At that very moment, Wu Chang suddenly struck. A flash of red light erupted from his fist, the high-temperature fire element instantaneously severing the shotgun's barrel and, in turn, cutting off 3 of the soldier's fingers. Ah! The screaming soldier was unable to pull the trigger and instinctively hurled the half-shattered weapon at Wu Chang, who easily dodged it. Tiger break, triple nail fist. The nail fist struck fiercely against the soldier's shoulder blade, resulting in a catastrophic fracture. Wu Chang effortlessly seized the soldier's collar and threw him into the corridor, while Merlin hastily shut the door, changing the code. In fact, Merlin and the others had long been prepared. The moment Wu Chang stepped into the tunnel, he had already keyed in the password. Merlin had anticipated the strategy of closing the door on the dog. With one soldier under control, the password door swiftly descended. While the Tyrannosaurus team members inside the base, realizing what was happening, fired several rounds at the front door. However, most of the shotgun blasts were thwarted by the password door, and even the few that slipped through could not harm Wu Chang and his group. Once the password door was completely shut, Merlin completed the code changed. At this point, the red-haired captain could only shout curses through the reinforced glass. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of the door was exceptionally effective. No matter how much the 4 individuals inside cursed, Wu Chang could not hear a word in the end. The impish Qian Shun even had the leisure to pull faces at them from the inside. Captain, how shall we deal with them below? Before Lu Li could finish his question, a scene of sheer astonishment unfolded. The Tyrannosaurus team members in the room were actually modifying grenades one by one. Sweet melon grenades were linked together, silver wires connected to a delay mechanism, and in less than 10 minutes, a necklace of 12 grenades was hung at the door. The red-haired captain squinted, coldly sneering at Wu Chang, whose mouth was continually moving, as if uttering something. Captain, let's retreat. An odor, no matter how sturdy, can withstand the simultaneous explosion of 12 grenades. Before Merlin could finish, Wu Chang merely shook his head with a chilling smile, pointing behind the red-haired captain and softly stating, "No need for that. Look at what that is." This remark drew everyone's collective attention, but when they beheld the scene before them, they were so frightened that not a single word escaped their lips. Da-da-da, someone, it was unclear who, trembled uncontrollably. The high-intensity bulletproof glass not only offered excellent protection but was also extraordinarily clear. The bizarre expressions of Wu Chang and the others were easily seen by those inside. The 4 Tyrannosaurus trainees instinctively turned to look behind them. One of them screamed, for standing behind them was a person. A soaking wet corpse, the very same one from the crystal coffin in the confined chamber. A corpse suddenly standing behind you could hardly fail to induce terror, especially when that corpse was a grotesque assemblage of body parts. Though the Tyrannosaurus camp was an elite of the Empire's army, the soldiers were still human, prone to fear, especially as they were merely reserve troops, untested by the trials of battle. Confronted with this supernatural spectacle, every hair on their bodies stood on end. A bold soldier raised his shotgun, ready to pull the trigger, but in that instant, the corpse suddenly moved. A shadow zipped past the soldier, and before anyone could grasp what had transpired, there was a thud, and the shotgun fell to the ground. Along with a pair of hands in a single move, a strike faster than the eye could follow. The soldier's hands were severed at the wrists. It was only when his hands hit the floor that the soldier felt the pain. Ah! The scream lasted but a second as a large hand pierced through his back, emerging from his chest, the blood-soaked hand clutching a quivering heart. Tiger, the red-haired captain, consumed with grief, realized that today was surely a day of calamity. In his final moments, his inner ferocity was laid bare. To hell with it. What is there to fear? If you fear him, he will not spare you either. With that, the captain and his well-coordinated subordinate launched an assault on the corpse. Attacking from both sides, at this juncture, Wu Chang was left dumbfounded. Once the battle in the room commenced, he understood just how terrifying this corpse truly was. Its speed was like lightning, its resilience beyond measure, and its strength far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, transforming this battle into a one-sided massacre. The red-haired captain seemed to have forgotten the injury on his foot. In a life-and-death situation, He unleashed all the latent potential of his body. The captain and his partner initially aimed to entangle the corpse and allow the remaining brothers to detonate the grenades, but it was futile. The corpse offered no opportunity for anyone to escape. In a flash, a large hand grasped the throat of one soldier. With a crisp crack, the soldier's head tilted, blood pouring from his mouth. The red-haired captain, now infuriated, disregarded his open vulnerabilities and charged his iron fist straight at the corpse's head. The corpse rolled and delivered a kick, striking the captain squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the weapon rack like a puppet with severed strings. It was unclear what mechanism he had triggered. But suddenly the intercom on the password door activated. "Bastards, open the door. You scoundrels, will you just stand by and watch your comrades die?" The red-haired captain's frantic cries echoed through the intercom. "Comrades? You dare call us comrades?" Wu Chang was infuriated. "When you held a gun to our heads, did you consider us comrades? When you hogged everything for yourself, did you think of us as comrades? Let me tell you the truth. This corpse is the very monster you unleashed. Your arrogant pounding on the crystal coffin triggered the mechanism that awakened this killing machine. You brought this upon yourself, strangely enough." After Wu Chang's voice resonated in the hall, the corpse, which had been gripping another soldier's throat, froze momentarily, as if it had heard Wu Chang's words. The red-haired captain, oblivious to this detail, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed at Wu Chang through the glass. Cursing, "What are you? A mere cannon fodder infantry dares to lecture me? Let me make it clear. Even if I die, the Tyrannosaurs will seek vengeance upon you. Just wait for your demise." The soldiers of the Tyrannosaurus were proud, and the red-haired captain was the epitome of that pride in their eyes. Aside from the Ice Dragon and a few elite combat schools, everything else was trash, and trash was meant to be sacrificed. They were only worthy of using their contemptible lives to create opportunities for these elites to achieve victory. The red-haired captain was undoubtedly a person spoiled by his instructors, and he possessed a remarkably low emotional intelligence. In such a situation, instead of seeking mercy, he dared to hurl insults. "Very well, then wait for your death," Wu Chang retorted, turning to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the corpse suddenly erupted in fury, crushing the soldier's throat with a swift motion. Its entire form lunging towards the code door, mouth agape, incoherently pleading, don't go." The hairs on Wu Chang's back stood on end. He could hardly fathom that a dead body could speak. "Retreat. We must withdraw," he urged. "This place is no longer safe." Subsequently, a group hastily evacuated the tunnel, escorting the captive with urgency. Upon the Team's return to the surface, they dared not linger, swiftly rushing towards the depths of the training ground. After running a full 2 kilometers, they finally found a secure environment to catch their breath. The injured Tyrant squad member collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably in the span of a mere 2 to 3 hours. All his comrades had perished. How could he not feel sorrow? "Squad leader, what shall we do now?" Qian Sun asked, anxiety evident in his voice. Wu Chang took a sip of water, exhaling deeply. "Report this. Such an eerie occurrence is beyond our capacity to handle." "No way," Merlin abruptly interjected, leaping to his feet. Without hesitation, he approached the captive and struck him on the neck with a precise chop, rendering the unfortunate soul unconscious. "Have you lost your mind? For tyrants have fallen. They would surely seek vengeance upon us. We are all natives of the Left Bank Paradise Star. We know too well the tyrant camp's arrogance." After hearing Merlin's analysis, Qian Sun chimed in. "Indeed, if the tyrants could be trusted, then there would be no malice on the Left Bank Paradise Star. Not to mention, in the mountainous region where the tyrant camp is located, cases of soldiers insulting women arise with alarming frequency. And the locals dare not intervene." Merlin spoke with urgency on the front lines. "The discipline of the tyrant assault group is atrocious. They commit all manner of misdeeds, if not for their formidable combat prowess. The military would have dealt with them long ago, as the group debated. Wu Chang felt for the first time the darkness lurking within the military in his mind. The notion of moral decay was reserved for mere garrison troops, and he had maintained a largely optimistic view of regular forces. This sentiment was understandable, as his first encounter with a regular army had been with the Imperial Guards led by Gubo, the personal protectors of the second princess. How could their discipline be anything but exemplary? However, within true military ranks, especially those seasoned by the battlefield that reveal humanity's darker nature. The filth cannot be cleansed. Seeing Wu Chang hesitating, Merlin added fuel to the fire. Don't be naive. Just look at that scoundrel, Gun Brother. Such scum has infiltrated the military, and you still believe it's a virtuous place. Let me share a harsh truth. These prestigious military academies are the most powerful factions on the left bank Paradise Star. Do you think these population groups refrain from showing them respect annually? Don't be foolish. While these academies may not overtly engage in human trafficking, they covertly support numerous population groups, and that is no longer a secret. Having reached this point, Wu Chang realized his comrades would not deceive him. He pounded the ground with his fist. These bastards deserve death. Striding purposefully to the unconscious soldier, he declared, "Damn it, since you are among the elite of the tyrants, you must have committed many misdeeds. Dying at my hands today is not an injustice." With that, he tightened his large hand like a fan around the soldier's head and twisted with force. A sickening crack signaling the break of the cervical vertebrae. Wu Chang gazed at the buried corpse. A heavy weight settled upon his heart. Although he recognized the truth in what his comrades said, the shadow of having killed a fellow soldier lingered, a purely psychological burden. Mary stood beside him, softly offering comfort. "You are an outsider, unaware of the depths of darkness within." She paused, collecting her thoughts. "When I was 15, I was confronted by 4 soldiers." Her voice fell to a whisper, as if ensnared by haunting memories. At that moment, Wu Chang gently patted her back, offering silent support, while they dealt with the bodies in hot sand port. Within a modest villa, the middle-aged man who had been smashing things was once again consumed by rage. However, this time he refrained from destruction, fixating on the flashing alarm light on the wall. Lost in thought, "Is this a deliberate affront to me? In just a day, the secret warehouse has been uncovered, and even Blood Shadow has awakened. What misfortune, what misfortune!" Surrounding him were several subordinates, who quickly reassured their superior. "No need to worry, sir. Blood Shadow was already due for testing combat capabilities. Now, with so many live targets, isn't this fortuitous? Let us discreetly inform the direct affiliates of the Grand Princess, allowing them to take precautions. If necessary, we can simply withdraw. When the time comes, only the second princess's loyal followers will remain in the arena, and their deaths will have no bearing on us." Seated in the bar, the troubled middle-aged man rubbed his aching temples. "We must take drastic measures. It seems the left bank Paradise Star requires a thorough cleansing. The second princess's influence has grown alarmingly fast in recent years. Who could have anticipated that the second princess would manage to secure Huangyi Star in a mere 3 days? Such prowess is extraordinary." Hearing this, a subordinate seized the moment, showering praise. "Supervisor, your brilliance shines. The second princess has triumphed at Huangyi Star. Now it's up to you to prove yourself on the left bank Paradise Star. If you succeed, how could the Grand Princess not value you?" "Exactly. The day of your elevation is nigh, esteemed supervisor." Amidst a chorus of flattery, the middle-aged man finally revealed a semblance of a smile. A smile that Wu Chang recognized well, having witnessed it for 3 consecutive days aboard the snowboat. The Grand Princess's appointee in the left bank Paradise Star was, astonishingly, Mystria, as the capital of the left bank Paradise Star. Hot Sandport is a nexus of global wealth, its grandeur a result of millennia of development. At its heart lies the governor's mansion, currently presided over by the youngest brother of the Imperial Emperor, whose appointment to this post is purely a matter of privilege. 1 block away from the governor's mansion lies a meticulously maintained garden, and deep within this garden stands a beautiful white sandstone villa, the office of the Imperial Military's establishment on the left bank Paradise Star. Despite its designation as an office, the authority wielded here is significant, led by a Major General. Major General Yi Wenshui is a genuine member of the royal family, distinct from the lineage of Yi Tian and Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Wenshui sat in his office, gazing up at the holographic screen projecting the real-time situation in the Rocky Mountains, while an officer beside him casually reported updates. The competition in the Rocky Mountains had entered its 2nd day, and the intensity of the battles surpassed previous years, as so far, 28 teams had been eliminated. With 41 medals secured, the competition was reaching a fever pitch. Just as his subordinate was cheerfully updating the Major General, a deputy burst into the office, neglecting protocol, disregarding both the report and the need to knock. "This is bad. A crisis has emerged." 5 competitors from the Tyrant training camp have suddenly lost their vital signs. At this revelation, the room fell into stunned silence. Why? Shui leapt from his chair, exclaiming, "What do you mean by lost their vital signs? It is highly probable they are dead." The deputy gasped, breathless. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room turned chaotic. The Tyrant training camp was the elite training facility established by the Imperial military's renowned Tyrant Combat Group, a unit that had participated in nearly every campaign of the Empire over the past century, with achievements sufficient to fill a museum. Yet today, 5 reserve members of the Tyrant had perished on the training grounds. And this fiercely protective military would not take such a matter lightly. Compounding the situation was the close relationship between the Tyrant assault group and the Grand Princess. The mere thought of that wrathful woman sent shivers down their spines. Unfortunate, truly unfortunate, Shui cursed inwardly, though he maintained a facade of composure. Do not panic. Instruct the oversight team to enter immediately and conduct a thorough investigation. We must see the living and the dead. We cannot rely solely on computer reports. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the Rocky Mountains, an ominous atmosphere began to spread quietly. The Ice Dragon Military Academy, led by Baron Laylock, received a top-secret email from the outside world the following evening. How could this exercise terminal receive external emails? Aren't all channels supposed to be blocked? Laylock pondered, perplexed. Typically, during the 10-day exercise, the terminal's communication functions were disabled, retaining only the most basic map inquiry capabilities. Arthur leaned in curiously. What does it matter? Let us just take a look. After all, it's from our Academy's internal channel. They wouldn't harm us. Upon opening the email, Laylock's surprise morphed into shock as he read the contents. What is going on? The Academy is instructing us to withdraw from the competition, and immediately. Once again, it is an email from Instructor Zhongyan. Tan Baihe and Thomas seized the terminal with great urgency, their hearts racing as they busied themselves. After a full quarter of an hour, both exclaimed in astonishment that the message was genuine, indeed sent from the Academy's religious officer. This revelation plunged the entire team into immediate silence. After contemplating for quite some time, Laylock, filled with indignation, smashed a rock with his fist, declaring, "This is unacceptable. Why should we withdraw? Our Ice Dragon team was not in last place during the previous competition. Is it fair for us to be disqualified? This is my first time leading a team into competition. Must I bear such disgrace?" In this training ground, the fury was not confined to the Ice Dragon team alone. Deep within a canyon, 5 valiant warriors from the Elite Fighting Academy were equally bewildered, having received a similar email from their own institution. What is going on? We only possess 5 medals. Returning with such a record would be utterly embarrassing. One exclaimed. Indeed, has the Academy gone mad? How can they issue such a chaotic command? Do you think our rivals could have forged this? Impossible. They are using the same equipment as us, no matter how skilled they are. They cannot infiltrate the Academy's systems. As discussions swirled among them, the captain of the elite fighting team interjected. We cannot ignore the Academy's orders. I propose we fight fiercely tomorrow, seize more medals, and by tomorrow evening, we shall announce our withdrawal. Damn it, when I return, the Academy must provide me with an explanation, or I will take legal action against the Sanhai Star military. That evening, numerous teams received this clandestine request to withdraw from the competition. And without exception, all were authentic and highly encrypted. The architect of this affair was none other than Mistria from Hot Sandport, the overseer assigned by the Grand Princess to Left Bank Paradise. Due to the unexpected release of Blood Shadow, he had to adjust his plans, expediting most of them. The rivalry between the Grand Princess and the Second Princess had intensified over the years. And with the Second Princess now of age and exceptionally gifted, she had attracted the attention of countless ambitious individuals, rapidly amassing an army of her own. On Left Bank Paradise, countless training camps had long since chosen sides, with only the top institutions like Ice Dragon and Elite Fighting maintaining a semblance of neutrality. Of course, disreputable institutions like the Dark Horse Academy were left unclaimed. With Blood Shadow unleashed, Mistria was acutely aware of its terrifying capabilities. This bioweapon was a product of the collaboration between top scientists and magicians. Though it could only be deemed a semi-finished product, its power had already surpassed that of a 7th-tier warrior, making it more than capable of challenging these student soldiers. The only drawback was the bioweapon's uncontrollable ferocity, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. and when driven by rage, it would indiscriminately kill. Mr. Ya had only one controller under his command, unfortunately not on the planet at the moment. To prevent collateral damage, he had to inform his allies to evacuate swiftly, indifferent to how many of the second princess's subordinates perished. As the Grand Princess's loyalists prepared to retreat, Mr. Ya also needed to notify both Ice Dragon and Elite Fighting, institutions neither dared to offend. Clearly, these academies wished to avoid the chaos, and after careful consideration, they ordered their teams to withdraw from the competition. That night, several weaker academies chose to exit the contest, and convoy after convoy of land vehicles traversed the wasteland. What on earth is happening tonight? Why is it so bustling? 3 land vehicles have departed in half an hour, Qian Shun muttered under his breath. Hey, you glutton, do you think that peculiar corpse has left? If we return, will we be in any danger? Lu Li shot him a glare. Are you just thinking about the money again? You're only fixated on what's inside. Is that not a valid concern? Don't you care about money? Not to mention, what about Mary's mother's surgery fees? Does that not require funds? You've always wanted to buy a land vehicle for your family. Does that not cost money? And Merlin, he has been saving for his retirement. He dreams of becoming a farmer, which requires even more capital. Without money, what purpose is there in living? Just as he finished speaking, a faint sound of stones clashing echoed from 100 meters away in the darkness. The noise immediately startled Qian Shun, who swiftly covered Lu Li's mouth and anxiously stared in the direction of the sound. At that moment, Wu Chang and the others also sensed something amiss. Swiftly dispersing, with Mary even kicking at the small campfire. Before the flames had entirely extinguished, several figures lunged from the shadows, encircling Wu Chang's team. The assailants made no immediate move, merely observing the besieged Dark Horse team with mocking gazes. The Dark Horse camp? Is that not the one that previously clashed with the execution hall? One shadowy figure remarked. Indeed, that is the Dark Horse camp, notorious for a sudden eruption of magical flames in the arena that ultimately led to the demise of an outer leader of the execution hall. This incident circulated in Hot Sandport for several days, yet now it has faded into obscurity. Wu Chang fixed a wary gaze upon the figures in the darkness, just as one of them spoke first. We are members of the Elite Fighting Academy, and encountering you is your misfortune. Hand over your medals. I prefer not to resort to violence. Wu Chang took 3 deep breaths to calm his mounting anger. Initially believing that the Tyrannosaurus group was arrogant enough, yet now he found himself confronted by an even more haughty crew. Elite Fighting, is it? How can you be so certain that we possess medals? Do you not realize we are merely a cannon fodder camp, specializing in sending infantry to their doom? How could such precious metals possibly fall into our hands? Wu Chang's tone was laden with self-deprecation. Yet the opposing figures completely disregarded his sarcasm, merely stating, then strip, let us inspect. If you truly lack metals, we shall naturally let you go. The calmness of their tone was disconcerting, as if it were a matter of course. Akin to a farmer discussing the slaughter of a sheep, I am the master. You are the sheep. Even if I were to kill you, it is only natural to shear your wool. What if I refuse? Before Wu Chang could finish his sentence, a figure darted past the campfire like lightning, delivering a punch to Merlin's abdomen, leaving him drenched in sweat from the pain. One anticipated the swiftness and brutality with which the Elite Fighting team struck, swiftly subduing all except Wu Chang. Merlin doubled over, clutching his stomach, while a hand rested lightly on Mary's throat, poised to crush it at any moment. Lu Li and Qian Shun fared even worse. Having been kicked against the rocks, followed by daggers pressed against their throats. The arrogant warrior in the darkness chuckled, approaching the campfire to gather the glowing embers and add more kindling, illuminating the small campsite. I am Sima Wu, a man of reason. Surrender your medals, and I will spare you. Your eligibility to compete has not been lost. You still have a full 8 days to search for medals. I am confident you will find some, but for now, please present your medals. We are in urgent need. He casually added, my brothers have already reached the 4th tier of warriors. Your team is no match for us. At this juncture, Wu Chang had no alternative but to concede. He must recognize his inferiority. However, even in defeat, he wished to take one final gamble. He retrieved a gilded medal from his pocket and carefully placed it upon the rock. The medal is here. You may take it, but I have a proposal. Do you dare to wager with me? Let us duel fairly. The victor claims this medal, while the loser forfeits their participation. Sima Wu regarded Wu Chang with interest. You are quite the strategist, are you not? Aware that you would gain no advantage in a brawl, you resort to this provocation. But I am curious, why are you so confident in your own abilities? The Tiger Break, the three-pin punch. As Tiger Break twisted and contorted its form, it traced an astonishing arc, an arc that rendered the three-pin punches erratic and unpredictable. With a resounding thud, the strikes landed almost instantaneously upon the right chest, right shoulder, and elbow joint of Sima Wu. Caught off guard, Sima Wu could hardly fathom that Wu Chang, after sustaining a kick, could retaliate so swiftly, and astonishingly, none of the three-pin punches had been evaded. Stepping back 2 paces to regain his footing, Sima Wu finally adopted a serious demeanor. No wonder, truly no wonder. Your strength and speed may only reflect that of a third-tier warrior, yet your bizarre movements compensate for this weakness, elevating your prowess to that of a fourth-tier warrior. As he mused on this, Sima Wu turned to his 4 companions. Now that we have seen clearly, do not let your egos inflate. This universe is teeming with hidden talents. Our elite combat skills are but a drop in the ocean. Today, let us broaden our horizons. Before he could finish his statement, Sima Wu had already launched his offensive. Having gauged Wu Chang's strength, he knew that his own formidable physique could withstand the impact of the pin punches. Though painful, they were far from fatal. However, Wu Chang must not afford him any openings. If he did, Sima Wu's strength could easily rend him apart. The elites from the elite combat school were indeed extraordinary. Possessing rich practical experience, Sima Wu gritted his teeth, enduring 4 or 5 punches from Wu Chang to seize an opportunity to counterattack. When he spotted a weakness in Wu Chang's right side, Sima Wu transformed his left fist into a claw and ensnared Wu Chang's right arm, twisting it behind his back with a sharp crack. Following this, Sima Wu's right knee, swift as lightning, collided with Wu Chang's right side. Thud, thud, thud. The hard bone of his knee struck the vulnerable ribs 3 times, ultimately breaking 2 of them with a final, forceful impact. Wu Chang let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolling down his forehead. Class leader, boss, Wu Chang. The brothers from Class 3 were immediately incensed, rushing forward desperately to rescue their leader. Yet, Sima Wu's companions were no mere bystanders. Each engaged a member of their group, effectively subduing Mei Lin and the others. That moment, Wu Chang's heart boiled with a tempest of pain and the humiliation of being restrained, igniting a fury within him. Sima Wu, however, had already perceived the anger burning in Wu Chang's eyes. What is the matter? Do you wish to fight back? Ha, do you possess the strength for that? You are but cannon fodder. Despite your clever little tricks, in the face of absolute strength, you are nothing but refuse. Just as Sima Wu brazenly flaunted his superiority, Wu Chang's right arm, twisted behind his back, suddenly bulged with muscle, veins protruding ominously. A strange tremor coursed through him, so intense that even Sima Wu could not maintain his grip. Curious about my movements, are you? Allow me to reveal their name. This technique is called Tiger Break, and what you have just witnessed is merely the lowest tier of its mastery, Body Break. Would you like to know the name of the higher tier? At that moment, the tremor in Wu Chang's arm had escalated to the point where Sima Wu's hands began to tingle. Suddenly, Wu Chang's arm shook free from his opponent's grasp, transforming into a shadow amidst the night, no longer bound by the control of his enemy. Beyond Body Break lies Shadow Break. Do you wish to catch a shadow? Then come and try your luck. Stunned, Sima Wu could hardly comprehend what had transpired when a swift shadow flickered before him, delivering a resounding slap to his left cheek, the force sufficient to raise a vivid red imprint. What just happened? Sima Wu still did not grasp the situation when another resounding slap struck the back of his head, the crack echoing, shocking everyone present. The 9 individuals in attendance were left bewildered. None could fathom how Wu Chang had achieved this. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Wu Chang had transformed into a mere blur, distinguishable only as a human form, yet exuding an eerie presence. The phenomenon of a residual shadow occurs when an individual's speed reaches an extraordinary level. Much like swiftly waving one's hand before their face, one can perceive a ghostly afterimage. Now, Wu Chang's movements had attained the realm of Shadow Break, rendering a 4th-tier warrior utterly helpless against such an enigmatic technique. In mere moments, Sima Wu had endured 6 or 7 resounding slaps, along with 4 kicks. Though uninjured, the pain was undeniably acute. Frustrated, he bellowed, Seize these scoundrels. Let us see if you dare to act with this command. The elite combat warriors once again pressed their daggers to the throats of Class 3's brethren, while Wuchang, fatigued from the exertion, had reached his limit. The shadow break technique was incredibly taxing. After merely 10 minutes of deployment, he was drenched in sweat. Sima Wu, do you still have the audacity to threaten? Unable to defeat me, you resort to intimidation. Have you no sense of dignity as a warrior? Panting heavily, Wuchang pointed an accusatory finger at Sima Wu. Before Sima Wu could retort, a sudden round of applause erupted from the darkness. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Brother Sima's skills have become increasingly refined, and this Wuchang has managed to transcend the realm of movement in battle. He is indeed a talent recommended by General Gubai and the second princess. Accompanying the voice were 5 figures, and Wuchang immediately recognized the lead figure, none other than the one who had once aided him. Laylock, the so-called Baron. Not only is he here, but Thomas and Arthur are here as well. Wuchang approached Laylock, offering a solemn military salute. Thank you for your assistance last time. I have yet to express my gratitude. And it was remiss of me to appear that Sima Wu and Laylock were quite familiar, to the extent that formalities were unnecessary. That moment, Sima Wu was still processing Laylock's earlier statement. What do you mean? What do you imply about this fellow? A talent recommended by General Gubai and the second princess. Sima Wu struggled to digest this shocking revelation, his eyes glazing over. Laylock had no time to elaborate. He fixed his gaze upon Wuchang, asking, You are clearly a new student at the Ice Dragon Academy. Why have you reported to the Dark Horse Camp? Has something happened? Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Even the brothers from Class 3 were flabbergasted. The class leader is a new student at Ice Dragon Academy? The boss is a talent recommended by General Gubai? Wuchang actually knows the second princess? Instinctively, the elite academy warriors released their hold on Class 3's members, for the shock that Wuchang had instigated was overwhelming, nearly short-circuiting their brains. The chasm of identity is not something to be taken lightly. Nobles and commoners, the wealthy and the destitute, those within the system and those outside it. Varied identities slice society into distinct groups, some exalted, others as lowly as mud. Wuchang was not a noble. His wealth was uncertain. Yet now he undeniably qualified as a talent within the system. Even as a commoner, he had been endorsed by the royal family, a fact that alone could catapult him to prominence within the system. Wuchang could not answer Laylock's question, primarily because he himself was perplexed by how his identification had vanished, and though these individuals had previously aided him, their true allegiances remained ambiguous. It was a complex situation. Indeed, that moment, Hailstorm Leak stepped forward, picking up the metal from the stone and tossing it to Wuchang. I've seen it all. Sima Wu, you are truly disgraceful. Resorting to threats when you cannot win is the most contemptible of tactics. Sima Wu was utterly vexed. He had merely been caught off guard by Wuchang's skill, and the latter's relentless slaps had pushed him to the brink, prompting an instinctive outburst of threats. Sima Wu stammered. Struggling to articulate a coherent response, at that point, Hailstorm Leak pulled out another medal from his pocket, gently placing it upon the rock. Wuchang, is it? I would very much like to wager with you. Should you win, this medal is yours. Should you lose, it remains yours. Wuchang was momentarily taken aback, but Leak's subsequent words ignited his fury. If you lose, it would signify that the second princess misjudged you. And likewise for General Gubai. I would not hesitate to spread the word across Sanhaxing. The second princess, Yimei, was Wuchang's first love in this world. The first experience is always the most cherished, and the first should always be treasured. Now, Wuchang found himself in a predicament. Despite having lived 2 lives and not being a man blinded by desire, he could not shake his feelings for Yimei. His decision to join the military was largely motivated by her, 70 for her, and the remaining 30 for the allure of the formidable battle armor. However, today, this fellow named Leak had the audacity to use Yimei as leverage against him. Such a provocation was intolerable. Very well, if you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Wuchang's rising fury did not escape the keen eyes of Mary, the sensitive woman, who suddenly felt a pang of realization. She began to suspect that Wuchang and the second princess shared an intricate history. In that moment, Mary recalled some disrespectful rumors about the second princess. Would the notoriously promiscuous Yimei overlook such an exceptional man as Wuchang? She found it highly unlikely. Mary's mood sank to an unexpectedly low point. This was the true measure of Wu Chang's strength. Before him stood not a man, but a mountain, as imposing as the peak of the Rocky Mountains. Rake's feet moved swiftly within a mere foot beneath him, his hands gracefully swaying as they consistently intercepted the relentless punches hurled by the uncertainty. The strikes fell upon Rake like a torrential downpour. Yet his palms transformed into the many hands of Avalokiteshvara, adeptly blocking the onslaught in the blink of an eye. Choosing this adversary was indeed a grave miscalculation for uncertainty. Hail Rake was the foremost master of the Ice Dragon Academy. Although he publicly proclaimed himself merely a fourth-tier practitioner, I knew well that Rake had long surpassed the threshold of the fifth tier. He was the true champion of this training arena. Sima Wu lamented. The segmentation of martial artists has never been an easy feat, despite numerous scientists developing various instruments to measure the speed, strength, and agility of fighters, consolidating these into complex mathematical formulas in hopes of quantifying their prowess. The duels among warriors are forever shrouded in uncertainty. Countless instances exist where lower-tier fighters have triumphed over their superiors. Setting aside other factors, the very peculiar movement of uncertainty was an unpredictable variable that defied assessment. It is precisely for this reason that the advancement of martial artists is solely reliant on combat. Uncertainty publicly claimed to be a third-tier warrior, while Rake asserted himself as a fourth-tier practitioner. Though such claims were made, do not be foolish enough to take them at face value. If you truly believe it, do not lament when the consequences befall you. At that moment, uncertainty had fully mastered the shadow break movement. Having merely grazed the threshold of its realm during his earlier encounter with Sima Wu, however, the prolonged tug-of-war with Rake for over half an hour served as the finest means to solidify this newfound mastery. Strangely, throughout this duration, Rake remained entirely on the defensive, harboring no intention of launching an attack. "What are you thinking? Why don't you attack?" Uncertainty instinctively inquired, only to be met with a stunning spectacle. Without warning, Rake sprang into action. The confinement beneath his feet shattered as he traced intricate and unpredictable arcs, initiating a counterattack against Uncertainty. "Tiger break." Uncertainty exclaimed in disbelief, utterly astonished that Rake dared to employ his unique movement. "Indeed, it was your tiger break, which I had just recently mastered." With a ferocious cry, Rake's foot connected with Uncertainty's groin with tremendous force, sending him staggering back 10 meters before collapsing onto the sandy ground. Shock enveloped the entire arena. What extraordinary comprehension did Rake possess, to grasp the essence of the tiger break movement amidst combat, and to wield it so effectively? Now, Uncertainty was convinced. This world indeed harbored geniuses. And Rake was a rare martial prodigy. Uncertainty could hardly believe that Rake could absorb the intricacies of the tiger break within half an hour, yet judging by the techniques displayed, it was evident that this anomaly had at least attained 30% of its mastery. "Ha! Sima Wu, have you not always boasted that your elite combat academy reigns supreme? Today, allow me to show you what true genius looks like." Arthur's tone dripped with arrogance. Sima Wu found himself devoid of the strength to refute. Historically, the Ice Dragon Academy produced battlefield commanders, and in terms of combat, elite academies had always outshone others. However, this year marked a remarkable shift in fortune, as Rake's performance had firmly overshadowed them. At this moment, Rake was wholly absorbed in the struggle with Uncertainty, oblivious to the outside world, his concentration unwavering as he sought to extract the secrets hidden within Uncertainty. "Come now, unleash your hidden tricks and let me witness your prowess. I know you possess more secrets. Your strength is undoubtedly greater than this. Otherwise, the second princess and General Gubei would not have recommended you. Good for nothing, foolish pig, coward, scum, wretched bastard. Why don't you fight back? Hurry and retaliate." At this juncture, the spectators finally comprehended why Rake was known as Hail Rake. His relentless barrage of punches fell upon Uncertainty like a hailstorm, causing him to tremble and retreat. This moment, Uncertainty could do little more than evade using the shadow break technique. He could only dodge half of the relentless onslaught, while the other half he had to endure with his body. To make matters worse, the rib he had fractured during his encounter with Sima Wu began to ache, intensifying the agony and slowing his movements. Rake's disappointment was palpable. The exhilaration on his face vanished, replaced by a disdainful expression. "How could a coward like you receive the second princess's recommendation? Are you selling your body? Tell me, are you indeed a harlot? I see you as nothing more than a common whore. As Rake's taunts grew increasingly fervent, he brazenly included the second princess in his insults, deriding Yi Mei as a shameless woman and Uncertainty as nothing more than a gigolo at that moment. Uncertainty felt as though his back teeth were about to shatter. He had forgotten the pain coursing through him, his vision clouded by crimson rage. His adversary had transformed into a mortal enemy. And Uncertainty could no longer contain himself in that instant. All his meditation and composure crumbled, his heart thrown into chaos, silence. Uncertainty's roar reverberated through the surroundings, the air around him suddenly rippling violently, forming a rapidly spinning vortex of air. Standing within the vortex, his eyes blazing with fury, he emanated a chilling, murderous intent. You have pushed me to this point. Prepare to meet your end before the word death could escape his lips. The ground beneath Rake suddenly glowed with a dim crimson light. Before he could react, the earth began to crack, a brilliant flame surging forth, the scorching heat enveloping him and rapidly carbonizing his garments. Fire element, Raylock exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Uncertainty, you truly are an outlier. You can actually wield magic. In that instant, Rake was thrown into disarray, the sudden eruption of magical flames consuming his pants. Thankfully, it was his mastery at the 5th tier that allowed him to escape the ground's fiery onslaught just in time. No longer hesitating to conceal his abilities, Rake unleashed tremendous kinetic energy through his legs, propelling himself a full 20 meters away. Yes, he turned to gaze back at the spot he had just vacated. A towering inferno illuminated a radius of 100 meters, flames soaring over 10 meters high into the air. Ground fire. This is truly ground fire. How can your magical prowess be so advanced? Raylock dared not delay, positioning himself between Uncertainty and Rake, arms outstretched to obstruct Uncertainty's path. Uncertainty, I apologize. Rake is a martial enthusiast. His words were merely intended to provoke you and gauge your true strength. He harbors no malice. Please forgive him that I offer my apologies on his behalf. With that, the future Baron of the left bank bowed deeply before Uncertainty. At this moment, Uncertainty was utterly spent. Casting the ground fire spell had drained him of all potential. His legs buckled and his head tilted, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Uncertainty. The members of Class 3 rushed forward, the medic Mary fumbling to attend to Uncertainty's wounds. Deeply unconscious, Uncertainty was utterly fatigued. With a fractured right rib in dire need of treatment, he could no longer fight. We should withdraw, Mary pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Use mine. Rake and Sima Wu simultaneously produced emergency kits, handing them to Mary. Moreover, Sima Wu and Rake expressed their regret, stating, if Uncertainty had revealed his identity as an outlier earlier, we would have spared him from this conflict. Their words held truth. If one could expect to find a single martial artist among 1,000 ordinary citizens, one could imagine that it would require at least 1 million to uncover an outlier capable of perceiving magic. It was abundantly clear how precious those who could comprehend magic truly were. Were there outliers on the left bank of heaven? Certainly, but their numbers were counted in single digits, and they tended to live in seclusion, disinterested in worldly affairs, dedicating 90% of their time to the study of magic. Today, Uncertainty's revelation of his identity as an outlier before the gathered crowd left everyone utterly stunned. Despite Raylock being the heir of the left bank baron, he was but a mortal, while Uncertainty had embarked upon the path toward divinity within the magical realm. This truly represented a profound class divide, an insurmountable chasm of identity. In that moment, everyone realized that Uncertainty was the one of the highest noble status. Just as the crowd scrambled to tend to Uncertainty, a sudden commotion emerged from the southern darkness, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and faint cries of distress. Rake, go see what's happening. Before Raylock could finish, a bloodied soldier rushed from the shadows. As if fleeing from a nightmare, disregarding the assembled crowd entirely, it's a soldier from the Double Moon Academy. Thomas, with keen eyesight, immediately recognized the emblem upon the fleeing man's chest. He seized the dazed soldier, urgently inquiring what happened. Where are your comrades? Where did all this blood come from? The bewildered soldier, lost in a daze, stared blankly in the direction he sought to escape, muttering, corpses, living dead, malevolent spirits, malevolent spirits with a scream. The soldier broke free from Thomas's grasp and sprinted into the night. Just as the double-moon soldier vanished from sight, several figures emerged from the southern shadows, appearing to retain some semblance of awareness. "Run! What are you standing there for?" In the rear, there were apparitions. Indeed, phantoms. 4 or 5 soldiers hastily scattered from the camp, their armbands revealing allegiance to different academies. Even Laylock could not maintain his composure. He seized one fleeing soldier and bellowed, "What is happening? What on earth is going on?" Yet his inquiry was met only with the dread-filled gaze of the man. As the others turned to follow the direction indicated by the soldier's trembling finger, they beheld a completely naked man emerging from the shadows, his body marred by scars that resembled a centipede crawling across his skin. Mother of God, it's that corpse, the one from the crystal coffin beneath the ground. How has it escaped? Qin Shun nearly wet himself in terror. Without uttering a word, Lu Li hefted the ghastly figure onto his back and took off running. "Flee! Quickly, flee! That is no human, but a malevolent spirit." The brothers of Class 3 could scarcely comprehend that the corpse from the underground base had indeed broken free, rampaging through the Rocky Mountains. The lifeless body was caked in blood, with a thick layer of dirt clinging to its crimson surface. Resembling a gray gorilla commonly seen in the jungle, however, this beast was fierce, pursuing the fleeing soldiers with a deliberate pace, occasionally launching sudden assaults. With a single strike, the life of any soldier stood precariously at the mercy of this undead monstrosity. "Wreck, intercept him. Save the others." Laylock steadied a wounded comrade, while Hailstorm Wreck roared like a ferocious battle bear, charging at the living dead. No. The fleeing Qin Shun turned to witness this scene, gasping in horror. "Don't engage him in close combat. You are no match." But it was too late, far too late. Before he could finish, Hailstorm Wreck was nearly upon the creature. Wreck had intended to utilize his signature combination punches to subdue the monster. But to his astonishment, the undead merely lifted a leg and, with a single kick, ended the confrontation. Hailstorm Wreck was sent hurtling back to where he had come from, only this time, instead of exuding confidence, he was now coughing up blood. The transformation was alarmingly swift, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Even the seasoned Laylock found himself bereft of analytical thought. The sharp crack of gunfire snapped everyone back to reality. It was Merlin returning, firing to cover their retreat. "Have you all lost your wits? Are your weapons merely for show? Crossfire, alternate retreats. Under no circumstances should you engage in hand-to-hand combat." His words served as a stark reminder to everyone assembled. Sima Wu, Arthur, and Merlin unleashed a barrage of fire from their assault rifles while the others hastily withdrew with the injured. Arthur, amidst the chaos, cursed, "What in the world is that abomination? Why is it so relentless? Has it surpassed the 6th rank? More than that, the creature's speed and strength are utterly astonishing. I have yet to hear of anyone, aside from a 7th rank warrior, capable of sending Wreck reeling with a single blow." Sima Wu remarked, his discerning eye betraying his elite combat training. Merlin's tactics proved effective. While the electric arc bullets could not slay the creature, they consistently jolted the undead, rendering it unstable even in its movements. However, the impact of the electric projectiles was limited. Aside from momentarily slowing the monster, they offered little else. As they methodically retreated northward while providing cover for one another, Tan Baiha of the Ice Dragon squad suddenly detected an anomaly. "What is happening? The entire training ground is under electromagnetic interference. We can no longer communicate with the outside world." This revelation left everyone dumbfounded. Laylock snatched the terminal and frantically called out on the military channel. "Is anyone there? This is the Ice Dragon squad. We require assistance. We need support. Damn it. How is it possible that even the official channels are suppressed?" No one could fathom that just hours earlier, the Academy had still been able to send confidential emails. How could they be rendered unable to contact the official channel now? What were they to do? With no means of contacting the official channel, what talk was there of withdrawal? Unbeknownst to them, under the cover of the evening, behind the moon of the left bank Paradise Star, Mr. Yu's subordinates had clandestinely launched a small spy satellite into space, swiftly locking onto the training area. Within mere minutes, all communications in the vicinity were disrupted, in Mr. Yu's mind. As long as the reserve personnel of the Grand Princess had evacuated the training ground, the more casualties among the reserve personnel of the Second Princess, the greater his merit would be. As the evening descended, The Academy loyal to the Grand Princess had begun their retreat, though they harbored doubts. They lacked the courage of Sima Wu and Laylock to defy military orders. Mystria had considered waiting a bit longer for the Ice Dragon and Elite Combat Academies. These institutions wielded significant influence, and unnecessarily creating enemies for the Grand Princess was hardly prudent. Yet upon reflection, having already conferred secretly with the leaders of those academies, he felt he had done his due diligence. After much contemplation, Mr. Datya ultimately resolved to activate a long-planned scheme. The release of the satellite to disrupt the training grounds was merely one component of the overarching plan. That very night, in a valley of Panshan State, the massive Tyrannosaurus training camp was bustling, the cacophony so loud it could be faintly heard in Panshan City. Have the Tyrannosaurus folks lost their minds? Why are they awake at this hour? A curious citizen inquired, gazing at the distant glow beyond the city walls. Beside him, a drunken old man mysteriously remarked, "Don't you know? There have been deaths within the Tyrannosaurus. I heard an entire squad of soldiers mysteriously vanished in the Rocky Mountains." "Who told you that?" The crowd quickly gathered around. Just as the drunken elder was about to boast, his terminal suddenly chimed, projecting a holographic screen featuring a chef in a white hat. "Second uncle, why are you still drinking? Hurry home, lock the door tight, and don't venture outside. The soldiers in the Tyrannosaurus have gone mad, all of them, shouting about wanting to kill." Before he could finish, the holographic screen abruptly vanished. The crowd fell silent. Everyone recognized the figure on the screen. It was the drunken old man's nephew, a cook in the Tyrannosaurus Academy. His words could not be mistaken. "Home, everyone, back home. Bar the doors," without a shred of hesitation. The entire alley fell into a hush. The cook spoke the truth. Within the Tyrannosaurus training camp, over 3,000 reserve combatants had entirely lost their sanity. They gathered in the assembly hall, fixated on the scrolling text and images displayed on the large screen. The crowd's emotions had been thoroughly stirred, as this mysterious email vividly showcased the tragic demise of the Tyrannosaurus squad, with a chain of evidence pointing directly towards the Flamingo flight team. Also based in Panshan State, brothers, the coordinates provided by the spy satellite reveal everything. Just before their deaths, the Flamingo flight team was the closest to Hong Mao. They bear the greatest suspicion in his demise. Not only could the spy satellite testify, but the movements of the Flamingo were also suspicious. Just this evening, an hour after our brothers met their tragic end, the Flamingo had submitted a withdrawal request to the military. They had fled without a second thought. "Do you think they are feeling guilty?" The impassioned speech from the soldier on stage stirred the emotions of the entire assembly. Over 2,000 voices erupted within the hall, chanting for vengeance, demanding justice for the perpetrators. In a fervor, some soldiers even drew daggers across their faces, marking long trails of crimson, declaring, "Blood for blood, life for life." At that moment, the large screen displayed yet another image. To the left, an arm occupied a third of the screen, while in the center, half buried in the soil, lay a corpse clad in the Tyrannosaurus uniform. Upon closer inspection, the insignia on the arm bore a blurred flamingo emblem. This revelation ignited further frenzy among the crowd, as countless voices erupted in cries for revenge, surging towards the hall's exit. Outside, a dozen MPs dared not obstruct the enraged mob, retreating to the sidelines in fear. "To the headquarters of the Flamingo, we will demand justice for the murderers and bring those bloodthirsty scoundrels to justice." The soldiers surged through the streets, rallying towards Panshan City, their sights set firmly on the Flamingo flight team. As the Tyrannosaurus charged out of their camp, two officers resembling leaders whispered nervously atop a nearby building. "As this wise. This could incite a mutiny, a treasonous act punishable by extermination. Are you afraid?" One scoffed. "Fear is futile. Once aboard the Grand Princess's ship, do you think you can remain neutral? Fortune favors the bold. If you wish for a life of comfort, return home and cradle your children." The chastised officer remained unperturbed, sighing, "I am not afraid. I merely feel this is all happening far too swiftly indeed." At that very moment, over 2,000 members of the Tyrannosaurus had encircled the Flamingo base. Blocking the entrance with their sheer numbers, they formed a crescent shape, completely surrounding the camp, chanting, "Open the door, release them. Open the door, release them." The fervent roar of thousands created a force capable of toppling mountains. Leaving the diminutive Flamingo flight team quaking in their boots, retreating into their shells like frightened turtles, The Flamingo is a specialized institution for training Imperial pilots, due to the unique nature of the military branch. This academy has a limited number of personnel, totaling just over 1,000, including staff. Moreover, these pilots excel in aerial maneuvers but are not particularly adept in hand-to-hand combat. Their strength pales in comparison to that of the Tyrannosaurus, both in terms of skill and numbers, rendering them ill-equipped for battle. Students, please remain calm. As soldiers of the Empire, it is your duty to obey orders and not to believe in rumors. The feeble voice of the loudspeaker echoed over the walls. The speaker well aware of its ineffectiveness. The wild men outside, living up to their moniker of tyrannosaurs, had clearly not evolved at all. They were the very embodiment of brute force, lacking in intellect, and failed to comprehend that they were combatants while we were pilots. We had never emerged victorious in close combat throughout the years of our interactions. Today, upon hearing the unfounded claim that we had killed their comrades, they chose to believe it. However, those engulfed in fervor possess no rationality. They are uninterested in analysis, merely seeking to vent the fiery rage within. On the playground of the Flamingo camp, hundreds of trainees had armed themselves with sticks and crude weapons, preparing for a potential escape should the situation worsen. That moment, in a shadowy corner of the wall, a vigilant Flamingo guard was keeping a close watch on the sea of people below. When a faint sound emanated from the hidden microphone in his ear, he instinctively retreated into the shadows. In the darkness, the guard drew a silenced pistol from his coat and, without aiming, fired 3 shots into the crowd below, then turned and swiftly vanished into the night. Shots fired. The flamingos have opened fire. They are killing us. The piercing cries left the tyrannosaurs dumbfounded. Upon witnessing the crimson blood, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Form a human ladder. Let's assault these bastards. The surging tide of people immediately engulfed the camp, the low walls offering no resistance against the frenzied mob, and the Flamingo camp fell without a fight. Fire! Fire! The tyrannosaurs had gone mad. We cannot die in vain. Hurry, shoot! It became evident that although pilots are a technical branch, they are still soldiers with blood coursing through their veins, faced with an inevitable demise. They were more than willing to take a few down with them. From that moment on, the sounds of gunfire echoed throughout Pan Mountain City, and blood illuminated the night sky. 080 Global chaos. Humanity is a species that reveres violence to an extreme degree, and they are also highly susceptible to environmental influences. Even the most rational individuals can descend into madness when placed in a chaotic setting. Such is the case in Pan Mountain City. The conflict between the tyrannosaurs and the flamingos had spiraled out of control, with localized clashes spreading throughout the city. Amidst the chaos, various thugs and criminal elements seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, with incidents of looting and arson arising incessantly. At this point, the police had lost all significance. Many officers even shed their uniforms to join in the looting. Pan Mountain City had completely succumbed to chaos. In this turmoil, the Flamingo trainees, though few in number, possessed remarkably high intelligence. The moment the walls were breached, these individuals, with an average IQ of 155, swiftly broke into the armory, seizing a vast quantity of weapons and ammunition before dispersing to engage the tyrannosaurs in guerrilla warfare. They fought while retreating, avoiding prolonged engagement, and after a brief skirmish, most of the Flamingo trainees had slipped into the undulating Pan Mountain range. Under the cover of darkness, it would not be so easy for the tyrannosaurs to inflict further violence. Damn it! Let us head to Hot Sand Port, to the military headquarters, to find the governor. We must protest. The tyrannosaurs, their pent-up fury yearning for release, began a long-range assault toward Hot Sand Port under the instigation of those with ulterior motives. Civilian land vehicles were urgently requisitioned by the soldiers, and the roads leading to Hot Sand Port echoed with the sounds of engines and illuminated headlights, resembling a fiery dragon from above. The plight of Pan Mountain State was not isolated. During this premeditated uprising, Mystria deployed all his spies, leaving no stone unturned to incite conflict on the left bank of Paradise Star. In the bustling night market, 2 groups of soldiers, indulging in drink, found themselves embroiled in a verbal clash that quickly escalated into a physical confrontation. Such incidents were commonplace among soldiers, but today was different. Blood was soon shed, and several corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Once blood was drawn, it was inevitable that the 2 different academies, under the banner of vengeance, would soon engage in a melee. Strangely enough, In the midst of this conflict, soldiers found it remarkably easy to acquire weapons and ammunition. What began as a brawl swiftly transformed into genuine warfare. The training camps of Pan Mountain State, including the 2nd Armored Division Academy, Danton Engineering Academy, Shuanghua Engineering Base, Flamingo Aviation Squadron, and the Tyrannosaurus Training Camp, all found themselves engulfed in chaos. The flames of rebellion ignited in North Sai State, Pan Mountain State, and even the Pearl Island chain. Denver City, located in the northern polar region, descended into turmoil, while Melbourne in the southern hemisphere also erupted into chaos. The desert city of Crescent began to clash, and the renowned oasis city of Oakington followed suit, with even the golden tent city on the grasslands embroiled in conflict. No one could comprehend what had transpired that night, as the left bank of Paradise Star had suddenly transformed into a hellish landscape. Yet one thing remained consistent. The rebellious trainees, in their fervor, quickly turned their focus toward Hot Sandport. Driven by a small faction's instigation, the frenzied soldiers seized various modes of transportation and set forth toward the capital. Hot Sandport, the capital of the left bank of Paradise Star, boasted the largest population, the most training camps, and the most administrative centers. As the chaos began to spread, Governor Yi Feiwu was already aware of the situation, yet he underestimated its severity, hanging up on his secretary's call and promptly falling into a deep slumber with a young starlet in his arms. While the governor proved ineffectual, his second-in-command, Yi Wenshui, was astute. He immediately sensed the underlying conspiracy, surprisingly discovering that the instigators of the unrest were linked, to varying degrees, to the Grand Princess. Meanwhile, the academies that had been attacked and scattered had close ties to the second princess. Damn it! Why do these sisters harbor such animosity? Why can't they just settle their disputes in the 3 seas? Why must they bring their conflict to my doorstep? Do they think I, their brother, am made of paper? Yi Wenshui cursed inwardly, though he dared not voice his thoughts. The garrison began mobilizing, setting up circular defensive fortifications outside Hot Sandport. And no matter what, we cannot allow chaos to erupt in Hot Sand. He also instructed all schools in Hot Sand to remain calm, warning that no one was permitted to cause trouble, lest they underestimate his willingness to suppress dissent. Yi Wenshui's orders were issued. And naturally, the Black Horse camp on the outskirts of Hot Sand received the notification. The Iron Fist instructor gazed at the arc barriers being erected not far away and observed the armed garrison troops. Feeling a sense of unease, could this garrison truly handle the situation? After all, they were defending against the Empire's most elite soldiers, individuals who would become the future heroes and generals of the Empire. He wondered how the Unfathomable and others were faring. Given the gravity of the situation, why hadn't the military announced a suspension of training? Just as Iron Fist was lost in thought, a sudden, violent explosion erupted at the northern edge of the training camp, near the perimeter wall. With a thunderous roar, a 10-meter section of the concrete wall was obliterated, and an uncountable number of armed assailants surged through, mercilessly slaughtering anyone in their path. Who are they? Iron Fist gasped in shock, only to be further astonished by what followed. The garrison of 100 soldiers, instead of responding to the explosion, merely looked on, tidied up some debris, and fled the scene. I'll be damned. You are the disgrace of soldiers. Iron Fist cursed vehemently, realizing that the attackers were indeed a gang of criminals, some of whom he recognized from the criminal court. What kind of farce was this garrison? To see the criminal syndicate assaulting the academy and choose to flee. Just as Iron Fist contemplated his outrage, it dawned on him that the criminal court must be colluding with the garrison. Today, they were here for revenge. Iron Fist rushed back to his dormitory, grabbing a large-caliber shotgun and ammunition before sprinting outside. As he ran, he pondered the troubling questions. Why would human traffickers dare to openly provoke a military training camp, even one as seemingly weak as Black Horse? Was there another conspiracy at play? Before he could unravel the mystery, he converged with a group of trainees. Instructor, it's bad. The armory has been taken by the enemy. And we're unarmed. We can't fight them. Hundreds of brothers had already been killed, all of them unarmed. Damn it. Sound the retreat signal. Let each class organize their escape, scatter and run. We must preserve our lives. Before he could finish, Iron Fist lunged forward, tackling 2 soldiers to the ground. At that moment, a Stinger missile whizzed past their heads, hurtling towards the dining hall, resulting in a deafening explosion that collapsed the roof. Iron Fist's response was prudent. 3,000 unarmed recruits could never hope to engage 800 fully armed gang members. The only viable option was to flee. The brothers of Black Horse Camp covered one another, swiftly vacating the military grounds under the shroud of night, though they tragically left behind 600 vibrant lives. As calm returned to the camp, the members of the criminal court had completely taken control. Just then, a black sedan rolled into the compound, and Mistria, clad in a tailored suit, stepped out. "How many captives did we take? How many are closely associated with the unfathomable?" Report to the supervisor. The captives numbered just over 100, among whom was one named Daong, a member of the 3rd Squad, while the others were not. Mistria furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "What about Taekwon? Has he been captured?" "I apologize. He managed to escape." The subordinates, groveling, were drenched in sweat. Mistria, engrossed in his busy schedule, had little inclination to deal with these inept subordinates. He coldly commanded, "Ensure these individuals are closely monitored. They must not be allowed to escape." "Where's Huang Mao? Hurry over here." At that moment, a youth dashed from the crowd and knelt before Mistria. "I am here, esteemed supervisor. I know you have enmity with Wu Chang, so the task of capturing prisoners will fall to you. If you wish to threaten Wu Chang, you must secure a larger batch of Black Horse captives. This is your only chance for revenge." Huang Mao bowed his head to the ground, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Supervisor, I shall do my utmost." While Mistria was weaving his intricate web, Wu Chang awoke in the Rocky Mountains. He was roused by Luli's vigorous shaking. As he weakly opened his eyes, he saw a group of people fleeing in a frenzy. "What happened? Boss, you're awake? We're in trouble. We've encountered that living dead." One soldier falls, and a whole group follows. Luli, panting heavily, recounted the recent events. During Wu Chang's unconsciousness, the Black Horse team, alongside the elite combat squad and Ice Dragon, had gathered around 10 injured soldiers, all of whom had been wounded by the living dead. Moreover, 8 more soldiers had perished during their escape. "Boss, you have no idea how dire it is. Several soldiers were literally torn apart." "Put me down, let me down," Wu Chang commanded in a low voice. "Huh? Are you mad? 2 of your ribs are broken, and you're utterly exhausted. If I set you down, you won't even be able to walk." Luli protested. "Enough with the nonsense. Just put me down, you fools. It's the middle of the night, and you don't even realize you're running into a wall." Wu Chang threw 2 flares into the air, the intense white light illuminating the area within 100 meters. In the blinding brightness, the small wooden cabin, which had been smashed by Captain Hong Mao, came into view. "Goodness, how did we end up back here?" Qian Sun exclaimed, his voice turning high-pitched in fright. "When walking at night, one fears running into walls. We clearly chose the path away from the cabin during the day, yet Luli, this blind leader, has led us back to this terrifying starting point." Ignoring the stunned expressions of the others, Wu Chang forcefully freed himself from Luli's grip, leaping down and striding towards the back of the group. "Wu Chang, what are you doing?" Merlin reached out to grab him, but Wu Chang swatted his hand aside. Facing the living dead, Wu Chang's expression was exceptionally grave. As he walked, he began to curse. "What do you want? Why did you kill my brothers? Why do you relentlessly pursue me?" No one present expected Wu Chang to vocally berate the creature. And the closer he got to the living dead, the louder he became. "Don't go over there." "No." The crowd gasped collectively. This was a gamble. Wu Chang was wagering on that inexplicable feeling within him. When facing the cannibals on Huangyi Star, Wu Chang had experienced a similar sensation, and now, in the presence of this living dead, he felt that same peculiar intuition. It was challenging to articulate this feeling. It was a sense of trust, a form of communication. As if he could hear the creature's breath. The source of all this was merely the black sphere around his neck. Wu Chang understood that his ability to communicate and even control the cannibals hinged on this very sphere. Today, standing before this living dead, would his gamble yield success? As Wu Chang drew closer, the living dead halted, its vigilant gaze fixed upon him, occasionally emitting deep, guttural growls. Behind Wu Chang, all the soldiers held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might provoke the monster and spell Wu Chang's doom. As Wu Chang's hand approached, the living dead instinctively recoiled. Yet Wu Chang pressed on without hesitation, suddenly reaching out to touch the creature's cheek. The look of disbelief in the living dead's eyes lasted merely 3 seconds, followed by an expression of profound pleasure and tranquility. Wu Chang's warm palm granted it an overwhelming sense of security, causing the chilling aura of menace surrounding it to dissipate in an instant. With a thud, Arthur's rifle dropped to the ground, leaving him in a state of shock. Not only he, but everyone present was taken aback. No one could have anticipated that the previously fearsome monster would suddenly turn so docile. "Are you human or a ghost?" Thomas, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. It was no wonder he asked. In everyone's minds, defeating this living dead was not remarkable. What was astonishing was the ability to tame such a creature with a single hand. From that day forward, the nickname Ghost Wu Chang spread from Huangyi Star to Left Bank Paradise Star, first gaining the recognition of the soldiers present. The campfire was rekindled, and with less than 2 hours until dawn, the night of fleeing had left everyone utterly exhausted, especially the wounded who desperately needed rest. Under Wu Chang's soothing presence, the living dead sat beside a stone to rest. Strangely, Wu Chang provided it with a portion of individual rations and a flask of fresh water. The gathered individuals watched the creature with trepidation, fearful that it might suddenly unleash its fury once more. After a brief silence, it was Liloak who broke the tension. "Based on my observations, I am convinced this is a bioengineered human. Although I have never seen one before, I have watched some internal documentaries that discussed such terrifying humanoid weapons. Bioengineered human. Could it be that it was artificially created, like the cannibals?" Wu Chang inquired, puzzled at this moment. Tan Baiha, seated beside Liloak, chimed in, "It should be somewhat different. The cannibals were created through genetic modification technology, merging the genetic codes of various organisms. Cannibals are distinct in gender, capable of reproduction and forming their own tribes. They can be considered a completely new species, whereas this bioengineered human is different. It is a horrific weapon forged through the collaboration of the most nefarious scientists and sorcerers, pieced together from corpses and the souls of the dying. The sole purpose of creating bioengineered humans is war and slaughter." Tan Baiha, aptly nicknamed the Erudite, spoke eloquently about the origins of bioengineered humans to It. Turned out that the earliest experiments on bioengineered humans began with soldiers on the brink of death in wartime. Mad scientists, in a bid to save those battle-hardened soldiers, collaborated with sorcerers to conduct such experiments. The sorcerers used the magical energy of primordial sources to seal the souls of the dying, while the scientists repaired the soldiers' mangled bodies with numerous body parts. Ultimately, their experiments were remarkably successful. The soldiers who were meant to die were revived. Even more astonishingly, the warriors who underwent such transformations exhibited a significant enhancement in strength, effortlessly rising 2 ranks without any effort. From that moment on, nations were thrilled, pouring vast amounts of funding into the research of bioengineered humans. However, the good times did not last long. It soon became evident that while bioengineered humans could think like humans, they had lost their inherent humanity. They could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. In their hearts, there existed only the urge to kill. After numerous incidents, research on bioengineered humans was ultimately halted. Who could have imagined that today they would encounter a living bioengineered human? Upon concluding her explanation, a peculiar silence engulfed the group. Strangely, many individuals began to surreptitiously observe Wu Chang from the corners of their eyes. Particularly the 5 who had emerged from Ice Dragon. Wu Chang was unaware that the impact he had made on everyone that night was overwhelmingly profound. First, his identity as an exceptional being, and then his ability to single-handedly subdue a bloodthirsty bioengineered human. Unconsciously, the authority over this group was gradually shifting towards him. "Why are you all staring at me? Take this opportunity to rest. When dawn breaks, we must hastily depart the exercise area and hand over this bioengineered human to the military. That is the right course of action. I, for one, have no desire to participate in this unfortunate competition." Sima Wu and Liloak exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to voice their concerns. "Do you know if you received a strange email yesterday evening?" Soon, the members of the 3rd Squad caught wind of a conspiracy, especially Wu Chang, who inhaled sharply. "You mean you want to withdraw? You are the elite ice dragon and elite combatants. If not for some major upheaval, how could your academy possibly allow you to withdraw? It seems something must have transpired in the outside world these past few days." Wu Chang spoke in a low voice. "Be cautious. We need to be even more vigilant. In uncertain circumstances, preserving our lives is paramount." As he spoke, he pointed towards the dilapidated wooden cabin. Within that place lay countless weapons. "We must arm ourselves immediately, for I sense that trouble is imminent tomorrow." Without hesitation, none present voiced assent, and everyone began their descent underground, soon discovering heaps of weaponry alongside 4 grotesquely mangled corpses. Were they the work of the Tyrannosaurus crew? Had they perished here? Could it be the doing of the bioengineered beings? Arthur inquired. Wu Chang ran his hand over the automatic door lying on the ground, glancing back at the monstrous figure trailing behind, a chill creeping into his heart. Is this the might of a 7-tiered warrior? To have shattered a 30-centimeter thick automatic door with mere fists, the entire frame splintered at the joints. Rek, pray tell, just how formidable are the 7-tiered warriors? Wu Chang sought Rek's insight. The 7-tiered warriors. It's truly difficult to articulate. I only know that when paired with battle armor, they can obliterate a space battleship. At that level, a warrior is, to be frank, a treasure of an empire. Wu Chang suddenly recalled the encounter with Gubai on Huangyi Star. It dawned on him that Gubai had severely held back during their duel. How woefully inadequate his own strength appeared in comparison. Once all had selected suitable weapons, dawn broke, heralding the start of a new journey. As Wu Chang and his companions traversed the desolate wasteland, their ranks had swelled to 17.0, but if we count the honest bioengineered being, that makes it 18. This small team, having not only secured an abundance of weaponry from the underground base, but also ample high-quality medical supplies and high-calorie food, saw all injured members receive timely care within mere hours, while the weary regained vitality. Hand grenades dangled from their waists, heavy machine guns rested on shoulders, and long chains of ammunition adorned their forms. Even more astonishing, the 5 elite fighters each bore 3 Stinger missiles on their backs, their strength a mystery. The most audacious was undoubtedly the gluttonous Luli, who carried not a single lightweight weapon, yet astonishingly hoisted a swarm assault array on his shoulder. How on earth do you possess such strength? That must weigh at least 200 kilograms. Can you even move? Tenbaiha gazed incredulously at Luli. At that moment, Luli stuffed chocolate into his mouth, mumbling, "Food grants me strength. As long as you keep feeding me, I could shoulder the Rocky Mountains." As the sun ascended, the fully armed combat team embarked on their return journey. But scarcely half an hour had passed when a barrage of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the plains. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Wu Chang's warning was cut short as a shadow lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, it was the living dead, who had emerged to shield Wu Chang from the bullets with his body. Poo. 3 high-energy beams struck the back of the living dead, splattering crimson. Such wounds would surely be fatal to an ordinary person, yet for this bioengineered being, they were mere trifles. The living dead shoved Wu Chang behind a rock, transforming into a shadow that dashed across the battlefield like a cannonball. Crashing into the ambushers in that moment, blood gushed forth, and screams filled the air. The soldiers present were all elite members from various academies. Upon being attacked, they quickly found cover, their weapons blazing as they retaliated fiercely. The ambushing foes wore no military uniforms. Though they wielded sophisticated weapons typical of an army, their tactics bore the hallmark of the underworld, revealing them as killers trained in the shadows. The ambushers comprised a private militia of over 60 men, drawn solely by the bounty offered by Mr. Ya. They had not anticipated that this small squad would prove so resilient, launching a counterattack despite being fewer than 20 in number just 10 minutes later. 2 of the latest model Stinger missiles, trailing orange tails, hurtled towards the ambush position on the hillside. Following 2 deafening explosions, a gaping 50-meter breach tore through the ambush zone, billowing smoke enveloping the battlefield. Sima Wu seized the opportunity, charging into the thick smoke, shouting, "Brothers, charge! Take their lives while they're disordered." The elite combatants, a band of warriors, unexpectedly initiated a counteroffensive against the enemy. Remarkably, shielded by the smoke, they indeed succeeded in their surprise attack, the battle devolving into a brutal melee. The underworld assassins, regardless of their prowess, could not rival soldiers meticulously trained by an empire, especially with the addition of a gray figure clad in tattered military garb among them, whose combat prowess was nearly supernatural. One by one, heads shattered under the fists of the bioengineered warriors, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Led by Sima Wu, the elite fighters surged into the fray like tigers among sheep, unleashing a storm of bloodshed. "Retreat! Run! They're a bunch of killing gods." A timid assassin's voice broke the chaos, triggering a panicked scatter as they fled like sheep. just as Wu Chang and his companions prepared to abandon the fight. Qian Shun, positioned atop the battlefield, suddenly screeched, to the west, there are enemies." His voice was piercing, causing ears to ache. Qian Baoguan was not mistaken. To the west, over 400 meters away, a dark mass of soldiers surged forth. These were no mere assassins or underworld thugs. This was an army. Though they donned plain civilian attire, their matching military boots betrayed their identity. Not only their boots, but also their formation. Scattered infantry lines, and even the hand signals they employed were unmistakably those of the Imperial Army. What was happening in this world? Just as they had dispelled a group of underworld assassins, another wave of soldiers appeared. Had Left Bank Paradise fallen? Had the hunters arrived? There was no time for reflection. As over 300 soldiers emerged from the west, their ranks stretching over 200 meters, among these ordinary soldiers surged a fleet of armored vehicles, their shapes rapidly becoming discernible. Retreat. Immediately retreat towards Demon City. Wu Chang had yet to finish his command when a Stinger missile arced toward him from the advancing infantry. "Watch out!" Luli, closest to Wu Chang, single-handedly scooped him up and dashed over 50 meters away, narrowly escaping the missile's blast. Nearby, Malin shook the stones atop his head, shouting to Luli, "Glutton, it's your time to shine. Buy us some time. We must withdraw." Without hesitation, Luli, as if he had rehearsed this scene countless times, bore the weight of 2 swarm assault arrays on his shoulders, the control units firmly grasped in his hands. He defiantly charged westward against enemy fire. The sound of military boots striking the earth generated tremendous kinetic energy. The over 200 kilograms of the assault arrays posed no obstacle for Luli. Like a mighty ape, he swiftly scaled to the summit of a large boulder. At that moment, Luli resembled a god of war. Crouching atop the rock, adjusting his shoulders slightly as the ammunition chambers of the swarm assault arrays opened, revealing dozens of small rockets glistening in vivid red. "The Rocky Mountains are my home. All you invaders shall perish." Before he could finish his proclamation, Luli was enveloped in the smoke billowing from the launch of the assault arrays, and in a simultaneous volley, both arrays discharged. A single volley from the swarm assault arrays could blanket dozens of acres. 2 volleys could effortlessly annihilate armored formations, let alone these plain-clothed infantry. Flames seared the soldiers' bodies, and the shockwave shredded the enemy into fragments. Over 300 soldiers were consumed in an instant by the explosion. The ferocity of the scene leaving the incoming enemies in shock. Dozens of armored vehicles skidded to a halt, staring dumbfounded at the inferno. Swarm assault arrays? How could they possess such technology? They don't even have a civilian vehicle. Do they carry the arrays on their shoulders? They could scarcely fathom that someone like Luli existed, capable of simultaneously operating 2 swarm assault arrays with flesh and blood. An idea so outlandish it was beyond belief. Even as the smoke on the battlefield lingered, Luli discarded the expended assault arrays and rejoined the main force, his face smeared with soot. "How are you? Are you injured?" was the first inquiry directed at Luli by the future Left Bank Baron. Laylock. The impact of this upheaval had been profound. His previous negative perceptions of foot soldiers had vanished. He realized that these 5 unexpected warriors were exceptionally capable, rivaling their so-called elites. Wu Chang needed no further mention. Luli, who had just manipulated the assault arrays with his body, was equally remarkable, and the remaining 3 members also had commendable qualities. Malin's keen intellect and rapid reaction times in the heat of battle sometimes surpassed even Wu Chang's. The moment they encountered the living dead, it was Malin who devised the strategy of crossfire cover for retreat. Do not underestimate those few extra seconds Malin gained. In battle, mere seconds can determine whether one ascends to heaven or descends to hell. Then there was Qian Shun, a born scout with an uncanny eye. Even when the Western armored vehicles were mere specks on the horizon, he had already discerned their approach. As for the medic Mary, she not only possesses the strength of a second-tier warrior, but is also proficient in battlefield first aid techniques. Instinctively, Laylock found himself contemplating the idea of recruiting her, but this thought flickered momentarily. He glanced at the fleeting figure of Wu Chang and shook his head. "He'll poach a subordinate from a standout individual. How utterly fanciful of me. The Devil's City is not a city per se. Rather, it is a cluster of bizarre rocks formed after millennia of weathering. From a distance, these peculiar stones resemble countless remnants of walls, not unlike a group of palatial ruins. Upon arriving here, Wu Chang and his companions found themselves temporarily safe, as their enemies would have to engage in brutal urban warfare to confront them, significantly diminishing their numerical advantage. Qian Shun? Qian Shun? Lu Li whispered from the corner of a stone pillar, calling out for something to eat, pleading for a morsel as he felt his hunger pangs intensify. Damn it, are you a pig? You consumed rations meant for 10 people this morning and you're still hungry? I am not, Qian Shun retorted with irritation. Nonsense. What's that bulging backpack on your back? It's undoubtedly filled with good food. Let go, you glutton. Let go. Qian Shun swatted away Lu Li's greedy hand, yet he had underestimated Lu Li's insatiable craving for food. The hefty fellow lunged at Qian Shun again, grappling for the provisions. Give me something to eat? Let go. I've told you there's nothing to eat. In a scuffle that had barely lasted 3 or 4 moments, a loud clatter echoed as an entire backpack's worth of gold coins spilled onto the ground. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, and Merlin's fury erupted. Qian, have you lost your mind over money? I instructed you to carry equipment and supplies, yet you secretly exchanged it for coins. Can this currency aid us in battle? Qian Shun squatted on the ground, desperately gathering the coins, lamenting, can we survive without money? What about the surgical fees for Mary's mother? What will happen to Lu Li's plans for the traveling cart? What of my dream to travel? Without money, you'll be left to starve. Among the impoverished, discussions of wealth bring only sorrow. Qian Shun's accusations rendered the group silent. Within the Devil City, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. However, in Mr. Yu's modest abode in Hot Sandport, the mood was palpably tense. What is going on? Over 400 people and 2 ambushes managed to let them escape. Don't even think about bringing me live captives. You haven't even delivered a single corpse? What use is it to the Grand Princess to have such useless subordinates? Upon finishing his words, a low gunshot rang out, and the forehead of the operations leader burst with a blood hole, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground. The suddenness of death sent shivers down the spines of those in the room. One of the higher-ranking subordinates waved his hand gently, and the corpse was quickly dragged away. Dear Supervisor, please do not be angry. Our plan is progressing smoothly. The top 50 cities on the left bank Paradise Star have already descended into chaos, and Yimei's strongholds have been systematically dismantled. The fleet dispatched by the Grand Princess is nearing. Once the Imperial Guard lands under the pretext of quelling the rebellion, Yimei will have no chance of recovery. In light of these established facts, even our illustrious Emperor must give the Grand Princess some regard. At that time, you should at least be promoted to the position of governor. Why waste your energy on a minor character now? Before Mr. Yu, several holographic projectors displayed battle footage from the Rocky Mountains, showcasing explosions amidst dense formations of troops, including the counterattacks by the undead. He even caught a glimpse of Wu Chang's familiar silhouette in the flickering frames. Listening to his confidant's report, Mr. Yu felt unconvinced and sighed inwardly. You know nothing. Wu Chang is a figure personally overseen by the Grand Princess, and the orders are quite peculiar, compelling me to find a way to persuade this odd character to surrender. What can I do? I've been troubled for 3 days without sleep. Can I even share this burden with you? The leader, despite the immense pressure he faced, would never reveal his inner turmoil before his subordinates. He merely tapped the bar gently with his finger and spoke once his subordinate had filled his glass with fine wine. Action Group 2. Proceed to Hot Sand Beach and carefully locate Mary's mother, ensuring she is treated with the utmost care, and have the best doctors assist in her recovery. Action Group 7. Immediately head to the Rocky Mountains, following the coordinates I provided, and secure that small village where Lu Li was born. Inform Huang Mao to expedite the gathering of the Black Horse captives. If this sluggishness continues, I won't hold back my displeasure. Additionally, instruct the trainee soldiers to accelerate their pace. Within 3 days, all trainees must converge at Hot Sandport. Relying on the underworld against Yi Shuiwen and Yi Feiwu is insufficient. We must mobilize the Empire's finest seeds to take action, as Mr. Yu orchestrated the subsequent plans. In the vastness of space, 600,000 kilometers from the left bank Paradise Star, a ripple of spatial distortion emerged in this region obscured by dual moons. A small rapid assault fleet materialized, comprising 10 swift attack vessels. These rapid assault ships, second only to frigates in terms of interstellar combat prowess, rely not on defensive strength but excel in firepower and speed, in countless aerial battles. These wolf-pack-like vessels have consistently torn through enemy formations, providing opportunities for larger forces to secure victory. The Left Bank Paradise Star is merely a rearward planet of the Matu Empire, possessing only 12 outdated orbital warships, which are hardly comparable to these brand-new assault vessels. Even more astonishingly, emblazoned upon the hulls of these 10 ships were numerous silver skulls of varying sizes, with some vessels boasting an extravagantly crafted golden skull amongst the silver ones. All Imperial soldiers understand that the presence of such skulls on a warship signifies that the crew is an elite force with a storied history of achievements. A silver skull denotes at least a patrol ship, and spotting a golden skull indicates the crew has previously destroyed frigate-class vessels. A combat fleet that should be found on the front lines has inexplicably appeared at the Left Bank Paradise Star. Are they here for a collective holiday? It certainly does not seem so. What kind of vacationing fleet opens fire? Unbeknownst to Wu Chang and his companions, they were oblivious to the events unfolding in space or any changes on the Left Bank Paradise Star. After a brief 10-minute respite in the Devil City, they resumed their journey. Perhaps the combat prowess displayed by this small team had intimidated their pursuers, for the distant land vehicles had not followed, and the infantry, akin to flies, had vanished from sight. The march through the Devil City proceeded remarkably smoothly. After walking another 10 kilometers, they would exit the exercise zone, and just beyond that lay the command center, where they could finally establish contact with the outside world. Laylock walked alongside Wu Chang, conversing softly with him. Wu Chang furrowed his brow, replying, "Don't blame me for being a harbinger of doom, but I have a strong feeling that something grave is about to unfold. The crisis we face is far from over. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them head-on. As long as we can contact the academy, with my charisma, I can rally at least 1,000 fighters. At that point, I would like to see who dares to oppose us." Sima Wu's voice remained robust, indicating that the harsh environment had not dampened his spirit. At that moment, the undead trailing at the back of the line suddenly halted. His previously calm countenance contorted into a snarl, and in mere moments, he threw his head back and howled, "Ah!" The suddenly frenzied undead kicked Luli, sending him sprawling. Death, blood, death, blood. The undead appeared to be undergoing immense torment, his gaze flickering between confusion and cruelty. At this moment, Wu Chang sensed something was amiss. He rushed forward, placing his hand on the undead's shoulder, urging, "Stay calm. Look into my eyes. Remain composed." Perhaps Wu Chang's words had an effect, as the undead began to settle down. Unfortunately, this calm was short-lived. Before 10 seconds had elapsed, the undead seized Wu Chang by the collar, lifting him high and hurling him forward with great force. "Kill, you all shall die." In midair, Wu Chang maintained his composure, and from the corner of his eye, he keenly spotted a figure flitting behind a stone pillar. "Damn it, there are enemies. 8 o'clock direction, hidden foes." As his feet touched the ground, Wu Chang sprinted towards the lurking assailant like a cheetah. To his surprise, he was met with a volley of 3 shots. Despite employing the shadow-breaking technique, he could not evade entirely. One bullet grazed his ear, while another tore through his left arm, and the last struck his right shoulder. What incredible marksmanship! Having utilized the shadow-breaking technique, Wu Chang moved so swiftly that he left behind afterimages, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary marksman to predict his movements, let alone hit him. Yet today was peculiarly sinister, as 3 shots had managed to strike him twice. Blood and pain did not impede Wu Chang's advance. His relentless barrage of powerful punches crashed against the massive stone pillar, causing it to topple with a thunderous roar, and from the dust emerged a small figure. What an exhilarating experience it is! Truly thrilling to have evaded the fatal 3 shots from the gun god Rodo. "You are the first to accomplish such a feat." Before the words could escape, the man retrieved a modified short-barreled shotgun from within his trench coat and fired another shot at Wu Chang. "Be cautious, Wu Chang. That is gun god Rodo. Engage him in close combat. Do not allow him to fire." Merlin was well acquainted with the underworld figures of Left Bank Paradise Star. How could he possibly be unaware of the notorious reputation of gun god Rodo? This man, clad in a tattered trench coat, concealed an astonishing number of firearms within its folds. As he maneuvered rapidly, creating distance between himself and Wu Chang, he managed to switch between 6 different types of weaponry. From a large-caliber shotgun to handguns, assault rifles, electromagnetic guns, and even antiquated black powder firearms. Fortunately, it was Wu Chang, known for his peculiar agility, who was entangled with him. Had it been anyone else, even the mightiest hailstorm Lekko would likely have been turned into a sieve by this individual. Wu Chang's identity was enigmatic, defying the laws of physics. When Tan Baihe witnessed Wu Chang inclined at a 90-degree angle, traversing the wall, she was utterly astounded. Had she seen Wu Chang scuttling across the ceiling like a gecko? She might have lost her sanity on the spot. It was precisely due to Wu Chang's bizarre movements that he managed to stall gun god Rodo, granting the others precious time to subdue the undead. Everyone could sense the conflict within the undead. His gaze alternated between ferocity and inexplicable remorse. In this turmoil, the undead refrained from unleashing his full power. Otherwise, his strength as a 7-segment warrior would have resulted in a gruesome scene. Meanwhile, Rodo, darting through the Devil's City, began to feel the situation becoming troublesome. His left hand bore the signal device controlling the bio-warrior Blood Shadow. Since the moment he activated it, he had not turned it off. Yet today was peculiar. Blood Shadow's combat prowess was surprisingly feeble. "You worthless creature, kill now!" This outburst revealed to everyone that the undead possessed a name: Blood Shadow. Rodo cranked the current of the control device to its maximum, sending high-intensity electromagnetic signals that made Blood Shadow's body tremble violently, the intense pain eliciting anguished howls. "Get away from him! Quickly, evade Blood Shadow! He has been controlled by Rodo." As Wu Chang shouted, he did not forget to seize the opportunity. The moment Rodo increased the current, Wu Chang swiftly closed the distance, delivering a rapid series of 3 powerful strikes to him. The ferocity of those punches shattered countless firearms concealed within the trench coat and broke 3 of Rodo's ribs. Rodo, shrieking in agony, wasted no time tossing a smoke grenade and a flashbang before fleeing, vanishing in the blink of an AY. This moment, Blood Shadow was consumed by rage, completely devoid of reason. Had it not been for Qin Shun and Arthur utilizing arc bullets to restrain his movements, the outcome might have been a massacre. With Rodo dispatched, Wu Chang rushed towards Blood Shadow and seized his wrist. Commanding, "The one who controlled you has fled. You are free now." Blood Shadow, in a frenzied state, disregarded everything and struck Wu Chang's left arm with immense force, resulting in a sickening crack as Wu Chang's arm broke instantly. The excruciating pain caused him to break into a cold sweat, yet he refrained from retaliating. Instead, he fixed his calm and gentle gaze upon the bio-warrior Blood Shadow and softly reassured him. "Do not fear. I bear you no ill will. You were under control. It was beyond your agency." The onlookers were bewildered by Wu Chang's actions, questioning why this fool would place himself beneath Blood Shadow's fist. Was he courting death? "Come back, Wu Chang. Are you throwing your life away?" Mary instinctively moved forward, but Tan Baihe held her back firmly. "Do not move. Look at Blood Shadow's eyes. There is a change, a genuine change." Blood Shadow, having violently broken one of Wu Chang's arms, simultaneously released the pent-up rage within him. Perhaps it was Wu Chang's gaze that subdued him. The once ferocious Blood Shadow crumpled to the ground like a remorseful child caught in wrongdoing, attempting to hide himself within the crevices of the stones. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Blood Shadow had finally regained his composure. As Mary tended to Wu Chang's wounds, she scolded him in exasperation. "You are such a fool. Do you not value your life? Gun God Rodo has been renowned for over a decade as the foremost assassin on Left Bank Paradise Star. You were merely fortunate today. Otherwise, you would have met your end long ago. And what of this monster? Why do you keep him around? Now look at the state of your arm." The medicine procured from the population group's secret base worked remarkably well. At least twice as potent as the supplies Wu Chang had acquired himself. The fractured bone was enveloped in ointment, reinforced with a metal protective ring. Wu Chang lightly waved his arm and found that with the metal ring in place, he could move normally. Aside from being unable to engage in combat, he chuckled wryly. "I cannot quite fathom it. I simply feel a certain affinity towards Blood Shadow. Had it not been for him intervening during the attack, I would likely have perished. Moreover, he was the first to charge into the enemy's lines." At that moment, Liloke approached, asking, "Blood Shadow, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to bring him into the city? What if he goes berserk or if Rodo reappears? What is your plan?" Wu Chang hesitated, staring at Blood Shadow. "What do you propose? We cannot simply kill him. Discarding him would also be highly irresponsible. Merlin interjected. Let him return to the crystal coffin and continue his slumber. Should an opportunity arise, we can hand him over to the scientists. At this point, Wu Chang was overwhelmed with indignation. What scientists? Look at what he has become. Is he not the product of those so-called scientists' misdeeds? Do you wish to deliver him into the hands of madmen? Are we to slice him apart for study? Dismember him into countless pieces? Wu Chang shook off the group, pulling Blood Shadow towards the outskirts of the Devil's City, shouting, "Once we are outside, I will place him back in the crystal coffin to sleep. I can let him rest for 10,000 years. I can hide him away." Wu Chang's outburst left everyone speechless. There was no way to confront him, and they could only allow him to lead Blood Shadow away. Upon traversing the Devil's City, they reached the perimeter of the training area. As night descended, Wu Chang and his companions finally exited the training zone and spotted the concrete bunker atop the distant hillside, recognizing it as the command center. Along the way, they stumbled upon a hidden coordinate point containing metals. And after a brief excavation, they uncovered a golden medal. Thus, the Black Horse Battalion's summer competition astonishingly yielded 3 medals, a feat that would surely leave investors sleepless with JOY. As they approached the concrete structure, a sense of unease began to settle in. The vast bunker was brightly lit, yet eerily devoid of human presence. Wu Chang, look, there are bloodstains on the ground. Qian Shun, scouting ahead, called out nervously when they gathered at the entrance of the bunker. They discovered it was completely empty. What should have been the command center had turned into a grave of silence. The steps leading into the bunker. A large pool of black blood appeared to have been there for quite some time, already dried and cracked. Damn, this year's summer competition is truly cursed. Even the command center has been ransacked. The bunker, constructed of reinforced concrete, was not particularly large, consisting of a main conference room, a lookout post, and a few storage rooms. Within the storage rooms, they found the personal belongings submitted before entering the mountains. Look at these personal items. They remain untouched, indicating that whatever transpired here was utterly unforeseen. Both the attackers and defenders acted in haste. Upon examining the patterns of bloodstains on the walls and floor, it was evident they had been caught off guard in a sudden assault. And all the bodies had been dragged away. Sima Wu knelt on the ground, meticulously analyzing the subtle clues within the room. According to him, he often accompanied his uncle, a police officer, to crime scenes during his childhood, and his investigative skills were quite commendable. Wu Chang sifted through the mountain of personal items and found his gear. Upon activating the terminal, an encrypted email popped up, the sender's address obscured. When Wu Chang opened the message, it contained a few bold lines. "I am Mingyi. I have come to rescue you. Reply immediately to the following number." Wu Chang was taken aback. How could Brother Mingyi know he was in crisis? Was he not on Fallen Stars but rather in Left Bank Paradise Star? The terminal in Wu Chang's possession was a standard model purchased on Huangyi Star. Mingyi had previously seen it and was aware of its unreliability. Consequently, the email refrained from divulging details and instead prompted Wu Chang to communicate with him. After much contemplation, Wu Chang dialed the number provided by Brother Mingyi, only to find that it was not only unconnectable, but also that he could not even send the email. What is going on? Is Brother Mingyi playing a prank? Unbeknownst to Wu Chang, Mingyi was en route to Left Bank Paradise Star, having entered the final phase of spatial folding. The journey from Fallen Stars to Left Bank Paradise Star, based on the 15 light-year folding distance of the Huangquan, required a total of 12 spatial folds, with each fold necessitating approximately 1 day of charging. After being harmed by the venom of the Serpent King, the River of Hades embarked on a distant journey through the cosmos, with 12 spatial folds taking precisely 12 days. The moment when the uncertainty departed from the Devil's City, the River of Hades manifested on the shores of Paradise Star. The Huangquan, a renowned escort ship among the Fallen Stars, was once piloted by Lord Daochuo many years ago. However, for reasons unknown, the command of the vessel inexplicably shifted to the River of Hades. Although the command had changed, the intelligence regarding the Huangquan remained intact across the various empires of the universe. When the Huangquan appeared at the borders of the empire, not a single soldier of the Mahed Empire dared to impede its passage. How dare you, insignificant characters, obstruct the Huangquan? Do not forget the agreement between your emperor and our Lord Daochuo. As long as our ships from the Fallen Stars are not here to rob or cause trouble, no one has the right to prevent our passage. The visage of the River of Hades flickered across the border fortress star, audaciously berating the border guards to remove the jamming devices immediately, urging them not to block his advance. The standoff between the border guards and the Huangquan lasted for merely half an hour, ultimately culminating in the failure of the border guards. The Ma-head Empire still lacked the courage to confront the fallen stars and had no choice but to obediently disable the jamming devices, allowing the Huangquan to proceed with its spatial folds unimpeded. The military of the Ma-head Empire believed the Huangquan was merely passing through their airspace, never anticipating that its true destination was the rear of the Ma-head Empire. Paradise Star. Above Paradise Star, two moons rotated in harmony, orbiting the main star, a sight known as the famous twin moons. Today, behind the twin moons, the distortion of light caused by spatial folding emerged, and from within the vast rippling waves, a grinning malevolent spirit appeared, signaling that the Huangquan had finally reached its destination. Just as the river of Hades prepared to survey this tourist haven of the Ma-head Empire, the large screen before him abruptly displayed 10 fully armed assault warships, which had encircled the Huangquan. "Who are you? Immediately announce your identity. Why have you appeared here? This is the sacred and inviolable territory of the Ma-head Empire, and you have intruded into the heart of our land. You must explain yourself at once." The assault warships incessantly communicated with the Huangquan through the intercom, their inquiries becoming increasingly tiresome. The river of Hades, taken aback, noted that intelligence had indicated that the outer space of Paradise Star was unguarded. How, then, had a formidable assault fleet materialized? Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before activating the energy shield and connecting to the public channel. A faint flow of light manifested around the Huangquan, and the phenomenon of energy overflow became increasingly pronounced. In merely 4 seconds, the energy shield of the Huangquan was fully charged, and battle readiness was achieved. The moment the Huangquan began charging, the 10 assault warships opposite seemed momentarily flustered, halting their routine communication. Subsequently, energy overflow appeared on the hulls of the assault warships, indicating that both sides had opened their defenses. The energy shield was merely one aspect of battle preparation. The true moment of tension arose when the main cannon began charging. The bow cannon of the Huangquan opened. Signs of charging emerged from its main cannon, with a combat yield totaling 21 million tons. At this point, the commander of the assault warships was nearing madness. Seizing the microphone, he shouted hoarsely that this was the sacred territory of the Ma-head Empire, and your actions have violated the Empire's bottom line. You are provoking war and will bear full responsibility. The blustering commander finally received a response from the river of Hades, whose languid visage appeared on the holographic screen. I bear full responsibility? You must be joking. Open your eyes and look. My warship is one of a kind in the entire universe. If you graduated from a reputable military academy, you should know the name of this vessel. Do you have straw for brains? Has the agreement signed between the Emperor of the Ma-head Empire and our leader become void? When did the Ma-head Empire prohibit our entry? I have neither robbed nor caused trouble, and I am certainly not invading. What does it mean that you scoundrels have opened fire and surrounded me? Are you mad? How dare a mere assault ship confront the Huangquan? The river of Hades's furious tirade significantly calmed the commanders as they retrieved the information regarding the Huangquan, including previous orders issued by the Emperor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the fleet commander realized that their reactions had indeed been somewhat excessive today. However, they represented the dignity of the Empire, and the more critical the moment, the less they could afford to appear weak. Sir, although there is a navigation agreement between the fallen stars and the Empire, your ship must report to the military headquarters prior to passing through. Clearly, I have received no prior notification. Furthermore, in light of the sudden emergence of spatial folding, it is entirely normal for us as soldiers to adopt a defensive formation. This is not intended as hostility towards you. Moreover, severe internal strife is currently occurring on Paradise Star, and at this critical juncture, any sudden appearance of forces should be subject to military scrutiny. I hope you can understand this. This officer was a highly valued talent of the Grand Princess, and having navigated through the recent turmoil, his tone gradually shifted to one of calm assertiveness. Despite facing an escort ship 3 times their size, these seasoned veterans displayed no fear. Even if you are the personal guard of Lord Daochuo, you must still adhere to reason. Otherwise, should this matter escalate to Lord Daochuo, we would also have our justifications. What is the greatest force in this universe? Reason is the greatest. This is a saying once uttered by Lord Daochuo. The River of Hades was taken aback to discover that this individual had the audacity to employ Lord Daochuo's words against him. Leaving him momentarily speechless in the ensuing silence, the charging of the Huangquan's main cannon gradually diminished, signaling a de-escalation of tensions. Aside from divine and semi-divine warships, other models of spacecraft typically possess only a single main cannon. This differs from the common understanding of a main cannon. This energy cannon is deeply embedded within the entire hull, extending from the bow to the stern, and must also connect to the spatial folding engine. The Huangquan is a single main cannon vessel, with its cannon hatch located beneath the grinning malevolent spirit statue at the bow, boasting a diameter of a full 50 meters. This main cannon, with a yield equivalent to 21 million tons of TNT, requires a full 5 minutes to charge. Now that the charging light has diminished, it indicates that the River of Hades' stance has softened. Very well, even if what you say is reasonable, now that our identities are clear, you shall clear the way. We intend to disembark. Is it not permissible for us to visit such a beautiful planet? Initially, the River of Hades believed that by keeping a low profile, these soldiers would acquiesce. Yet he did not anticipate their stubbornness. No, I have made myself abundantly clear. There is currently internal strife on Paradise Star, and no one is permitted to enter. How dare you? You take my leniency for granted. Do you really believe you are in a position to dictate terms? Prepare to charge the main cannon and ready to bombard these ruffians. The River of Hades erupted into furious expletives. The crew of the 10 assault warships, seasoned veterans who had faced death countless times, were spurred on by the fierce resolve of their comrades. Damn it, you filthy pirate! What makes you so formidable? Do you think you're invincible just because your ship is larger than ours? Do you not see that we have 10 assault warships? Even if we perish together, we can still take you down. Brothers, charge the main cannon. I refuse to believe that a mere escort vessel is something to fear. The atmosphere in space grew thick with the scent of impending conflict. Although the main cannon yield of the assault warships sent by the Grand Princess was only 9.5 million tons, less than half that of the Huangquan, one must not forget they had a full 10 ships at their disposal. Moreover, the advantage of these small attack vessels, measuring over 800 meters in length, lay in their agility. With a 1.5-minute main cannon charging time and their nimble forms, the commander was confident that once the battle commenced, even if they suffered heavy losses, they could still drag the Huangquan down with them. The only trouble lay with the energy shield of the Huangquan. As one would expect from a renowned warship, its defenses were undoubtedly formidable. Regardless, I shall not relent, even if I have to use a file to grind through your shell. I will. Before the commander could finish his sentence, a subordinate suddenly pointed at the Huangquan on the screen, exclaiming in terror, "Look, the malevolent spirit is moving." The subordinate's eyes were unclouded, for beneath the shimmering energy shield, the exquisitely crafted statues of the Huangquan's malevolent spirits began to animate. Some statues shifted sideways, revealing enormous launch hatches, while others completely flipped over, exposing dozens of launch seats on their backs. Regardless of how the statues moved, one thing remained constant. Beneath the statues were countless warriors, elite fighters clad in raider armor, fully prepared for battle, their double-handed swords gleaming brilliantly under the starlight. Alas, they are raiders. Countless raiders, the soldiers of the Ma2 Empire, were left utterly astounded. They were well aware of the formidable prowess of these armored assailants. Those specially crafted double-handed heavy swords could yield different effects in the hands of various warriors. Warriors of the 6th or 7th rank could cleave through the outer armor of a warship with ease, while those of the 4th or 5th rank could slice through the vulnerable missile racks and defensive turrets of the vessel. In that moment, the Imperial soldiers seemed to envision a horrific scene. A swarm of flying warriors, dense as locusts, descending upon the warship, employing every conceivable method to penetrate its hull and unleash a bloody massacre within its soft underbelly. Regardless of gravity systems, weapon control systems, or ecological systems, before these violent warriors, they were but trifles, mere appetizers. Brothers, the time to pledge our loyalty to the Empire has arrived. The moment to be loyal to the Grand Princess is upon us. In narrow paths, only the brave shall prevail. Just as the commander was rallying for a seemingly inevitable war, a face suddenly intruded into the communication channel. Loyalty, loyalty, what utter nonsense! Your death is inconsequential, but do not drag me down with you. On the holographic screen appeared a portly middle-aged man in his 40s, his bloated face a testament to indulgence. All the soldiers in the command tower stood in unison, exclaiming, "We greet your highness the prince." Indeed, the figure on the screen was none other than Yi Feiwu, the governor of the Left Bank Paradise starred. Yi Feiwu was the youngest brother of his imperial majesty, and the least threatening of the siblings, having evaded the emperor's purges due to the vast age gap of over 30 years. After all, would an emperor who ascended the throne at the age of 40 fear the threat posed by a mere child of 8 or 9? At times, this younger brother even served as a tool for the emperor to project his benevolence, despite having ordered the execution of 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Nevertheless, Yi Feiwu was a prince in the true sense, albeit one who indulged in revelry on the Left Bank Paradise star. His status surpassed even that of the 2 princesses, instilling a sense of respect among the rank-and-file soldiers. "You useless fools! Do you wish to plunge the Left Bank Paradise star into the flames of war? Do you intend to destroy this place?" The Huangquan was once the flagship of the infamous Daochuo. To obliterate this warship is tantamount to declaring war on Lord Daochuo. Our Matu Empire has been embroiled in warfare for years, and our national strength is already considerably weakened. Do you truly wish to create more enemies? The commander was thoroughly chastised by the prince, inwardly lamenting if this was truly the renowned weakling of a prince. Why does his imposing presence rival that of his majesty? Yi Feiwu berated them for over 10 minutes before finally calming his ire and connecting the communication channel to the Huangquan. "Is it Lord Mingyi?" The famed warrior under Lord Daochuo indeed lives up to his reputation, exuding an absolute aura of dominance. With a grin that narrowed his eyes into slits, the prince began with flattery. And when Mingyi appeared slightly flustered, he swiftly shifted his tone. "Why, brother once signed a treaty of peaceful coexistence with Lord Daochuo. Ever since, over 30 years have passed without conflict between the Matu Empire and the Fallen Stars. I believe Lord Mingyi is well aware of all the treaty's details. After all, the Left Bank Paradise Star is the territory of the Matu Empire. Should you attempt a forced landing, it would be a blatant interference in our domestic affairs. I fear that even if this matter were brought before Lord Daochuo, you would not emerge victorious. Therefore, I advise you, Lord Mingyi, to think twice." Think twice. Having concluded, Yi Feiwu wore a beaming smile as he awaited Mingyi's response. Even the most arrogant of individuals cannot dismiss a prince of the empire. After a moment of contemplation, he opened a secure channel and said to the prince, "Let us speak privately." This clandestine conversation lasted a full 15 minutes, and no one knew what was said between them. Upon exiting the encrypted channel, Prince Yi Feiwu simply instructed the 10 assault warships, "The Huangquan shall remain docked here for the time being. Once the internal strife on the Left Bank Paradise Star abates, they shall disembark for leave. During this interval, you are to guard the Huangquan with diligence. No one is permitted to disembark without my command. Your Highness, that is unacceptable. The military has ordered us to land and quell the unrest." The commander, exasperated, interrupted the prince, disregarding decorum. "Silence. I care not whose orders you follow. I will not allow you to land. Should the Fallen Star's forces meddle in this turmoil, you can well imagine the consequences." With that, he abruptly severed the communication channel, causing the holographic screen to vanish instantly. The 10 warships were left in stunned silence. The Grand Princess's plans had been utterly thwarted. Initially, everything had been meticulously arranged. As the trainee soldiers besieged the hot sandport, the 100,000 Imperial Guards aboard the warships were set to launch a collective offensive to quell the rebellion, thus uprooting all of the Second Princess's influence. In due time, the Left Bank Paradise Star would seamlessly transform into the Grand Princess's private garden. The plan was commendable. Alas, they had not anticipated that Mingyi from the Fallen Stars would intervene. After all, the Grand Princess bore him no grievance. Furthermore, there was no indication that the Second Princess held any favor with him. Was there? Rumor had it that Mingyi had even attempted to assassinate Yimei. So how could he possibly oppose the Grand Princess? Little did anyone realize that Lord Daochuo's general, Mingyi, had traversed a staggering 180 light-years to invade the heart of the Matu Empire. And his sole motive was his brother Wu Chang. Sitting casually in the command center, Mingyi hummed a lewd tune. Yet his thoughts were solely consumed by Wu Chang. "Why, dear brother, I can only delay this 100,000 reinforcements for you. This is the limit of my ability. Whether you can navigate through this crisis rests solely upon your own prowess. Silly brother, you aren't short of funds. So why not switch to a terminal produced by the sickle and blade? Why persist with such a poorly secured terminal that renders me hesitant to contact you? Just then, his wrist terminal vibrated suddenly. Glancing down, he discovered it was a call from Wu Chang. That scoundrel, you finally managed to reach me. Do not speak just yet. Say nothing at all. First, I shall send you a program. Following that, a hacker program crafted by Lord Daochuo from the Fallen Stars infiltrated Wu Chang's terminal. From that moment onward, the inhabitants of the Left Bank Paradise Star would no longer be able to eavesdrop on Wu Chang. Ha, brother. Do you know who just provided you with this program? It was none other than Lord Daochuo himself. Rest assured, with this program, no one will be able to monitor you. Now, hasten to share your current situation with me. The more detailed, the better. I have come to assist you. At that moment, Wu Chang's heart brimmed with optimism as he sat in a corner of a cargo truck, speaking in the faintest of tones with Mingi. Beside him stood a group of vigilant soldiers, the truck's destination aimed directly for Hot Sandport. Both Mingi and Wu Chang genuinely believed that Lord Daochuo's hacker program was the most secure in the universe. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that, in a distant and unknown realm, a woman was toying with her gold-rimmed glasses, eavesdropping on their conversation. These two fools truly believe that all programs originate from Lord Daochuo. That old man only knows how to plagiarize my ideas. One day, I shall withhold all programs from him, driving that old coot to madness. How utterly mundane, how dreadfully boring. After all this talk, it merely boils down to two princesses vying for power over a trifling tourist planet. And yet they are making such a ruckus. This Wu Chang fellow is also a fool. Such trivial matters have stirred Mingi. Even that old rogue, Ryan, has deigned to make an appearance. How could he accept such an incompetent apprentice? The woman, known as Tong Yin, remained seated on her floating platform, and once again, the visage of her round-faced secretary appeared on her desk. Please investigate the situation in the Ma-Tu Empire thoroughly. I have recently taken an interest in that place. Strive to expand our influence further. Certainly, Mist, I shall attend to it immediately. With that, the round-faced secretary's image vanished, and within the vast cylindrical space, another area began bustling with activity. The Miss's orders would ultimately be executed to the fullest extent. The conversation between Wu Chang and Mingi continued as the antiquated four-wheeled cargo truck jolted along the dirt road. Through their dialogue, Wu Chang gained a general understanding of the events that had transpired and learned that 100,000 Imperial Guards were poised for action in space. Wu Chang understood that if these harbingers of death were allowed to land, the massacre that had occurred in Huangyi City might very well repeat itself. Wu Chang, remember the coordinates I provided you. There lies our pirate's secret stash, and you may freely utilize its supplies. Additionally, safeguard the program I just sent you. It is the best tool for concealing your movements. With this hacker program, the second princess's forces will never discover your whereabouts. I have informed you of the broader situation, but I am completely ignorant of the minor developments on the planet. I cannot advise you on the state of affairs on the Left Bank Paradise Star. All must rely on your own judgment. This, Mingi suddenly fell silent. If I were to say, it would be best for you not to meddle too much. Regardless of who claims this planet, it has little to do with you. Find a safe place to rest for a few days. Sooner or later, the turmoil will subside. At that point, if you wish to soldier on, do so. If not, join me in laughing at the vastness of the universe. Wu Chang replied with a wry smile. Rest assured, I will protect myself. I am no child. I shall not meddle in affairs that do not concern me. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The enforcer could hardly fathom how a dying man could still muster the strength to resist. His intestines had been dragged out over a meter. Yet he still fought back. With a series of gunshots, 3 rounds shattered the man's skull, finally rescuing the perpetrator. Damn it, bind these 2 wretches and toss them into the cargo truck. I'll take them back for some amusement. And when I'm done, I'll sell them off for a profit. How dare you bite me? The atrocities did not end with these 2 incidents. Under the commission of Mystria, the blonde thug had brought along over 1,000 enforcers from the syndicate. Sweeping through the slums like a dark tempest, these beasts, who thrived on human trafficking, showed no pity for the common folk. Robbery, rape, murder, and arson were as mundane to them as daily meals. The sound of gunfire melded into a cacophony, and the unarmed recruits stood no chance against this gang. Some were captured alive, while others were brutally beaten to death during their futile resistance. Within just 2 hours, Over 200 recruits had been bound and transported to the cargo truck. Blonde, damn your ancestors. If you have a grudge, come at us, but spare the elderly and children. You shall await your demise, for Brother Gun's fate shall be yours. Do not think the syndicate can shield you. The recruits gazed upon their burning homes, their hearts boiling with rage. They hurled curses at the blonde thug, refusing to back down even with guns pointed at their heads. Seated on his brand-new motorcycle, the blonde surveyed the chaos before him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, too lazy to retort. You fools, do you think my backing is the syndicate? What a load of nonsense. That's merely a code. Behind me stands the Grand Princess of the Empire, and I am allied with Mistria, her overseer. With you lot of unarmed paupers, you dare to challenge me? Just wait until I sell you off as slaves. As he contemplated this, he suddenly noticed several of his men dragging women towards the truck. Upon closer inspection, he was delighted to find a pair of beautiful sisters among them. Hey, you lot! Hurry and bring those two to me. I am in dire need of such exquisite merchandise. Grasping the sisters' chins and scrutinizing their terrified faces, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Mr. Yu's mission had achieved another milestone. Presenting these sisters would surely earn him a larger share of the spoils. In this world, there truly exists a faction that reveres the devil, and the blonde thug is one of them. When he opened a secret warehouse of the syndicate, the scene within sent chills coursing through his veins. It was a smuggling hub disguised beneath a grain depot, rows of iron cages imprisoning groups of men and women. These were the goods destined for the far reaches of the universe. Beside the blonde, the warehouse manager obsequiously introduced the A-grade cargo area, where robust slaves were held. As of today, over 600 slaves had been dispatched to various mining planets, yielding a total income of 1.2 million gold coins. His words drew scornful glances, and several defiant souls prepared to curse him. The blonde's subordinates, seasoned veterans, could easily discern the slave's intentions. A high-pressure hose sprayed cold water, while a henchman clad in insulated gloves intermittently thrust a glowing wire into the water jet, delivering a powerful electric shock to the slaves, causing them to convulse violently. Ha ha ha, these newcomers still haven't accepted their fate. I plan to send them to Black Star to mine liquid silver. I reckon within a month, they'll be reduced to skeletons. The blonde chuckled as he watched the man tremble under the electric current. They are but a group of doomed souls. Why bother holding grudges? For now, let us treat them to some fine delicacies, preferably the local specialties from our left bank Paradise Star. They'll never have the chance to taste them again. How pitiful, the warehouse manager, grinning from ear to ear, exclaimed, Oh, boss, you're the kindest leader I've ever had the fortune to serve. Working under you is truly a blessing. Oh, boss, please, take a look at these half-grown children. They are destined for the colonies. Children adapt better, and their mortality rate is significantly lower than that of adults. He continued, and this cage here, specially ordered by a research institution on the third sea star, is said to be for the study of some unique pharmaceuticals. Mind your step, it's filthy here. These little beasts always urinate on the ground. The blonde strode past each cage like a general inspecting his troops, viewing these breathing commodities as mere coins. Soon, the manager led him to the most valuable cargo area, where the cages held not men and children, but a collection of women, all utterly naked. The trade of human beings has existed since time immemorial. And the most prized commodities in this business are women. Brothels throughout the universe require women, and the military's comfort stations do as well. Nobles need women for their gardens and private estates. And even the rural landowners who have gained a little wealth wish to acquire a few women. This age-old vice, which has persisted throughout human history for millions of years, has never waned, let alone been eradicated. The blonde gazed at the naked, scarred women in the cages, and a sudden fury ignited within him. He seized a nearby iron bar and struck the manager without hesitation. Damn it, I allowed you to indulge. Do you not realize that a virgin is valuable? You've squandered countless gold coins for me. If I kill you, it's no injustice. Oh, please, boss, spare me. I want to do it again. I swear. The warehouse manager rolled on the ground like a dog. After a moment, the blonde's fury subsided somewhat. He discarded the iron bar, panting heavily. Lock up those filthy soldiers I just brought in. Don't let them starve or escape. They're of use to me. Having said that, he turned and retreated to his office for a rest. As over 300 recruits were bound and escorted to the underground warehouse. Chaos erupted among them. They had long heard tales of the brutality of human trafficking rings, but witnessing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. All were native children of Hot Sandport, and those in the cages were their kin. Brother, what are you doing here? How did you fall into their hands? Shaoli, is that you? I'm your childhood neighbor, Datu. Whoa, uncle, it's me, Xiao Chong. Please take me back to find Mom. The underground warehouse descended into pandemonium as the soldiers, seeing long-lost friends and family, became frenzied. Ignoring their handcuffs and bindings, they lunged at their enemies like rabid tigers. The soldiers attacked with their heads, teeth, and any means available, catching the thugs off guard and taking several down. One unfortunate henchman even had his throat bitten through. Shoot! Quickly, shoot them down! The manager, terrified, barely noticed he had stumbled beside one of the cages. When the gunfire erupted, the caged women, driven to madness, lunged at him, dragging him into the iron cage from behind. Their long nails clawed at his face, raking open his eyelids and gouging out an eye. Ah, help me! Save me! The manager's ledger scattered like snowflakes across the ground as the wailing women bit off his ear. Die, you beast! You are no human! Amidst the chaos, gunfire finally rang out, and the women inside the cages were reduced to a bloody mess. While the soldiers outside were struck down by high-energy beams, soldiers and captives fell in waves, only for more to rush in until the blonde finally intervened. Stop! Stop right now! Have you no sense? This is all money. The blonde stood at the office door, berating his subordinates, when suddenly a shadow flitted past him, clasping his throat and silencing his words. Without hesitation, the shadow yanked the blonde into the room and swiftly locked the door behind them. Startled, the blonde was pinned to the table. As he attempted to resist, searing pain shot through his arm. It was nearly dislocated. Stop it! It hurts! Who are you? What do you want? This is the Syndicate's headquarters. You cannot act with impunity here. Before he could finish his sentence, his body was flipped over, and a flurry of slaps struck his face, causing blood to flow from his features in mere moments. Beast, open your eyes and see who I am. I am Wu Chang, the very Wu Chang you seek. Another punch landed squarely in his gut, causing him to double over, retching. You are Wu Chang. You killed my brother, and now you wish to kill me. Though the blonde was outmatched, the malice in his heart remained undiminished. Ha ha ha, you actually managed to find this place. There lies a certain depth in this matter. However, have you ever pondered whether, once you enter, you can also exit? Wu Chang gazed at the yellow-haired man kneeling on the ground, a knot of frustration lodged in his throat. He seized the yellow-haired man's hair and yanked him up from the ground, exclaiming, Beast, are you even human? Look outside at the innocent women and children. How could you possibly lead them into the flames? If it were your own son, would you sell him off? He continued, and those women, they are living beings. Yet you treat them as mere commodities, selling them like cattle. What if it were your mother or your sister? Would you sell them as well? Wu Chang's furious tirade was met with the yellow-haired man's deranged laughter. Why not sell? He scoffed, as long as the price is high enough. What is there that I cannot sell, even myself? Ha ha ha. Civil servants and military officials sell themselves to emperors for power and wealth. The imperial army sends recruits to the battlefield as if they were mere goods, pushing them into the slaughterhouse. Mothers demand exorbitant bride prices. Is that not a form of selling? Employees sign unreasonable contracts with their employers. Is that not a form of selling as well? This world is rife with transactions. Why should they be allowed to sell while I cannot? The yellow-haired man coldly regarded Wu Chang. You kill for money? But what do you kill for? You kill my brother simply because you desire to kill. In comparison, you are the real executioner, the true maniac. Wu Chang's anger twisted his mouth in disdain. He replied with a cold smile. My master once told me that there are those in this world who willingly worship the devil. I have always been skeptical, but today I realize such people indeed exist. Since you seek death, I shall not hold back. The yellow-haired man laughed maniacally. You think you can kill me? Outside the warehouse, I have over 100 M.E. and do you believe you can escape? Wu Chang was so incensed that he found it amusing. Look up, take a gander at the splendid scene outside, he said, pressing the yellow-haired man's head against the glass. Through the glass, the yellow-haired man was stunned to discover a thin layer of mist covering the entire warehouse floor. Reminiscent of dry ice, though far less dense. This thin mist rendered everyone inside the warehouse, both his men and the goods, utterly devoid of combat capability, slipping into a state of unconsciousness. Nearby, 4 or 5 soldiers donned respirators, methodically dispatching the thugs. The soldiers were ruthless, delivering swift, silent kills with their bayonets, demonstrating their chilling efficiency. Why was this happening? The yellow-haired man's defiance began to wane. Wu Chang regarded him as one would a fool. Do you wish to know why? I'm afraid I have no interest in enlightening you. Carry your questions with you to hell. Wu Chang had no time to elaborate. He simply shoved the yellow-haired man into a chair and bound his hands and feet with rope. Give me a swift end. Just grant me a quick release, the yellow-haired man pleaded, finally grasping the true essence of fear. With Wu Chang's strength, killing him would be a matter of a single bullet or a single punch. Yet, Wu Chang chose to bind him. Was this a form of torture? Wu Chang, why go to such lengths? Killing is merely a matter of hitting the ground. My vendetta against you is solely for my brother's sake. If you were a man, grant me a swift end. The yellow-haired man's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Wu Chang replied coldly, I need not prove my manhood to you, nor should you provoke me. Are you not unafraid? Is life so worthless to you? Then face your own death alone. With that, the glint of a dagger flashed, and a crimson gash appeared on the yellow-haired man's left wrist. Blood dripping steadily. Wu Chang ignored his cries, donned a respirator, and stepped into the warehouse, and no sooner had he taken 10 steps than the sound of agonized cries resembling that of a slaughtered pig emanated from the office. Damn it, beast, grant me a swift end. Please. Within the secret underground warehouse, the yellow-haired man, confined in the office, awaited the arrival of death alone, blood dripping from his wrist in a shocking crimson. This method of dying was excruciating, akin to being sealed in a coffin and buried alive, the solitude, terror, and longing for a swift demise driving him to madness. Damn it, grant me a swift end. You are not human. You are a beast. A devil. Ah, let me go. I curse your ancestors. Release me at once. Initially, the yellow-haired man spoke defiantly, but as he received no response from Wu Chang, his bravado crumbled into incoherent babbling. Wu Chang, tell me, how did you come to know of this secret warehouse? The headquarters of the Hall of Justice is unaware of its existence. How did you infiltrate? Wu Chang, if you have the courage, speak. The yellow-haired man implored. What is that sleeping gas? Where did you acquire those masks? Answer me, speak, so I may comprehend. Wu Chang squatted at the office door, observing his comrades using bayonets to dispatch the thugs, a smirk curling on his lips. Do you wish to understand? Ha ha. You merely wish to escape the dread of impending death. If I divulged the truth, that would be falling into your trap. At this moment, the yellow-haired man was teetering on the brink of insanity, his emotions fraying. Ugh! I curse your ancestors. Grant me a swift end. I beg you, please. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I am no man. I am a beast that I implore you for a swift end. No, no. I do not wish for a quick death. Just grant me a single word. Please, just one word. Ha ha ha. Blood. There is blood here. Such beautiful blood. Just as the yellow-haired man was on the verge of madness, Liao Yuok dispatched the last thug and approached Wu Chang. He glanced through the glass at the yellow-haired man, now a pitiful sight, and grimaced in disgust. Why bother? A single bullet would suffice to end this trash. Why engage in such games? Wu Chang settled onto the steps, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Do you believe in the concept of reincarnation? Do you believe in the existence of hell and heaven? Liao Yuok blinked, momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Ha ha, this fellow fears hell. He is utterly engulfed by terror. Although he professes to worship the devil, he still fears the abyss of hell. My master once said that in the final moments of life, what occupies a person's mind shapes the world they will enter after death. Should they envision heaven, they shall ascend to it. Should they behold hell, they shall descend into its depths. Liao Yuok, clearly taken aback, was struck by Wu Chang's serious demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting. What of the pharmaceuticals extracted from the secret base? Who is responsible? Wu Chang abruptly shifted the topic. It should be Arthur. Let me inquire. With that, Liao Yuok signaled to Arthur, who was inspecting the bodies in the distance. The secret base Wu Chang referred to was not the covert stronghold in the Rocky Mountains, but rather a treasure trove belonging to the pirate underworld. Upon discovering this cache, Wu Chang and his team were astounded by the high-quality supplies. Light and heavy machine guns from the Blade Company, heavy grenades from the Holy Empire, and exquisite potions from the Fallen Stars. All manner of weaponry dazzled their eyes. The anesthetic gas found in the Hall of Justice's warehouse was manufactured by the Fallen Stars, a typical piece of special operations equipment, while the respirators worn by the team were the finest masks produced by the Blade Company, unmatched in the universe for their protective capabilities. With such advanced gear, they effortlessly seized the warehouse, eliminating the core members of the Hall of Justice. I have the pharmaceuticals. Are you injured? Unbeknownst to when it began, the proud Arthur now spoke respectfully to Wu Chang. This shift did not escape Lal Yuok's notice, stirring a pang of envy within him. Give me a sedative and a small medical nebulizer. As the two exchanged puzzled glances, Wu Chang gently shattered a corner of the glass, blowing the nebulized sedative inside. So you know why people go mad. It is merely a form of self-protection by the brain. When individuals encounter intense stimuli or profound sorrow, their minds conjure chaotic illusions. It is a means of safeguarding oneself. Now, the unfortunate soul within the room was on the brink of insanity, desperately seeking to escape the terror that plagued him. Yearning to numb his soul with illusions before death. Such petty schemes cannot evade my notice, though not dream. For the sake of those innocent lives lost, I shall not allow you the comfort of an easy demise. The potent sedative filled the room, leaving the yellow-haired man stripped of even the right to madness, forced to confront his impending death while his soul would eternally descend into the depths of hell. Unbeknownst to them, both Laylock and Arthur instinctively took a step back, as the figure before them transformed from a respected individual into one that commanded fear. Though the difference lay in but a single word, the shift in status was palpable. The figure discarded the empty vial in hand and exited the office, with Laylock and Arthur trailing behind like mere attendants. Are we not in possession of 3 injured soldiers? Let us leave them here to guard the warehouse and protect the unconscious soldiers and civilians. As soon as the soldiers of the Black Horse Camp awaken, they are to arm themselves and follow my commands without question. The situation in Hot Sands Harbor teeters on the brink of disaster. Possessing additional strength may very well save another life. At that moment, the figure passed by the enclosure where women were held captive. Observing that most of them were disheveled and many were entirely unclothed. Frowning deeply, he murmured, quickly, find some clothing. If that fails, procure some fabric. What has become of this place? Before he could finish his thought, he halted abruptly, leaning against a metal cage, quietly studying the women within. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Damn it! These 2 fools have ultimately been captured." He referred to the mother and daughter he had encountered upon his arrival at Left Bank Paradise Star. The very duo that had attacked him without hesitation. This moment, they lay on the ground, their attire in tatters, their faces smeared with dirt, clearly having endured great torment. Quickly, open the cage and fetch a breathing mask. Urged by his insistence, Laylock raised his weapon and fired twice, severing the lock from the iron cage. Why now? The anesthetic gas within the warehouse had dissipated significantly, and the powerful air conditioning had introduced fresh air, rendering the atmosphere quite safe. The figure placed the breathing mask on the young woman's face. The high-quality mask, produced by Bayonet, featured 4 small oxygenators that infused the air with oxygen. In a short while, the girl regained consciousness. Why you? Who are you? I feel like I've seen you before. As she spoke, the girl suddenly sat upright, fear gripping her as she pointed at him, pleading, "Don't come any closer. Please, don't approach me. Don't assault me. I beg you." Desperately clutching at her tattered clothing, she found it woefully inadequate for any semblance of modesty. With a deep sigh, he removed his military uniform and draped it over her shoulders. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. Have you forgotten? I rescued you in the coconut grove, and now I have returned to save you once more." At this moment, the girl's mother also began to awaken. Her emotional state was slightly more stable than her daughter's, yet still far from normal. She recognized him immediately, her gaze falling upon the handgun at his waist and the soldiers behind him. "Officer, please spare my daughter. I will accompany you. I will accompany you." With that, she stripped off her clothing and lunged toward him. The once defiant mother and daughter were now reduced to a pitiful state. Kneeling before him, resembling nothing more than half-hidden streetwalkers, He understood that they must have suffered deeply, their emotional states precarious. Gripping their wrists, he turned to Arthur and commanded, "Administer a low-dose sedative via intravenous injection." Upon hearing this, Arthur quickly prepared the syringe, and after a reluctant yet necessary injection, the mother and daughter finally found some semblance of calm. He could hardly bear to imagine the horrors they had endured over the past 2 months. Their nearly shattered mental state spoke volumes of the terrors they had faced. After a full 15 minutes, as the sedative began to take effect, the girl suddenly burst into tears. "I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. It was my fault. I should have listened to you. I should have turned back home. I want to return to Sanhai. I don't want to stay here anymore." The mother, now much more lucid, embraced her daughter and wept profusely, recounting their harrowing experiences. After parting from him, they had disregarded his warnings, failing to return home immediately. Instead, they indulged in their travels, oblivious to the dangers surrounding them. The casino, bars, performance centers, and even the hot sands beach after dusk. They had ventured into all of these places without a care. Little did they know of Mr. Yu's influence on this planet. No woman he set his sights on had ever escaped his grasp. In a mere 3 days, they had basked in their freedom but were then captured by the syndicate at the hot sands beach. From that day forth, they had been plunged into a living hell. Accompanying their endless humiliation was a profound fear of an uncertain future. They had overheard the guards speak of a significant buyer on Sanhai Star, seeking various mother-daughter and sister pairs, and they realized they were soon to become commodities. Transported back to Sanhai, returning home held no promise of celebration, especially as cargo. Instead, they would face a fate far worse than they could imagine. As they recounted their tragic ordeal, Laylock and Arthur fell silent. Being natives of Left Bank Paradise Star, they felt a deep sense of shame regarding the issue of human trafficking, particularly in the presence of the figure before them, which amplified their feelings of disgrace. Laylock and Arthur shed their military uniforms and clothed the mother and daughter. "From this moment forward, you are safe. I swear upon the honor of the Ice Dragon Military Academy that I will ensure your safe return home." At that juncture, the mother suddenly spoke up. "Could you help me contact Left Bank Television? My husband is the 4th largest shareholder there. I beg you, negotiate on our behalf. We snuck out for a vacation, and he has no idea we are here." Left Bank Television? Laylock and Arthur were taken aback, unable to fathom that the mother and daughter held such a significant status. "Damn it, had you revealed your identities earlier, you might have avoided this predicament." Left Bank Television was the largest media conglomerate on Left Bank Paradise Star, monopolizing the news industry while overseeing numerous entertainment companies. Countless stars, shining brightly in the empire, were discovered and cultivated by Left Bank Television. The vast population of Left Bank Paradise Star, coupled with its hospitable climate, ensured an abundance of beautiful people. This talent reservoir solidified the region's reputation as the haven for celebrities. The influence of the Left Bank Group was undeniable. The revelation that they were the wife and daughter of the 4th largest shareholder sent shockwaves through the room. My father is a prominent tycoon on Sanhai Star, investing in many major enterprises of the Matau Empire. Left Bank Group was his most successful investment during his youth, and after years of management, he has attained the status of the 4th largest shareholder. Due to my father's constant work commitments, he has little time to spend with us, which led us to sneak away for a vacation. We intended to scare him a little, but we never anticipated that this trip would turn into a nightmare." As he observed the sobbing girl, he opened his mouth to speak, but her mother interjected. "Officers, I implore you, do not disclose this matter to anyone. If her father discovers it, there will be no escape for us." With that, the woman fell to her knees, pleading fervently. Laylock and Arthur, both hailing from affluent backgrounds, understood the mindset of the mother and daughter all too well. In the realm of the wealthy, reputation held paramount importance. If this incident were to leak, their future would be irrevocably tarnished. Laylock whispered an explanation to the figure, who quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Very well, since that is the case, you both cannot remain here. Change into different clothes, and I will escort you to Left Bank Television, claiming that you were victims of a robbery. How does that sound?" Yes, that would be best. We were merely on holiday and encountered these assailants. We are grateful for your rescue. Thank you so much. Once I return, I will reward you." The figure and his companions were indifferent to any potential rewards. They ushered the mother and daughter into the truck's cabin and instructed them to wait quietly. With the syndicate issue resolved, Laylock inquired, now that we've rescued 300 hostages, what is your plan moving forward? Establish a foundation. First, let us form a basic structure. With Laylock, Arthur, Thomas, and myself, we, along with the 3 injured Allied soldiers, constitute an elite unit capable of participating in the summer competition. I believe we can easily manage the role of platoon leader. In about half an hour, the new recruits of the Black Horse will awaken. They all know me and should not exhibit any insubordination. Each of us can lead approximately 40 soldiers, which is sufficient for a platoon. We shall make our way directly to Mr. Ya's lair. I refuse to believe that Mr. Ya possesses insurmountable power. As the enigmatic figures of the uncertainty were devising plans to deal with Mr. Ya, in his modest abode at Hot Sandport, the supervisor of the Grand Princess was equally preoccupied with his fate. Under the dim glow of the bar's lighting, Mr. Ya sat alone, reporting to a superior from the Sanhaxing. To everyone's astonishment, he was utilizing a real-time communication device, indicating that the Grand Princess was indeed investing heavily in this mission. My lord, please allow me to explain. This uncertainty cannot be permitted to remain at large. Intelligence has unequivocally demonstrated that this man is exceedingly dangerous and difficult to tame. If we allow him to linger, chaos is sure to ensue. Yes, I am acutely aware this is the Grand Princess's command. But the situation has spiraled beyond our control. First, the Huangquan of the Fallen Stars has abruptly appeared, now confronting the princess's vanguard. Furthermore, Yi Wenshui and His Highness have maintained a neutral stance. Our 10,000-strong security force has no openings to exploit. Mr. Ya, drenched in perspiration, found himself devoid of his usual authority in the presence of his superior from Sanhaxing. Suddenly, something shouted from the other end of the line compelled Mr. Ya to stand at attention. His right fist pressed to his chest, declaring, "My lord, if I do not succeed, let me die in honor, defending the dignity of the Grand Princess with my very blood." The call was abruptly terminated. Leaving Mr. Ya weakly slumped in his chair, he lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag until the glowing ember burned down to the filter. With a heavy sigh, he exhaled the smoke, his expression one of profound despondency. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a visibly anxious subordinate. "Supervisor, Huang Mao has not reported back for 2 hours. This is highly unusual. Could there have been an incident at the Court of Justice?" Before the subordinate could finish, Mr. Ya leaped from his chair. "What? 2 hours of silence? You failed to report this?" He followed up with a resounding slap, leaving the subordinate's ears ringing. "I apologize, my lord, I am inept." However, news just arrived from the Rocky Mountains and Hot Sand Beach. Both small teams have been completely annihilated. The brothers have gone to collect first-hand intelligence and neglected Huang Mao. What? Annihilated? Both teams have vanished? Mr. Ya's composure shattered, resembling a trapped tiger pacing frantically within the confines of the room, before he suddenly bellowed, "Retreat! We must retreat immediately. We cannot remain in Hot Sandport. We will take the secret passage to our spy vessel." He uttered these words without changing his attire, departing the villa clad in casual wear. Meanwhile, as Mr. Ya fled in haste, a fierce battle was coming to a close at a perilous mountain pass in the Rocky Mountains, where a squad of 15 assassins had been utterly overwhelmed by just 6 individuals, Lu Li and Sima Wu. These assassins, whom Mr. Ya had meticulously trained over the years, had not anticipated the existence of such a concealed path amidst the mountains. They also could not fathom that there were individuals so formidable, each carrying 2 Stinger missiles, capable of ambushing them. Lu Li, renowned as the powerhouse of the Black Horses, and Sima Wu, an elite fighter, found it effortless to carry several Stinger missiles. As they lay in ambush on either side of the mountain pass, it was only half an hour later that the assassins on their land bikes finally arrived. This was the power of intelligence. It was due to the uncertainty obtaining mysterious intelligence support that such miracles could be achieved. As 6 high-explosive Stinger missiles detonated along the mountain road. Sima Wu suddenly felt a surge of admiration for the uncertainty. "You are exceptional. I cannot deny your prowess. Your movements are elusive, and even your ability to manipulate the shadows of the dead cannot be contested. However, now I concede. With such detailed intelligence at your disposal, what is beyond your reach? No wonder Lu Li sometimes refers to you as Ghost Uncertainty. Indeed, you must have spirits at your side, unaware of Sima Wu's musings." Lu Li focused intently on the terminal on his wrist. Suddenly, he leapt up, exclaiming, Damn, the boss is incredible. Let's hurry back to hot sand. The uncertainty has appointed each of us as squad leaders. What? The 5 elite fighters exchanged bewildered glances. At a loss for words, Lu Li's team had experienced tremendous success, yet the other team led by Mary faced considerable adversity. Upon their arrival at Hot Sand Beach, they encountered a torrential downpour. A common occurrence during summer, the howling winds mingled with the rain, battering them mercilessly as thousands of coconut trees bowed under the onslaught, with some uprooted and flying overhead in the midst of the storm. Lake shouted to Mary, "How much farther? Tell me, how much farther?" "Almost there. Just beyond this coconut grove. We'll soon see the village." Conversations in the downpour were arduous, and shouting merely yielded muffled responses. The fierce wind threatened to sweep Tanbaiha away on several occasions. "How the hell are you so steady? Aren't you afraid of the gale?" Luli bellowed. Qian Baoguan had no time to respond, merely patting his large backpack, indicating that it was filled with gold coins. "No wonder the typhoon can't budge you." As they pressed onward towards the village, Qian Baoguan suddenly dropped to the ground, shouting, "Get down! Quick, down!" With no time to ponder, everyone quickly took cover in the rain. At that moment, energy bullets whizzed overhead. "Damn it, we're under attack! Return fire." Mei Lin and the others swiftly drew their weapons, and amidst the cacophony of wind and rain, gunfire erupted throughout the grove. The assailants were precisely the assassin squad dispatched by Mr. Ya, targeting Mary's mother, intending to capture her alive to use as leverage against the uncertainty. The storm hampered Mary's progress, and when they confronted the assassins, they coincidentally encountered them on their return journey. Mary's mother was bound and laid across the back of a land bike. Fortunately, the downpour prevented the bike from accelerating. Otherwise, the assassins would have long vanished. "Mom, it's me, Mary. Can you hear me?" Upon seeing her mother, Mary lost her composure. Unfortunately, her mother was too weak, a chronic illness compounded by the rain, rendering her even more frail. Her gaze was filled with sorrow as she shook her head, signaling her daughter not to worry about her. However, Mary could not bear to abandon her. This was her only family in that moment. Mary abruptly stood, shouting at the assassins, "Let my mother go. You want hostages, take me instead." Ignoring the energy beams whizzing past her, she boldly stepped forward. "Come back, Mary? Are you insane?" Mei Lin leapt up, attempting to restrain her, but the distance was too great. Before he could reach her, an energy beam grazed his arm, inflicting a wound. "Spread out. Fan out, encircle them." Amidst the chaos, Tanbaiha made the correct decision. In the torrential rain, visibility was poor. Close combat was the only path to victory. But would these assassins grant them such an opportunity? Could the foolish Mary truly save her mother? The enemy, with hostages in hand, would certainly exploit this advantage. "Damn it, we are too late." Lake slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Mary's mother was gravely ill. Her kidneys severely deteriorated, relying entirely on dialysis and medication to sustain her life. According to the doctors, a kidney transplant was imperative. However, the cheapest synthetic kidney cost a staggering 100,000 gold coins. A sum unimaginable for impoverished families. Mary's heart shattered. Her mother was in such a dire state, and these people still refused to release her, exposing her to the torrential storm. "Though you all have hearts of stone? You want hostages? Come for me, let my mother go." Mary's desperate cries pierced through the rain, startling the assassins into momentary silence, their shooting halting involuntarily. Her mother shook her head vigorously, urging, "Don't come near, run away. Don't worry about me." But her voice was too faint, barely audible above the storm. At that moment, drawing strength from an unknown source, Mary's mother suddenly sat up from the back of the land bike. Frantically shaking her head at her daughter, in a final desperate act, she bit down hard, crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The portion of her tongue was severed, and in her pale state, the pain and weakness caused her to collapse into the puddle, unconscious. "Mom!" Mary crumpled to her knees in the water, unable to comprehend that her mother had chosen to end her life before her eyes. The assassins were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that this frail woman would exhibit such fierce determination, willing to sacrifice herself to spare her daughter. In that moment, Qian Baoguan dashed forward, tackling Mary and dragging her forcefully towards the coconut grove. finally pausing behind a sturdy tree to catch his breath. Do not engage in futile sacrifices. Your focus must be on revenge. Do not consider anything but vengeance. Gaze upon me, for do you possess the strength to weep yet lack the resolve to slay? At the moment when Qian's son shook Mary's shoulder to rouse her from her stupor, the sudden explosion of a grenade reverberated through the tempest. Merlin and his comrades had finally completed their encirclement. In the aftermath of the blast, the figure of Lei Ku descended upon the assassin squad like a divine being, his iron fists sweeping across the battlefield with the ferocity of the wind. Death, death, death. These beasts deserve no mercy. Do you think your firearm makes you formidable? Let us see who is swifter. Lei Ku's eyes glowed crimson. The prowess of a five-segment master is not to be underestimated. The reputation of the Ice Dragon's foremost expert is not mere bravado. Within a fleeting encounter, 3 assassins met their demise beneath the force of his fists. At that moment, Merlin also surged forward, wielding the dagger that Wu Chong had procured for him in a fit of rage. He activated a magical barrier, its ethereal glow flickering along the blade's edge. Merlin spoke no superfluous words. His eyes were solely filled with the intent to kill, each strike aimed at taking a life. The magical shield could cleave through all before him, rendering armored vehicles and the bulletproof vests of the assassins as fragile as mere rags beneath the might of his dagger. Out of a 10-man assassin squad, 7 fell within less than a minute to the combined melee prowess of Lei Ku and Merlin, with the remaining 3 meeting their end via Tan Baiha's rifle. Mr. T's second unit was utterly annihilated. Mary knelt beside her mother's lifeless body, weeping inconsolably, encircled by her comrades who formed a makeshift tent from their uniforms to shield the bereaved mother and daughter from the elements. For over 20 minutes, Mary wept, until Merlin finally urged her to lay her aunt to rest first. Once they apprehended their enemies, they would return to her grave for retribution. Just as he spoke, Merlin's terminal suddenly illuminated, displaying Wu Chang's visage on the holographic screen. How goes the mission? If completed, rendezvous at the designated location. We have further tasks to undertake. Mary's mother has passed. We ultimately arrived too late. Merlin lamented. Upon hearing this, Wu Chong was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. It was Mary who shattered the awkward silence, inquiring about the mission. I fear no task, provided it brings vengeance for my mother. Wu Chong observed the steely determination in Mary as she arranged for her aunt's resting place, urging everyone to gather. We are preparing to storm Mr. Yu's stronghold. He is the mastermind behind all the conspiracies. Human beings, once driven by a purpose, can endure even the most profound sorrow. Mary and her comrades entrusted her mother's body to the villagers for care, while she wiped her tears and boldly stepped into the storm outside. Mr. Yu's 3 ambush teams had been entirely eradicated, yet the inherently suspicious Mr. Yu showed no hesitation, turning away with his most loyal subordinates, setting his course through the tempest towards their secret base. Amidst the torrential downpour, an expensive black land vehicle traversed the rain, its destination the Aerospace Club northeast of Hot Sandport, where a spy vessel disguised as a private yacht awaited. Inside the vehicle, Mr. Yu examined the freshly transmitted intelligence, gazing at the final images of the 2 obliterated teams. He realized that his last opportunity to recruit Wu Chong had been squandered. On the Shuizhou, even his generous compensation had proven futile. He had compromised Wu Chang's identity files through covert channels without cornering the young man. Now, he found that dispatching long-trained assassins to capture a few hostages had led to their utter annihilation. It was only now that Mr. Yu comprehended the wisdom of the Grand Princess. Oh, Princess, your insight is as sharp as a hawk's gaze. You discern true talent. Alas, such talent cannot be harnessed for our purposes. And thus, retaining him would only spell disaster. Contemplating this, Mr. Yu instructed his subordinates to stir the populace. Hot Sandport had enjoyed tranquility for too long. It was time for a surge of bloodlust. Mr. Yu's loyal followers executed his orders diligently, and at that moment, countless underworld leaders and student soldier leaders in Hot Sandport received a 10-minute only top-secret email. Once the email self-destructed, the apocalypse for Hot Sandport had finally arrived. Brothers of the Sandow Society, the West District is rife with jewelry stores, banks, and upscale venues. Charge in and smash everything. Seize all that is valuable. To the comrades of the East District's Black Group. If we acknowledge second place, who dares claim first? The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is at hand. Whether we feast on meat or settle for broth depends on today. To the streets, we go, men of all ages. Behold the righteousness of my brother leopard. The leopard society never forgets its loyal brethren in pursuit of wealth. The entire city, the whole planet is in chaos now, and the garrison has been occupied by those student soldiers. If we do not strike now, when will we? Forward, charge with me. In that instant, the entire underworld of Hot Sandport erupted with excitement, the repressed violent fervor unleashed. Almost simultaneously, thick smoke billowed from all directions of the port. Even the torrential rain could not suppress it. The exhilaration was not confined to the underworld figures. Their aim was merely to profit from the chaos, while the spies mingling among the thousands of student soldiers sought tangible achievements. Fellow students, comrades, look at this deluge. This pack of wretched garrison soldiers dares to deny us entry into the city. Not only are they unwilling to let us petition the governor, they won't even allow us to seek shelter from the rain. Observe them, hiding in their posts, sipping coffee while we brave the storm. Is this fair, I ask you? Unjust? Countless student soldiers, incited by malicious intent, roared in unison. Who are we? We are the hope of the Empire's future. Warriors tasked with vanquishing evil. How can we endure such treatment? A bunch of garrison soldiers dare to bully Imperial soldiers. Do you consent? No consent? The crowd grew ever more fervent. The instigator, gaining momentum, climbed atop a crate, pointing towards the distant city center, angrily proclaiming, "Behold the layers of darkness. Our funding has been squandered by corrupt officials, our resources sold off, and even our comrades have met unexplained deaths in the Rocky Mountains. What a shameful conspiracy. Let us no longer cower, my brothers. Let us charge forth and tear apart this shroud of darkness. Let us petition the governor. Let us present our case to the great emperor. Now, this moment shall witness our loyalty before the entire empire. Forward, we advance." The torrential rain could not extinguish the flames burning in the hearts of soldiers, especially not those of these young military academy cadets. The inferno of rebellion was finally ignited, and Left Bank Paradise Star was truly in peril. The temporary checkpoints established by the garrison were no match for this throng of soldiers. While the fully armed garrison might intimidate the common folk, they had long since cowered before the mass of soldiers. With but a single charge, the garrison merely fired a few symbolic shots into the air. Realizing they could not intimidate the soldiers, they turned and fled. Some even had their weapons seized by the soldiers. At that moment, countless temporary posts defending Hot Sandport erupted into chaos. These unarmed soldiers disregarded the garrison's rifles and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Under the strict orders of Yuan Shui, the garrison dared not suppress these precious recruits, relying solely on basic riot shields and wooden clubs to resist to the bitter end. Meanwhile, within the white building of the military headquarters, those entering and exiting were in a frenzy, all scurrying about. The air thick with the sound of orders being relayed. What did you say? Victory Street's checkpoint has been breached. Where is your reserve force? Why haven't they been deployed? Say that again. The reserve force was redirected to by Yulon Street? How could even that be left unguarded? There are reports of arson in the West District. Have you identified the culprits? What do you mean? The Sandow Society has incited over 10,000 rioters to loot? The black group from the East District has suddenly taken to the streets, having already breached 3 banks? What use is it to tell me this? Why haven't you suppressed them? Are you armed with mere sticks? Chaos reigned. The white building plunged into turmoil. In the top-floor office, Yuan Shui was frantic, his mouth blistered from anxiety. Yet he had only 100,000 garrison troops to control a city of over 30 million. A task that was inherently daunting. When all factions were in equilibrium, the strain was less apparent. But now, as fires ignited everywhere, he realized he was the one swimming naked. Where is the governor? Where is he at this critical juncture? 091 Special Commissioner Wu Chang. The governor of Left Bank Paradise Star, Prince Yi Feiwu, is not the drunken wastrel many perceive him to be, nor is he a fool. At the most crucial moment, he single-handedly averted a conflict between the River of Hades and the Grand Princess's subordinates, diffusing a war that seemed all but inevitable. Now, this prince sought out the Grand Princess on the front lines, demanding accountability. Outside Prince Yi Feiwu's study stood his 2 favored handmaidens, who were known for their audacity. They even dared to tug at the prince's beard. Yet today, these 2 girls were pale with fright, trembling, nearly fainting. not for any other reason, but because the words spoken by the governor were simply astonishing. Do you truly wish for your sister to perish? Your father is nearing 80. Cannot you afford him a few years of tranquility? The prince in the study is bellowing in fury, and it is evident without guessing that the individual on the other end is none other than the powerful Grand Princess. Accompanying Yi Feiwu's enraged voice is a faint, hoarse feminine tone, altered by cosmic transmission, asking, "Uncle, why do you lay blame upon me? I am unaware of the turmoil on Left Bank Paradise Star, nor have I issued any commands." Deceiving again. I have already closed the door and used an encrypted channel. How dare you attempt to mislead me? Your bureaucratic jargon is best reserved for others. Let me inquire, who is this Mr. Ya? What is the origin of the 10 warships that appeared behind the twin moons? Dear uncle, please do not be so angry. I do not know this Mr. Ya, nor am I acquainted with any matters regarding warships. For inquiries related to intelligence, I suggest you consult the secretive chamber in His Majesty's possession. And regarding the warships, I recommend you approach the military department. Upon uttering these words, the Grand Princess attempted to terminate the call. That moment, Yi Feiwu regained his composure, realizing he could do little to sway this wild child. After much contemplation, he resolved to soften his stance. Do you truly intend to ignore your dear uncle's pleas? If chaos erupts on Left Bank Paradise Star, let us not even discuss the extent of the loss to the Empire. As the governor, I would be implicated. Are you genuinely willing to see your father punish me? I am nearing 50. My sole desire in coming to Left Bank Paradise Star was to enjoy a few peaceful days, not to obstruct the path of you young ones. Do you truly fail to comprehend my heartfelt intentions? After all, I have cherished you since your childhood. Perhaps the prince's emotional appeal struck a chord with the Grand Princess. As the communication screen fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately, she gritted her teeth and replied, I cannot promise you anything, but I will discreetly remind those soldiers that certain matters should not escalate too far. After all, Left Bank Paradise Star holds great significance for the Empire. The Grand Princess concluded the call, leaving the governor with nothing but a non-committal assurance. He gazed out at the city, engulfed in dust and chaos, uncertain of how many lives this promise might save. Are you two sisters perhaps enemies from a past life? The animosity between you is so profound that it cannot be mitigated by familial love. Do you truly wish to drive my poor brother to his demise? Yi Feiwu's white hair rested against the cold window, as the rainwater streaming down the glass mirrored his tears. The rivalry between the two princesses had reached an undeniable intensity. With the Grand Princess having made her move, would the second princess, Yimei, truly remain passive? The answer was a resounding no. At this moment, the hand of impermanence could already perceive the impending counterattack from the second princess. Currently, impermanence found himself in the villa abandoned by Mr. Ya, surrounded by comrades who had just arrived from the Rocky Mountains and the hot sands beach. The comrades from the training grounds had reunited. The intelligence regarding Mr. Ya's stronghold continued to be provided by that mysterious organization. Impermanence surmised that this must be the work of Boss Pan, as he felt the reassuring presence of a supportive intelligence agency. However, Impermanence was ultimately a step too late. Mr. Ya's villa had long been vacated, leaving even the money in the safe behind. Watching the money-hungry hawks ransack the place, Impermanence felt a twinge of confusion. With Mr. Ya missing, what should he do next? Just then, Impermanence's terminal suddenly lit up. He instinctively activated the device, and when General Gubai's visage appeared on the holographic screen, everyone in the room was rendered speechless. Many gasping in astonishment. The foremost expert of the Imperial Forest Army, General Gubai, the iron-blooded centurion, Gubai, Laylock and Sima Wu, both men of considerable experience, instantly recognized the esteemed military figure. Impermanence, too, was taken aback. It took him a full 3 seconds to salute before Gubai's wrath could be unleashed. You little brat, if you don't salute again, I'll fly over and kick your backside, General Gubai scolded him, reprimanding him for a full 3 minutes before finally addressing the matter at hand. I am aware of your circumstances. It's unexpected that you have made a name for yourself in the Black Horse Camp without entering the Ice Dragon. Well done. You have justified my recommendation. Your opportunity has arrived. If you can manage this well, your rise to prominence, along with your subordinates, will not be far off. Behold, this is your commissioner's order from the military department. From this moment forth, you are the special commissioner dispatched to Left Bank Paradise Star. With the sole task of quelling the rebellion, strive hard, young man. You are now the highest military officer on Left Bank Paradise Star. Ha ha, of course, this is only during the period of suppression. Should you perform admirably, the Empire will not hesitate to bestow titles upon you. With that, Gubai wasted no time and directly transmitted the military order to Impermanence, assuring him of its authenticity, as anyone could verify the original document on the military department's website. Now, go quell the rebellion. With that, he abruptly severed the connection. Impermanence stared at the electronic document before him, the Empire's crimson seal glaring at him, leaving him utterly speechless, as was everyone else in the room. Even the avaricious money hawk was dumbfounded, his rainbow coins spilling to the ground unnoticed. Special Commissioner? Does the Empire even have that position? Impermanence asked instinctively. Indeed, of course it does. This position has always been appointed during times of turmoil. The most recent instance was a decade ago when His Majesty appointed 4 special commissioners to infiltrate enemy-occupied planets and organize underground operations. Tio think that 10 years later, it would be issued again right here in our realm? Tan Baiha, ever the knowledgeable one, remarked, living up to her reputation as a sage. Boss is now a commissioner. Just how significant is that? Luli asked, utterly bewildered. Nonsense. Did you not hear the general? Impermanence is the highest military officer on Left Bank Paradise Star. And all soldiers are to heed his commands, even Major General Yi Wenshui is beneath him, Arthur explained with a sense of pride, gazing at Impermanence with utmost humility. Boss, just give the orders. Even Sima Wu could not help but call him boss. Impermanence looked at the eager comrades in the room. Feeling a surge of warmth, the taste of power was indeed delightful, almost irresistible. Yet, upon encountering the calm gaze of the biochemical being, he suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. I must not become overly zealous. I absolutely cannot allow myself to be consumed by fervor. Impermanence internally doused his excitement with cold water, sitting down on a bar stool and taking a large gulp from a bottle of fine wine. He was uncertain about how to proceed. Should he brandish this military appointment and proclaim to everyone, I am the special commissioner? You must obey me. If he were to act so foolishly, it would not take an hour before he was torn apart by enraged soldiers and rioters. Having witnessed the chaotic coups in small nations during his past life, Impermanence understood that in a collective frenzy, no title holds weight. Only the gun in hand is the true power. When he worked as a mercenary, he had often protected dignitaries in small African nations, where once the soldiers and mobs began to riot, they recognized no authority, not even that of a president. They would slay without mercy in such chaos. Firearms were the most effective means of control. Impermanence was well acquainted with the military system. Its members were tightly knit yet fiercely exclusionary. It was not only in this exceptional period that an officer could be met with hostility. Even in peacetime, the airdrop of a military officer could often lead to dire consequences. Within the military, one cannot assume command solely based on rank. Without establishing respect and authority, subordinates will not follow. History is replete with examples of this nature. Take the case of Yuan Shikai in the past life on Earth, who ingratiated himself with the soldiers by sharing meals and living among them to establish his own loyal faction. Why did Sun Yat-sen recognize Yuan Shikai's presidency immediately after the fall of the Qing dynasty? Why did he not leverage his own prestige to seize military power? The reasoning is straightforward. In military organizations, possession is 9/10 of the law. Once a system of respect and authority is established, outsiders find it impossible to intervene. I cannot utilize those individuals. I absolutely cannot enlist those soldiers. With this thought, Impermanence suddenly sprang to his feet. Amidst the puzzled gazes of others, he declared, do not assume that this appointment will ensure the soldiers outside will obediently follow my commands. Anyone who thinks that way is a fool. Have you considered who they believe I am? Would they yield to an infantryman emerging from a cannon fodder battalion as their leader? There is no need to look far. Just consider you from the Ice Dragon and Elite Combat. Would you all truly respect me? As Impermanence explained, the room fell into a contemplative silence. One was foolish. The initial surge of enthusiasm quickly faded, replaced by solemn expressions. What exactly is your plan? Impermanence, please do share. I believe everyone in this room will support you. Laylock was the first to voice his agreement. Yes, indeed. We are all willing to follow you, the others echoed in unison. With an expression of solemnity, Wu Chang gazed intently at everyone, declaring, I shall speak plainly. If any of you are dissatisfied with my words, you may leave now without any resentment from me. We can still remain friends in the future. However, let me make one thing clear. Should you choose to stay, do not entertain any foolish notions, nor should you dare invoke any pretentious hierarchies. If, at the brink of life and death, anyone attempts to impede our progress, I shall not hesitate to carry out their execution myself. Wu Chang's tone was unervingly frigid, causing even the blood-soaked shadow to sense the palpable aura of death emanating from him. He anxiously observed the individuals within the room, as if poised to pounce upon them at a mere gesture from Wu Chang. What are you talking about? The first to break the silence was Sima Wu, an elite fighter. We emerged from the Rocky Mountains, having shattered several ambushes along the way. Our bond is forged in blood. What discontent could there possibly be? My brothers and I will heed your command. Following suit was Lei Luo of the Ice Dragon, who bowed deeply to Wu Chang, performing a gesture of respect customary among the nobility. The Ice Dragon's brethren echoed, "We revere the strong and are loyal to heroes, and you are the hero we recognize." Wu Chang bestowed a faint smile before glancing back at Merlin and his companions, only to receive an exasperated roll of the eyes from Merlin. "Why so much idle chatter? If you have orders, speak them quickly. I still owe you a life, you know." This prompted a hearty laugh from Wu Chang. "Very well, since we are all in agreement, let us not be overly sentimental. We shall now return to the warehouse of the tribunal. Today, the Black Horse Battalion shall be formed, and I intend to establish a new force within the Empire's military structure. This day would become an indelible memory for every soldier in the Black Horse Battalion." Countless warriors received a message passed among comrades. "Assemble at Steel Warehouse, number 108 on East Street. The Black Horse Battalion is forming." The succinct message spread like wildfire, reaching every soldier's portable terminal within mere minutes. To the astonishment of many, countless new recruits of the Black Horse emerged from their hiding places, navigating through the chaotic streets, traversing countless homes, and slipping through shadowy alleys, all with a singular destination in mind: the warehouse. Years later, when this initial cohort of Black Horse veterans returned to their hometown, and when reporters inquired about the force that drove them to the streets in courageous pursuit of General Gue Wuchang, their responses were astonishingly candid. "It was that big guy Tion from our class who pressured me. He called me a coward, and unwilling to accept that, I ran out, and my parents tried to hold me back for ages. I nearly backed down." Another would say, "You ask me? I have no home left. I just escaped from the Black Horse Battalion only to find my house burned down, and my only sister is missing. Without the army, I truly have nowhere to go." And yet another would declare, "To join the army? Isn't it for the pay?" I'm quite familiar with Lu Li. He said this unit is led by the wealthy Wu Chang. Upon hearing that, I figured my wages would be secure, so I joined. Revenge. Nothing else matters, just revenge that I wish to annihilate all the gangs in the world. That is my singular desire. Each individual had their own answer. Some grounded in reality, others humble, some steeped in greed, and others tragically noble. Yet regardless of their thoughts, one truth remained. History was about to change from this moment onward. Wu Chang stood atop the crane in the center of the steel warehouse. Observing the ever-increasing throng of Black Horse recruits below, he understood that their success hinged on this pivotal moment. With his feet slightly apart and hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an aura of authority that was previously unseen by the people. Surrounding him, holographic screens flickered with images of the recently liberated slaves and the bloodshed inflicted upon human traffickers. The toxic missile slung across Lu Li's shoulder trailed flames as it soared toward the enemy, while Merlin's dagger glimmered menacingly, tracing crimson lines in the downpour. Qian Shun's sniper rifle erupted with fire, each shot resulting in the explosive demise of distant foes. Meanwhile, within a tent fashioned from military uniforms, Mary's mother had forever closed her eyes in eternal slumber. Scenes of devastation flowed silently on the screens, and what had once been a raucous warehouse now fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, another holographic screen appeared beside Wu Chang, magnifying an imperial military decree, which flickered before them. The Black Horse soldiers, despite their confusion, sensed an overwhelming wave of inexplicable grief and fury enveloping the warehouse. As time trickled by, the pressure exerted by Wu Chang upon everyone grew increasingly intense. Just when the soldiers were unprepared, Wu Chang spoke. "Stand at attention." His booming command shattered the silence, compelling 700 to 800 soldiers to instinctively align their feet and puff out their chests. Wu Chang's gaze was one of disdain, as he coldly surveyed the soldiers below, brazenly proclaiming, "I am Wu Chang, hailing from the Black Horse. I believe you all know me. If anyone does not, they must surely be a spy sent by the enemy. And you may drag them out to feed the dogs." As laughter bubbled to the surface, Wu Chang denied them the opportunity. "Do you wish to laugh? Do you find my words amusing? Open your blind eyes and behold the state of our homeland. In this hell, do you dare to laugh? You still dare to chuckle?" He gestured toward the holographic screen displaying scenes of Lu Li's ravaged homeland and the death of Mary's mother. "And look at this warehouse beneath your feet. It is the clandestine base of the tribunal, with over 600 so-called goods awaiting transport across the cosmos. And who are those people? They are your loved ones, your friends." Wu Chang's voice crescendoed to a fever pitch, morphing into a desperate scream. "And gaze outside. Witness the transformation of this metropolis of 30 million into what it has become." At that moment, as if the heavens themselves sought to support Wu Chang, a lightning bolt cleaved through the sky, illuminating the world below. "Behold the inferno that is our city. Gangs are rampant in the streets, looting, vandalizing, and burning. They steal your possessions, dishonor your sisters, and raze your homes, even selling you heartless fools to the far reaches of the universe, while you merely stand by and laugh. Now look at me. Can you still muster a smile? Are you even men? Or mere eunuchs?" Wu Chang's venomous curses ignited a fervor within the hundreds of soldiers, their blood boiling as their fists clenched, ready to erupt. Yet at that moment, Wu Chang shifted his tone, pointing to the imperial military decree. "Are you not convinced? Do you believe a mere cannon fodder's new recruit like myself lacks the right to chastise you? Then open your eyes and behold who I am. I am the officially appointed Special Commissioner of the Imperial Military. I am the highest administrative officer of the entire Left Bank Paradise Star, and what I am about to do is rescue your families. If you wish to avoid my wrath, it is simple. Take up arms. Stand behind me, and together we shall storm the streets, slaying those vile scoundrels, extracting their innards to honor our fallen friends and kin, as long as you dare to kill, as long as you can exact revenge for the people of this city. I stand here, allowing you to hurl insults at me. Even if you beat me, I shall not retaliate. Now it is time to see if you possess the courage, the ability." At this moment, Wu Chang's fervor reached a fever pitch, and he suddenly shouted to Qian Shun, suspended in the crane above, "Let our brothers behold the rewards of following me." Overwhelmed with emotion by Wu Chang's impassioned roar, Qian Shun drew the dagger from his boot and began slashing at the pockets hanging from the crane. Gold coins? Yes, gold coins. All the soldiers beheld in disbelief as imperial gold coins, emblazoned with the image of a horse's head, cascaded down like a torrential rain. "Here lies a fortune of 1,000,000 coins. More wealth than you have ever seen in your lifetime, and it is all for you. Do not think this is a great sum. It is merely a down payment. After our bloody battle, once we have subdued this planet, we shall unlock the treasury and sleep atop a mountain of gold. Now I implore you, entrust your lives to me, and together we shall charge into the streets, vanquishing those ravenous beasts, exterminating those rioters. I ask you one question. Will you join me or not?" The soldiers within the warehouse found themselves unable to remain steadfast, Wu Chang's blood-stirring tirade slicing through their hearts, unleashing torrents of pent-up rage that had been suppressed for generations. Amidst the throng, the towering figure of Lu Li forcefully hurled a handful of gold coins to the ground, his voice laced with disdain. "Do not look down upon us, you outlander. You may be willing to risk your life, but the men of Left Bank Paradise Star shall not cower like turtles. I seek not wealth. I crave vengeance. Vengeance, vengeance, to eradicate those beasts on the streets." Just as fervor engulfed the crowd, the holographic screen in the sky abruptly shifted to a panoramic view of hot Sandport. The flames engulfed the city. The elderly perished in corners, women were stripped and humiliated, and children cried out in anguish. In that moment, the new recruits grasped the weight of the burden they bore. To annihilate those brutes, even at the cost of their own lives. Wu Chang surveyed the seething masses beneath him, recognizing that his objective had been achieved. The fire within the Black Horse Brethren had been ignited. It appeared that the gold seized from the tribunal and Mr. Ya's small building would go unused. I am Wu Chang, by the authority of the Imperial Military Department. I hereby command you, Black Horse Special Battalion, to commence formation. Merlin, select 50 soldiers, organizing them into squads of 10 to form the first platoon. Liloc, assemble 50 soldiers into 10-man squads for the second platoon. Arthur, you shall receive 50 soldiers to form the third platoon. Wu Chang calmly issued his commands, each individual named stepping forth to receive the banner of the Black Horse Battalion. The flag was simple, merely the standard of the Black Horse training camp. Initially, the Iron Fist instructor had intended for them to carry it back in victory. However, it was unexpected that the flag would now be utilized as the Black Horse Battalion was established. Recently, Mary and Luli had forcibly entered a printing shop, coercing the owner at gunpoint to produce 15 Black Horse banners. The shopkeeper had believed he was being robbed by marauding soldiers, nearly wetting himself in fear, only to discover that his assailants were customers, one of whom had carelessly tossed down 100 gold coins. With money comes motivation. The startled yet exhilarated owner managed to print the 15 banners in just half an hour. As these banners fluttered in the warehouse, a total of 15 fully armed enhanced squads stood orderly before Wu Chang. Before him stood over 750 valiant warriors, the first force he could command since arriving in this world. Observing his brethren brimming with vigor and the exceptional weapons provided by fallen stars, Wu Chang sensed that this tiger was ready to feast. For this campaign, I have no special requests. Each platoon leader is to act as the highest commander. Your soldiers are your precious gems. Once you leave this warehouse, your singular mission is to kill, eliminate all insurrectionists and save every innocent you encounter. Engage in a grand maneuver, a wide encirclement, pursuing the enemy's footsteps, braving their gunfire, and shattering any foe who dares obstruct your path with your indomitable will. Until I issue a ceasefire order, no one is permitted to halt. Wu Chang leaped down from the hoisting crane, striding forth with purpose. As his boots splashed through the puddles outside the warehouse, he shouted, "Brothers, follow me into the fray." Behind him, the fiery red banners of the Black Horse fluttered. That day was the 21st of June in the year 3456 of the Cosmic Era, the day when the invincible Black Horse Army was officially born. From the moment of its inception, this army was steeped in the impending tumult of bloodshed. When 750 warriors stood united, they indeed formed a formidable mass. The 15 platoons nearing the strength of a company within the Imperial Army. Yet, Wu Chang and his men faced a colossal city of over 30 million inhabitants. What could such a force accomplish? According to intelligence from the Noble Alliance, nearly 70,000 soldiers had amassed on the outskirts of Hot Sandport, effectively sealing off the city's main thoroughfares from all directions, and reports indicated that the garrison could no longer maintain control. Chaos had already begun to unfold. Within the city, a multitude of gang organizations, numbering over 1,000, awaited the opportunity to incite unrest, capable of rallying well over 1 million citizens. The 10,000 garrison troops were unreliable. Although Yi Wanshu had tightly regulated this armed force to prevent any betrayal or counterattack, the secular armed forces' combat effectiveness was hardly commendable. It would be remarkable if they did not flee at the first sign of threat. During the dispersal of the 15 assault teams, Liloc expressed his concerns to Wu Chang, noting that while mobs were manageable, dealing with an army was another matter entirely. Are we truly to clash with our allies? Regardless of victory or defeat, once blood is shed, future encounters will become awkward. Do not concern yourself with me. I shall act at my own discretion. You must resolutely execute your orders. With that, Wu Chang, accompanied by Luli and his squad, was the first to plunge into the storm. Wu Chang's orders to the Black Horse Battalion were straightforward. Luli, leading 50 men along with the bio-soldier Blood Shadow, formed his elite unit. The remaining 14 squads were to be evenly distributed to the east and west cities. Wherever chaos erupted, there they were to go. Wherever flames danced, there they were to venture. Wherever gunfire rang out, there they were to pursue. They must quell the insurrection before the soldiers outside could breach the defenses. This was imperative. Remember, mobilize every available force, spare no expense, and ensure that those rioters learn a bloody lesson. The cacophony of wind, rain, thunder, and the tumult of battle resonated through the kaleidoscopic city as Wu Chang, resembling a divine warrior, embarked on his path of suppression with 50 brave souls. Blood Shadow, assault, Luli. Encircle them, eliminate these scoundrels. Before Wu Chang had traversed an entire block, he encountered a throng of over 100 rioters, these bare-chested thugs wielding long knives and daggers, burdened with bags of stolen wealth. and dragging weeping women and children as they congregated to divide their spoils. Whether due to unequal distribution or sheer malice, a particularly beautiful young girl was brutally slain with a slash to her throat. What a farce! You think you can rob? Whoever desires this corpse may take it. Before he could finish, a fleeting shadow surged into the crowd, a hand sweeping through the air, aiming directly for the thug's throat. Die, blood shadow, his words barely coherent, decapitated the assailant with a swift motion. Meanwhile, Lu Li and his comrades completed the encirclement, his fury akin to a rampaging bear charging into a flock of sheep. Die, die, die. Scum like you do not deserve to live in this world. Lu Li, wielding an enormous fire axe, carved a bloody path through the chaos, eschewing firearms entirely. The bloodthirsty Black Horse soldiers showed no mercy. Their assault rifles gleaming as within 3 minutes, every last one of the rioters lay dead on the street. Throughout the assault, Wu Chang remained still, merely observing with the Black Horse flag held aloft. Until Lu Li and his men contemplated desecrating the corpses, at which point he interjected. Have you lost your minds? Hide these women in the houses. We must press on. This wicked city harbors plenty of filth for you to eradicate. Beneath the banner of the Black Horse, bloodied warriors surged toward the strongest flames, their path marked only by blood and conquest. However, after Wu Chang's forces swept through 2 city blocks, the escalating chaos filled him with unease. For he discerned that among the rioters were Imperial soldiers. Throughout Left Bank Paradise Star, military academies and training camps were abundant, and even within the city, numerous venerable institutions occupied prime locations, i.e. this rare opportunity for wealth. It was unsurprising that some soldiers would indulge in pillaging. Among them was Chopin from the Twin Moons Advanced Engineering Academy, whose lineage was far from ordinary, rumored to be descended from a knight personally conferred by a baron of Left Bank, a veritable noble. Although of the lowest tier, within the ranks of the commoners at the Engineering Academy, he was an indomitable presence. Hurry, hurry, speed up. The chaos has just begun. These shops are ripe for the taking. Miss this chance? And you will regret it for life. Under his command, over 150 Twin Moons cadets followed him to plunder the commercial street before them. Shops were smashed open, valuable goods loaded onto carts, and shopkeepers, threatened at gunpoint, willingly surrendered their possessions, lest they face violence. Chopin, in a state of euphoric excitement, sat in the back of a delivery truck, watching the ever-growing pile of loot and bags of cash. Unable to calm his exhilaration even after downing 2 bottles of beer. We're rich. Rich? Keep robbing, and anyone who dares resist shall be beaten until they are unrecognizable. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the intersection, and an unfamiliar military banner caught his eye. What is this? In this downpour, someone is raising a banner. A Black Horse? I've never seen such a design. While Chopin stood in bewilderment, a towering figure sprinted towards him from another street. Halt! Which academy are you from? Why are you robbing? The Imperial Military Department Special Commissioner is here. Everyone, assemble immediately. Lu Li's booming voice rang in Chopin's ears like a thunderclap. What the hell? A special commissioner? I've lived my whole life without hearing of such a position in Left Bank Paradise Star. You must be bluffing, brothers. Give him a beating. At the command, Chopin, along with more than a dozen soldiers, lunged at the group like a pack of wolves, forcing Lu Li to retreat relentlessly. Damn you. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? If it weren't for the commissioner's orders restraining me from harming you, I would have sent you flying 3 streets away. Lu Li retorted defiantly as he continued to back away in a fervor fueled by adrenaline and alcohol. Chopin, hearing the foolish giant dare to retort, swiftly drew the dagger from his waist and plunged it into Lu Li's abdomen. Damn it, you will die. With a face twisted in rage, Chopin exerted all his strength to drive the blade deeper. But to his astonishment, Lu Li, displaying unexpected ferocity, grasped the dagger's hilt with his left hand, the sharp edge embedded nearly half an inch into his flesh. You bastard, are you even an Imperial soldier? How dare you attempt to assassinate a comrade? Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Li raised his right fist and struck Chopin's face with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, Chopin's nose nearly broke, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Kill him! Someone, kill him! The chilling cries roused more looting soldiers, and soon over 100 of them set aside their plunder to seize their weapons and charge forward. At that moment, the Black Horse battle flag finally rounded the street corner, and Wu Chang appeared, commanding them to cease. Stop this madness. Are you trying to revolt? Under Wu Chang's command, 50 rifles were raised simultaneously, the ominous muzzles directed at the soldiers, causing the atmosphere to freeze. Chopin was merely a brash soldier. While he had the audacity to loot with his men amidst the chaos, he lacked the courage to raid an armory. The most formidable weapons in their possession were merely a few handguns, with the majority wielding clubs and long knives. Calm down, everyone calm down. We are all comrades in the same trench. Let us not harm our camaraderie. Upon seeing the guns, Chopin's demeanor softened instantly as he approached Wu Chang. Comrade, may I ask which battalion you hail from? Since we are here to profit, surely there is enough to go around. Look at this cart full of treasures, exquisite jewels and electronics, not to mention a considerable amount of cash. As he spoke, Chopin grabbed a handful of gold coins, presenting them to Wu Chang. These fine goods, let us split them evenly and part ways amicably. What do you say? Wu Chang, observing the bloodied and obsequious Chopin, felt a wave of nausea but forcibly suppressed his urge to strike. This is the appointment letter from the Imperial Military Department. I am now the highest-ranking military officer on the left bank of Paradise Star. The special commissioner I just mentioned, I hereby command you to join my ranks and depart with me to quell this rebellion. These goods must be returned at once. Before Wu Chang could finish, all semblance of flattery vanished from Chopin's face. He pointed at the holographic document and cursed vehemently. You're bluffing. What kind of nonsense special commissioner are you? You just want to pull a fast one and steal our wealth. Brothers, these bastards actually think they can monopolize this, fabricating such a ridiculous excuse. What do you say? Shall we comply? Absolutely not. Over 100 soldiers, blinded by greed, stood tall against the rifles, cursing and shouting, Fire, if you dare. Go ahead. We are many. You kill one, and there are countless more that I refuse to believe you have the guts to wipe us all out. Yes, don't fear them. Our brothers from Shuangyue are not to be trifled with. If they dare to fire, I'll send all the evidence to my father. Our Imperial Military Department from Sanhaxing will avenge us. Chopin leaped onto the cargo truck, pointing at Wu Chang and berating him. You don't even know who I am. I am nobility, from a knightly house. My father and grandfather are vassals of the Left Bank Barony, and you, a bunch of paupers, dare to provoke me. At that moment, a soldier suddenly whispered something in his ear, further inflating Chopin's arrogance. I thought who it was. It's just the cannon fodder infantry from the Black Horse Battalion, a trash training camp, daring to impersonate the Empire's special commissioner. You've got some nerve. Get to it, everyone. Attack? You fools, have you ever heard of the Imperial military appointing these lowly scum? For thousands of years, have you ever heard of such a thing? Why are you hesitating to act? Finally, over 100 soldiers awakened to reality, screaming as they charged into Wu Chang's ranks. Fists, clubs, and long knives descended upon him mercilessly. This is too arrogant. This is simply intolerable. Boss, give the order. Let us fire back. We can't keep taking this beating. In the chaos, Lu Li's shout provoked Wu Chang, veins bulging on his forehead. Just then, a metal rod struck coldly against Wu Chang's shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. Blood shadow, capture him alive. In the torrential rain, a figure burst through the curtain of rain, knocking aside 3 soldiers and charging directly towards the audacious Chopin. Blood Shadow extended his right hand, gripping the back of Chopin's neck, applying slight pressure to bend his head at a 90-degree angle, the sound of vertebrae cracking audible. Wu Chang, observing Chopin's predicament, sneered, Don't resist. Behind you stands a 7th-tier martial artist. Breaking your neck is as simple as snapping a chopstick. What do you want? What the hell do you want from me? I've already offered half. Is it not sufficient? In such a vast city, where can't one make a fortune? Why focus solely on me? Do you have a grudge against me? The restrained Chopin remained defiant. At this moment, the raucous soldiers fell silent, staring at the subdued Chopin. Ceasing their attacks and insults, it appeared that despite his flaws, Chopin held some sway among the soldiers. Wu Chang coldly fixed his gaze on Chopin. Have you had too much to drink? Look at the seal and serial number on my document. Is this something I could forge? You have a terminal. Open the Empire's official website and see if my authorization documents are listed. As an Imperial soldier, instead of protecting the people, you resort to plundering their wealth. I could have you executed on the spot. Dio, you really think the military will avenge you? Don't be foolish. Your head is only useful to me for merits. Wu Chang surveyed the soldiers around him. Do you truly believe you can escape the military's justice? Let me tell you, the news of the left bank of Paradise Star's unrest has reached Sanhai. Right now, in low Earth orbit, 100 battleships stand ready to fire. Dio, you think you can escape? Perhaps Wu Chang's words struck a chord. Some soldiers dropped their wooden clubs into the water, a wave of silence sweeping over them. Even Chopin appeared somewhat moved. After raving for so long, his drunkenness began to wane, and he pondered. Perhaps Wu Chang's claims held truth. Who would dare impersonate a special commissioner of the empire? Just as Chopin's resolve began to waver, a dark mass of people approached from another street corner. What is going on, Chopin? How did you let yourself be subdued? Over 100 of you, subdued by just a few dozen. What a disgrace. In the ensuing chatter, Wu Chang pieced together the situation. The looming mass was composed of 200 to 300 students from the Shuangyue Engineering Battalion. In this age of cosmic warfare, the variety of war machinery was vast, leading to a growing shortage of engineers. Take the Tyrannosaurus Combat Battalion, for instance, which boasted over 1,000 armored combat soldiers, yet there were more than 800 engineers needed to support them. This illustrates just how coveted engineers had become. More importantly, engineers gained access to a wealth of machinery, acquiring repair skills after a few years in the military. Thus, it was no surprise that ordinary citizens were eager to enlist in this branch. The reality of the common folk and the diluted sense of military honor had birthed a generation of idle soldiers. Seeing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for profit, how could these greedy individuals remain unmoved? Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Chopin straightened his back, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Chang with a smirk. Though you see, we are over 400 against your 50. You have no grounds to act arrogant. Go on, kill me if you dare. Don't think your guns make you special. Our brothers in Shuangyue number over 10,000. I refuse to believe you dare to eliminate all of us. Get to it. If you don't act today, you're my grandson. Wu Chang never anticipated that just as Chopin was on the verge of surrendering, another wave of chaotic soldiers from Shuangyue would arrive. All his efforts were rendered futile in an instant. What should he do? Wu Chang's mind raced. Was he truly about to wage war against 100,000 soldiers in the city with only this group of over 700? Even if they won, what would it matter? He would have offended the entire imperial army. At that point, he might as well pack up and leave. Wu Chang's hesitation lasted barely 10 seconds before he resolved to act without fear of escalation. He strode forward, dragging Chopin from Blood Shadow's grasp, and hoisted him onto the top of the cargo truck. With a dagger pressed against Chopin's neck, Wu Chang shouted, "Are you all truly trying to revolt? I will repeat myself. I am the Empire's Special Commissioner, the highest administrative officer on the left bank of Paradise Star. Your current actions can be construed as rebellion, though you really think I wouldn't dare to fire? As I was amidst the carnage on Huangyi Star, you were still suckling at your mother's breast." This was the first instance when Wu Chang mentioned his experiences on Huangyi Star, causing the soldiers of the Black Horse camp to perk up their ears. Sensing that there was indeed something amiss, Wu Chang underestimated the audacity of these chaotic soldiers. Among the crowd, there were those unafraid of trouble who brandished their firearms, daring, "Go ahead and shoot, Xiaobang. He is a noble from the Paradise Star of the left bank. Show us if you dare to kill a noble." Killing a noble, now that is a spectacle the common folk relish. Although Xiaobang was merely a lowly knight, the most junior tier of nobility, it was still thrilling enough for the commoners to witness a knight's demise. Did they really need to wait for the death of a baron? At that moment, the foolish Xiaobang was utterly oblivious to the fact that those inciting the ruckus were preparing to set him ablaze. He mistakenly believed these soldiers were acting in his interest, and he foolishly echoed, "Go ahead, kill me. I am a noble. If you slay me, not only will the Empire of Maotu not spare you, but even the Noble Alliance will hunt you down. If you have the guts, then do it." Wu Chang felt his vision blur with rage, internally shouting, "You fool! They are inciting me to kill you for their entertainment. Why are you throwing yourself into the line of fire?" At this juncture, Wu Chang growled, "You are forcing my hand. Do not think I am afraid to kill. With pests like you in the Noble Alliance, it is only a matter of time before you bring ruin upon yourselves." With that, Wu Chang's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched, and with a steely resolve, he raised his dagger and slashed at Xiaobang's throat. intending to sever his windpipe. No, Wu Chang, spare him, Commissioner, show mercy. A piercing scream echoed, startling everyone, only to reveal that behind Wu Chang and his crew, another army bearing the Black Horse banner was rushing toward them, with none other than Lei Luoku at the forefront. Wu Chang reacted swiftly, raising his knife by an inch in that fleeting moment, yet even his quick reflexes could not entirely avert the blade. The tip of the dagger carved a long gash across Xiaobang's chin. Xiaobang was filled with fear and pain, too terrified to turn around, merely shouting into the air, "Young master, save me! Young master, help me! I am Xiaobang, your knight, Xiaobang." The utterance sent the crowd into an uproar. Everyone knew Xiaobang was a noble, and his call for a young master indicated that the newcomer held a higher status. As guessed correctly, Lei Luoku was indeed the heir of the Left Bank Barony, the highest-ranking native on this planet. Of course, the governor could not be counted in this hierarchy, as he hailed from the Three Seas Star. Xiaobang had finally received his reinforcements. His family thrived under the auspices of the Left Bank Baron, and his knighthood had been conferred by Lei Luoku's grandfather. He knew that as long as the young master appeared, even if facing the governor or a prince, he would be afforded respect. "You little brat, just wait to die. If you dare to harm me, our young master will never let you off. He is the Left Bank Baron." Xiaobang gazed up at the hundreds of new recruits beneath the cargo truck, shouting, "Brothers, don't tell me you haven't heard of the Left Bank Baron's renown. He is the highest-ranking noble on this planet. The one who has come today is my young master. Baron Lei Luoku. With him here, no petty scoundrel would dare to act arrogantly. Young master, slay these thuggish soldiers. They wish to kill me." Before he could finish, a resounding slap struck his face. This was merely the beginning. Immediately after, a barrage of 18 slaps rained down upon him, culminating in a kick to his knee by Lei Luoku, forcing him to kneel before Wu Chang. "Commissioner, I am Squad Leader Lei Luoku reporting in. My brothers have fought valiantly and already repelled 3 waves of over 1,000 marauders, rescuing more than 200 citizens." The soldiers of the Double Moon were left astounded. Many among them recognized Lei Luoku and could hardly believe that a baron would salute a mere impostor and report victories. Could it be that this commissioner was genuine? Countless hearts began to race. At this moment, Lei Luoku had turned his attention to the trembling Xiaobang, his body quaking with rage. "Why, lord, this fellow is indeed one of my family's subordinates. Having served our lineage for 3 generations, I beseech you to spare his life in exchange for my meager merits." The moment those words were uttered, astonishment enveloped the crowd. It became evident that today, they had incurred the wrath of a true deity. Wu Chang cast a cold glance at Xiaobang. "You wish to be spared? Very well. Do not think I am devoid of compassion. Since you, Lei Luoku, dare to vouch for him, it indicates you possess the means to command these 400 men before me. Form them into a suicide squad, personally led by you. If you wish to live, a head of 2 marauders will earn 1 person's pardon. Keep a close watch on them for me. I want to see what kind of talent the Ice Dragon Command Academy produces. Do not disgrace your family. The Left Bank Baron does not produce failures." In matters of family honor, Lei Luoku could no longer remain calm. He glared fiercely at the hundreds of Double Moon recruits, shouting, "By the authority vested in me by the Imperial Military Department as a special commissioner, and by the rights granted to me by the Left Bank Baron family, I hereby reorganize you. From this moment forth, you will serve under the banner of the Black Horse and become soldiers of the Empire. You shall follow me to quell this rebellion. Any who falter shall be mercilessly slain. Those willing to follow me, step behind and accept reorganization." At this juncture, Xiaobang's intoxication had completely evaporated. He was the first to leap up, exclaiming, I accept reorganization. Brothers, do not hesitate. Let us follow the young master to achieve great deeds." "No, no, no. Let us follow the commissioner to achieve great deeds," he finished with a sycophantic glance at Wu Chang. The name of the Left Bank Baron had echoed on this planet for over a millennium. According to ancient legends, the ancestors of this family traced their bloodline to the first explorer who discovered this planet. Of course, such tales are impossible to verify. However, one truth remained. When the Baron issued a command, these Double Moon soldiers obeyed like a well-trained army of ants, moving swiftly to position themselves behind Lei Luoku. Standing tall and straight, Wu Chang could only smile wryly as he looked at Lei Luoku. "Charge." Wherever the fire is fiercest, that is where you shall go. Eliminate the mafia and the marauders without mercy. And those opportunists taking advantage of the chaos should be captured and reintegrated. We must not offend the military too severely. Leluoku understood Wu Chang's concerns and nodded in agreement. We will fight with all our might. Assessing this rebellion before the outer troops enter the city. 095. The chaos of Hot Sands. Leluoku proved himself worthy of being the heir to the Left Bank barony, although he still lacked a battle to his name. Once he commanded a victorious engagement, he would seamlessly inherit the title I in this world. Nobility is not merely a matter of blood. Any heir must accomplish various tasks that reflect the family's characteristics to earn their title. With both his father and grandfather gone, Leluoku was the sole heir of the Left Bank lineage, where victory was the tradition. A true victory in war could only be attained through trials of blood and fire. And only then could he become the legitimate heir. Today, Wu Chang served as the Imperial Military Department's Special Commissioner, initiating this rebellion suppression campaign. As long as Leluoku could successfully complete his mission, his position would naturally be solidified. For this reason, Leluoku fought with extraordinary determination. Brothers, follow me. I will not hide behind you and issue commands. I will stand right here at the forefront. Charge with me. Victory for the Baron. Xiaobong's sycophantic praise was echoed by over 400 soldiers, collectively shouting, "Victory for the Baron." The rallying cry startled the marauding thugs into pausing, and as they beheld the advancing wave of soldiers, many were left dumbfounded, with the cowardly even wetting their trousers. Conserve ammunition. Engage in close combat, with a command. Over 100 firefighting axes gleamed ominously in the downpour, sending the robbers scrambling in terror. They are killing. The soldiers are killing. Run. The swift-footed vanished into the alleys, while the slower ones met their demise at the hands of the axes. Xiaobang, wielding a bloodied axe, transformed from his earlier lethargy into a ferocity surpassing all others. It seemed that humans truly are creatures of their environment. There is nothing they cannot use, only what they are unable to employ. The Left Bank Baron served as a grand banner, igniting the fervor of ambition and glory among these soldiers. Mere moments ago, they were marauders, yet with a turn, they became loyal soldiers of the Empire. Leluoku wiped the rain from his face, gazing at the crackling black horse banner, feeling a flicker of hope within. He understood that someone who could garner the full support of the Noble Alliance was indeed a powerful figure worth following. Wu Chang, you have so many secrets. Do you truly believe I do not recognize the Great Wall emblem? The Noble Alliance, spanning the cosmos, supports you from the shadows. What is your true identity? Regardless of who you are, I am resolutely following you. Leluoku silently steeled his resolve. At this moment, Chopin, leading the charge, cleaved the arm of a fleeing individual with a single swing of his axe, shouting at a group of figures ahead, "Damn it! The communication soldiers of the Blackwater Communication Academy have actually come out to make a profit. How dare they take advantage of the chaos?" Chopin was not mistaken. The figures before him were indeed soldiers from the Blackwater Academy, a group of civilian soldiers who typically set up communication stations across the universe, audaciously daring to engage in robbery. Chopin had long forgotten his own previous act of theft as he turned back, excitedly addressing Laylock, "My lord, shall we engage? Damn it! What are we waiting for? Surround them immediately and recruit them under my authority." "No problem, just watch and see. Bring in 50 men and encircle them." The soldiers from Blackwater had not even registered the situation before they found themselves surrounded by 50 imposing axes. Upon seeing the raised fire axes, the group of profiteering soldiers nearly lost control of their bladders. "Brothers, we're all family here. Let us split it 50-50, or better yet, we'll just give it all to you." The group echoed Chopin's earlier words. Chopin approached and kicked the one suggesting a split, sending him tumbling. "Blind your eyes. Look behind me. That is the Baron of the Left Bank. Today you are fortunate. Join our rebellion and your past misdeeds will be forgiven." "We'll do it. We'll follow the Baron into the depths of hell." The soldier who had been kicked promptly jumped to his feet, joining Lilac's ranks without hesitation. Laylock sighed, "Let us move to the next block. We must conserve ammunition. Nobility indeed has its privileges. As a baron, recruiting followers was remarkably effortless. However, just 3 blocks away, Merlin's team was encountering a far less fortunate fate. This was an ordinary commercial street, where Merlin's squad, after fending off 3 waves of rioters, finally met a formidable opponent. The Leopard Society, numbering over 1,000, was besieging a commercial building, within which many individuals gripped weapons, some of which were exceptionally fine standard arms from the black market. Look there, a bunch of fools in uniform. What do they want? To feast on leftovers? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Merlin, a natural-born ruthless character, remained unfazed by the 50-to-1 odds. Initially, he opted not to attack. Instead, he dispersed his forces, utilizing various terrain for cover, and established a crossfire at the building's entrance. Disperse, ascend, snipers prepare, eliminate the armed ones first. In an instant, from the second and third floors of the buildings along the street, 10 snipers raised their rifles, marking the Leopard Society's ranks with a line of crimson light. Damn it, these soldiers have gone mad. Charge! Kill them! The 200 members of the Leopard Society at the entrance charged at Merlin and his team like rabid dogs. Steady yourselves, heavy gunners, prepare, fire! At Merlin's command, 2 heavy machine guns erupted with flames, unleashing a torrent of energy beams that shredded the oncoming enemies like confetti, screams filling the air. Snipers on alert, watch for enemies above. Before Merlin could finish, numerous windows in the building shattered, various firearms protruding to unleash fire upon them. Damn it, squad leader, are those people insane? Shotguns and handguns are out, but they're out of range. Quit your whining. Even if they wield kitchen knives, don't underestimate them. Open fire. Under Merlin's reprimand, the 10 snipers elevated their barrels, targeting the flickering shadows in the windows with suppressive fire. It was evident that soldiers trained for combat had an overwhelming advantage over civilians who relied solely on reckless bravery. The snipers specifically targeted armed foes, and by the end, the gangsters dared not even retrieve the weapons scattered on the ground. Run! Those soldiers are insane. They're not human. They're demons of death. From every exit of the commercial building, a tide of terrified rioters surged forth, devoid of the courage to look back, only knowing to flee in panic. Fortunately, Merlin's adversaries were mere common thugs. Had they faced even a slightly trained elite force capable of organizing over 300 men into a skirmish line, the firepower of the 2 heavy machine guns would have been utterly insufficient to hold them back. Thankfully, the rioters were selfish. None possessed the resolve to sacrifice themselves for the victory of others. It was precisely because of this lack of awareness that they remained the lowest of the low. Mere ruffians. Charge in, latch onto their tails, drive these routes before us, let them clear the way for us. Merlin, displaying remarkable intelligence, quickly devised the optimal counter-strategy. Have you ever witnessed 50 soldiers driving away 600 to 700 fleeing rioters? Today, Merlin opened everyone's eyes. The panicked thugs, like stricken dogs, continually swept to new rioters as they fled. Many of those engaged in looting had no clue what was happening until they saw the defeated scattering in terror. Run! There's a god of death behind us. The Leopard Society has been annihilated. They're all dead. Once again, it was proven that humans are inherently creatures of conformity. Whatever the crowd did, they followed blindly, not one daring to glance back, as only 50 soldiers pursued them. But no, mid-pursuit, Mary's squad also arrived, a full 100 strong, driving the 1,000 rioters forward, racing through the city. Mary, what's the situation on your end? Merlin asked, panting heavily. Not bad, boss. The firepower you allocated us is the strongest. We have over 20 sniper rifles, 3 heavy machine guns, and 4 light machine guns. In terms of firepower, none can match us. Don't get complacent. Conserve ammunition. After our recent firefight, 2/3 of our ammo is spent, and I'm forced to wield an axe. After speaking, he waved the fire axe in his hand at Mary. The Black Horse Battalion was formed in the warehouse of the execution hall, where a large supply of brand-new fire axes had been stored. Fortunately, a good-natured soldier had discovered them, resulting in over 80% of the soldiers choosing an axe as their close combat weapon. In this chaotic citywide brawl, no one dared to rely solely on firearms, given the limited ammunition supply. Once the bullets were expended, the remaining fight would depend solely on the axes in hand. As the 2 squads raced along, they suddenly noticed a surge of chaos among the rioters they were pursuing. Many terrified individuals running towards Merlin and his men, completely ignoring the soldiers before them. Merlin raised his axe, severing the neck of a rioter, and shouted to his subordinates, "Climb higher and see what is happening ahead. The rest of you, keep chopping. Don't let these bastards disrupt our formation." Yes, Over 100 Black Horse soldiers, wielding their large axes, formed two lines at the street entrance, raising their weapons high at Merlin and Mary's command. A unified roar echoed as they swung down. A flash of white light ensued, followed by a spray of blood and cries of agony. Those struck down by multiple axes met a swift end, while the most unfortunate ones rolled in the rain, missing limbs, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Listen to my orders. Step forward 3 paces. Chop, at the command. A cascade of blood accompanied by severed limbs ensued. Step forward 3 paces. Chop. Each command echoed as a call of death, causing the 1,000 rioters to shatter in spirit, none daring to attack the Black Horse Battalion's formation. Squad leader, it's Laylock. He has brought 500 to 600 soldiers, blocking the path of these rioters. And now they are slaughtering them mercilessly. Upon hearing the shout from the soldier perched atop the traffic light, Merlin and Mary finally exhaled in relief. However, they were both puzzled as to where Laylock's several hundred soldiers had come from. It is not I. I am merely out for a stroll, a mere spectator to the unfolding chaos. Beneath the street lamp crouches the notorious ruler of the underworld, the formidable figure of the South City loan sharking industry. Alas, today, his visage is marred by fear, his lips engaged solely in futile justifications. Malin and Mary are natives of the scorching hot sand port. They are well acquainted with 90 of the underworld denizens present. Each of these beasts among us bears a tainted past, their criminal records sufficient to condemn them tenfold. Show no mercy. Continue the assault. This motley crew deserves their fate. With eyes ablaze, Mary raises her weapon and fires, shattering the skull of a notorious pimp from Fresh Flower Lane. At this moment, the brutal melee has persisted for half an hour, reaching a fever pitch of carnage, with foes trapped and flanked on both sides, leaving them as helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. The death toll rises, the blood so thick that even the torrential rain cannot wash it away as we behold the scattered corpses and pools of dark crimson. The new recruits can no longer contain themselves. One soldier retches violently, prompting a wave of nausea among his comrades. Even Malin and Mary, seasoned as they are in the face of violence, find themselves heaving at the overwhelming stench of gore. Yet, as leaders, they understand that the very soul of their unit rests upon their shoulders, and they cannot falter. Let them vomit. Let them acclimate to the act of purging, for even amidst their retching, they must strike the enemy with their axes. Malin sets the example, cleaving through a rioter's skull with a single blow, only to unleash a torrent of bile from his own throat, splattering the lifeless body before him. Malin howls to the heavens, allowing the rain to cleanse the filth from his face, then wipes it away and proclaims to the others, "Do you see? Even in sickness, we must unleash our wrath upon the corpses of our foes." The spirit of battle reignites, the soldiers' weary arms rejuvenated with newfound vigor as their gleaming axes send heads rolling. Time becomes irrelevant as they hack away, their sorrow exhausted, until a familiar sight breaks through the haze, the convergence of 3 battalions. Beneath their feet lie nearly 900 corpses, soaking in the rainwater. No living foe remains on the long street. "Leluo, how did you amass such a following?" Malin exclaims in astonishment. "I am the Baron of the left bank. My name is a golden emblem. I have rallied over 500 chaotic soldiers, and they now serve under me. My forces are unparalleled. Perhaps dulled by the incessant violence, Leluo now exudes no trace of nobility, only the swagger of a common thug." "Enough." Mary shoots him a disdainful glance. "Do you still think you can lead troops? Dream on." Ha. Mary speaks true. We owe our gratitude to the Lord of Chaos." At this juncture, Lelua's expression darkens as he confides, "I have swept through 4 major streets, yet the number of rioters continues to swell, mingled with many disordered soldiers. I worry for Lord Chaos, after all. He commands no more than 50 men. Even with a bio-warrior like Blood Shadow to protect him, a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves." Mary's face pales at the thought. "What shall we do? It is utter chaos, and we cannot locate Lord Chaos, fear not. I parted ways with Lord Chaos just recently. Before I left, I noticed he was heading toward the Left Bank television station. I surmise he intends to seize control of the media stronghold." Lelua's conjecture holds merit. Lord Chaos indeed aims to commandeer the Left Bank television station, the media lifeblood of Left Bank Paradise. The Left Bank Group Tower, situated in a prime location in the Eastern District, stands over 100 stories tall, a landmark of hot sandport. The Left Bank Group is not merely a television station. Within its walls thrive countless websites, film companies, advertising firms, and agencies representing an array of stars. It epitomizes the pinnacle of news media and entertainment on Left Bank Paradise, a colossal conglomerate of the Mautu Empire. Amidst the turmoil in hot sandport, though chaos reigns inside the tower, fear does not grip its occupants. Stars scattered throughout the city gather here, shielded by over 3,000 professional bodyguards. As they strive to weather this crisis, in the lobby of the tower, sandbags are piled high. Heavy machine guns aim placed strategically. The ring of defense speaks volumes of the elite military training of these guards, clad in black uniforms from the renowned Starlight Security Company of the Mautu Empire. These guards exhibit an air of disdain as they observe the flames and disorder beyond the street. The few hapless rioters passing by are treated as mere nuisances. The deputy director of Left Bank Television, Green, now the highest-ranking official in the building, anxiously surveys the scene, alternating his gaze between the street and the anxious stars above. While he trusts in the prowess of the Starlight Security Company, the magnitude of the unrest still causes his palms to sweat profusely. Director Green, do not be overly anxious. With our 3,000 bodyguards present, unless regular troops approach, no one shall breach these doors. A security guard beside him reassures. Perhaps this guard is a born pessimist. Before he can finish, the sound of rapid gun bolts echoes from outside, followed by a stern command. What is going on? Stand still and do not approach without orders. Green and the guard exchange bewildered glances before hastily rushing to the entrance, only to find a tense standoff between Lord Chaos's squad of 50 and the guards. Upon noticing Green in his suit, Lord Chaos instinctively recognizes him as the highest authority present. He approaches Green, revealing his electronic military appointment. I am Lord Chaos, recently appointed by the Imperial military as a special envoy responsible for quelling the unrest on Left Bank Paradise. By the authority vested in me, I hereby requisition the Left Bank television station, and I hope for your cooperation in restoring order. What? Green reacts as if his tail has been stepped on. Requisition? You dare to requisition our television station? Are you mad? Our personnel are not soldiers. Are you sending us to our deaths? Moreover, who are you? I know everyone on Left Bank Paradise, yet I have never seen your kind before. Surely you are not a fraud? Green scrutinizes Lord Chaos's ordinary military attire, stained with mud and blood, and cannot help but look down on him. Though be frank, we employ the elite of Starlight Security here at the Left Bank Tower. Over 3,000 armed guards are no easy feat. If you wish to make a quick fortune, you best consider the consequences at the door. Without waiting for a response, he turns on his heel and walks away, showing no sign of halting. Lord Chaos, enraged, thinks to himself that lacking notoriety is indeed a hindrance. He is treated with disdain wherever he goes by these petty individuals. You there? Halt! If you doubt my legitimacy. You may verify the information on the Imperial military's website. I may be foolish, but I would never jest about military authority. Such appointments cannot be made without the Emperor's approval. Do you believe I fear punishment? Lord Chaos's words freeze Green in place. Facing away, he is engulfed in a tempest of doubt, already wavering. Green is no ordinary citizen. He is the deputy director of Left Bank Television and understands the intricacies of such appointments. He knows that ordinary people would never dare to forge such identities. No, what am I thinking? This fellow is clearly a fraud. I must not fall for his trickery. Resolving himself, Green shouts without turning back. Seal the door. This fraud must not enter. Yes, Director. The security guards, receiving their orders, recognize no authority beyond their employers. Whoever pays is the boss. Armed with assault rifles, they advance, one shotgun nearly pressed to Lord Chaos's forehead. And the guard chuckles mockingly. Go on. Make a move, kid. If you dare to act, we will have every reason to pull the trigger. In this chaotic battlefield, our 3,000 guards can merely watch. My fingers are itching. Why not let me fire a shot for sport? Laughter erupts from the guards, their mocking mirth palpable. Today, the performance of Director Green is indeed peculiar, so much so that even the security guards take note. Although Director Green usually holds himself in high regard, he has never displayed such blatant disdain for others. What could have prompted this reaction today? Why is he so averse to these soldiers? Just look at him, striding purposefully into the building without a backward glance, muttering curses about the fools who have deceived him. as if he is new to the world. If you're bold enough to challenge me, I'll not hesitate to retaliate. Who fears whom? The turbulence of emotions was palpable to Wu Chang, who clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. No amount of rain could extinguish the fury within him. Even Blood Shadow sensed Wu Chang's anger, a low growl emanating from his throat, signaling his readiness for action. "Boss, what should we do?" Luli whispered, though his eyes betrayed his intention to kill. Surrounding Wu Chang were over 50 Black Horse recruits, already seasoned by battle under his command, their morale teetering in a delicate balance. Their initial discomfort with bloodshed had faded, and they now found themselves emboldened, fearless of the consequences. "Boss, shall we proceed?" One audacious soldier shouted. Before Wu Chang could respond, the encroaching security guards erupted in laughter. "Go ahead, just wait to be dealt with. What is the point of being so arrogant in front of 3,000 people? Does your mother know how boastful you are?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Wu Chang gritted his teeth and said, "Let us go, boss." His men protested vehemently. "Go." Wu Chang declared with unwavering resolve. Ultimately, he retreated, leaving the Zhuan building with a sense of regret, returning to the streets he had just traversed. His choice was a reluctant one. Zhuan television was a crucial component of his strategy, and without media support, this rebellion was destined to fail. The notoriously obstinate Zhuan group was proving exceedingly difficult to engage with. "Boss, let us gather our brothers and launch a direct assault. I refuse to believe that our Black Horse Battalion could be intimidated by a few security guards," Luli exclaimed, seething with rage. "Exactly. We cannot allow ourselves to be humiliated." The brethren trembled with indignation. Unfortunately, Wu Chang merely shook his head and promptly contacted Mailin, whose assistance was imperative for his plan. At that moment, Mailin had just completed a rendezvous, merely a street away from Wu Chang. Soon, Mailin, along with Molly and Lilac, arrived, and after listening to Luli's briefing, over 600 soldiers were ignited with fervor. "What nonsense is this Zhuan group? Let us storm in. I refuse to believe a bunch of security guards can pose a challenge. Damn it, I still have 3 Stinger missiles left. Let us use them to obliterate those bastards. Attack, attack, attack." The fearless Black Horse Battalion immediately erupted in a frenzy. At this moment, Malin stood and shouted, "Silence. As soldiers, obedience is our foremost duty. Have you forgotten your identities?" His words silenced the new recruits. Malin turned to Wu Chang and asked, "What is your plan? Just speak. I have no objections." "Well, I've heard that you have some connections with the local underworld. I need you to spread a few rumors for me. See if you can manage it. First, spread the word that there is 10 million in cash still untransferred inside the Zhuan building. Second, let it be known that all the film stars of the Zhuan paradise are gathered within. There is no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women. Third, circulate the information that over 2,000 security personnel have been borrowed by the governor, leaving only a few hundred to defend the building." The moment he finished speaking, the room fell into stunned silence. Lilac, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wu Chang, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to use this as a means to eliminate your enemies? Surely your hatred cannot be that deep." "Exactly, Wu Chang. We can't do this. There are tens of thousands of innocent employees in that building." Molly's heart softened as well. Yet, as the three looked upon Wu Chang's smiling countenance, a sudden realization dawned upon them. Was he preparing to take decisive action to quell the rebellion, to establish both fear and favor? Malin, having grown up amidst society's lowest rungs, had their own intelligence network, and disseminating rumors was a simple task. Moreover, as long as one prefaced with "I heard that," tracing the source would be nearly impossible, especially in such chaotic circumstances. Those currently engaged in robbery on the streets received a text message from a familiar yet unfamiliar number, and the tone was unmistakably that of an acquaintance. However, this acquaintance had forgotten to sign their name, simply leaving behind a message that could not be traced. Naturally, the frenzied mobs, blinded by their rage, had little interest in the identity of the messenger. "Boss, look, there is 10 million in cash in the Zhuan group. It's a veritable cash cow. Oh, and all the beautiful women of Zhuan paradise are gathered in the Zhuan building. I bet your favorite models are among them. What? Only a few hundred guards? Is this for real?" The crowd was set ablaze with excitement. Though initial skepticism lingered, the rumors spread like wildfire, with increasingly exaggerated versions of the tale emerging. Soon, the cash amount ballooned to 50 million, and the number of beautiful faces doubled. Let us go together. Let us seize this golden opportunity. We can hide in the countryside afterward. No more risking our lives in the rain. Damn it. Let us do this. We'll have our fun with the stars as well. More and more rioters succumbed to fervor, howling as they surged toward the Zwan building, oblivious to the nearly 1,000 Black Horse warriors concealed in the alleyways. Wu Chang, leaning against the shutter, peered through a gap to observe the throngs converging toward the Zwan building. A silent smile crept across his face. He knew his plan had succeeded halfway. Behind Wu Chang, Liloke looked at him with newfound respect, internally marveling at the cunning of this strategy. By inciting the rioters to attack the guards, he could emerge as the hero in the chaos. Damn it, by then, the Zwaran group would be at Wu Chang's mercy. Suddenly, Wu Chang spoke. Liloke, do you see that prop shop across the street? It's likely stocked with costumes for filming. Go find me an outfit. Damn it, how am I supposed to know what a special advisor should wear? Liloke was momentarily bewildered. You're changing clothes? Quit asking so many questions. Just do as I say. I in this world, where appearances matter, do you expect me to remain in this disheveled state? Understood. Liloke ceased his inquiries and, accompanied by 3 brothers, snuck through the sewers to the costume shop across the street. To his surprise, the prop shops around the Zwan group were indeed quite professional. In no time, Liloke managed to procure a set of Major's uniform. Sir, please make do with this for now. I wanted to find you a colonel's or brigadier's uniform, but your age doesn't quite match that rank. However, a major should suffice for your position. Wu Chang wasn't picky. He donned the military uniform with a few swift movements. Upon glancing at his reflection, he inhaled sharply. To his astonishment, it resembled a World War II German officer's uniform, complete with a small collar, a cinched belt, and a color strikingly similar. Delightful. This style of military attire was invigorating. Thus, a freshly minted Imperial Major emerged in the hot sandport. Meanwhile, the situation surrounding the Zwan building began to grow increasingly tense. Director Green noted with peculiar unease the emergence of several unidentified figures along the streets outside the Zwan building. From their attire and demeanor alone, it was evident they were no ordinary individuals. In the midst of this chaos, it was not uncommon for petty thugs to pass by the prime location of the Zwan building. Numerous rioters had previously traversed the entrance without daring to linger, especially with machine guns mounted on the sandbags. Yet now, these scattered ruffians began to congregate across the street and shadows of more thugs appeared in the alleys surrounding the building. Captain, something feels off about the atmosphere outside. Director Green inquired anxiously. The security captain had long sensed the strangeness. A seasoned veteran, he was acutely aware of the tension in the air, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Rest assured, no matter how many come, my brothers will ensure your safety. With the situation escalating, the security captain clenched his teeth, determined to uphold the company's honor. The eerie atmosphere intensified. Even the employees and stars on the upper floors were gripped by fear, peering down from their lofty perches at the growing crowd below. Even a fool could sense that trouble was brewing. I want to go home. I can't stay here. It's too dangerous. It was unclear which actress was the first to succumb to her emotions, but suddenly, she erupted into a fit of desperate sobs. In the midst of chaos, a leader emerged, followed by a throng of followers, transforming the entire lounge into a scene of pandemonium. The girls huddled together, weeping uncontrollably, while the men, their faces ashen, were at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the first floor. Warning of intruders, thugs who had infiltrated through the sewers. Gunfire erupted in the basement. As the warning rang out, the first floor descended into disarray, and the turmoil swiftly escalated up the stairs, leaving the stars and white-collar workers in utter disarray. Save yourselves, flee for your lives. Summon the headquarters for a spaceship, call the main office to rescue us. Amidst the cacophony of panicked cries, the distant sound of explosions reverberated from below, indicating that the battle in the basement had reached a fever pitch. It must be said that Star Security Company truly deserved its reputation as the Empire's most renowned security firm, boasting extensive experience in handling emergencies. From the outset, the head of security spared no effort in covering every defensive blind spot. The tactic of launching a surprise attack from the sewers was a classic maneuver of special operations, hence a significant number of guards had been stationed in the basement. The thugs breached the premises through explosive means, creating a massive 10-meter-wide crater in the underground parking garage, revealing the dark, murky drainage system below. Once the dust settled, 5 or 6 alloy folding ladders were propped against the concrete floor, and hundreds of thugs commenced their assault. The bloodbath at Left Bank Tower had finally begun. Underneath the enormous blast hole, teeming like ants, were hundreds of thugs. Far from ordinary opportunists, they belonged to two formidable organized crime syndicates, the Eastern District Black Group and the Leopard Society. These were the elite of the underworld, clad in police-grade bulletproof vests, armed with shotguns, light machine guns, and handguns that met the highest police standards. Even their helmets were brand new, each armed to the teeth. These underworld assassins climbed the ladders with an unnerving calmness reminiscent of seasoned veterans. Open fire, do not let a single one through, with the team leader's command. Nearly 30 security guards surrounding the gaping hole unleashed a barrage of gunfire. 30 flaming dragons pouring into the chasm below, their energy bullets illuminating the faces of the defenders with shifting shadows. Shoot, do not cease, turn these scoundrels into mincemeat. Under the squad leader's guidance, the flames rained down upon the thugs, turning them into a sieved mass, their still warm bodies plummeting down, sowing chaos among the attackers. Just as the squad leader believed he had the situation under control, for dark objects suddenly shot up from the pit, blinding flashes of light momentarily incapacitating all the security personnel. Flashbangs. Where did these bastards get flashbangs from? Amidst the cries of despair, a helmeted thug nimbly vaulted up, his large-caliber shotgun roaring to life, sending security guards flying from the sheer force. The personnel of Star Security could hardly have anticipated that amidst the city-wide riot, the Eastern District Black Group would prove to be the most cunning of the criminals. They refrained from targeting any shops, instead instructing their subordinates to swiftly assault 6 police stations, seizing specialized tactical equipment that was otherwise unattainable on the black market. Now, it was time for these special weapons to shine. Brothers, charge ahead, disregard everything, capture more hostages. Those stars are like mobile banks, just capturing one could sustain us for a lifetime. The thug leader rallied his men while firing, as over 30 blinded security guards were quickly reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. Brothers outside, charge. We already succeeded inside. Now it's your turn. The thug leader shouted into his wrist communicator. That moment, reinforcements from Star arrived, over 100 elite operatives swiftly establishing fire suppression. The heavy chain-fed machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, with a staggering rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, creating a nightmare for the enemy. Even more alarming, Star had deployed 4 heavy machine guns, delivering an incredible 24,000 rounds per minute. This was a force beyond human resistance. Over 80 advancing thugs were instantly torn to shreds. Prepare grenades, throw. At the squad leader's command, more than 20 grenades were hurled into the underground garage, detonating almost simultaneously, the violent shockwave shattering nearly half of the fluorescent lights in the basement. Report to the captain, the enemies in the sewers have fled. We held our ground. Do not let your guard down. Leave 50 to continue holding the line. The rest follow me to another basement. The squad leader's words were barely finished when another explosion echoed nearby, sending dust swirling throughout the basement. This is bad. It's the South District parking garage number 2. There's trouble there too. Left Bank Tower was indeed vast, with 6 subterranean garages. The thugs could not possibly select a single point of attack. And now similar battles were unfolding in other basements, leaving the security personnel in a state of frantic exhaustion. Just as the defense in the basement appeared precarious, thousands of thugs outside finally sprang into action. Upon hearing the explosions within the building, they recognized that their opportunity had arrived. The chance to amass wealth was finally at hand. Charge. Wealth is for the brave, death for the timid. We are many. What have we to fear? The phrase one leads, thousands follow perfectly encapsulated this moment. The insatiable thirst for riches, coupled with the struggles of the initial attackers, had rendered these thugs uncontrollable. One person cried out. The rest surged forward like a horde of madmen, rushing toward the tower. Fire, concentrated fire. The commander of Star Security was now gripped with fear, his voice cracking under pressure. Following his command, the circular defenses surrounding the tower unleashed a barrage of gunfire, light and heavy machine guns, alongside the explosions of grenades, transforming the once peaceful television station into a hellscape. The captain had assumed that the overwhelming firepower would be sufficient to disperse the thugs, but he underestimated the audacity of the frenzied mob. The crowd gathered outside the tower numbered not merely in the thousands, but there were countless more thugs visible on the horizon. An estimated accumulation of 10,000 was imminent. Open fire, fire at will. Slay these sons of bitches. Director Green was nearing insanity, his formerly immaculate hair now a disheveled mess atop his head. Before him, the machine gun's fiery tongues twisted and contorted, transforming into a sinuous red serpent of death. Those wave-like hordes of thugs were devoured by the serpent's maw, erupting in bursts of crimson. Just as Director Green believed they had withstood the onslaught, a massive hand seized him by the collar, yanking him backward onto the second floor. "What are you doing? Why are we retreating? Why?" The security captain offered no explanation. He merely issued a loud command to his subordinates to abandon the first-floor position and retreat to the second floor for a higher vantage point against the enemy. Those who have never tasted battle cannot comprehend the complexities of fire density, troop numbers, positional distance, and sprinting speed, among other factors, which converge into a somewhat straightforward mathematical formula, calculating how many lives must be lost to breach a wall of fire. The average person may only perceive the might of weapons and the heart-stirring visuals, yet they often overlook the sheer power of the crowd. The distance from the opposite street to the tower's front was barely over 50 meters. And how long would it take an average person to sprint 50 meters? A mere 6 seconds. Just 6 seconds. It could be said that within that brief window, if one fails to eliminate the enemy entirely or instill terror in their hearts, a melee battle will ensue. Regrettably, even the mightiest of Star Security's firepower could not eradicate several thousand foes in 6 seconds, and the ferocious mob's audacity was astonishing. Even after losing over 1,000 men, fear had not gripped them, let alone causing them to flee. The security personnel hastily retreated to the second floor, barricading every staircase with makeshift fortifications to facilitate their defense. Yet, no matter how agile one might be, misfortune befell some. About 100 guards on the outer perimeter of the circular defenses were encircled by thousands of thugs due to a slight delay in their retreat. Long knives sliced through flesh as if it were ground meat. Heavy clubs shattered even the strongest bones. Within 3 minutes, over 100 lives vanished, leaving nothing but a gruesome scene of carnage. With a heavy heart, the captain gazed upon the fallen comrades, issuing his commands without hesitation. Defend the second floor. Establish positions on the third, and remain prepared for a strategic withdrawal. I refuse to believe it. The building towers a staggering 100 stories high. How many lives must these marauding thugs claim before they can devour us? Suddenly, the head of security lets out a mournful wail. "Brothers, we are 3,000 strong, and even in death, we shall take the lives of 30,000 of these ruffians." Driven to the brink, the security guards of Xingqian have gone mad. Their latent courage ignited. Blood for blood, life for life. 1 man against 10? Lord Dao Tua is watching us from the fallen stars. Let us not bring shame upon ourselves. At that moment, Director Green's face turned ashen. The previous assumptions had materialized into reality in this life and death crisis. These guards were actually praying to Lord Dao Tua. Damn it. Is the Xingqian Security Company funded by pirates? Just then, the terminal on the commander's wrist flickered to life, and a large face appeared on the holographic screen, immediately launching into a tirade. "What the hell? Is that you, Dianming? You actually came here to take a job?" Thankfully, I asked my brother for clarity, only to learn that my company was indeed on a mission in Hot Sandport. Upon seeing the man on the hologram, Dianming immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Boss, how did you get my number? What made you think of me?" After uttering this, the big man's eyes reddened, nearly overflowing with tears. If only Wu Chang were here. He was all too familiar with the man on the screen. This was none other than his brother, Mingyi, who had come to rescue him. It turned out he was the second-largest shareholder of Xingqian Security Company. What a disgrace, to be made into dumplings by the mob. Once this ordeal settles, I will certainly send you to the battlefield for another 2 years of training. My lord, you may kill me if you wish, but right now, you must save our 3,000 brothers. Dianming could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. Mingyi shot him a fierce glare and said, "Call this man named Wu Chang. Remember, he is the only one who can save you now. When you see him, show him respect. He is my brother, and he is also your lord." "Yes, understood. I will contact this Lord Wu Chang immediately." At this point, Dian Ming paused. Wu Chang? That Wu Chang? The Special Commissioner Wu Chang. Oh my God. Wasn't it just Lord Wu Chang we drove away? As the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent in shock. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the building. Upon learning that the basement and first floor had been overtaken by the enemy, people frantically surged into the fire escape, fleeing to the higher floors. They instinctively sought to distance themselves from the battlefield, unaware that the closer they approached the upper levels, the slimmer their chances of escape became. Amidst the chaos of the crowd climbing the stairs, someone suddenly pointed out the glass window. Look, what is that? There are several flags appearing, and they are the Black Horse military flags. Indeed, it was true. Those were military flags, and behind them were soldiers. Soldiers! Fire! Fire! Soldiers are exchanging fire with the thugs. My goodness. Grenades, damn, Stinger missiles, they have penetrated. This force has breached the enemy lines, fierce and unyielding. Perhaps spurred by a journalist's instincts, one shouted, "Record this. Everyone, let us get to work. This is news delivered right to our doorstep. Help has arrived for us." 099 Senior Commander Wu Chang was oblivious to the materials from which the military uniforms of this world were crafted, especially the high-end one he donned, which remained completely dry even under the torrential downpour, with large droplets cascading down his form. Indeed, one's attire can elevate one's presence. The Major's uniform fit Wu Chang's well-proportioned physique remarkably, making him the most striking figure among the thousands of soldiers. In Wu Chang's memory, the most eye-catching military uniforms were those of the German army during World War II, embodying a blend of nobility and martial ferocity that could instantly enhance a person's stature. Much like Wu Chang now, since donning the uniform, he sensed a palpable shift in atmosphere. Those brothers who had called out his name now lowered their gazes, addressing him as Sired in the tense battle. Wu Chang had no time to consider the emotional shifts among his subordinates. He subconsciously felt that this change could only be beneficial. Upon hearing the explosions from within the building and witnessing countless thugs charging forward, he knew the guards could not hold out much longer. Without hesitation, Wu Chang commanded an assault in unison. The storefronts along an entire commercial street swung open, unleashing a torrent of Black Horse soldiers, the fluttering black flags held high. Fully armed, the soldiers surged forth, snapping at the heels of the thugs. The marauders converging on the left bank building froze in shock, while the deluded punks still fantasizing about glamorous models were swiftly decapitated by the ferocious soldiers. The moment of truth had arrived. Brothers, do not conserve ammunition. Exterminate these bastards. Let these beasts never again dare to look upon our military flag with confidence. Wherever the Black Horse flag flies, may the gods retreat. Wu Chang understood well that throughout history, quelling chaos relied primarily on striking fear into the hearts of the enemy, with killing as a secondary measure. The insurrection in a city of 30 million could not be quelled by merely over 1,000 men. To make a mark, one must inflict such brutal damage in battle that the enemies scatter in terror, spreading fear of the Black Horse flag throughout the city. Leluo, Merlin, Mary, Luli, Qian Shun, show no mercy. With your long guns and grenades, with your daggers and battle axes, send these soulless beasts to hell, so that the people of Left Bank Paradise Star can witness the ferocity of our Black Horse Battalion. The terminal on Wu Chang's wrist faithfully transmitted his voice to each soldier's ear. Even the thugs could hear it clearly, and the journalists inside the building were also listening, for Wu Chang had long since connected to the public channel of the Left Bank television station. At this point, Wu Chang had gathered over 1,000 Black Horse warriors, not only the 500 to 600 soldiers under Leluo, but also Merlin, Qian Shun, and others had united to join this counteroffensive. Before them stood over 10,000 marauders launching a frenzied assault on the Left Bank building, while Xingqian security had abandoned their positions in the basement and first 2 floors, retreating to higher levels. Wu Chang's rallying cry ignited a fire within every heart. These soldiers had seen blood in the recent skirmishes, their morale at a critical juncture, when they saw a major of the Empire charging alongside them. Fervor swept through the ranks. Damn it, the commander is afraid to die. Why should we? Charge forward. Wipe out these bastards. With the battle cries came the sound of gunfire, dense as a torrential downpour. Luli, in particular, wielded a heavy machine gun single-handedly, mastering a weapon designed for two. Merlin and Qian Shun assembled all the snipers, calmly monitoring every shift in the battlefield, focused on eliminating the most threatening targets. Any enemy bearing heavy weaponry was their primary target. The exquisite sniper rifles produced by fallen stars blossomed with vivid crimson flowers amidst the enemy ranks. Leilua's men were the most numerous. Responsible for the heaviest weaponry, Stinger missiles were brought forward, targeting the densest clusters of foes, with the explosive blasts reverberating through the building, making the bulletproof glass hum. The Black Horse Battalion broke through the first wave of enemy resistance in a mere 10 minutes. Their overwhelming firepower swiftly tore through the nearly 2,000 enemies before them. Wu Chang stepped onto the building's steps and turned to survey the street he had traversed. He found it strewn with corpses. "Commander, we will escort you into the building. With our firepower, protecting the entire structure will pose no problem," Leluo began. But Wu Chang raised his hand to halt him. "No, we will not enter just yet. Let Xingqian security hold their ground a little longer. We need to sweep the streets surrounding the building." The crucial task at hand was field combat, not defense. Having said that, Wu Chang ignored whether the others could comprehend him, quickly advancing 2 steps to stand atop the highest step and shouted to the 1,000 Black Horse warriors. "Are you tired? Are your hands weary? If not, follow me for another charge." Toward the densest cluster of enemies. With that, Wu Chang leaped down the steps, leading the soldiers toward another street where over 2,000 thugs were gathering. Preparing to assault the building through the side entrance, No1 anticipated that Wu Chang would perform a dramatic turn at the building's entrance, just when everyone thought he would enter to rescue them. He led the Black Horse Battalion away from the front door to engage another group of enemies. Has he gone mad? Has that general lost his mind? Why won't he save us? A small starlet, her face streaked with tears, clung to the glass window, wailing. Doubts were not confined to her. The entire building's occupants were bewildered by the intentions of this officer named Wu Chang, and in an instant, the hall was filled with cries, curses, and frantic wails, revealing the myriad facets of human emotion in that moment. Tian Ming harbored a flicker of understanding regarding Wu Chang's decisions. However, he had never held the position of a senior commander and was not well versed in the intricacies of profound tactical concepts. Consequently, he could only sense that there was some rationale behind Wu Chang's actions, but could not articulate what that rationale entailed. At that moment, the talented students of the Ice Dragon Command Academy experienced a genuine awakening. Their initial confusion swiftly transformed into clarity as they came to appreciate the finesse of Wu Chang's methods. With a mere 3,000 security personnel from the Star Company, supplemented by 1,000 Black Horse warriors, they were tasked with defending against over 10,000 rioters, an endeavor that was inherently unimaginable. Particularly, the Zwaran building was not a fortified city. It lacked imposing walls, and relying solely on sandbag fortifications was insufficient. Moreover, the question remained, was the enemy merely 10,000 strong? The answer was evidently negative. As rumors spread and grew increasingly outrageous, more rioters would inevitably converge on the Zwaran building. When hundreds of thousands surged forth, even divine intervention would prove futile. To break this precarious situation, one needed to think unconventionally. The current battlefield exhibited 2 prominent characteristics. On one hand, the enemy was numerous yet chaotic, lacking in combat effectiveness. On the other hand, the soldiers, though few in number, were exceptionally elite and well-suited for blitz warfare. Under such circumstances, if Wu Chang were to order his brothers to engage in a static defense, it would be sheer folly. The immediate objective was to establish overwhelming advantages in localized areas, annihilating and dispersing groups of rioters, ensuring that in confined spaces, they would always outnumber their foes, systematically dismantling the enemy. Most crucially, through ruthless slaughter. They must drain the enemy's courage, allowing the bloodiest battles to awaken the rioters to the reality of death, fostering fear that would spread faster than greed. Once the momentum of flight began to accumulate, the success of Wu Chang's plan would be assured. The evidence of Wu Chang's innate leadership abilities became apparent when he led his comrades to successively scatter 4 or 5 groups of assembled rioters, claiming over 3,000 lives. Finally, reason returned to the minds of these mobs. They understood the meaning of death. We must flee. We cannot remain here. These soldiers are demons, hell's very demons. It was unclear who first cried out. But soon a buzzing sound erupted, and the crowd scattered like flies in panic, their fear finally taking hold. Damn it, you are the real demons. You are not human at all. Luli fixated on a female corpse in the corner, watching the fleeing enemies in a fit of rage as he brandished his heavy machine gun once more. unleashing a torrent of energy beams that became the scythe of death. However, the machine gun's roar lasted only 3 minutes. Once the last belt of ammunition was expended, it fell silent. Meanwhile, the entire Black Horse Battalion faced a pressing issue. Ammunition had run out. Brothers, grab axes. As the battle reached this critical juncture, the enemy was utterly paralyzed by fear. Despite their previous bullying and tyrannical behavior, even the fiercest of bullies tremble before a god of slaughter, especially one known for dismemberment. In an instant, the thousands of rioters surrounding the building fled in disarray, scattering in all directions like a swarm of flies. It was only then that Wu Chang felt a semblance of relief. He turned to glance at the remaining rioters inside the building and smirked. Contact those inside. Inform them that the thousands of rioters outside have been eliminated, and they should launch a counterattack. Damn it, there are only a little over 1,000 small-time thugs inside. If they can't handle them, they should just scram. Yes, sir. Lei Luo executed the order faithfully. In less than 3 minutes, the gunfire from within the Zhuan building suddenly intensified tenfold, the battle cries echoing so forcefully that the soldiers of the Black Horse Battalion on the street turned their heads in surprise. Before long, out of the shattered entrance on the first floor emerged the boisterous Tianming, a man from the fallen Star Company, standing before Wu Chang with utmost respect, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like soybeans. Lord Wu Chang, I am Tianming, the supervisor of the Star Security Company, and I accept your reorganization. Please issue your orders. The single statement left Wu Chang momentarily stunned. Although he anticipated the personnel inside the building would treat him more favorably after the fierce battle, it was unexpected for them to directly request his reorganization. I am a military commander. You are a commercial security company. These realms do not intersect, however, when Tianming whispered a few words into Wu Chang's ear. The latter's eyes immediately lit up. Good, first and foremost, we need ammunition replenished. Whatever you have, we require it. Wu Chang finally felt at ease. Yes, no problem. Just as Tianming prepared to return to the storeroom to supply the Black Horse Battalion with ammunition, a voice suddenly emanated from behind him. In a way, this is preposterous. The assets of the Zhuan Group cannot simply be given away. Who granted you that authority? The voice belonged to Director Green of the Zhuan television station. This old man, perhaps sensing the situation had stabilized, had regained his composure, his graying hair meticulously arranged once more. He looked at Wu Chang, clad in a major's uniform, and his attitude had softened slightly to Mr. Wu Chang. I am grateful for your assistance to the Zhuan Group. I will duly report your merits to the Shanghai Star, and, with the resources of our consortium, I am sure we can provide you with a satisfactory reward. However, at this juncture, he shifted his tone. Although I am the deputy director of the television station, I have no authority to distribute such substantial assets. These weapons and ammunition are the wealth of the Zhuan Group and cannot simply be given away. What did you say? Tianming immediately objected. These munitions belong to our Star Security Company. We transported them ourselves, but we have already paid. Do not forget that part of your hefty commission includes the cost of weapons and ammunition. Your company has received payment, which implies that these weapons and ammunition are the property of the Zhuan Group. Director Green appeared increasingly agitated, pointing a finger at Tianming. Your task is to protect us, not to engage in quelling unrest. The situation in Rishaport is chaotic, with rioters aplenty, and you dare to give away ammunition? How will you protect the lives of those esteemed individuals upstairs? Tell me, how will you protect them? Director Green was evidently unwilling to relent. Suddenly, he pulled out a checkbook from his suit pocket, swiftly signing a check and presenting it to Wu Chang. Here is a promissory note for 200,000 gold coins. Please distribute it among your brothers as a token of my appreciation. Wu Chang clutched the waterproof check, his anger boiling over, prompting the soldiers below to curse vehemently. What? This is what you call the Zhuan Group? Our commander Wu Chang received a greeting gift worth 1,000,000 gold coins when he was commissioned, and now this old man dares to offer us a mere 20,000. What? Did you just say your Black Horse Battalion received 1,000,000 gold coins upon commissioning? Are you suggesting we might have money left over? Of course. Our Lord Wu Chang is a wealthy magnate. If you follow him, you can expect to enjoy luxury and abundance. Wu Chang ignored the murmurs of his subordinates and let out a bitter laugh, flicking the check with a wry smile. What a grand gesture. It seems you intend to brush us off like this. You do not wish for me to enter your television station? I sincerely apologize. But I must insist. Please forgive my obstinacy. The old man bowed slightly, yet his resolve remained firm. That moment, Wu Chang's anger flared. He tore the check to shreds and tossed it into the pool of blood, pointing an accusing finger at Green. "You old fool, I have shown you courtesy, yet you remain shameless. Today, I am requisitioning this television station. I refuse to believe you can withstand my strength. Open your eyes and see the current state of Rishaport. As members of the media, instead of seeking to assist in quelling this chaos, you cower within the building, trembling in fear. Do you even comprehend why I am requisitioning the television station? My goal is to restore order and quell the unrest in this city." Director Green was visibly sweating under Wu Chang's vehement words, his face a mask of hesitation and struggle, yet he ultimately stood his ground. With arms outstretched, he blocked Wu Chang's path and shouted, "If you have the courage, then kill me, but I warn you, doing so will make it even harder to control the television station. Do you believe the thousands of employees inside will heed your command? Do not underestimate me. If I, Green, were to perish here, you would not be able to operate a single machine within. Damn it. You are soldiers. Instead of killing the enemy as you did moments ago, why do you persist in trying to control our television station? What nefarious plot do you harbor? Ah, I see. You are attempting to seize our company's stars amidst the chaos, you lecherous scoundrel. I have encountered many like you. Do not even try that with me." At this point, the facade had been shattered. The soldiers of the Black Horse Battalion were incensed, shouting in outrage. They had fought tooth and nail for these people, and now they were accused of such vile intentions. "Kill this old man. End him." A chorus of gunfire rang out, echoing through the AIR.AT that very moment. A voice suddenly emanated from within the building, resounding with clarity and unmistakable resolve. "Mr. Green, I urge you to heed the words of this officer. From now on, the building must fully cooperate with Mr. Wu Chang's endeavors." Everyone looked up, only to discover at the top of the steps a mother and daughter, indeed the very pair saved by Wu Chang. It turned out they had safely arrived at the Left Bank television station. "This cannot be, Mrs. Yu, miss," one exclaimed. Such a course of action could lead to chaos at the shareholders' meeting. At that moment, Wu Chang learned that the mother was called Mrs. Yu, a name befitting her beauty, as exquisite as jade. Of course, it would have been splendid if her temperament were as refined as the gem itself. Mrs. Yu and her daughter, Haru, had been escorted to the Left Bank building by Wu Chang's men before the establishment of the Black Horse camp. Prior to their departure, Wu Chang had instructed the pair to groom themselves and change into fresh attire, thus evading the suspicions of the Left Bank television personnel, who believed the mother and daughter merely sought refuge. Wu Chang had saved the duo twice. With the promise of confidentiality, it amounted to 3 rescues. This immense favor left Mrs. Yu and her daughter in a debt they could never repay. Upon witnessing Wu Chang and Green embroiled in an argument, they instinctively rushed out of the building to aid Wu Chang. "Director Green, no matter the future reproaches from the board, I shall bear them all. I only know that Major Wu Chang has saved thousands of lives within this building. We cannot remain ungrateful." Before Mrs. Yu could finish her statement, Miss Haru interjected. "I am my father's only daughter, his sole heir. Naturally, I possess the right to represent him, and I demand that you immediately cooperate with my brother Wu Chang." At this, Green, fraught with anxiety, thought to himself, why is she calling him brother? What business do these soldiers have coming down here? Is this not placing me in a predicament? Leaning closer to Mrs. Yu, Green whispered, "Madam, this chaos is far from simple. It involves the conflict between the Grand Princess and the Second Princess, and we, the Left Bank Consortium, cannot afford to take a stance lightly." Green had presumed he could sway Mrs. Yu, yet he remained oblivious to the hellish experiences she had endured and her seething hatred towards the marauding hordes. At that moment, her singular focus was aiding Wu Chang. "Enough talk. If you refuse to give the order, I shall do so myself. I will personally instruct those executives. I refuse to believe my husband's shares are mere trinkets." With that, Mrs. Yu nodded to Wu Chang, gesturing for him to enter. A crisis had finally been averted. Wu Chang turned to his comrades and declared, "Everyone, maintain vigilance outside the building. Should you encounter gatherings of marauders, do not hesitate to take the initiative and disperse them. Gather all senior hosts, seasoned journalists, cameramen, and all elite personnel of the television station. I am determined to orchestrate a show, a spectacle that will etch the Left Bank television station into the annals of history." Wu Chang stood at the forefront of the conference room, surveying the throngs of media personnel. Methodically assigning various tasks, I require 15 external teams, equipped with reporters and cameramen. My 15 brave squads shall ensure your safety. Your mission is to document how our Black Horse Camp engages in battle, capturing the luminous images of those ordinary soldiers for the entire empire to witness. Are there any among you with the courage to step forward? Where are the gold medal hosts? You must immediately compile the footage from the surveillance and your professional cameras, editing it for immediate broadcast to the entire planet. Let the world know that the Black Horse Camp has just achieved a resounding victory, and let those miscreants understand their fate. We must restore the people's confidence. Immediately arrange a live broadcast room. I shall address the globe as the Imperial Military Special Commissioner. This chaos cannot persist any longer. We must restore order across the planet. All of you present are media elites, trained in stirring the emotions of the audience. Let us put on a grand performance, guiding the thoughts of the world's populace according to our narrative, bringing this insurrection to a close by our hands. I believe, once we succeed, you shall emerge as heroes among media professionals. Wu Chang's impassioned speech invigorated all present. These professionals could scarcely resist such tantalizing bait. The fervor stirred within them, and hundreds of journalists immediately volunteered to venture to the front lines. In the conference room atop the building, Wu Chang's orders cascaded down, each directive mobilizing dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals into action. The restructured Black Horse squads on the first floor welcomed a team of battlefield interviewers. Observing the cameramen wielding their equipment and the reporters, clad in helmets, trembling yet brimming with anticipation, an extraordinary sentiment, reminiscent of seasoned veterans, surged through the Black Horse soldiers. These rookies will be safe trailing behind us. Black Horse First Squad, commence the suppression. Black Horse Second Squad, advance into battle. In the blink of an eye, all soldiers plunged into the tempest, including the newly arrived combat teams led by Sima Wu. Meanwhile, the Left Bank news station, which had been dark for 24 hours, abruptly resumed broadcasting, allowing the planet's populace to once again witness their most familiar newscasters, who today appeared inexplicably exhilarated, even fumbling with their speech notes. Ultimately, the gold medal host could no longer contain his emotions, tossing his script onto the table and banging his fist as he shouted to millions of viewers. This is a special report. Breaking news! Near the Left Bank building, the Imperial Army's Black Horse Camp has decisively eliminated 10,000 marauders. This is a tremendous victory. The host's fervent demeanor left audiences in stunned silence, particularly those from remote villages and the city dwellers who had been hiding. Is this truly the host we once knew? How can he be more ferocious than the marauders themselves? In this world, holographic screens have supplanted the cumbersome solid displays of yore, with every individual possessing a wrist-mounted terminal, serving as their personal computer. Regardless of whether one finds themselves atop a mountain, in the wilderness, or on a sun-soaked beach, as long as the energy cell within their terminal remains unspent, they can receive all public information. In a dimly lit basement, a family of 3 huddled together, evading the marauders' pillaging, while the father's terminal projected a holographic screen into the air, displaying the recently resumed broadcast of the Left Bank news channel. The tongues of heavy machine guns intertwined in the wind and rain, grotesque marauders torn apart like rag dolls, their innards and remains strewn across the ground. A composed sniper concealed among the crowd sent each vile criminal to their doom with every pull of the trigger. Among the charging troops were countless combatants, armed with nothing but their fists or massive axes, charging into the throng of marauders like divine beings, their glimmering blades leaving behind a shower of crimson. Amidst this chaos, one figure stood out, his ashen countenance almost too swift for the camera to capture. Shadows flickered, followed by the fall of dozens of heads. Strangely, the television station had not employed any blurring effects, broadcasting the gruesome scenes directly to billions of viewers, accompanied by the host's frenzied commentary. Did you see that? Do you see? This is the fate of the marauders. Their heads severed, their innards extracted, their blood pooling into filthy puddles. This is divine retribution. This is retribution. Citizens of Left Bank Paradise Star, awaken, witness the demise of these scoundrels. Hell is their ultimate destination. They sacrifice their lives for fleeting greed, abandoning their families in abject despair, all due to their insatiable desires and malice. Awaken, those who remain obstinate. Do not wait until Imperial soldiers suppress you before you realize your regret. It will be too late, far too late. The gold medal host could never have anticipated that this unexpected broadcast would bring him both fame and fortune. His presentation pioneered a new style of hosting, known as the roaring style. From that point forward, any military broadcast covering frontline conditions would feature hosts adopting this very approach. I in the basement, a child cowered between his parents, too frightened to observe the bloody images. His mother shielded his eyes with her hand, whispering softly, "This will all soon pass. Everything will be all right. Rest assured, school will resume shortly, and the villains on the streets will soon vanish." At that moment, the child caught a glimpse of a fluttering military flag through his mother's fingers, emblazoned with the image of a rearing horse. Beneath the flag stood a man clad in a major's uniform, his penetrating gaze and athletic build complemented by the resplendence of his tattered military attire, dominating the entire scene. "Mama, what is this? Who is that man?" As the child pondered, the screen abruptly shifted to reveal a grand military authorization letter before the eyes of all viewers. Following this, a steady voice resonated within countless homes. "Citizens of Left Bank Paradise Star, I am the Special Commissioner of the Imperial Military, the overall commander of the suppression of the rebellion, the highest military leader on Left Bank Paradise Star. Here, I, endowed with the authority granted to me by the Emperor and the Imperial Military, hereby declare the following. First, I announce that the Left Bank Paradise Star is officially under military control. All military academy administrators must report to the Left Bank building for restructuring within 12 hours. Second, all soldiers parading in Hot Sandport and other cities must immediately return to their barracks. Any who remain in the city after 6 hours will be prosecuted for concealing insurrection. Third, Hot Sandport and other cities are to be placed under military administration. For the next 24 hours, no one is permitted on the streets. Those who defy this order will be treated as rioters and suppressed. Fourth, the garrison must restore order at Hot Sand Beach to prepare for the landing of 200,000 troops urgently dispatched by the Empire. One order after another flowed from Wu Chang's lips, his cold demeanor complemented by the images of suppression rolling across the screen, solidifying his image in the minds of the populace. This address to the entire planet was a long-gestated endeavor of Wu Chang. A mixture of truth and deception, the truth being his status as a special envoy, while the fabrications were numerous. Not only was his rank as a major fictitious, but he also exaggerated the forces of the Dark Horse Battalion, inflating a troop of over 1,000 to an astonishing 60,000. There was no fear of the populace's disbelief. Chaos reigned in the city, making verification impossible, coupled with the support of a cadre of experienced directors, producers, and visual effects experts. This group adeptly manipulated audiovisual footage, becoming masters of deception. They pulled countless images from surveillance and cameras, edited them together, and supplemented them with timely footage from reporters. Even screenshots from various media productions were ingeniously stitched together to create genuinely stirring video montages. In these visuals, an overwhelming tide of soldiers, under the banner of the Dark Horse Army, surged through the streets, mercilessly crushing any daring to resist. The military not only boasted an array of firearms, but also featured formidable armored vehicles. These combat experts slaughtered enemy ranks as effortlessly as a tiger among sheep, with no adversary able to withstand their ferocity. The camera then shifted to the outskirts of Hot Sandport, where hundreds of armored vehicles advanced, these steel behemoths towering over a meter high, having stripped their cannons bare, their muzzles trained on the densest clouds of dust. Wu Chang, audacious as he was, dared to quell a rebellion in a city of 30 million with just 1,000 men. For someone like him, the burden of boasting was non-existent as long as success was achieved. Now, he was deceiving the entire populace while fabricating the existence of 200,000 Imperial reinforcements. On the holographic screen, 10 troop transport ships traverse space, countless soldiers poised for action, their shoulder insignias revealing them to be elite units drawn from the Empire's major military districts. The Left Bank News Network dedicated all its resources solely to Wu Chang. And these meticulously crafted visuals successfully duped countless citizens. Many who ventured onto the streets to exploit the chaos were intimidated and retreated into their homes, fearful of further repercussions. As for the obstinate few, the soldiers of the Dark Horse Battalion would deal with them. Their morale, having reached an extraordinary zenith through a string of victories, rendered them oblivious to the concept of defeat, and no matter the number of enemies before them. They would charge forth with unyielding courage. Gradually, the rioters in the streets began to falter, partly due to the relentless exaggeration of the Dark Horse Battalion's prowess by the dispersing rebels from the left bank building, who were beginning to mythologize the battalion. On the other hand, the continuous media propaganda had somewhat awakened their senses. The situation was finally shifting in a positive direction. Wu Chang's deception could fool the masses and the foot soldiers, but it could not deceive the true powers above, especially the high-ranking officials. At this moment, Yi Wenshui was seething with rage, incredulously watching the young man on the screen speak with unfounded bravado, left momentarily speechless by the absurdity of it all. What is this? What is this? Amidst chaos, every conceivable monstrosity has emerged. Who is this charlatan capable of deceiving even the television station? A mere imperial major? A special envoy? He fails to consider that if the military dispatched a special envoy, would they not inform me? Just as Yi Wenshui was in a fit of fury, a civil servant rushed in. General, I have confirmed that appointment letter. It is indeed authentic. The military has truly recognized a person named Wu Chang as a special envoy. The revelation struck like thunder, and Yi Wenshui immediately sensed the scent of conspiracy. He promptly contacted Sanhaixing, seeking his staunch allies, his childhood friends, his father, and his uncle, urging them to uncover the origins of this Wu Chang. Furthermore, he demanded an immediate verification of the legitimacy of those 200,000 reinforcements. As the secretary and civil servants began to scramble, Yi Wenshui pressed his hand against his feverish brow, muttering, "What a day of madness this is!" In stark contrast to Yi Wenshui's furrowed brow, Prince Yi Feiwu erupted in laughter upon seeing the news. Truly gifted, genuinely talented. This lad is bound to become someone remarkable. It has been years since such a grand deceiver emerged, attempting to fool an entire planet. If this genius were given a chance, he could truly soar to great heights. Ha ha ha, 200,000 reinforcements? That's rich. The 100,000 warriors behind the dual moons were secretly siphoned from the front lines by the Grand Princess herself. Sanhaixing is now akin to an empty shell. How could they possibly dispatch 200,000 elite soldiers? Ha ha ha, armored troops. Armored combatants. Does he truly believe this is the front line? Is he under the impression he is waging war against the hunters? Prince Yi Feiwu laughed for a full quarter hour before regaining his composure. He lifted a goblet of fine wine, speaking to himself, "By all that is holy, the true jest lies not with Wu Chang, but with us." His plan, though seemingly simple, is a web of intricacies, each step crucial, including the groundwork for his exaggerations. Damn it, why didn't I think of such brilliance? Mr. Ya, as the overseer, I wonder if you can see through Wu Chang's ingenious schemes? Meanwhile, in the humid tropical rainforests at the southern foot of the Rocky Mountains, the stealthy B-class spycraft, piloted by Mr. Ya, concealed itself among the white clouds. He missed not a single piece of news, and with the aid of his extensive intelligence network, he could reconstruct Wu Chang's plan in its entirety. Gradually, his initial confusion transformed into profound admiration. Now, however, he was not merely impressed. He was enveloped in deep-seated fear. Who exactly is this Wu Chang? How does he so adeptly fathom the human psyche? Who is his master? Could it be that he possesses the legendary sorcery safeguarded by the Noble Alliance, the dragon-slaying technique? No wonder the second princess holds him in such high esteem, and the Grand Princess is so eager to recruit him. Could it be that this young man is affiliated with the Noble Alliance? Mr. Datya dared not contemplate further, an inexplicable dread enveloping him. The seemingly innocuous Wu Chang on the Shuezhua had suddenly taken on a menacing visage in his mind. He suddenly bellowed for the troops to mobilize. No more hesitation. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Immediately send soldiers into the city. Do not trust Wu Chang's deceitful words. He is lying, lying. The chaotic entry of soldiers into the city ensued. Mr. Ya, indeed a competent overseer appointed by the Grand Princess to Left Bank Paradise Star, had discerned Wu Chang's ruse at a glance. This young man first instilled fear through bloodshed, then leveraged a false debt of gratitude against Left Bank media, and began fabricating grand lies for the entire planet. On one side, he harnessed audiovisual influence to sway public sentiment, while on the other, he wielded a blade to instill terror. The dual approach would inevitably replace the populace's fervor with fear. Once fear took root, societal order would swiftly be restored. A true master, Wu Chang is indeed a formidable opponent. However, today he faces Mr. Ya, the Grand Princess's most formidable intelligence officer, possessing a staggering intellect. Wu Chang, your plan harbors a monumental flaw. The 70 to 80,000 trainee soldiers outside the city. Even if you quell the city's rebels, do you dare suppress the trainees? What utter nonsense about 60,000 Dark Horse Battalion? What nonsense about 200,000 reinforcements? Armored combatants. Are you trying to fool ghosts? Mr. Ya's two subordinates quickly disseminated commands, and then cautiously inquired, "What should we do now, sir? Shall we continue to wait? Damn it. Wait for what? First, let us leave the atmosphere and hide in the asteroid belt. In case things turn sour, we can make our escape. Why is my heart so restless today?" At that moment, in Hot Sandport, at the urban-rural interface, the 100,000 garrison troops were gradually faltering. Even with 3 electric arc barriers set up, they struggled against the surging tide of trainee soldiers whose emotions were spiraling out of control. "Open the barriers. Let us into the city. What secrets are you hiding? Comrades, behold our capital, now engulfed in flames of chaos. Instead of quelling the unrest, these guards are entrenched here, maintaining a vigilant watch over us. There is undoubtedly a conspiracy afoot. In any mass incident, the mere mention of the word conspiracy is most alarming. Thousands of individuals harbor myriad thoughts. Each person possesses their own conjecture regarding the supposed plots, and as these countless speculations converge, the public sentiment becomes ever more tumultuous. Damn it, what nonsense about 60,000 soldiers of fortune. I am merely a soldier myself. Since when has such an organization sprung forth upon the celestial shores of the left bank? When did the imperial military establish such a battalion? These scoundrels are deceiving us. Indeed, it is nothing but deceit. Surely, it is the mob that is committing murder. Let us be permitted to enter and quell the rebellion. Meanwhile, those guards, cowering behind their arcane barriers, have been thoroughly berated by the likes of Wu Chang. They care not whether Wu Chang speaks the truth. Ever since his impassioned speech on television, these wretched soldiers have begun to stir restlessly. Frankly, the task of defending against 60 or 70,000 trainee soldiers with a mere 100,000 guards is an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, General Yi Wenshui has sternly ordered them not to retaliate or respond to insults, further complicating their defensive position. Fortunately, Hot Sandport is well supplied, and there is no shortage of rudimentary arcane barriers. If one line of defense proves inadequate, they can erect 2, or even 8 or 10. Should the trainees breach one line, they can swiftly retreat to the next. In this manner, they have managed to hold back the soldiers for a full 24 hours. Yet, rather than feeling elated, General Yi Wenshui is acutely aware that those incited soldiers are under some form of restraint. Once the puppeteer loosens the chains, these guards will find it impossible to hold back the frenzied mob. A mere dream? Indeed, Yi Wenshui's concerns soon materialize into reality. As Mr. Ya's orders penetrate deeper, the spies hidden among the trainee soldiers begin to incite fervor, including numerous formidable warriors who, disregarding the stinging pain from the arcane barriers, shatter them with their fists. Brothers, we can no longer hesitate. The entirety of Hot Sandport lies in disarray. If we do not act now, it will be too late. Let us charge in and petition the governor. Petition the prince. We, the trainee soldiers, must assertively restore order. At this moment, those instigators have long forgotten their initial cries against corruption. Even the fallen comrades and internal conflicts between academies have faded from memory. The fervent soldiers finally launch their assault. The guards are left dumbfounded. In less than 10 minutes, the frenzied soldiers have breached 3 lines of arcane barriers, and there is no time left to construct more. Yet, cursed Yi Wenshui has yet to issue a command for suppression. Faced with the surging crowd, the guards do not even dare to disengage the safeties on their rifles. "Captain, what shall we do? We are commanded not to fire, yet ordered to maintain our positions. Are they forcing us to our deaths? Enough with the prattle. The general has his reasons. Raise your shields and strike with your batons. Hold the line." Hundreds of guards huddle together, forming 3 ranks, wielding high-strength resin shields that tower over a man, standing side by side to create a formidable defensive position. Before the captain can even shout a rallying cry, the throng collides with them. Initially, the soldiers strike with their fists and kick, but soon they are ramming their shoulders against the shields, an avalanche of bodies surging forward like a human tower. The clash of wills transforms into a brutal game of bulldozing. Strike? Your batons are not for show. Smash them with all your might. The captain, seeing their defenses yielding step by step, realizes they cannot withstand the overwhelming tide of soldiers. The guards, now frantic, draw their short clubs and rain down blows, cursing as they do so. Fall back, all of you. You've been given an inch, and you are taking a mile. Perhaps it is the onslaught of blows that jolts the soldiers back to their senses. Or perhaps it incites them further. Amidst the tumult, a gleaming dagger thrusts through the gap in the shields, piercing the heart of a cursing guard. The guard barely has time to utter a cry before collapsing. Blood splattering upon the resin shield, a vivid crimson. You bastards! Are you even human? You murder your own kin. In their fury, no one pauses to ponder how it is possible for a dagger to penetrate the guard's ballistic vests so effortlessly. Could it be that this is a magical dagger crafted from military-grade materials? In the chaos, none consider such questions. Reason has fled, and the guards strike with renewed ferocity. The soldiers, too, feel their rage ignite. Witnessing their bloodied comrade, they howl in excitement, until the sound of gunfire breaks through the ranks. Amidst the confusion and frenzy, the trainee soldiers give little thought to how their comrades acquired firearms. All they know is that this gunfire is a sweet release. Retreat. All of you, retreat. I'm done. Ultimately, the squad leader, moved by concern for his men, orders hundreds of guards to abandon their resistance and scatter into the depths of the city. Damn it, we guards earn the lowest wages. There's no need to risk our lives for a handful of coins. This is merely an interlude at the lengthy edge of the city, and such conflicts have erupted countless times in the urban-rural fringe of Hot Sandport. The guards finally crumble, and the frenzied soldiers surge forth until they come into contact with the Black Horse Battalion. On a thoroughfare in the western suburbs, over 1,000 soldiers from the Tyrannosaurus Assault Battalion march toward the city center, these fervent warriors shredding the formation of over 500 guards with their bare fists, creating a breach in an instant. Just as this throng of Tyrannosaurus soldiers crosses a block, they collide at an intersection with a small squad proudly displaying the Black Horse military flag. Look, Isony, that the Black Horse Battalion flag broadcasted on the news. Where did these sons of bitches come from? Indeed, how can there be so few of them? Before the Tyrannosaurus stands the valiant Sima Wu, along with his 4 comrades and over 200 soldiers from the Black Horse Battalion. Upon raising his head, Sima Wu is momentarily taken aback by the sight of the Tyrannosaurus. Instinctively, he exclaims. As an elite fighter, how could he not recognize these old adversaries? Sima Wu, by heaven, is that not the Sima Wu from Elite Combat? So the Black Horse is in league with the elite fighters. The scouts within the Tyrannosaurus Battalion grow agitated, quickly relaying this intelligence to Mistria, realizing that the Black Horse Battalion has aligned with the Second Princess. Attack. I command you to annihilate that damned Black Horse Battalion. The frantic voice of Mistria echoes through the terminal brothers. What nonsense is this Black Horse Battalion? The Imperial military has no such unit. This is merely elite fighters and other academies seizing the opportunity to exploit the chaos. They aim to monopolize Hot Sandport. Eliminate them. Thousands of soldiers surge toward the mere 200, and at this moment, Sima Wu grows desperate, his weapon trembling in his hands. He cannot bring himself to open fire. Knowing that once blood is drawn, there will be no turning back. Wuchang, Lord Wuchang, Commissioner. We have encountered the chaotic soldiers of the Tyrannosaurus Battalion. Please advise, please advise. Not only did he call for aid, but Wuchang also received timely images. In the broadcast hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. The golden host beside Wuchang appeared helpless, unsure of how to respond. These intellectuals, sharper than a serpent's tooth, sensed something amiss in an instant. Wuchang merely smiled lightly, remaining silent for 3 seconds, and then remarked, "It seems you have not seen the recent news. Very well, you may withdraw. We must show some consideration for our colleagues." "No, my lord. This is our Black Horse Battalion's first encounter with our peers. If we relent now, we shall never hold our heads high again. Truly." Wuchang gazes at the anxious Sima Wu, suddenly taken aback. The Black Horse Battalion has barely been established a day, yet Sima Wu seems to have already defected. Earnestly concerned for the battalion's welfare. Could this be the halo of a protagonist? Could this be the overwhelming presence of a time traveler? Wuchang shakes his head, dismissing such errant thoughts, silently chiding himself for his musings. Sima Wu and his comrades have forged a bond through their blood-soaked struggles over the past day. What nonsense is this about a protagonist's aura? At that moment, multiple holographic screens flicker to life simultaneously, displaying the faces of Merlin, Laylock, Arthur, and Tan Baiha. Reporting, Commander. We have encountered chaotic soldiers on Victory Street. Please advise, Wuchang. We are at the Panshan training camp. 2,000 soldiers are charging toward us. What should we do? It's the 2nd Armored Division. A massive swarm is approaching. We only have 50 men. We cannot hold. Across the holographic screens, various squads are encountering the chaotic soldiers, and the situation has grown perilously dire. In the realm of chaos, the steadfastness of Wuchang was a mystery to Leiluo Ku and Sima Wu, who found themselves utterly confounded by the source of his unwavering confidence. Even Merlin and Mary were unable to fathom the depths of his calm demeanor amidst the tumultuous tide of disorderly soldiers surging forth. Faced with the relentless tide of chaos, these valiant Black Horse warriors had no choice but to retreat. Yet, as they begrudgingly withdrew, an eerie atmosphere began to permeate the crowd before them in that fleeting moment. An astounding number of personal terminals erupted with notifications, and upon seeing the designated numbers, the fervent soldiers inexplicably found themselves pacified. Within less than a minute, a hum of conversation arose from the masses. A stark contrast to the earlier battle cries, as if the very essence of bloodlust had dissipated from the port of Ressa. Rick, is that you? It's your uncle. Stop this foolishness and return to the barracks. If need be, come to your uncle's house to lay low for a few days. Please, don't engage in battle, little song. It's your aunt, if you dare to enter the city and fight. I shall dismantle your very bones, my son. It's your mother. Your father and I are well, safe and sound. Please, do not stir unrest with others. Our home awaits your return. If you persist, I shall take drastic measures. In that singular instant, over 90% of the trainee soldiers received personal calls from their relatives and friends, all echoing the same plea for these soldiers to settle down and remain calm. Save for the deranged killers, who remain impervious to reason, the hearts of most still harbor a flicker of kindness and vulnerability, with family and friends forever embodying the most virtuous and beautiful aspects of humanity. Wuchang, understanding the intricacies of human nature, recognized that no one would dare commit murder in the presence of their mother. He also comprehended that no one would indulge in wickedness before their loved ones. Human nature manifests in strikingly different forms under specific circumstances. Mr. Ya, are you not adept at inciting the malice within people's hearts? Very well, I shall employ the utmost goodness within humanity to vanquish you. Fortunately, the advanced and convenient communication technology of this universe was more than sufficient to fulfill Wuchang's needs. The citizens of Ressa and the populace of the Left Bank Paradise Star endured the ravages of their homeland. The vile hunters and their spies had already set their nefarious plans in motion. Disguised spies had infiltrated the ranks of their kin, inciting chaos among the countless military academies and training camps on the Left Bank Paradise Star, where innumerable hunter spies were rousing their relatives to riot in the streets. Cloaked in slogans of pacification and anti-corruption, they secretly perpetrated atrocities against their own people, citizens of the Left Bank Paradise Star. Awaken! This global upheaval is the machination of the hunters. They masquerade as soldiers, treacherously harming their comrades and framing our allies. They mingle among the trainee soldiers, covertly slaughtering the guards and innocent civilians. Their singular objective is to blind us with bloodshed and fill our hearts with hatred. Look, this is the evidence. The images of Mystria and countless clandestine meetings with mysterious figures flickered across the screen, accompanied by indistinct audio commands. Under the weight of this so-called evidence, Mystria was transformed into a demon, a despicable wretch who had sold his soul to the hunters. Wuchang remained unfazed by the potential flaws in his alibi or the possibility of the fabricated evidence being exposed. He commanded the Left Bank Tower and dictated the narrative as he wished, drowning any dissent in a deluge of words. Shameless, you are utterly shameless. In the void of space, Mystria seethed with rage. His features contorted as he longed to storm into the studio and tear the shameless visage of Wuchang from existence. Mystria was reduced to tears, acutely aware that his power was waning. The voices of the masses could indeed forge gold from mere words. The ignorant populace possessed no discernment, believing whoever shouted the loudest. Clearly, Wuchang was now the loudest voice in the arena. What shall we do? My lord? The footage has captured us as well. We too are now spies. We are wronged. On board the Bee, Only Mistria and his two subordinates remained, their hearts heavy with despair, on the brink of weeping openly. How unjust! We are but loyal subjects of the Grand Princess, destined to achieve great deeds, at the very least to become governors. How could we suddenly be labeled as spies for the hunters? This is a stain upon our honor, and even if the Grand Princess were to clear our names, the blemish would remain indelible in the hearts of the billions of citizens of the Left Bank Paradise Star. We cannot go door to door to clarify or explain. Most troubling of all, Wu Chang had played the trump card of first impressions, embedding negative connotations in the minds of the populace. To cleanse this stain would require an insurmountable effort. At that moment, Mistria felt as if all strength had been drained from his body, for he fully understood the depths of hatred the citizens of the Matau Empire harbored for the hunters. Once tainted by this rumor, it would be a poison that gnawed at their very bones. He was confident that the soldiers incited to riot would immediately halt their advance, for each bore an inexhaustible loathing for the hunters. None wishing to become pawns in their schemes. Meanwhile, Wu Chang's oration had yet to conclude. He was fervently rallying the masses on screen, urging them to assist in quelling the unrest. This cunning individual was nothing short of a master manipulator of the human psyche. Citizens of Ressa, citizens of the Left Bank Paradise Star, the names of over 1,000 academies surrounding the capital now scroll across the bottom of your screens, along with their current locations. As the Imperial Special Commissioner, I implore you to pick up your terminals and call your relatives and friends. Urge them to remain calm, for the sake of the Empire and their families. Ask them to return to the barracks or remain on standby, and under no circumstances should they heed the spies' incitements. To those who are able, please make your way to the streets and rescue your kin. Do not allow them to fall into despair. The rescue operation begins now. Then, Wu Chang rose and rendered a formal military salute to the audience on screen. The port of Ressa erupted into chaos. Once the social network of its 30 million inhabitants was mobilized, the 70 to 80,000 soldiers outside the city had nowhere to flee, for they would inevitably find their loved ones. In less than 10 minutes, 90% of the soldiers received calls from their relatives, dousing their fervor with cold water. Moreover, the bewildered Black Horse Battalion suddenly noticed countless groups of civilians pouring forth from the direction of the city center, calling out the names of their loved ones as they rushed towards the bewildered rioters. "Children, do not act foolishly," cried a white-haired mother, weeping amidst the throng of soldiers who stood helplessly around her. "You Navi lads, do not allow the hunters to exploit you. Consider this calmly. Have not some individuals been stirring your emotions from the very beginning?" The wise elders attempted to reason with the soldiers, while the surrounding warriors rolled their eyes in disbelief. The gathering crowd of citizens grew increasingly numerous, and with the city's chaos instilled fear in the hearts of the Black Horse Battalion. The citizens, banding together, posed no danger. Gradually, the streets became populated by the true denizens of the city, and order began to re-emerge. Wu Chang had reported the locations of all the academies to the people, and relatives of every degree, distant and close, hurried towards their respective destinations. Their intentions were clear: to ensure the safety of their loved ones while also seeking the bounty promised by Wu Chang. "People of the Left Bank Paradise Star, I have just conferred with the Minister of Finance, who has promised that any soldier who ceases their disturbances upon the counsel of their relatives will not only evade repercussions, but will also receive a reward of 100 gold coins from the treasury as a token of loyalty. Let us express our gratitude to the generous Minister of Finance." This was the spark that ignited the flames of fervor amongst the populace, as Wu Chang had deftly stirred their emotions. How could they withstand such an enticing monetary incentive? Upon hearing that their loved ones could be saved and rewarded in the process, the citizens became frenzied, disregarding danger as they flooded into the streets. Meanwhile, the Minister of Finance was left sobbing, banging his head against the wall. How despicable! How utterly despicable! When did I ever say such a thing? When did I ever agree to this? Do you even know my name? You are so insidious. 70,000 soldiers equate to 7 million in cash. The treasury is on the brink of collapse. The Minister of Finance lamented his plight, and those listening might have thought that his wife had been caught in the turmoil. Yet, despite his tears and curses, he dared not withhold the funds, for he was genuinely terrified of the unrest. Spending money to avert disaster seemed a viable path. At that moment, all the temporary squad leaders of the Black Horse Battalion exhaled a sigh of relief. Reflecting on Wu Chang's calm smile, in their hearts, admiration mingled with an inexplicable chill. How had this transpired? How had the bloodlust vanished so rapidly? Luli hurled his blood-stained fire axe to the ground, squatting there, scratching his head in confusion. Not only were Luli and the 5 brothers of the Ice Dragon left astounded, but they also convened an impromptu meeting via their terminal, reaching a unanimous consensus. This enigma, unfathomable and intricate, with its manipulative machinations of the human psyche, is comprehensible only to the Nobility Alliance. Without a doubt, Wu Chang is intricately linked to the Nobility Alliance, a pivotal member privy to its most clandestine secrets. As Lei Luoka concluded his statement, a profound silence enveloped the 5ME and AT that moment. Wu Chang leisurely savored his coffee, surrounded by a flurry of industrious television station staff, diligently compiling a stream of positive news from the front lines to broadcast to the entire planet. Wu Chang was acutely aware that the tide was now irrevocably set, the hearts of the people stabilized. The subsequent tasks could indeed be accomplished solely by the security forces. Finally able to exhale, he reclined in his chair, his eyes gently closed, inwardly lamenting, "Mr. Ya, is this truly the extent of your stratagems? How many layers of my ruse can you truly comprehend?" 104 Release of neurotoxin. It became evident that Mr. Ya's prowess allowed him to perceive only half of Wu Chang's schemes. Foolishly, he still believed that with the might of the Grand Princess and tenfold effort, he could salvage his reputation. Yet, he remained oblivious to the intricate complexities of human nature. "Mr. Ya, do you not realize that human hearts are driven by the pursuit of gain and the avoidance of harm? In this global upheaval, how many innocents are there truly? How many have committed minor evils? They have finally found you, a convenient scapegoat to deflect responsibility. Do you think they will let you go?" Wu Chang mused to himself. His analysis was compelling. Indeed, many had harbored malicious thoughts during this upheaval, albeit some acted upon them while others merely lingered on them internally. However, regardless of their actions, as long as they maintained a semblance of normalcy, their subconscious would harbor a twinge of guilt regarding such thoughts or actions, a guilt of which they were often unaware. Wu Chang adeptly capitalized on this guilt. Thus, he intended to ensnare the hunters and thrust Mr. Ya into the role of a spy among them. He aimed to use this falsehood to enable the populace to vent their guilt. With a scapegoat in hand, how could the masses resist utilizing it? They would consciously or unconsciously direct rumors towards Mr. Ya, perhaps even frame him outright, for only in doing so could they position themselves on the moral high ground to narrate this tragedy to future generations. Mr. Ya remained oblivious to the brutal reality he faced. The burden of blame he bore had grown so immense that even the Grand Princess could not alleviate it. Her only aim was to preserve his life. "Wu Chang, do not smirk. Do you truly believe you can escape? I shall end you today." Mr. Ya screamed in a fit of hysteria, simultaneously activating the red, top-secret communicator. "Roto, it all rests on you now. Execute the final plan and ensure this devil Wu Chang meets his end." On the other end of the communicator, a profound silence ensued before a voice finally inquired, "Will you fulfill your promise to me? Have I ever deceived you? What have I not provided? Once you succeed, your children will be granted residence on Sanhai Star, and I will personally free them from their servitude." The voice on the other end quivered. "All right, I will trust you once more, but if you betray me, I shall haunt you even in death." With that, the communicator crackled and abruptly ended. Mr. Ya glared at his 2 subordinates, scolding, "What are you still doing? Notify the warships following Shuangyue that the mission has failed. We must retreat immediately. We cannot linger here." Sighing heavily, the 2 subordinates activated the spatial folding engine, and the diminutive B swiftly vanished within the asteroid belt. Mr. Ya had fled, taking along the 10 warships that had been poised against the Huangquan. As Mingi witnessed those arrogant vessels retract their cannons and commence their repositioning, he exuberantly struck the control panel. "Well done, Wu Chang, you crafty little devil. Though I am utterly perplexed, it is clear you have triumphed." At that moment, Mingi rose and called out to all aboard the Huangquan, "Stand down, everyone. Maintain the instruments. Tomorrow, we shall land on this planet for a well-deserved vacation." Cheers erupted aboard the Huangquan. Meanwhile, in a cluster of villas at the Hot Sand West Mountain scenic area, the 2 men responsible for transporting the snake venom serum for Wu Chang gazed contemplatively at Hot Sandport. A prodigy indeed. No wonder the Baron places such importance on him. No wonder he is willing to employ Imperial warships for the serum's transport. This young man wields influence with the ease of manipulating dough. Another middle-aged man sighed. Indeed, from start to finish, I have comprehended only 80% of his strategies. The remaining 20% eludes me. Do you believe Wu Chang's portrayal of Mr. Ye as a spy for the hunters is effective? Effective, I sense it is. Though I cannot articulate the reasoning, I feel that Mr. Ye's burden of blame will likely be inescapable for this lifetime. Both men gasped in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was far more ruthless than taking a life. Just as they were speaking, both of their portable terminals vibrated and shrieked simultaneously. Upon opening the terminals, the information therein rendered their faces pale with shock. Dispatch troops immediately. Hurry, send in the armored combatants. It is too late. We must notify Wu Chang. He is on site. Frantically, the two men relayed the latest intelligence to Wu Chang. Upon seeing the familiar Great Wall emblem, he recognized that this trustworthy intelligence organization had brought forth new information. What? Damn, this lunatic! Wu Chang cursed vehemently before dashing out of the performance hall, leaving 100 astonished gazes in his wake. Racing towards the first floor with Blood Shadow in tow. What is happening? Dian Meng could only manage to ask that one question before Wu Chang disappeared. Evacuate immediately from this building. The farther away, the better. If you have gas masks, put them on at once. The wind carried only Wu Chang's urgent command. As the vast explosion crater in the basement came into view, Wu Chang retrieved a breathing mask from behind Blood Shadow and donned it. Instructing, you should wear one too. There are potent neurotoxins below. Blood Shadow, unaware of the concept of danger, obediently placed the mask on his head. Once they both stepped into the damp sewer, the small spotlight atop the mask illuminated instantly. Wu Chang was intensely anxious. The recent intel had explicitly stated that at the bottom of the left bank building, in a certain corner of the sewer, lay 10 canisters of 20-kilogram neurotoxin. This lethal gas could claim lives even if diluted 100-fold. More terrifying still, even when diluted 1,000-fold, inhalation could lead to severe brain damage, effectively rendering one a fool. The Nobility Alliance had provided Wu Chang with only one solution: incineration. Only flames of high temperature could neutralize the toxin's potency. Millions of lives rested precariously in Wu Chang's hands. Where? Wu Chang was now drenched in sweat, having scoured 3 junctions without finding any trace of the gas. Just then, the breathing mask's indicator light flickered red, the finely crafted equipment detecting the toxin's presence. Damn it, it's ahead! Wu Chang prepared to charge forward, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire, energy beams sealing off all escape routes. Even with the enhancement of Shadow Break, it was futile. Wu Chang's left leg was immediately pierced. Blood Shadow, eliminate him. Wu Chang unleashed a dark red wave towards the marksman Roto, closely followed by Blood Shadow's swift apparition. The speed of Blood Shadow was beyond description. He virtually surged forward alongside the elemental attack, reaching Roto in an instant, his hand poised to extract Roto's heart. In that critical moment, Blood Shadow suddenly recoiled as if struck in the head by a bullet. Leaping up and crashing into the sewer's ceiling, dislodging chunks of concrete, a Blood Shadow cried out in pain, clutching his head. Roto, meanwhile, found his left hand shattered at the wrist, yet clutched tightly the control device for Blood Shadow. Wu Chang's fire element had severed Roto's hand, the intense heat sealing the blood vessels at the fracture. Remarkably, he still managed to persist. Forgive me, Wu Chang, we bear no grudge, but for the sake of my children, I must kill you. Even if it leads to our mutual destruction, I shall end your life, Roto declared, applying a tourniquet to his wound. Once the bandaging was complete, he audaciously increased the power on the Blood Shadow control device. Blood Shadow, kill this man. Kill Wu Chang. Roto screamed at Blood Shadow, refusing to relent on the button, electric currents surging through Blood Shadow's mind. It hurts. Blood Shadow had transformed into a humanoid armored vehicle, the surrounding concrete shattering into fragments. Until the very end, Shui Ying found himself unable to restrain his impulses. He lifted his foot and kicked towards Wu Chang's heart. At that moment, Wu Chang was leaning against the wall, blood trickling from the wound on his left leg. Shui Ying, calm down. Look into my eyes, see who I am. Wu Chang, now desperate, realized he could not evade this kick, and he understood all too well that should it land, his fate would be sealed. Just as time hung in the balance, A sudden surge of dark energy erupted from Wu Chang's neck, a swirl of ominous light weaving through the air. Shui Ying was evidently affected by this dark aura. His gaze filled with hesitation and anguished. It was this very hesitation that spared Wu Chang's life. Shui Ying's right foot instinctively descended about a foot, ultimately striking Wu Chang's right thigh instead. The strength of a 7th-tier warrior was formidable, resulting in a devastating fracture with a sickening crack. Wu Chang nearly succumbed to the intense pain, yet he gazed at Shui Ying with eyes that remained pure and serene. "Do not be afraid. I hold no grudge against you. You are a victim of circumstance, coerced into this. It hurts." Tears unexpectedly welled in Shui Ying's eyes as he clutched his head and fled into the depths of the sewer, vanishing in a flash. Now, only Wu Chang and Luo Duo remained, two wounded souls staring at each other in silence, neither possessing the strength to overcome the other. After a tense stalemate lasting over 10 minutes, Wu Chang finally spoke. "Give up? If you concede, I shall harbor no resentment. I guarantee your safety." Luo Duo, now in agony, sat on the ground opposite Wu Chang, separated by a narrow stream of filthy water. He shook his head. "My mask is inferior to yours. It seems I have inhaled toxic gas. My time is running short. I am sorry. All I can say is I am sorry. I am powerless. My daughter and son are enslaved by the Grand Princess. I had no choice, truly no choice." At this moment, Luoduo's gaze had already grown distant. Though he wore a gas mask, this civilian-grade model was far inferior to the military-grade products produced by the company, and the small amount of nerve gas had begun to numb and corrode his brain, with foam now forming at the corners of his mouth. Home, family. In less than 3 minutes, Luo Duo could no longer articulate a complete sentence, his head drooping as he lost consciousness. Wu Chang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite the fact that the breathing mask produced by the company could filter out all toxic gases, both of his legs were utterly incapacitated. One leg had been shattered by an energy blast, while the other had been reduced to a compound fracture by the frenzied Shui Ying. Wu Chang gazed at Luo Duo across the filthy stream, including the shadowy little tool room behind him. Shaking his head as he began to crawl across the slick ground, Wu Chang was utterly exhausted. Both legs were broken, and crawling was his only means of movement. However, the agony of such a devastating fracture was unbearable, even causing the resolute Wu Chang to entertain thoughts of surrender. More critically, the underground sewer was filled with murky water over half a meter deep, forcing Wu Chang to arch his back to breathe properly. After struggling for nearly 20 minutes, he finally reached Luoduo's side. Yet, upon touching Luoduo's arm, he discovered his body was chillingly cold. It turned out he was already dead, succumbing to the effects of the nerve gas. Wu Chang gazed mournfully at Luoduo's lifeless form, harboring no hatred in his eyes. He too was a pitiful soul, his fate slipping from his grasp, reduced to a mere pawn in the hands of others. Wu Chang rummaged through Luoduo's pockets, inspecting a finely crafted controller, realizing it was the key to Shui Ying's madness. Furrowing his brow, he squeezed the controller with his thumb and forefinger, crushing it to pieces. These bastards. Resorting to biochemical soldiers, truly inhumane. There was little else of interest among the remaining personal effects, save for a family photo. Naturally, Wu Chang also removed the portable terminal from Luoduo's wrist. Leaning beside Luoduo's corpse, Wu Chang took off his mask and spoke to the unblinking eyes. "Rest easy. Do not let your spirit wander far. Bless me with safety. If I survive this crisis, I will find a way to visit your children in Sanhaxing. I cannot promise more than that. I can only vow to do my utmost." Having said this, Wu Chang gently closed Luoduo's eyelids. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Luo Duo appeared to grow tranquil once his eyes were shut. Wu Chang was not wasting time. Having crawled only a short distance, his strength was nearly depleted. Now, attempting to conjure fire element spells without a moment's respite was impossible. Next to Luo Duo was a small tool room, which should have been filled with various repair tools, yet it stood empty now, save for 10 stainless steel canisters lined up in the center. The hissing sound of gas escaping was distinctly audible in the stillness of the sewer, with 4 or 5 deceased black rats in the corner bearing witness to the potency of these toxic gases. Gathering his courage, Wu Chang exerted all his strength to crawl into the room. But as he passed over the high threshold, he accidentally bumped his thigh, causing a surge of pain to flash before his eyes and cold sweat to pour down his brow. Damn it, what terrible luck. Ever since I crossed over to this world, I have not had a moment's peace. It's as if I carry my own misfortune. Gazing at the stainless steel canisters within arm's reach, Wu Chang took several deep breaths. Mustering the last remnants of his energy in his palm, a small, dark red flame flickered, radiating warmth. Wu Chang gathered fire elemental energy for a full quarter of an hour, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion before he suddenly thrust his hand upward, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the canisters in no time. The canisters began to glow faintly at this moment. Wu Chang had drained the last vestiges of his potential. He lay flat on the floor, witnessing the magical flames gradually spreading throughout the room. These flames, conjured from pure energy, required no ignition source. The gas within the canisters continued to spew forth, and as it passed through the flames, it transformed into a faint blue hue. Wu Chang understood that the toxic gas was undergoing a change. He hoped the Noble Alliance's intelligence was accurate. The flames he summoned would, of course, not harm him. In fact, even if they could, he lacked the strength to move. His legs were completely incapacitated. Quietly, Wu Chang reflected on the multitude of injuries he had sustained since arriving on this planet. Both legs and arms had been broken, his ribs fractured, and he had endured numerous internal injuries, not to mention instances of poisoning. Damn it, just 2 months on this planet, and I find myself in such a dire predicament. I truly should have been more discreet. Perhaps a session of self-criticism is in order. Lost in thought, Wu Chang suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, burning odor. Upon closer inspection, he realized the peril. While the magical flames could not harm his skin, they were scorching his military uniform. Even worse, the breathing mask produced by the company was not fireproof, and its edges were beginning to warp. Damn it, oh heavens, could you not grant me a moment of comfort? Must you drive me to my doom? With that, Wu Chang struggled to crawl outward. He knew the flames should be capable of neutralizing the toxic gases. Surely the Noble Alliance would not provide him with false intelligence. Yet, how long would it take for these gases to be rendered harmless? Moreover, could there be lingering toxic gas in this room? These questions plagued him. Buddha, help me. I have just quelled the rebellion on this planet. I cannot simply perish here in silence from poison. I have heard that dying from poison is one of the most miserable fates, second only to hanging or being buried alive. Oh, what am I thinking? Has the nerve gas begun to erode my mind? Am I hallucinating? Wu Chang forced himself to endure as he struggled within the inferno. Yet the relentless flames crept ever closer, spreading at a rate far exceeding his own crawling speed. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a shadow suddenly burst through the doorway, plunging into the flames with astonishing speed. Shuiying, what are you doing here? What do you intend to do? Wu Chang exclaimed in shock as he watched Shuiying frantically kick at the flames. Have you lost your mind? Those are magical flames. You cannot extinguish them with your feet. Unfortunately, Shuiying was merely a biochemical being, his intellect akin to that of a 4- or 5-year-old child, incapable of discerning magical flames from ordinary fire. Before he could even land 3 or 4 kicks, the magical flames had leapt onto his body, swiftly consuming him. The room was filled with Shuiying's anguished cries. Somehow, Wu Chang found the strength to sit up from the ground, extending his right hand in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames enveloping Shuiying. Yet he was utterly drained. Even breathing had become a laborious task, let alone wielding magic. The pain finally made Shuiying aware of the flame's ferocity. He bellowed as he seized Wu Chang by the collar, heedlessly dragging him out of the tool room like a defeated dog. From a distance, one could see a figure engulfed in flames, pulling a dark, broken form, both plunging into the murky waters below. The relentless torment inflicted by the threshold of impermanence was unbearable. After a prolonged struggle, I finally managed to extricate my head from the murky waters, only to glance back at the figure of Shuiying, discovering him submerged and motionless. At that moment, the magical flames enveloping him had depleted their energy, leaving only wisps of white smoke. Yet, despite the extinguishing of the fire, Shuiying remained unresponsive. His fate was a mystery that I could not decipher. Shuiying, Shuiying, do not frighten me, please awaken, I implored, leaning over desperately to drag Shuiying towards the shore. However, his substantial form was far beyond what my own crippled limbs could manage. After much exertion, I merely succeeded in resting his upper body upon the stone platform, at least preventing him from drowning. I reached out to feel for his breath, discovering a faint sign of life. I yearned to activate the terminal for help, but an explosion erupted at that very moment. The tin steel canisters, subjected to the scorching flames of magic, had warped grotesquely, and the high-pressure toxic liquid within burst forth, sending a tremendous shockwave that left me dizzy and unconscious beside Shueying. Time passed, though I could not tell how long, until I was jolted awake by a series of jolts. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself on a stretcher, being carried forward by two soldiers clad in gas masks. "Who are you? Who are you?" I murmured softly. "Boss, it's me, Luli. We've come to rescue you." The soldier, bearing a bayonet mask, was none other than Luli, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed upon me. "I should never have left your side. Had I stayed, this situation would not have arisen." He lamented, burdened with guilt as if the weight of the ordeal rested solely upon him. "Do not be foolish. This is not your fault." "Oh, has the toxic gas been cleared?" At that moment, a medic named Mary rushed in from the rear of the group, her eyes swollen from weeping. "There is no longer any gas leak. The flames have saved the lives of the entire city. Although there was a minor release of gas, it was minimal and sufficiently diluted in the air, so it should pose no significant harm." As I lay within the depths of the sewers, I noted that the terrain ahead was gradually ascending, suggesting that I would soon glimpse the azure sky. Yet, my thoughts turned to Shueying. Where is Shueying? He is my savior. Rest assured, Shueying is right behind us. He is not dead, though he suffers extensive burns and requires immediate surgery. As long as he lives, that is all that matters, I replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. When the soldiers of the Black Horse Battalion finally emerged from the dark underbelly of the sewers, I was astonished to see the sky had turned blue. The sun shining down upon the earth once more, and the ravaging typhoon had finally ceased. "The sky is clear. How wonderful. At last, we can rest." Just then, a chorus of cheers erupted from the street, as the visage of Governor Yi Feiwu and Major General Yi Wenshui appeared on the large screen. After 3 days of chaos, these two figures had finally made their entrance. As I gazed at the grand screen atop the skyscraper, listening to the self-important proclamations of the governor and the major general, I felt an immense sense of relief. This burden could finally be rightfully relinquished. Suddenly, a pair of soldiers dashed forward, the Black Horse flag waving proudly in the street, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. "It is the Black Horse flag. They are the ones who saved us." Following this was a resounding applause, as the citizens spontaneously expressed their gratitude. Leading the charge were Liloke and several brethren from the Ice Dragon, who approached my stretcher with a crisp salute. Reporting, "Commissioner, the mission of the Black Horse Battalion to quell the rebellion has been successfully completed, and we now present our orders to you." Liloke hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Those shameless Yi Feiwu and Yi Wenshui have come out to reap the rewards. Should we not teach them a lesson?" "What?" I was taken aback. This was utterly unprecedented. Was Liloke suggesting rebellion against the Baron of the Left Bank? I had underestimated the unifying strength of the battlefield on the hearts of men. Initially comprising 750 soldiers, the Black Horse Battalion had been forged into a solid entity through this battle. The profound sense of camaraderie experienced was deeply moving. Once felt, it would never be forgotten. Throughout the 24-hour conflict, Liloke, leveraging his status as the Baron, had gathered the greatest number of stragglers, over 700, while additional scattered soldiers from other battalions had swelled our ranks to over 1,600, a configuration equivalent to that of a standard regiment. Liloke's words bore weight, as many students from various academies, led by Chopin, had confided their desire to formally join the Black Horse Battalion. This predicament placed Liloke in a difficult position. Military factions were sensitive matters. Openly attempting to recruit soldiers from other academies was a significant taboo. Yet, he could not bear to see this brotherhood dissolve, and thus sought to gauge my stance if I were to lead a rebellion. It would indicate my intent to preserve this unity. Conversely, if I chose to remain passive and allow others to reap the rewards, it would signal that my ambitions were not as grand as they seemed. Initially, I did not grasp the underlying implications of Liloke's inquiry. However, upon hearing his report on the actual strength of the Black Horse Battalion, I began to understand. Goodness, this fellow is quite capable. He has consolidated so many stragglers. Now, nearly half of the battalion's strength lies in his grasp, and 1,600 men constitute a solid regiment. It was apparent that Liloc had his sights set on the position of deputy commander. With a wry smile, I replied, "This is absurd. We are the Black Horse Battalion of the Empire, a heroic force for quelling rebellions. How could we possibly instigate unrest? We must heed the orders of the military command. From now on, you must cooperate diligently with the garrison to gradually transfer the responsibility of maintaining stability into their hands. Luli, please ensure that our quarters are in order. Once we complete the transfer of duties, we shall return to our base." At that moment, Liloc inquired, "What about the soldiers from other academies? Where will they go?" I shot him a glare, and of course, they shall return to their own academies. As Liloc's expression fell, I added, "If they wish to join the Black Horse Battalion, let them submit their applications. Whether the military approves is beyond my jurisdiction." Ouch, my leg hurts terribly. Please spare me from such matters. Liloc, hearing my vague promise, sighed inwardly and saluted before departing to organize the work. The medical standards at the Hot Sands Hospital were the highest on the planet. Upon learning of the arrival of Major Commissioner Wu Cheng for treatment, the director and surgical elites gathered around, both in awe of my authority and genuinely grateful for my intervention in saving Hot Sands from peril. Their attention to my treatment became increasingly meticulous. What was merely a fracture, a common injury, turned into a full-body examination, even including urological tests, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Yet, as an incapacitated patient, I could only submit to the whims of the doctors. After 3 long hours, as I lay on the hospital bed listening to Merlin's report, I felt the solid metal casing around my thigh cool with medication and marveled at the medical technology of this world. A comminuted fracture, and they dared to assure me I would be walking within 48 hours. Such medical prowess, if brought back to Earth, would be revolutionary. Just as I was lost in thought, a voice called out, "Boss? Are you still listening?" Startled, I returned to focus. My apologies. I was momentarily distracted. Please continue. I smiled at Merlin. According to your orders, Qian Shun and I led over 100 men to raid 15 secret warehouses belonging to various gangs, ultimately seizing assets totaling 20 million gold coins. A hush fell over the room, all present astonished by the figure. These impoverished souls had never encountered such wealth. 20 million rainbow coins could buy a swift assault ship. When did the boss issue such orders? Luli and Mary were unaware of my prior arrangements, which had indeed transpired after the battle at the Left Bank building. While all other squads were engaged in combat, I had discreetly provided Merlin and Qian Shun with a top-secret map, revealing the locations of more than a dozen gang warehouses. This map was not supplied by the Noble Alliance. It had been passed to me by Brother Mingy. A gesture of goodwill from him, sharing such a substantial bounty. Not enough, certainly not enough. You've only raided 12. I recall the map indicated over 30 warehouses. Continue the raids. Now is the time to be bold. What? Continue. Even the cold-faced Merlin has changed countenance now. Under the unwavering gaze of Wu Cheng, Merlin fell silent, turning away with Qian Shun, seemingly prepared to embark on an operation that would spell misfortune for some gang. At that moment, the hospital doors were suddenly flung open, and a Dark Horse soldier, panting heavily, shouted that trouble was brewing. The security team had arrived, intent on apprehending Blood Shadow, and had even mentioned executing him. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng nearly leaped from his bed in alarm. "The wheelchair, quickly!" he exclaimed. "Dare to harm my savior? I'll make sure he pays dearly." A throng of Dark Horse soldiers hastily pushed Wu Cheng's wheelchair towards the dermatology treatment room on the first floor. As they rounded the corridor and spotted the treatment room's entrance, they found the Dark Horse soldiers already locked in a standoff with the security team, thankfully without any violence erupting. "Damn it, who dares to enter?" one soldier barked. "Without our commissioner's orders, no one gets through. Have you all lost your minds? Inside is a bioengineered human, a prohibited weapon under imperial law. Are you inciting rebellion by harboring contraband? What the hell are you talking about? That is a person, not a weapon. He is the benefactor of our commissioner. If you dare lay a hand on him, I will end you." In that moment, the Dark Horse Battalion had just returned from the battlefield, their bloodlust still palpable, and the security team, confronted by these reapers of death, hesitated to escalate the situation. Both factions were locked in a fierce exchange of insults, fingers pointed and tempers flaring. The lead security officer, His face contorted in anger, implored, "Can we not engage in some reason? How can you consider bioengineered beings as humans? They are mere assemblages of different corpses, human-shaped weapons, illicit under Imperial LAW. Do you truly find it necessary to protect this soulless monstrosity?" Before the officer could continue, a fierce roar erupted from behind. "Shut your mouth!" The wheelchair had finally made its way through. "What do you mean, soulless? What does humanity even mean to you? Bloodshadow may be a bioengineered being, but he has fought alongside me to quell unrest. He has taken down as many thugs as anyone else in my eyes. He possesses more humanity than you do." The officer was left speechless, his face reddening as he saluted Wu Chang. "Commissioner, we are merely following orders. It is not my intention to cause you trouble. Yes, I understand the law dictates this, but I am powerless to act otherwise." At that moment, the squad leader's terminal suddenly illuminated, revealing the figure of Major General Yi Wenshui on the screen. "Useless fool. What have you done? It has been ages without a report, and you cannot even handle such a simple task?" In the midst of Yi Wenshui's tirade, Wu Chang seized the terminal, placing it before himself. With utmost courtesy, he saluted the Major General, then proceeded to question, "May I inquire why you seek to apprehend my subordinate? Bloodshadow is a hero who fought alongside me. If you cannot reward him, why must you condemn him to death?" Before Wu Chang could finish, Yi Wenshui's fury erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Chang. "What is your standing? How dare you act so brazenly before me? Your position as commissioner is something I will personally investigate. Now, tell me, on what grounds do you claim to be a major? You deceitful charlatan, daring to posture before me." Yi Wenshui's face twisted in rage as he bellowed to the security team, "Execute the orders. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be apprehended." Yi Wenshui appeared to retain some semblance of reason, refraining from yelling for gunfire. At this juncture, Wu Chang was also incensed by Yi Wenshui's insults, drawing out his pistol and slamming it onto the armrest of his wheelchair. "Let us see who dares to take action. I refuse to believe that, based on my accomplishments in quelling the rebellion in hot sand, I cannot save Bloodshadow's life." Wu Chang was now at a full standoff with Yi Wenshui, as he sensed palpable animosity emanating from the general's expressions and tone. What nonsensical imperial law is this? It is merely a tool for Yi Wenshui to undermine others. Why? Yi Wenshui's countenance darkened, glaring at Wu Chang as if he were a mortal enemy. "You must understand. A mere commoner achieving such merit is already a rarity. Do not let this trifling matter jeopardize your future. Consider this a friendly warning." "Thank you," Wu Chang replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "We shall settle this dispute at the military headquarters. You shall not escape unscathed." With that, he pointed at his subordinates, barking, "Useless fools, get back here." As the security team retreated, Wu Chang exhaled deeply, then maneuvered his wheelchair to the bewildered doctor, softly asking, "How is Bloodshadow's condition?" The attending physician was drenched in sweat. Fearing Wu Chang's ire, especially since he had been the one to report the bioengineered human, Wu Chang seemed to read his thoughts, smiling reassuringly, "You were merely following protocol. This matter is not your fault. Rest assured. No one shall hold you accountable." Only then did the physician relax. The skin graft procedure was a success. "His vital signs are stable, but speak freely, do not fear." The doctor removed his mask, but the patient may never awaken. As he inhaled a trace of nerve gas, resulting in damage to his neural pathways, "You are aware that bioengineered beings possess low intelligence. Even the slightest exposure to toxins can cause irreversible harm. It appears that our warrior may become a vegetable. Rest peacefully, Bloodshadow." Wu Chang found it difficult to articulate his feelings toward Bloodshadow. After all, it had only been 4 or 5 days since their paths had crossed. Furthermore, during this time, Bloodshadow had caused Wu Chang considerable trouble. After all, it was Bloodshadow who had broken one of Wu Chang's legs. Yet, the bond of shared existence between them felt undeniably genuine. Wu Chang could empathize with Bloodshadow's suffering and share in his joys. He recognized that when he praised him and looked at him with encouraging eyes, Bloodshadow's heart swelled with warmth and excitement. Wu Chang understood that Bloodshadow was simply lacking in intelligence. He was not a soulless instrument of war. Bloodshadow resembled a child of 3 or 4 years, naive and unaware of the value of life, yet capable of love and gratitude, able to discern kindness from cruelty. Bloodshadow, You are innocent. The true villains are those who created and control you. They are the real soulless beasts. Wu Chang gazed at the unconscious blood shadow, his heart heavy with sorrow. At that moment, Merlin approached, saying, Wu Chang, we must find a way to rescue Blood Shadow. We can protect him for a time, but not forever. Understood. Take Qiansun and Luli with you. Gather as many brothers as possible and aim to collect everything tonight. Then, secretly transport it to this location. Wu Chang pointed to a spot on the map, a highly confidential location provided by Brother Mingi. Once Merlin departed, Wu Chang instructed Mary to push him back to his hospital room. When the coast was clear, Wu Chang discreetly connected with Mingi. Brother Mingi, I require your assistance. Send a few discreet brothers from Xingqian Security to help me, and also find me some concealed bases. I know that you pirates excel at hiding things. In less than half an hour, an unremarkable black land vehicle arrived at the hospital's rear entrance. A dozen fully armed security personnel rushed into the hospital, and in a matter of moments, Blood Shadow's bed was wheeled out, with Wu Chang and Mary following closely behind. In the darkness, the black land vehicle soared through the night, accelerating to 200 miles per hour. Above, a spy plane trailed closely at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Meanwhile, in the military headquarters, Yi Wenshui stared intently at the live feed. His expression dark and brooding, muttering to himself in confusion. Where is this fool headed? Can he really transport that living corpse into space? This is not wise. Initially, I thought him capable of handling the pacification. Yet why would he fall for such a simple trap? Wu Chang, you have merits, yet in times like these, you must tread carefully. Do you think I care about that creature? I merely want you to make mistakes. As only through your errors can your accomplishments be nullified. A mere commoner. Do you truly believe you can stand atop my head? With such significant contributions to quelling the rebellion, I might grant you a mere 30% as a gesture of goodwill. Yet you expect to take it all? Never forget that the Maotu Empire is of the Yi lineage. If you provoke me, even if I were to end you, His Majesty would not turn against me. As for Yi Mei, that wretched woman cannot protect you. As Yi Wenshui continued his soliloquy, the screen displayed the land vehicle disappearing as it entered a tunnel. Report, General. The land vehicle has entered the Rocky Mountains and has gone into Tunnel No. 9. Oh, heavens, General, look. 9 identical land vehicles are emerging from the tunnel. Yi Wenshui leapt to his feet, exclaiming, What the hell is going on? I refuse to believe you can escape to the heavens. Dispatch more planes. Pursue him relentlessly. What transpired next filled Yi Wenshui with dread, as the 9 land vehicles disappeared into another tunnel within 10 minutes, and the tracking target had now multiplied to 38. Damn it. Mobilize the spy satellites. Let us see how you can change now. Report. The target has transformed into 46 entities. Damn. Now Yi Wenshui has lost his voice. He shattered the ashtray beside him in a fit of rage, the flying ashes choking him into a fit of coughs. Just as Yi Wenshui was feeling dizzy, within the first tunnel that Lu Xingqia had entered, Wu Chang and his companions had stepped into a peculiar space. The one who opened this space was Dian Ming. After leading Wu Chang and the others out of the vehicle, he gently tapped the circular center above the number 9 on a concrete wall marked with 9 kilometers. Just as Wu Chang was bewildered, the large white-painted number 9 suddenly twisted and deformed, and an elastic energy barrier materialized before them. Lord Wu Chang, please enter. This is a secret warehouse of our Xingqian company, protected by a spatial magic. To be honest, this magical door is the only one of its kind on the left bank Paradise Star. Wu Chang and Mary were both wide-eyed. It was their first time witnessing such a bizarre scene. How could a solid concrete wall suddenly warp and transform? While they were still in shock, Dian Ming spoke again. I know Lord Wu Chang is an exceptional individual, with formidable fire magic prowess. To boast about the magical door in your presence is truly an act of folly. My sincerest apologies. The one truly feeling embarrassed was Wu Chang. The more Dian Ming praised him, the more he felt his own ignorance. Once Mary nudged him into this mysterious space, he truly grasped the extent of his limited knowledge. Money, there was money everywhere. The small space of over 10 square meters was filled with gold coins, interspersed with a scattering of rainbow coins. This mound of wealth was easily worth over 100 million gold coins by mere estimation. Heavens, you pirates are so wealthy. Why do you still toil as security guards? Wu Chang instinctively asked. Ha ha, Dian Ming chuckled, scratching his scalp. This is the rule set by Lord Daochuo. Pirates must be the most diligent individuals in this world. They cannot indulge in pleasure until they retire at 60. They must work, whether it be robbing or, like us, providing security, or even tending to flowers. Anyone who becomes lazy tarnishes the pirate's reputation. Wu Chang's eyes lit up. He could hardly fathom that the fearsome Lord Daochuo would impose such regulations on all pirates. Dian Ming continued, pirates are not short of money. Especially after Lord Daochuo established these rules, internal conflicts among pirates ceased. And our ability to generate wealth has soared. The pirate of my caliber can amass enough wealth to purchase a space yacht, ensuring a life of comfort for the latter part of my days. However, the rules set by Lord Daochuo cannot be altered, so I must continue to work. Wu Chang gazed at the gold coins, greedily swallowing his saliva, almost asking if the pirate organization was still accepting new recruits. But then he remembered that he hadn't completed the urgent task at hand. Bring in the crystal coffin, quickly place Shui Ying inside. Under Wu Chang's urging, the security personnel gently placed Shui Ying's body into the crystal coffin. The hibernation gas was injected as the crystal lid closed, and now Shui Ying was not merely unconscious but had entered a state of hibernation. Wu Chang gently caressed the coffin. Brother, you are my kin. Rest well here. When I gain the power to command the universe, when I possess the might to defy fate, I shall return to rescue you, and then we will laugh triumphantly across the cosmos. At this point, Wu Chang's eyes reddened. He quickly rubbed them, fearing others might mock him. Dian Ming observed Wu Chang's display and suddenly remarked, Lord Mingyi, you are indeed proud and lofty. You rarely admire others, yet you hold great respect for you. I believe I've found the reason. Someone who can regard bioengineered beings as brothers is undoubtedly a man of great sentiment and loyalty. After ensuring Shui Ying was settled, the group walked out of the tunnel. After traversing about 10 miles of mountainous terrain, a small train station appeared before Wu Chang. It resembled a typical mountain station from a previous life, with just a couple of buildings, a modest platform, and a few lackadaisical staff. Yet, this small station filled Wu Chang with immense excitement. Quick, quick, I want to take the train. I want to ride the train. My lord, a special vehicle has already been arranged at the station. It is a luxurious land vehicle, borrowed from the Left Bank Group. No, I don't want that. I just want to ride the train. Mary was equally bewildered. She couldn't understand why Wu Chang was acting so childishly. However, no one could oppose him, so they bought tickets and headed to the platform. Wu Chang was indeed like a child, glancing left and right until the steam-spewing train finally approached, making him serious. This steam locomotive was merely for nostalgic amusement. Slow and uncomfortable, Wu Chang wondered how anyone could enjoy it. Wu Chang paid no heed to the others' grumblings. All his thoughts were lost in reminiscence of his previous life. Wu Chang delightedly enjoyed the breathtaking rocky landscape outside the window. At the military white building, Yi Wenshui stared at the spy satellite, revealing 62 target avatars, unable to contain his fury. Launch the attack, prepare the rail battleship, and use precise missiles to obliterate all 62 targets. I refuse to believe they can vanish into thin air. My lord, please reconsider. After all, Wu Chang is a commissioner and a hero. If he dies, won't the 3 Seas star go mad? Nonsense. Who else would go mad but the second princess? Do you expect His Majesty the Emperor to remember that foolish lad? Launch the attack, immediately. Just as everyone in the room attempted to dissuade the Major General, a breathless civil servant rushed in. It's bad. A grave situation has arisen. Outside, 600 fully armored combatants have surrounded us, claiming to protect the Lord. Yi Wenshui, like a madman, flung open the window and, with a single glance, fell into despair. It was the Imperial Guard, the Emperor's own guard, all clad in the latest model of assault armor. Indeed, Yi Wenshui was not mistaken. Those soldiers standing straight on the street wore exquisite full-body armor. The Assault Series. This type of combat armor replaced the Hercules series, known for its agility and adaptability, suitable for 2 martial artists to wear, costing 2 million gold coins per set, a common military equipment. Although its defensive power and strength enhancement fell short of the original Hercules series, it was still sufficient for various combat environments. Most critically, its agility was unparalleled. This armor provided an astonishing boost to speed. With the angelic wings on the back featuring 18 jet ports, even more than the Judicator series armor. Experiments had shown that this combat armor could achieve flight speeds comparable to old-fashioned propeller planes. Exquisite and expensive combat armor was always the privilege of elite forces, and the Imperial Guard was the king among elites, the finest of the finest. 108 Guangwu the Great? Who are these soldiers? Who sent them, and why is His Majesty's Imperial Guard appearing on the left bank Paradise Star? Why am I unaware of any of this? Yi Wenshui's emotions were in turmoil. He had never felt such fear. Even when facing the siege of 70,000 student soldiers, the first and second princesses, regardless of their conflicts, would still show him, this cousin, some respect. But the emperor owed no one any consideration, not even his own nephew. While Yi Wenshui was racking his brain, suddenly, a messenger burst in, reporting, "General, outside there are two individuals, one surnamed Zhua and the other surnamed Yu, who wish to see you." "Damn it, what nonsense is this, Zhua and Yu? I want to see them." The soldier, feeling wronged, replied, "General, you should meet them." These armored combatants were brought by those two. In a fit of rage, Yi Wenshui slapped him across the face. "Useless, you can't even articulate a sentence properly. What good are you to me? Get out, quickly invite them in." In no time, two middle-aged men in very classic suits, impeccably coiffed, stood before Yi Wenshui. They were the same two men who had delivered the snake venom serum to Wu Chang. "I am Zhuo Wei, and I am Yunnan. It is an honor to meet the Major General," they said, bowing slightly, their expressions exceedingly respectful. Why Yi Wenshui was nearly spitting blood in anger. What chaotic nonsense was this? "Zhuo Wei, Yunnan?" Were they mocking him for being caught in a dilemma? They came to see him without even using their real names. The man with slightly lighter skin was Zhuo Wei. Sensing Yi Wenshui's confusion, he smiled slightly. "General, do not be puzzled. We are indeed our true names." At this moment, the darker-skinned Yunnan interjected, "Whether our names sound nice or not is irrelevant. What truly matters is whether the news we bring is good news." Yi Wenshui gestured for them to take a seat, and the two guests boldly sat down opposite him. Before Yi Wenshui could speak, Zhuo Wei's words had already stunned him. "General, you have guarded the left bank Paradise Star for 3 years. During this time, you have remained neutral, neither leaning left nor right, amidst the competition between the first and second princesses, earning His Majesty's trust. However, today, your behavior deviates from your usual style. This could lead you to trouble." Yi Wenshui was momentarily taken aback. "Trouble? What does it mean? Are you referring to that individual named Wu Chang?" Yunnan Shao chuckled, and that laughter was quite jarring. "Ha ha. Does the general truly believe that Wu Chang is associated with the second princess?" "Ha ha, that is a grave misunderstanding. Do you genuinely think the second princess possesses the influence to appoint a special envoy? Without the emperor's nod, who among those in the military would dare issue such an order? To speak frankly, regardless of whether Wu Chang's rebellion is successful, the left bank Paradise Star shall not descend into chaos. These 600 armored combatants were secretly dispatched by the emperor prior to the turmoil. Concealed in the western mountains, though you think the emperor would allow the greatest mortal star within the empire to descend into utter chaos? To put it succinctly, Yi Wenshui was drenched in cold sweat at that moment. He was well aware of the formidable prowess of the armored combatants. With these 600 fighters at their disposal, not even 1,000,000 rioters or several 100,000 student soldiers could hope to gain the upper hand. The war between the Empire and the Hunters is at a critical juncture. If the supply of troops were to be cut off now, how could they continue to fight? How could the Emperor permit the internal strife between the two princesses to jeopardize his grand strategy of reclaiming lost territories? To put it plainly, the second princess is indeed astute. She has avoided entangling herself in this murky affair from the outset, yet you all remain foolishly convinced that it is a duel between the second and the grand princess. At this moment, Yi Wenshui was akin to a dog with its legs pulled out, utterly slumped in his chair, murmuring to himself, "So Wu Chang is a trusted confidant of the emperor? No wonder, no wonder." As for Zhua and Yu, they exchanged glances, knowing their scheme had achieved its purpose, and a subtle smile crept into their hearts as they regarded Yi Wenshui's expression, no longer finding it particularly detestable. In truth, the words of Zhua and Yu were a blend of truth and falsehood. While Wu Chang's appointment indeed emanated from His Majesty, Wu Chang was not a confidant of the emperor, remaining loyal to the second princess. An emperor who governs an empire cannot be oblivious to the little secrets between his two daughters. He was already aware that a young man named Wu Chang had assisted Yi Mei in seizing Huangyi Star, and had also shared a more intimate relationship with his daughter. In this cosmic age, the feudal notions of chastity are non-existent. a daughter frolicking with a man is beyond a father's control. Nor does he wish to intervene. However, Wu Chang's exceptional identity drew his attention, as the Matua Empire has far too few exceptional individuals, and its poverty often leads to talents capable of sorcery being swiftly taken by the Mage Guild. Consequently, there is scarcely a usable sorcerer left on the battlefield. Now, with the sudden emergence of someone like Wu Chang, how could he not take notice? Thus, from the moment Wu Chang set foot on this star, a rigorous examination had already commenced, and of course, His Majesty, along with Zhua and Yu, would not personally confront Wu Chang. They merely observed in the shadows, scrutinizing Wu Chang's every move, his character and resolve, as well as his methods. When Mysteria sought to destroy Wu Chang's identity documents, Zhua and Yu did not intervene. They simply watched with cold indifference. When Wu Chang clashed with the punishment hall, Zhua and Yu refrained from interference, only providing a bit of serum at the most critical moment. Ultimately, when Mysteria threw caution to the wind, Zhua and Yu not only refrained from attempting to save Wu Chang, but also encouraged the Emperor and the second princess to grant Wu Chang a formal status. They were genuinely curious to see how Wu Chang would navigate this precarious situation, and of course, even if Wu Chang were to fail, it would not matter. At that time, the 600 Imperial Guards would ensure that the Left Bank Paradise Star remained undisturbed. To everyone's surprise, Zhua and Yu had never anticipated that Wu Chang would submit such an impressive response. It is said that after His Majesty reviewed the entire process, he remained silent for a full hour and, unusually, consumed over half a bottle of wine at dinner. Wu Chang is undoubtedly a talent, and since he is a talent, how to utilize him is the Emperor's responsibility. Yet, what leaves everyone uneasy is the excessive influence of the Noble Alliance within Wu Chang's schemes. However, the Noble Alliance cannot possibly account for this phenomenon. The only reasonable explanation is that Wu Chang had forged a close friendship with Smith Pan on Huangyi Star, perhaps acquiring this knowledge from the Gue Pan family. Zhua and Yu shook their heads, dismissing any inappropriate thoughts from their minds. They understood that the matters to come were beyond their concern. The critical issue now is to ensure that Yi Wenshui does not act recklessly and that Wu Chang's hard-won fruits of victory are protected. However, it appears that Yi Wenshui's courage is not as formidable as it seems. Just as the Left Bank Paradise Star was enjoying a tranquil night, on the far side of the Matua Nebula, a colossal blue planet boasted 3 immense continents. Strangely, these 3 continents extended into the ocean, forming long, pointed land bridges that converged at a single point. These 3 land bridges divided the endless sea into 3 sections, giving rise to the name 3-Sea Starred. At the intersection of these 3 land bridges, a colossal city was constructed, an imposing circular metropolis that disregarded the distinctions between land and sea. Countless exquisite houses sprawled across the mountains and plains, and numerous alloy sea piles were driven deep into the ocean's depths, while beautiful villas dotted the surface. In 3-Sea City, the most expensive properties were these sea-view houses, where the floors were made of transparent glass, allowing inhabitants to admire the wondrous underwater world without leaving their homes. Looking up, one could see the Matua Nebula, and looking down, the waves of the 3 seas. Surrounding them were countless mountains rising along the land bridges. Indeed, 3-Sea City truly deserved to be called the foremost city of Matua. The very heart of the city, at the confluence of the land bridges, stood the palace of the Yi royal family, where the elderly emperor issued commands, ruling over the vast Matua Empire. No one dared to call the emperor by his given name. The entire military and citizenry referred to him as the glorious martial emperor. After 40 years of reign, the people had long forgotten the emperor's true name, as well as the original meaning of glorious martial in the mouths of the ignorant populace. Glorious martial represented the unparalleled authority of the sovereign, as fierce as the sun. However, the Princess Yi Mei knew that glorious martial merely denoted restoration. Her father's lifelong ambition was to reclaim all territories occupied by the hunters. Today, the glorious martial emperor was in high spirits, dressed in a black cotton leisure outfit and surprisingly fishing from the observation deck. Meanwhile, the second Princess Yi Mei was lying on the glass floor, helping her father cast bait. Fishing on 3-Sea Star was incredibly convenient. One merely needed to open their glass floor to drop a line, though one must consider the tides carefully to avoid being inundated by unexpected surges. Mayor, do not throw so much bait. Look, the fish are feasting on the bait you've scattered and are not biting. Father, the reason the fish are not biting is that you haven't provided enough bait. Why not increase the amount? Surely, The fish will bite then. Yimei pouted playfully. Ha ha ha, that is plenty already, far too much. If I give too much, the other fish will grow envious. The glorious martial emperor regarded his daughter thoughtfully. Yimei stuck out her tongue, dismissing it. Regardless, the fish you catch aren't tasty, so I won't concern myself with it. Having said that, she opened the magical flame stove and began grilling fish herself. Observing his daughter so engrossed in grilling fish, the glorious martial emperor felt a sense of comfort. She had handled the affairs of the Left Bank Paradise Star exceptionally well, refraining from interfering and allowing her father to deal with that young man. However, her sister had proven to be a great disappointment, so foolish as to not realize that it was her father she was contending with, still believing it was a duel with her younger sister. Indeed, this daughter deserves a reward, thought the glorious martial emperor. Mayor, do you think it is time for a new governor for the Left Bank Paradise Star? Your uncle has been leisurely enjoying himself for so many years. It is time for him to take on some responsibilities. Yimei scoffed. Don't test me, father. Your eldest daughter is not the brightest, nor the most eloquent. I cannot withstand your scrutiny. What if I say something wrong and you present me with a difficult question? Ha ha ha, you little stingy girl, are you feeling protective? What is so special about that fellow named Wuchang? How annoying. Yimei, vexed, tore off a piece of fish and attempted to shove it into her father's mouth, causing the old man to yelp in surprise. The playful banter between father and daughter lightened the glorious martial emperor's mood considerably. He cleared his throat and said, that young man named Wuchang should first recuperate. Later, we shall send him to the front lines for some experienced. As for the Left Bank Paradise Star, let your uncle handle it. He is quite adept at managing finances. 109 Post-war summary meeting. Yimei appeared outwardly calm. Yet internally, she was overjoyed. She truly had not anticipated that her prized Wuchang would actually help her seize the Left Bank Paradise Star. Wuchang, I truly miss you. I wish I could fly over right now and reward you properly. Yimei had never imagined that this year would unfold so smoothly, seizing 2 planets in less than half a year, and her influence had surged by a staggering 60%. Just as Yimei was reveling in her happiness, a servant entered quietly, murmuring, "The Grand Princess requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Yimei's heart sank. She was genuinely apprehensive of her elder sister. Yet, in the presence of her father, she could not show her fear. "Is my sister here? Please, let her in." Before Yimei could finish her sentence, a woman rushed in from outside the grand hall. This woman was none other than her sister, the Grand Princess Earthling, who was a full 15 years her senior, as one would expect from her name. The Grand Princess exudes an aura as frigid and sharp as ice. Clad in the attire of a general, Earthling stands before her father, the emperor, not bowing like the other courtiers or members of the royal family, but instead rendering a crisp military salute. "Father, I have returned. You must have seen the battle reports from the front lines. I am here to demand payment." The emperor gazes at his daughter, dressed in her military garb, and a wave of emotions washes over him. It is precisely because he raised her like a boy from a young age that she has developed such a cold demeanor. Over the years, she has indeed sacrificed much for the empire. After greeting her father, Earthling turns to glance at her younger sister, managing a smile that resembles more of a grimace. Her sister has grown increasingly beautiful, which stirs envy within Earthling. At this, Yimei feels a chill rise from her lower back. She knows her sister all too well. This war-obsessed woman has seldom uttered the words a lady should speak. And now she is actually complimenting her younger sister's looks, which is utterly disconcerting for Yimei. "Sister, you flatter me. It is you who is the epitome of grace," Yimei attempts to echo, only to find that Earthling's gaze has already dismissed her, returning instead to their father. Yimei silently sighs, realizing that it was merely a polite exchange, and she has wasted her emotional build-up. "Father, I must impeach the finance minister of the empire. Over the past quarter, supplies delivered to the front lines have decreased by 30%, and the soldiers have begun to voice their grievances. If this continues, I fear it will adversely affect the empire's counteroffensive strategy." The emperor, observing his daughter's righteous fervor, realizes that today's respite is entirely lost. He gestures to Yimei, indicating that she may amuse herself elsewhere. Obediently, Yimei exits the grand hall, wandering aimlessly through the imperial garden, faint echoes of her sister and father's dispute trailing behind her. Truth be told, Had this pair of sisters been born into a typical affluent family, Yimei would certainly be a blissfully happy little sister, with a 15-year-older sister resolving all familial difficulties, while she indulged in daily pleasures. What a beautiful life that would be, yet reality is harsh. These sisters are born into a royal family, both possessing claims to the throne. This complicates matters significantly. Even if they wish to grow closer, the machinations of those around them serve to instigate discord. No one desires to be the loser, and the only path forward is through open rivalry and covert strife. Yimei ambles through the garden, secretly hoping her sister will emerge. For reasons unknown, she longs for a conversation with Earthling, but as the sun sets, Earthling remains within the palace. Instead, a few ministers are summoned by their father, suggesting that the meeting will extend well into the night. Notify the royal kitchen to prepare dinner. It appears His Majesty will soon host a banquet. Meanwhile, on the left bank of Tiantang Star, an urgent military meeting convened by Wu Chang is in full swing within the Black Horse Battalion. In evaluating the success of this operation, I have identified 4 strengths and 3 weaknesses. Firstly, prior to quelling the unrest, we organized a brief but highly inspiring military ceremony. Without this ceremony, it is unlikely we could have triumphed over the tens of thousands of rebels. At this juncture, the eloquent Tan Baihe, a remarkable talent within the Ice Dragon, takes the floor. She thoroughly analyzes the entire course of events, from troop morale to weaponry, even addressing the timing discrepancies. Tan Baihe's detailed discourse holds everyone's attention. As they sit among the assembled comrades of the Black Horse Battalion, young reservists who have achieved results that seasoned veterans would scarcely believe during this unprecedented rebellion. Each individual treasures this internal meeting, not solely to relive thrilling experiences but also due to the pervasive sense of unease regarding the future of the Black Horse Battalion. Would the Ice Dragon and the elite fighters remain united? Such questions loom like dark clouds overhead. As Tan Baihe approaches the conclusion of her speech, she expresses regret over the fact that they have yet to locate the elusive Mr. Ya, the mastermind behind the chaos. A palpable silence envelopes the room. This meeting space, recently tidied up, serves as the headquarters for Wu Chang and his men, where they need not fear eavesdropping, allowing for deeper discussions. In the midst of this silence, Wu Chang suddenly interjects, "I would like to add one more point to the discussion. An enormous question looms in my mind." His gaze fixed intently on Arthur. "Dear Arthur, throughout this entire operation, I have kept a watchful eye on you. Moreover, the software I provided has monitoring capabilities. I find myself perplexed as to why you did not report my every move to Mr. Ya." This statement sends shockwaves through the room. Laylock and several members of Ice Dragon leap to their feet, exclaiming, "Wu Chang, what do you mean? Are you insinuating something? You actually suspect Arthur?" Ice Hail like eyes widen in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? The brothers respect you and follow your orders, but you cannot unjustly accuse a good person." Even the normally taciturn Thomas loses his composure. "We all know Arthur can be proud and somewhat condescending, but that is his flaw. He has done nothing to wrong you. Your words are deeply disheartening." The brothers of Ice Dragon unite in their defense of Arthur, but curiously, the proud Arthur makes no attempt to defend himself. Wu Chang disregards the accusations and continues to fixate on Arthur, his gaze unwavering until sweat beads on Arthur's forehead, prompting him to utter, "May I make a phone call?" This matter cannot be clarified without further explanation. Wu Chang smiles. "Very well. You need not be anxious. I harbor no ill will toward you, for you have fought alongside me in the past. We can put past grievances behind us." Arthur retreats to a corner, lowering his head to communicate via text with the outside world, while the room falls silent, everyone anxiously awaiting the outcome. Laylock and the others cease their commotion as they observe the guilt and remorse etched on Arthur's face. Doubts creep into their minds. Could it be that Arthur has indeed betrayed them? After a tense silence lasting over 10 minutes, Arthur approaches the group with a relaxed demeanor, confessing, "I admit, it was I who personally destroyed Wu Chang's identity documents. And I am the dark agent purchased by Mr. Ya, an infiltrator within Ice Dragon." A collective gasp reverberates through the conference room. Laylock seizes Arthur by the collar, raising his fist to strike, but hesitates. Unable to follow through, though not resort to violence. "Let him finish speaking," Wu Chang calmly interjects. Arthur adjusts his attire and smiles. "The ambush on you at the hot sand beach was orchestrated by Mr. Ya's subordinates, and I happened to pass by. When Mr. Ya learned that our plan had been thwarted by the 3 of us, He realized your identity documents had been transferred to the Academy. That very night, he contacted me to execute the deletion of those records. Impossible. How could you single-handedly compromise the Academy's database? It would require a team of over 10. Thomas stands up in disbelief. Of course, I could not have done it alone. But did you think Mr. Ya only placed me as a dark agent within Ice Dragon? Truth be told, even individuals of vice principal rank have been compromised. It was a collective effort that led to the deletion of Wu Chang's identity information. At this revelation, the attendees finally grasped the magnitude of the situation. Wu Chang is indeed a new recruit of Ice Dragon. Merlin and Mary glance at Wu Chang with mixed emotions. Wu Chang beams, "Ah, your story is far from over," as your expression betrays a sense of ease unbefitting a traitor. Just then, a knock resounds at the conference room door. As Ruli opens the small entrance, Merlin and the others are taken aback. Two middle-aged men stand before them, the very individuals who brought Wu Chang the serum. Amid Wu Chang's bewilderment, Merlin leans in to whisper. Upon realizing these are his saviors, Wu Chang swiftly activates the motor on his wheelchair, approaching the two with gratitude. "Thank you both immensely for delivering the serum. I shall never forget this life-saving grace." "Do not mention it. There is no need for thanks directed toward us. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be towards the organization." "Organization?" Wu Chang is taken aback. The two gentlemen exchange knowing smiles. Activating the terminals on their wrists, revealing two overlapping long wall emblems in the air. Upon seeing this emblem, Wu Chang cannot help but sigh deeply. What virtue have I to warrant the Noble Alliance's repeated assistance? I am truly ashamed. The two men chuckle. "Ah, with your fluent classical Chinese, the Noble Alliance shall certainly assist you." At this moment, Arthur steps forward, nodding respectfully. "Thank you for revealing my identity. I feared I might lose these friends." He then turns to the group. "In truth, I am a double agent, serving both the Noble Alliance and His Majesty the Emperor. As for being bought off by Mr. Ya, it is merely a matter of following orders." The command from the 110th Military Department. Listening to Arthur's explanation, the day's clouds dispersed entirely. Within Arthur's elucidation, an unknown clandestine war of espionage had long been ignited in the Left Bank Paradise Star. In truth, since the year before last, when the second Princess Yimei officially entered politics at the age of 20, coinciding with the moment the Fatian spacecraft was formally handed over to her. The ambitious elements of the Matau Empire, the opportunists, had begun to stir restlessly. They initiated contact with the second princess, and soon a force that greatly troubled Yiling emerged within the Matau Empire. Over the course of 2 years, Yimei's influence expanded rapidly. Although still minuscule compared to her sister, the pace of this development instilled a sense of dread. It wasn't until last year, when Yimei led a convoy to annihilate a fleet of marauders attempting to ambush the heart of the empire, that the Grand Princess's fury erupted. The Grand Princess had her limits, the military being one of them. She permitted her sister to prosper, but under no circumstances would she allow her to engage with the military. Yet now, the second princess had achieved an unexpected victory, which opened many seasoned military officials' eyes wide. Moreover, 3 months ago, Yimei had audaciously visited Huangyi Star for an inspection and deftly removed the Grand Princess's thorn in the side, thereby incorporating Huangyi Star into her sphere of influence, further inciting the Grand Princess's wrath. Subsequently, upon Mr. Ya's counsel, the Grand Princess prepared to launch a counteroffensive in Left Bank Paradise, intending to sweep away the second princess's power entirely. 2 experienced intelligence officers, caught in a dilemma, meticulously unraveled the Empire's circumstances for Wu Chang, leaving everyone bewildered and overwhelmed. Chaos, true chaos. Is there really such a multitude of secrets in this world? Luli was the first to feel dizzy. It wasn't just him. The soldiers of common birth were somewhat at a loss, while only those with higher education could glean the true brutality of this smoke-free war from mere fragments of information. At that moment, Wu Chang inquired why Mr. Ya had not killed him. Why did he seem so intent on recruiting him? He did not appear to be the arrogant, blindly self-assured type. That was the Grand Princess's command. The specifics remain unclear to us, yet based on our experiences, it seems the Grand Princess prefers to capture the living, perhaps with her own ulterior motives. At this juncture, Zhuwei stealthily leaned towards Wu Chang's ear and whispered 2 names. Fallen Stars? Noble Alliance. Well, with that said, there is no need for further discourse. Wu Chang had already grasped the intricacies of the matter. it turned out that his journey through obstacles was fundamentally reliant on the residual power of these two factions. Brother Mingi had delayed 10 of the Grand Princess's warships in space, while simultaneously holding back 100,000 reinforcements. The Noble Alliance had provided him with various intelligence, even assisting in the transportation of snake venom antiserum. Such immense favors are indeed challenging to repay. Just then, a clamor of footsteps echoed outside the conference room, accompanied by the spirited voice of De Jong. "Captain, Specialist, the Iron Fist instructor has been found." In a small hospital, in an instant, chaos erupted within the Haima camp. Even those soldiers repairing the walls and mess hall set aside their work and gathered around the conference room. The Iron Fist instructor was indeed in a small hospital. Having single-handedly fought off over 100 rioters, securing the safety of numerous students. Now, he lay unconscious in the hospital, having steadfastly held his ground for 3 days and nights. When Wu Chang arrived at the so-called small hospital, he quickly realized it was nothing more than an unlicensed clinic. Upon noticing a group of soldiers rushing down the street, including a wheelchair, the doctor, who also served as the clinic's head, wasted no time and jumped out of the window. Undeterred by the height of the second floor, "Sir, did someone just jump from the building?" shouted an observant soldier. They quickly surrounded and captured the doctor at the command of Alive. Over 20 soldiers charged forth, apprehending him. "Please, sir, don't arrest me. I swear I won't do it again. I won't practice medicine anymore." What won't you do?" Wu Chang was taken aback. "I won't practice medicine again. It was out of desperation. Have mercy on me." What a chaotic scene! Just as Wu Chang was contemplating how to interrogate the doctor, a woman's voice startled him. "Is it you?" "It is you." Wu Chang and the woman exchanged glances. Was this not the female teacher he had rescued upon arriving at the hot sands beach? What was she doing here? "You must be that officer named Wu Chang, right? Weren't you supposed to be with the Ice Dragon? What brings you here?" "Oh, I'm here to see our instructor, the Iron Fist instructor." Before the teacher could respond, the captured doctor leaped up excitedly and exclaimed, "So, you weren't here to arrest me? You came to see a patient? I thought your leg was ruined by my treatment, and that you were here to cause me trouble. You scared me to death." The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his brow, leading the way, resuming his usual tone. "I'm not boasting, but when the Iron Fist instructor arrived, he was on the brink of death. Had it not been for my miraculous skills, you might not have seen a living person." As they opened the door to the ward, the sight inside astonished everyone. The Iron Fist instructor reclined on the bed, surrounded by several children, some offering him water, while one child was even telling him a story. The Iron Fist instructor was taken aback to see Wu Chang there, instinctively feeling a bit flustered, while his peripheral vision continuously scanned the female teacher. Wu Chang's keen observational skills immediately sensed something amiss. The teacher's cheeks flushed, indicating there was likely some impropriety involved. "Wu Chang, I witnessed the entire process of you quelling the rebellion. Truly remarkable, to be honest. From the very first day I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were extraordinary, but I never expected you to be such an outstanding individual. Just now, De Jong also informed me that you are actually a new recruit of the Ice Dragon. No wonder, truly no wonder." Wu Chang smiled as he leaned closer to the Iron Fist instructor. "Do not say such things. Regardless, you have taught me so much. You will forever be my instructor." At that moment, Wu Chang cast a meaningful glance at the teacher and suddenly remarked, "Isn't it about time for you to treat us?" "Ah?" The Iron Fist instructor hurriedly waved his hands. "There's nothing between me and Teacher Xiao Wang. Truly nothing, haha," confessing without being prompted. "I never said anything. I merely suggested you treat us to drinks. Why drag Teacher Xiao Wang into this?" The rhetorical question elicited peals of laughter, causing Teacher Xiao Wang to cover her face and flee. Wu Chang felt elated. The Iron Fist instructor, this old soldier, had unexpectedly found love amid chaos, indicating that this uprising held some positive significance after all. Listening to the Iron Fist instructor recount his daring escapades against the enemy, including breaking 3 iron rods as thick as a child's arm, everyone present expressed immense admiration. "Instructor, our victories rely on collective bravery, while yours were achieved through solitary valor. In comparison, you are indeed formidable." The Iron Fist instructor bashfully scratched his head. "I was also left with no choice. Evading the pursuit of the execution hall, I took refuge in a primary school in the slums during the torrential rain. Just then, I encountered the rioters harming these children. How could I stand idly by? I truly owe my gratitude to you. Had you not swiftly quelled the rebellion, I would have exhausted myself without saving so many children. Wu Chang, what I can teach you is merely basic physical training and equipment training. When it comes to the art of command and leadership skills, I am at a loss. Now that your identity has been confirmed, you should return to the Ice Dragon. The Haima camp is too small for you. Before the Iron Fist instructor could finish, Wu Chang shook his head. I cannot return. Not just to the Ice Dragon. I sense that I won't be able to stay on this planet for much longer. Wu Chang's intuition proved correct. News of his commendation and subsequent arrangements had already been relayed from the military department on Sanhai Star. The orders indicated that Governor Yi Feiwu was reassigned back to the Imperial Military Department as a senior advisor, while Yi Wenshui was dispatched to the front lines as the logistics minister. Although both appointments were lateral moves, any discerning individual could see that it was a maneuver to clear space for Yi Mei's confidence. Indeed, the successors to the gubernatorial and military supervisory positions were none other than Yi Mei's uncle and her trusted aides. The Left Bank Paradise Star had finally fallen into Yi Mei's grasp. Wu Chang's commendation was quite simple. The position of specialist would certainly be revoked, as it was merely a temporary appointment. As for the rank of major, it was merely absurd. Unless one hailed from nobility, a person who had never seen battle would never be appointed to such a rank. Ultimately, Wu Chang was appointed as a captain, allowed to lead a company comprised of the original Haima personnel, capped at approximately 300 individuals. This configuration represented an enhanced company, yet most crucially, the Imperial Military Department had not designated a military attribute for this company. What does this mean? The orders state that the Left Bank Paradise Star is to assist me in forming the Haima company. Yet no military branch has been specified. How am I supposed to organize this? Wu Chang expressed his frustration. Beside him, Leiluoku was packing his belongings, his demeanor despondent, for the members of the Ice Dragon and elite combatants were ultimately returning to their respective homes. He caught the questioning gaze of Wu Chang and casually remarked, "This is the preferential treatment the military has granted you. They wish for you to assemble this enhanced battalion according to your own imagination. You may regard this force as your private army?" Private army? Wu Chang was momentarily taken aback. Don't be foolish. The mark of the second princess has long been imprinted upon you. This so-called private army is, in fact, hers. Rest assured, the newly appointed governor will undoubtedly open the treasury to support this battalion, and you, my friend, are about to strike it rich. Wu Chang was not oblivious to the hint of jealousy in Liloc's words. He patted Liloc's arm. Do not despair. This is not a final farewell. We will surely meet again. The Empire has only one planet left to reclaim, Timuxing. When that time comes, we shall join forces on the battlefield. What a delight it will be. Indeed, Wu Chang maintained a level-headed perspective, whereas Leiloc had become somewhat petty. The speaker was Sima Wu, the elite warrior who had just finished tidying up and was preparing to return to camp. It was already beyond expectation for Wu Chang to preserve the establishment of a Dark Horse battalion. Did you truly wish for eternal separation? Let Wu Chang go ahead and scout the way. Once we lead our battalion to decimate Timuxing, our soldiers from the three factions will unite and surely wreak havoc upon the hunters' positions. Sima Wu's excitement was palpable. The battlefield of iron and blood was calling to him, as though he could already hear the thunderous roar of cannon fire. His enthusiasm quickly spread to everyone present in the room, and the brothers stood up, patting each other on the shoulders, proclaiming, "Indeed, when the time comes, we shall chase after the hunters, a far more exhilarating pursuit than slaying mere thugs." Wu Chang chuckled and instructed Qian Shun, "Bring forth our gifts to celebrate with the brothers." Qian Shun opened a large leather trunk, revealing numerous leather pouches. Wu Chang casually picked up a pouch and placed it in the hands of Leiloc. "Sima Wu, Arthur, and Leek. This is from Tan Baiha. This is from Thomas. Though it's not much, just 2,000 rainbow coins. Consider it a token of my appreciation for your hard work." 200,000 gold coins. Everyone was taken aback. Wu Chang spent money like water, and all believed him to be a tycoon, yet he knew himself to be a mere pauper. Although Boss Pan had a stake in his endeavors, he could only expect a maximum yield of 100,000 gold coins from that cursed place, Huangyi Star, in a year. Wu Chang was exceedingly generous. He allotted 200,000 gold coins to each of the 15 leading squad leaders, and subsequently distributed 3,000 gold coins to each of the brothers departing from the Dark Horse camp. Regardless of whether they were original soldiers, or those who had defected midway, a staggering total of 6 million gold coins was extravagantly squandered, leaving even Baron Laylock of the left bank dumbfounded. Despite his ample resources, he could not fathom how to produce 6 million gold coins in one go. From that moment, Laylock realized he could never surpass Wu Chang. Many had advised him against such extravagance, but Wu Chang firmly believed that heavy rewards would surely yield brave men, and no life should be sacrificed in vain. Wu Chang, will not engage in duping fools. He understood the essence of commanding troops. It was about money, emotion, ideals, and maintaining strict military discipline. As long as these elements were harmonized, creating a formidable army would pose no problem. Wu Chang's actions today were meant to establish his authority, clearly indicating that he was not a miser. If one fought valiantly, rewards would surely follow. No one knew exactly how much money Wu Chang possessed, but Mei Lin and her companions were well aware that he had seized 30 million gold coins from the secret stash of a gang during the recent uprising and had quickly liquidated those assets with Lord Mingyi's assistance. Wu Chang did not keep this fortune to himself. After sending Laylock off, he swiftly initiated his recruitment plan, intending to expend all this wealth within 3 months. Brothers, the military has granted us only 3 months of leave, after which we must depart for timuxing. Anything can happen on the battlefield. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools, so prepare yourselves to witness how a wealthy man spends his money. Wu Chang's plan was straightforward. Select 300 martial artists of at least second rank from the Dark Horse camp. Although this standard was quite high, it was achievable, as the camp housed over 3,000 warriors, allowing for a 10-to-1 selection ratio to yield promising candidates. While the Iron Fist instructor assisted Wu Chang in selecting the elite, Wu Chang began to exert pressure on the governor. With Yi Mei present, the governor faced no difficulties and directly procured 300 sets of assault armor at 2 million each, along with 500 units of the Empire's latest air-cooled heavy machine guns, ensuring each soldier received a set, plus some spares. Additionally, each armored combatant would carry 2 heavy swords. One was standard issue from the military, while the other was a premium model sourced from the bayonet factory. In just half a month's time, the financial surplus of Left Bank Paradise Star vanished at an alarming rate, akin to water draining from a bathtub. Wu Chang had expended 700 million gold coins within a mere fortnight. Eventually, even General Gubei, stationed far away on Sanhai Star, could no longer tolerate it and called Wu Chang to scold him. "You've got to be kidding. The annual financial surplus of Sanhai Star is just over 3 billion gold coins. And you've devoured a quarter of it with a single battalion. Are you not satisfied?" Wu Chang was indeed satisfied. He was more than content, for what he truly desired were merely 300 sets of war armor. He had not anticipated Yi Mei's uncle to be so generous, as if he were ready to open the storeroom for Wu Chang to take whatever he wished, with personnel and equipment in place. All that remained was training. Upon the governor's command, the formidable instructor Zhong Yin was dispatched to commence rigorous hellish training for these 300 elites. However, instructor Zhong Yin was not inclined to offer Wu Chang any niceties. Armored combatants represented the elite of the elite. Their combat skills had to be exceptional, and they also needed to adapt to the characteristics of the armor. Did you truly believe that mere cannon fodder infantry could transform into elite armored combatants within 3 months? I am not optimistic about this. Zhong Yan's tone was grandiose, but Wu Chang's was even grander. There is nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished. Combat skills can be honed. Armor can be mastered. If necessary, I'll have them wear armor even while they sleep. The crux of the matter was that he did not want soldiers who only knew the training camp routine. To him, the battlefield was the finest sharpening stone. To become a qualified armored combatant, one must crawl and fight through the fires of war. I believe none of the brothers I have chosen are cowards. Zhong Yin was infuriated. You are being irresponsible with your subordinates' lives. Where is there a commander like you in the world? Oh, right in front of you, Wu Chang retorted, undeterred. You may ask these 300 brothers, during the pacification, was I not at the forefront during our charge? They were merely common folk who had trained for a few months. But ask them what our final outcome was. At that moment, the 300 warriors standing before them seemed to be transported back to the tumultuous days of rebellion. Back to the rain of blood during the attacks. All the soldiers channeled the strength from their chests and shouted, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" Wu Chang pointed at all of them, exclaiming, "Entrust your lives to me, and I shall lead you to the battlefield." Does anyone still harbor doubts? Victory! Victory! The fervent soldiers reminisced about the moment when the Dark Horse flag fluttered triumphantly. The thirst for blood was exhilarating, intoxicating, and the man before them was the one destined to lead them to victory, Wu Chang. Wu Chang glanced back at instructor Zhong Yin. Now do you understand? Even if I ordered them to commit suicide, they would carry out the order rigorously. You cannot fathom this bond, for you are merely an instructor. We are soldiers who have seen bloodshed. After uttering these words, Wu Chang left the dumbfounded Zhong Yin behind and approached his own combat armor. How resplendent this war armor was! The entire set bore a design strikingly similar to the full-plate armor worn by knights in Earth's medieval West. On the smooth breastplate, besides the engraved emblem of the Dark Horse Battalion, there were also intricate camouflage patterns. Wu Chang understood that this latest model of assault armor was equipped with 3 types of camouflage concealment. With a mere flick of a finger, it could adapt to varying environments. Most astonishingly, the armor concealed over 100,000 miniature motors, all controlled by a layer of light blue magical film that adhered closely to the skin. As the body moved, those motors would faithfully amplify the exerted strength. This was the unique allure of war armor. As soon as Wu Chang donned the war armor, he felt as light as a feather. As if the pull of gravity had ceased to exist. With a gentle leap, he could soar into the blue sky. Wu Chang's sensation was not mistaken. This was the magic of war armor. It would make you jump higher, run faster, and fight with greater strength, while providing unwavering protection at all times. Indeed, if one wished to fly, the angelic wings on the back could unfold, unleashing a swarm of jet ports that emitted high-energy particle beams, transforming one's figure into that of a true eagle. How exquisite it is! The sensation of the magical light membrane brings an indescribable tingling, as I tilt my head back, gently closing my eyes. My expression is flamboyant as it gets. What waves? I shall join the ranks immediately for training. At this moment, Instructor Zhong Yin has also regained his senses. He understands that these lunatics cannot be persuaded. Since they are soon to march towards their doom on the battlefield, the only course of action to ensure that a few return alive is to drill them relentlessly. I care not whether you are a captain or a company commander. Once you are on the training ground, you must heed my commands. Now, fall in at once, prepare for military boxing, and go. 300 soldiers clad in battle armor commenced an infernal regimen upon the vast training ground. While the battle armor is indeed impressive, it takes time for ordinary individuals to adapt to its operation. According to the regulations of the imperial military, a combat soldier must undergo no less than 6 months of training before stepping onto the battlefield. However, time is of the essence for the Black Horse Company. Wu Chang must mold these soldiers into semblances of combatants within 3 months. Brothers, endure the hardship, for I have learned that armored combatants possess the second strongest survival capabilities among all military branches, surpassed only by fleet pilots. I am ensuring your safe return home. From that day forth, a hellish training regime began, with military boxing repeated ad infinitum, obstacle courses traversed time and again, and grueling exercises in the Rocky Mountains occurring every 10 days. The remainder consisted of practical combat drills, weapon system operations, and even a few flights in a vacuum environment. The training schedule grew increasingly rigorous. During this period, Brother Mingi came to visit Wu Chang, providing a rare respite. Oh dear, I feel my life slipping away. Zhong Yin is truly mad. He must be avenging my retorts, relentlessly pushing us to our limits. Soaking in the hot springs of Shishan, Wu Chang sipped chilled wine, lamenting his plight. Mingi chuckled and replied, "Nonsense, you are merely boasting. Zhong Yin is a renowned expert in the Ma-Tu Empire, rivaling General Gubai in strength. His presence here as an instructor for 3 months must surely be due to the influence of Yi Mei and Gubai. Take comfort in that." Wu Chang tilted his head in contemplation and replied, "You have a point." Suddenly shifting the topic, he continued, "By the way, I won't thank you for coming to my rescue, but I know you cannot operate the Huangquan. Therefore, take this money and distribute it." Wu Chang pushed forward an electronic remittance slip issued by the Hot Sand Bank, prominently displaying the amount of 10 million. Mingi wasted no time. Opening his portable terminal, he swiftly completed the transfer. "Don't worry about it, brother. I won't let you go empty-handed. I'll send you something of value later. I assure you it will be worth your while." Both Wu Chang and Mingi are not the sort to harbor petty grievances. Their attitudes towards money are remarkably nonchalant. Mingi's motivation for rescuing Wu Chang is not financial, yet he would not refuse the money offered, as 10 million holds no greater significance to them than a mere 1,000. "Brother Mingi, what precisely is the Fallen Stars and the Noble Alliance? What manner of organizations are they?" My curiosity has only deepened. It feels as though since my arrival on Left Bank Paradise Star, my life has become intricately intertwined with these two entities. Wu Chang's questions had lingered for more than a day. The Huangquan could brazenly breach the borders of the Ma-Tu Empire while simultaneously suppressing the Grand Princess's reinforcements. This level of power far exceeded Wu Chang's imagination. The Noble Alliance, even more enigmatic, hinted through their words that their relationship with the Emperor is merely one of common cooperation, as if even the great Emperor Guangwu cannot command them. Moreover, their intelligence capabilities seem so formidable that it appears there is nothing in the universe they do not know. Wu Chang's inquiries left Mingyi in pensive silence for a considerable time. He poured a ladle of hot spring water over his head and exhaled deeply. You have truly posed a challenging question. To elucidate such matters would require 3 days, at least. To speak frankly, the study of the fallen stars, the Noble Alliance, and the 3 holy empires has become a specialized course in certain elite universities. With countless individuals striving to comprehend them, the enigma surrounding Wu Chang's inquiries is indeed a formidable one. Even Mingyi, hailing from the fallen stars, could only offer a vague description. The fallen stars is a veritable place. Shrouded in darkness, a forsaken land once discovered by interstellar pirates. As time passed, the pirate factions within grew ever more numerous, and gradually, the fallen stars became synonymous with piracy. Darkness? Wu Chang inquired is it that which defies spatial folding? A dark matter entity? The dark matter Wu Chang spoke of refers to a mysterious substance that fills the vast cosmic voids between galaxies. This dark matter, imperceptible to the human eye, resembles a form of wondrous energy. It poses a dire threat to interstellar travel. Once a vessel becomes ensnared, it cannot hope to engage in spatial folding, in the boundless universe. Reliance solely on rudimentary rocket technology for travel renders interstellar journeys a farce, let alone traversing within a single galaxy. Throughout humanity's quest to explore the cosmos, countless pioneers have perished within the dark void, and it is through their efforts that safe passages have been discovered amidst the infinite expanse. Mingyi rephrased his thoughts. The fallen stars is an extraordinary place. Surrounding this galaxy, the dark veil is tightly woven, with but a single spatial passage for ingress and egress. This defensible yet vulnerable spatial environment has rendered the fallen stars a sanctuary for pirates. In the initial millennia, the myriad pirate factions within the fallen stars were innumerable. Apart from raiding the golden trade routes, they were embroiled in incessant infighting over territory. Eventually, due to internal strife, the fallen stars faced 3 joint purges by the 3 holy empires. However, the sheer poverty of the fallen stars diminished any desire for conquest, allowing it to remain a pirate's paradise for millennia, albeit with little power and a tarnished reputation, until a century ago. When Lord Daochuo emerged at this point, Mingyi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lord Daochuo, armed with a sword and clad in a set of Hercules battle armor, severed 12 pirate ships at the entrance of the fallen stars. These vessels were of frigate caliber. From that battle onwards, none dared challenge his dignity. Wu Chang was momentarily taken aback. Hercules armor? Isn't that the most outdated model? The image of a hulking brute flashed through Wu Chang's mind. Mingyi's gaze drifted, clearly lost in reverence for Lord Daochuo. Not only was he unmatched in martial prowess, but he also established a code of conduct among the pirates, categorizing criminal activities into 3 tiers and proclaiming the motto, "Even thieves have their principles." In the eyes of Lord Daochuo, human trafficking, as seen here on Left Bank Paradise Star, falls into the lowest tier of contemptible crimes. And what constitutes a high-tier crime? Wu Chang instinctively inquired. What else could it be but the expansion of territory and the establishment of a nation? Surely you've heard of the usurper Ho. As Mingyi grew animated, he even rose from the hot spring, gesturing excitedly toward the brightly lit hot sandport, passionately delivering an impromptu speech. Look, listen. At this very moment in hot sandport, the governor is collaborating with military officials to hunt down the remnants of the Grand Princess. Without a doubt, these individuals will be labeled as hunter spies, awaiting their fate. Execution. Wu Chang, do you realize? Your recent actions have marked you as a first-rate bandit in Lord Daochuo's lexicon. You, my friend, have far surpassed my achievements. Wu Chang broke into a cold sweat, both astonished by Mingyi's revelations and unnerved by his fervent gesticulations. Inwardly, he lamented the madness of it all. When Brother Mingyi becomes fervid, he truly becomes a force to reckon with. It took a full half-hour for Mingi to regain his composure, finally settling back into the hot spring. Gazing at the stars above as he remarked, "As for the Noble Alliance, this organization is even more enigmatic than we are. I cannot provide specific details, but one thing is certain. No nation in this universe dares to offend them. Do not be misled into thinking that only the great Emperor Guangwu and Yi Mei maintain close ties with the Noble Alliance. I can guarantee that they have their own representatives among the hunters. The Noble Alliance has always hedged their bets, never placing all their eggs in one basket. Well, I've had my fill of wine. You can enjoy your soak at your leisure. I must immerse myself in the vibrant nightlife of Hot Sandport. You, a mere pretender, will never understand the pleasures that await there." With that, Mingi departed, leaving Wuchang to reflect on the implications of their conversation. Mingi's label of pretender was not without merit. After ascending to the planet, he had invited Wuchang to revel in leisure multiple times, only to find Wuchang steadfastly devoted to the training ground, unresponsive to any temptation, which had ultimately irked Mingi into coining the term pretender. Watching Mingi retreat into the distance, Wuchang submerged himself fully in the hot spring, relishing the sharp sensations it imparted, striving to relax further and further. Impermanence is truly exhausting. Since his arrival in this world, he has been engaged in a relentless battle, ceaselessly fighting. Although the medical technology here is remarkably advanced, many hidden injuries still require proper recuperation. This includes the daily soaks in the hot springs, a treatment mandated by instructor Zhongyan after reviewing his medical case. Just as Impermanence was about to let out a sigh of relief, the water suddenly rippled, and a figure plunged into the hot spring. He became immediately alert, raising his head, but before he could discern anything, a fiery body had already lunged toward him. "Mary?" Impermanence barely uttered half a sentence before his lips were silenced. He wished to struggle, yet his subconscious thwarted his intentions. Though he aimed to push Mary away, the slickness and elasticity of her body rendered him incapable of breaking free. Mary's physique was astonishingly healthy, her sun-kissed skin enveloping a remarkably resilient form. If Yi Mei's body evoked a sense of softness, then Mary's exuded an irresistible bounce. "Hold me, don't despise me." Mary was already intoxicated, her warmth melting Impermanence's defenses point. One can only imagine the immense psychological pressure on a woman of her background to utter such a plea. Impermanence had intended to push her away, but upon hearing those words, his heart felt as if it had been struck, paralyzing him instantly. He found it impossible to refuse, knowing that if he did, the little self-respect she had just regained would shatter, leaving her forever ensnared in the shadows of her life. Damn it, today I shall play the role of a psychologist, for Mary's well-being. I shall make this sacrifice, Impermanence silently resolved. It is no wonder that Mingi berated him as a hypocrite. Witnessing his expression of enjoyment while secretly plotting such schemes was indeed shameless. Impermanence and Mary tangled until the early hours of the morning. And when he finally lay exhausted, Mary was sprawled across his chest, playfully splashing water while teasing. "Look at that hypocritical face of yours. Are you afraid the second princess will be jealous? Don't burden yourself with thoughts. Today, I merely wish to repay your kindness. Don't think I've fallen for you. Stop being so vain." With that, Mary wrapped herself in a towel and gazed at the starlit sky as she departed, leaving Impermanence in a daze. After a long moment, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "The left bank paradise star is wonderful. How open-minded this concept is." The night passed in silence. When Impermanence returned to the military camp the next day, he was taken aback by the scene that greeted him. A full 10 large cargo trucks were unloading various supplies, with the soldiers of the Black Horse Company rushing to assist. "Boss, look, a whole array of bayonet military supplies. They even have chameleon paint. When sprayed on war armor, it can blend seamlessly with the environment like a chameleon," Luli exclaimed excitedly as he approached Impermanence. At that moment, Qian Sun also joined in the excitement, leaning in with a small device in hand. "Look, class leader, this is the latest electromagnetic shield. It even has infrared camouflage." The soldiers of the Black Horse Company were finally witnessing the unique military supplies that were truly one of a kind in the universe. The chameleon paint could render war armor completely undetectable, especially when paired with the electromagnetic shield, rendering 99 of enemy reconnaissance equipment blind. Moreover, there was the universe's most confidential individual communication device, ensuring that their leader would no longer have to worry about eavesdropping. Even more astonishing were the peculiar robotic landmines, capable of autonomously seeking targets and disabling armored vehicles with a single shot, even capable of launching into the air to attack flying targets. Boxes continued to be unloaded, revealing an array of novel warfare support equipment that left Impermanence utterly astonished. Even Instructor Zhongyan at the edge of the training ground swallowed hard. Impermanence, how on earth did you establish such a relationship with the Bayonet Company? These items are typically so sought after that one would have to queue to purchase them. How can you acquire them by the truckload? Impermanence himself was baffled by the situation, but just then, the holographic image of Brother Mingy appeared on the screen. Brother, how do you like your gifts? 10 million gold coins for all these bayonet supplies. Not too expensive, right? Haha, I dare say your company may not claim to be the most formidable in combat prowess, but it is undoubtedly the most unique. Looking at the inebriated expression of Brother Mingy, a warm current surged through Impermanence's heart. 1,000 words could be distilled into a simple thank you. Yet faced with Mingy's gaze, he found himself unable to utter it. Just as Impermanence was lost in thought, in a distant, mysterious location, a beautiful woman clad in a white coat had just finished watching the recordings of Impermanence's entire ordeal. She removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. This little fellow named Impermanence indeed possesses considerable talent, his mind filled with clever schemes. It is no surprise that Ryan recommended him. However, despite his excellence, I shall not extend my full assistance. If he wishes for my help, he must blame the dirty old man Ryan. Unless he personally beseeches me, I shan't lift a finger. As the woman mused to herself, her round-faced secretary reappeared. I apologize for the interruption, but Lord Dao Tu has sent you a shipload of fresh flowers and wishes to invite you to dinner. No, throw those flowers into space. The beauty rejected without a moment's hesitation. Under her command, a transport ship docked near the massive meteorite base reluctantly opened its hatch, and billions of flowers were dumped into the void, becoming a celestial display orbiting the meteorite. The spatial environment surrounding the meteorite was unique. Being far from the star, the cosmic space was exceedingly cold, causing the flowers to freeze into permanent specimens the moment they entered space. This was truly an impressive preservation technology. Surrounding this floral expanse was a river of flowers that seemed to stretch endlessly, the quantity of blooms clearly exceeding 100 billion. The beauty gazed at the sea of flowers in space. She thought bitterly, this old man knows that my Achilles heel is my love for flowers. He always resorts to such tactics to draw near to me. How bothersome. With that thought, the woman, known as Tong Yin, sighed and said, Fine, let the old man arrange it. I shall accompany him for a meal. In the boundless universe, a military transport ship adorned with the emblem of the Horsehead Empire was traversing the lonely expanse. Inside the vessel, thousands of recruits were resting in the lounge, admiring the breathtaking sights beyond the portholes. Port, the majestic Horsehead Nebula unfurled its dreamlike hues across the cosmos, while the vast emptiness was only punctuated by the twinkling stars. On the starboard side floated a blue planet, the capital star of the Empire, Sanhai. How beautiful! This is the Horsehead Nebula. Just how vast is it? Look, there's the capital star. It's my first time seeing it. You all, look there. That's Sanhai City, where the 3 continents converge. The soldiers aboard the ship were the latest batch transported from the Left Bank Paradise Star to the front lines. Many of these impoverished children were experiencing space travel for the first time, witnessing the magnificent sights they had only seen in films, now vividly unfolding before them. Sanhai Star is a sacred place in the hearts of all Horsehead Empire citizens, not merely for being the nexus of politics and economy, but also because of the great emperor who led the Horsehead people to reclaim their lost territories, the illustrious Guangwu Emperor. In the soldiers' hearts, the emperor, who spent his life reclaiming 9 captured stars, was a divine warrior. However, today, these recruits merely passed by Sanhai Star, not even approaching its closest point. They only conducted a brief engine recharge in outer space before swiftly commencing the next space fold. The stunning vistas of Sanhai Star and the Horsehead Nebula vanished, replaced by an utterly unfamiliar cosmic environment, filling everyone with a profound sense of solitude. This included Impermanence, the captain of the Black Horse Company. They had boarded this transport ship 10 days prior, having concluded their 3-month so-called leave, bearing collective commendations from the military. Accompanying them were over 1,000 supplementary recruits from various military branches. During the prolonged journey through space, Impermanence did not rest as leisurely as his subordinates. Instead, he began strategizing the frontline situation with Merlin and the others. For 10 straight days, Impermanence and his 4 platoon leaders remained in a state of seclusion. Taimu Star was the last mortal star occupied by the Horsehead Empire, and it also served as the final stronghold for the Hunters' offensive against them. Point 3 of the 4 space passages between the 2 great empires had already been sealed off by them, leaving only the passage behind Taimu Star open for the Hunters' use. The Taimu Star passage is gradually closing as well. Platoon leader Merlin pointed at the holographic map in the air, revisiting the battlefield scenario. Although the Hunters' fleet remains in a standoff with us, the deployment of numerous Mosquito-class suicide vessels has exposed significant vulnerabilities in their space defenses. It is said that their supply of resources has dwindled to less than half of what it once was. Mary interjected at that moment. Luli scratched his head and suddenly asked, "Do you think there might be another space passage hidden in the dark canopy? I recall that the spatial passage near the Fortress of Cracks was only recently discovered. A century ago, wasn't it?" Wu Chang shook his head, stating that he had perused numerous documents. The dark canopy that separates the Hunter Empire from the Mautu Empire is classified as a third-rate canopy in academic circles, with an average width reaching 33 light-years. To uncover a new route through such a vast expanse of darkness would require centuries of relentless endeavor. Moreover, the 2 empires are currently draining their last drops of vitality for the sake of war. The idea of organizing such a large-scale expedition team is nothing short of a fantasy. At this point, Wu Chang turned to Qian Shun and remarked, "Squad leader, why are you silent? I recall you visited this place in your childhood." Wu Chang addressed Qian Shun, who seemed lost in thought. It took him 3 calls before he snapped back to reality. "Oh, my apologies. I was just reminiscing about my childhood," he responded with an apologetic smile. Back then, Taimuxing was still under the control of the Hunters, and the flames of war had not yet reached this place. My father and I traveled here and encountered the Dark Elves. I wonder how that elf is faring now. For reasons unknown, Qian Shun began to drift off again as he spoke. "Dark Elves? Aren't they merely a legend? Have you truly seen one?" Mary inquired, perplexed. Qian Shun replied solemnly, "It was tragic. A net of 3,000 hunters was cast to scour the Timix forest, yet only 300 returned alive. What happened? Please elaborate. Don't leave me in confusion." Wu Chang expressed his interest. It turned out that when Qian Shun was 6 years old, he accompanied his father to Taimuxing. After a month-long journey of half work, half leisure, they arrived in the southern city of Silver River, intending to rest before venturing into the Timix forest. One evening, after a summer thunderstorm had passed, the sky was ablaze with fiery clouds. In front of the house we rented was a narrow alley, which was essentially a slum, covered in mud, made even worse after the rain. No one wished to step outside into the mire. Yet, at that moment, a woman cloaked in black emerged from the depths of the alley, seemingly injured, clutching her shoulder with her right hand as a pale golden liquid trickled down. I was not mistaken. I truly saw a faint golden liquid. Perhaps it was her blood. The woman stood before me, lifting her cloak in a plea for refuge in our courtyard. At that instant, I was utterly astonished. I could hardly fathom that such a breathtakingly beautiful woman could exist, leaving an indelible mark on the memory of a 6-year-old child. Once again, he seemed inclined to lapse into silence, but Mary delivered a sharp tap to his head, jolting him awake. I certainly agreed to let her in, and soon the woman took refuge in my yard. Before long, a squad of hunter soldiers came rushing from the alley, including 3 armored combatants. They immediately inquired if I had seen a woman in a cloak. I was quick-witted enough to point towards the other end of the alley, diverting their attention. Just as I was about to head back into the yard to check on the woman, another group of soldiers, this time 12 armored combatants, came charging from the depths of the alley. These ruffians asked no questions. They simply kicked down my front door and stormed inside. Just when I thought the woman might be in peril, within 3 minutes, the soldiers all emerged again, clearly empty-handed. After they departed, I returned to the small yard and searched thrice, but I could not find that woman, and I never saw her again after that. "Are you certain that woman was a dark elf?" Merlin inquired. "Absolutely. The pointed ears, the pale golden blood, and her breathtaking beauty. What other race possesses such characteristics? And what happened next?" Mary asked anxiously. Then came the grand search across Taimuxing. with 3,000 soldiers casting their net into the primordial forest, yet none returned after entering. The governor of Timuxing, infuriated, summoned 4 satellites and over 100 spy aircraft, deploying a vast net within the primordial forest. Over 30,000 engineers recklessly cleared paths, constructing an extensive grid of roads. For a full 3 months, the Timux jungle was dissected into squares, and countless soldiers began their inquiries within the forest. Unfortunately, after 2 months of searching, over 50,000 soldiers found only 300 deranged wild men. Ultimately, the woman was never found. Ruli asked with curiosity. Qian Shun nodded, somewhat to himself. I still cannot fathom where she could have hidden. That primordial forest was turned upside down, yet she remained elusive. One must understand that the espionage techniques of the hunters have always been formidable. How could they fail to locate such a woman? The tale of the Dark Elf was merely an interlude during the period of seclusion, and everyone relaxed their minds before returning to strategizing for the battle in the outer space of Timuxing. Although our fleet had gained the upper hand, the morale of the hunter fleet remained intact, currently engaged in a north-south standoff. The Hunter's 4th Fleet consisted of a main battleship, 10 frigates, and 4 aircraft carriers. With approximately 60 assault-class ships. In contrast, our fleet, commanded by the 2nd Princess, was the renowned Mayflower Fleet, comprising 1 main battleship, 6 frigates, and 2 aircraft carriers. The key difference was that our fleet boasted over 300 assault-class vessels. From the perspective of power comparison, our space combat capabilities were significantly stronger. However, due to the Hunters possessing 2 additional aircraft carriers, they maintained control of the airspace over the battlefield, a situation we must remain vigilant about. Wu Cheng added, given the 2nd Princess's character, she would never engage in a battle without assurance. While we might achieve victory in space, it will undoubtedly come at a great cost, a type of victory that Yi Mei would not desire. Hence, in future ground battles, we will continue to be harassed by the enemy's aerial forces, a situation unlikely to change in the short term. As days passed, the battle situation became increasingly clear during the closed-door meetings. Until the final spatial folding revealed the true battlefield. The fleet, our fleet, someone shouted, leading to a frenzy aboard the transport ship as thousands of soldiers gazed upon the massive main battleship in space. Erupting in cheers, it's the May Celebration, the illustrious May Celebration main battleship. Wu Cheng felt exhilarated. It was his first sight of a main battleship, and his worldview was once again shattered. He had thought that Brother Mingy's Yellow Springs was astonishingly large at 4 kilometers in length. A marvel of contemporary technology that had left him in awe, yet today, he beheld the May Celebration, a vessel exceeding 300 kilometers in length and averaging over 100 kilometers in height, overwhelming him with a suffocating sense of awe. This was no mere battleship. It was akin to a city in space. Wu Cheng exclaimed, "This is truly a city, an artificial city in the cosmos." On the May Celebration, there were 6 large munitions factories, and the arms produced by these factories could fulfill 1/3 of the battlefield's requirements, not to mention that it housed a vast ecological system, reportedly featuring 3 farms and 2 ranches. By heavens, a fine vessel like this must be owned in one's lifetime. Wu Cheng blurted out instinctively, as the over 600-meter-long transport ship Wu Cheng was aboard flew alongside the May Celebration. The 2nd Princess was riding a horse in one of the ship's ranches beside Yi Mei. A holographic image advanced alongside the galloping steed, displaying the military transport ship that Wu Cheng was on. "Oh, my darling, you have finally arrived. You are my lucky star. Because of you, I have conquered 2 planets within 6 months. I am truly grateful to you. Rest assured, with me around, you need not toil so hard. In this assured victory, I will ensure you gain ample merit, and I will have you return to Shanghai Star. Such a fortunate general must not squander their talents elsewhere. Yes, I shall have you stay at home to guard our residence." Unbeknownst to Wu Cheng, Yi Mei was already thinking of him, while he remained captivated by the grandeur of the fleet before him. It is impossible to fully appreciate the overwhelming sensation of witnessing such a sight without seeing it firsthand. The 300-kilometer-long battleship stretched endlessly across the cosmos, resembling an ancient, enduring black mountain. Upon the dark hull, countless signal lights twinkled like stars in the night sky, appearing as the eyes of the battleship. Blinking as though mocking Wu Cheng's insignificance. One by one, the hatches opened and closed, as warships entered and exited in a seemingly endless procession. These vessels, with their formidable firepower, appeared as insignificant as ants before the May celebration. Surrounding the May celebration were countless attacking warships, forming an incredibly powerful battle cluster in the depths of space. A good man must surely possess a ship of his own in this lifetime. This was the vow of impermanence. From that day forth, impermanence finally found a purpose in life. Upon crossing into this world, he gained a newfound clarity. Amidst the cheers of the new recruits, the transport ship began its descent into the near-Earth orbit of Ironwood Star. With the landing craft prepared for action, the first wave of troops to disembark would be the Black Horse Battalion. All members of the Black Horse Battalion, please board landing craft 1, destination Silver River City. All members of the Black Horse Battalion, please board immediately. The electronic synthesized voice echoed throughout the transport ship as the Black Horse Battalion commenced boarding. The first landing craft had a maximum capacity of 400, making it perfectly suited for the battalion's personnel and equipment. Once all soldiers were seated and secured, landing craft 1 gently trembled, finally detaching from the mothership. The 4 powerful engines fought against the planet's immense gravitational pull. As the high-speed landing craft transformed into a streak of white light, soaring toward its destination, the 9 o'clock position, 3 small bird missiles appeared, their silver foil warheads ready for launch. The landing craft automatically evaded the anti-aircraft fire from the Hunter forces. The cascading silver foil disrupting the missiles, which exploded in a brilliant display behind the vessel. Warning, entering Hunter electromagnetic interference zone. Immediately switch to manual control. Immediately switch to manual control. The Black Horse Battalion was at a loss. Upon entering the electromagnetic interference zone, the entire craft suddenly shook violently. Escape pods 5 and 6 had already been deployed, with a 3-second countdown to ejection. 3, 2, 1, launch. The electronic synthesized voice remained calm, yet the soldiers of the Black Horse Battalion felt their adrenaline surge. At that moment, Impermanence inexplicably felt as though his heart was being squeezed. An overwhelming sensation left him breathless, and he instinctively shouted, "Prepare for battle. Everyone don your armor, put on your combat gear. Immediately. Now." Just as Impermanence bellowed, Mary suddenly cried out from the viewport, "Someone's abandoning ship. 2 escape pods just launched. Damn it. We're in a wolf's den." Impermanence rushed frantically to the cockpit, his legs infused with the strength of a dragon. He kicked the door lock with force, the heavy alloy door crashing open to reveal an already desolate cockpit. "Damn it. Those 2 bastards escaped without a word." Qian Shun cursed. "No time for cursing. Suit up quickly. Our only chance of survival is ourselves now." Impermanence pushed past Qian Shun, stepping up to the control panel. Upon seeing the chaos on the console, he couldn't help but gasp. It's been torn apart like this. It seems they're intent on ensuring our demise. No need for guessing. It can only be the faction of the Grand Princess. Although Impermanence was not skilled in piloting, he understood enough of the fundamentals to realize that the landing craft's engine power was gradually declining, and the ship could no longer withstand the increasingly potent gravitational pull of the planet. If this continued, the lives of 300 brothers were undoubtedly forfeit. How ruthless, truly ruthless. Thank goodness I chose to be an armored combat soldier. Had I been another type, death would have been certain today. Impermanence gritted his teeth and addressed his comrades. "Damn it, someone is plotting against us, wishing for our demise. But I will not give up. Today we shall treat this as a flight exam, testing the proficiency of our drill instructors. Now heed my orders. Everyone install the energy rods into your armor. We are breaking free." Yes. The 300 brothers almost simultaneously inserted the shimmering solid energy rods into their armor. In that instant, all energy membranes lit up, and the armor finally came to life. Each squad, check your supplies, especially our precious gear. Do not lose it. It is our lifeline. With that, Impermanence grasped the pressure valve and pulled down with all his strength. Damn! He stared at the half-destroyed lever in his hand, enraged. Are they really wishing for our demise? This bunch of beasts. Let me take care of this. A voice rang out behind him, Ruli, followed by the sound of a massive sword crashing against the hatch. The thin door of the landing craft could not withstand Ruli's might. The pressure door shattered into pieces. "Second squad, follow me, jump." As Ruli leaped into the air, a string of second squad soldiers followed. Their angelic wings igniting, blue particle streams trailing behind them, transforming 60 valiant warriors into soaring eagles against the sky. "Keep up, rear guard." Impermanence stood at the hatch, feeling the fierce wind rush toward him. directing his brothers to jump one by one. "Boss, you go first. Let me bring up the rear." In the fierce wind, Mei Lin shouted anxiously to Impermanence. "Damn it, why so much chatter? Jump when I say jump." With a swift kick, Impermanence sent Qian Shun soaring into the air. The lad finally transformed into a flying hawk, tumbling downwards. The air filled with Qian Shun's exhilarated shout. Soon after, a long trail of flames erupted behind him as he finally soared into the blue sky. The last to depart was Impermanence's personal guard, as he divided the 300 members of the Black Horse Battalion into 5 squads of 60, with only 4 suitable squad leaders: Mei Lin, Ru Li, Qian Shun, and Mary. Reluctantly, Impermanence took charge of a personal guard squad. "Brothers, we move out." Embracing the fierce wind, Impermanence leaped into the sky, his angelic wings propelling him skyward. Above him lay the heavens, beneath him the land, and around him swirling clouds of mist. 300 soldiers were at his side, their voices audible amidst the chaos, while others had already become mere specks in the distance, some vanishing into the treetops below. Impermanence activated the terminal produced by the Bayonet Company, issuing commands for regrouping on the public channel, instructing all to assemble post-landing, to seek their comrades and superiors without fear, for their terminals were specially crafted by the Bayonet Company. Impervious to hunter interception, before he could finish, dozens of fire dragons erupted from the ground, the surface anti-aircraft artillery opening fire. It appeared that the terminal's communication security was intact, but the stealth function was non-existent. The sudden onslaught of anti-aircraft fire caught everyone off guard, and before Impermanence's eyes, 3 brothers were obliterated mid-air. "Damn it, evade immediately. What did the instructors teach you?" And the chameleon paint. "Activate it." Just as he spoke, a burst of energy narrowly missed Impermanence's body, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. At this critical moment, the bizarre training from the twisted instructor finally bore fruit. S-shaped maneuvers and serpentine movements began in earnest. Furthermore, the chameleon paint on their armor began to charge, their forms blending into a faint sky blue. At that moment, the hunter artillery positions below descended into chaos. They had never encountered invisible soldiers before. And in their panic, they forgot to switch targeting modes. "Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Turn on the infrared radar. I refuse to believe they can mask their heat signatures." Just as he spoke, a soldier dashed from the camouflage position, shouting, "Attack! We are under attack!" "Nonsense, this is the rear. Did the Horsehead people fly here?" But before he could finish, an energy beam struck his head, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Before the anti-air positions stood 3 soldiers clad in assault armor, wielding air-cooled heavy machine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire that tore through the fragile defenses. "Run! The Horsehead people are really coming. They have truly arrived." Leading the charge was Ru Li, the brute who fired the first shot for the Black Horse Battalion's march toward victory. The deluge of bullets swiftly decimated the high-energy anti-aircraft artillery. 1, 2, 10. In no time, 16 anti-aircraft guns lay toppled by Ru Li and his comrades. What a thrill, truly exhilarating. Beneath Ru Li's helmet, a hefty chocolate bar was clenched between his teeth. As long as he had food, his combat prowess doubled. "Brothers, follow me. Let's send these routed soldiers to hell." Before he could finish, Impermanence's voice rang in his ears. "Do not pursue a desperate enemy. Regroup immediately. You are a commander, not a bloodthirsty savage." At Impermanence's reprimand, Ru Li stuck out his tongue, choosing to spare the unfortunate anti-air gunners. 3 minutes later, Impermanence's feet touched the battlefield. He surveyed the surroundings, listening to the distant explosions and the multitude of markers on the radar. Utterly dumbfounded. "Damn, this is truly unlucky." To my astonishment, I found myself abruptly plunged into the heart of the battlefield. Which divine entity have I offended, I wonder? Just as I was gritting my teeth in frustration, a chilling shriek echoed from the sky, and a missile, resembling a small bird, detonated a mere 200 meters before me. 4 or 5 soldiers from the Black Horse Battalion were engulfed in flames. Their screams silenced before they could even escape their lips. "Beware of enemy attacks. Watch out for their air force." Above me, a high-speed fighter jet roared past, unleashing 6 missiles that carved a bloody path across the battlefield. This is war. This is the true essence of battle, where lives are extinguished like blades of grass, unheard and unseen. There are no cries, no screams, no entanglements of life and death. nor struggles of humanity. Life and death are decided in an instant. There is no paradise here, only hell. As I entered the woods, I activated the chameleon paint and initiated the electromagnetic barrier. Regrouping, we must restore our formation immediately. Amidst my anguished cries, a faint sound of weeping reached my ears. 115 to ambush armored battalion. This was my first encounter with such a large-scale conflict. The battles I fought as a mercenary in my previous life pale in comparison. On my radar screen, a chaotic assembly of 200,000 troops clashed in a deadly embrace, each cursor representing a unit advancing, flanking, and encircling, all seeking to annihilate the enemy. Hidden within the trees, I surveyed the omnipresent smoke, listening to the distant sounds of combat and explosions, and for a brief moment, I lost consciousness, my body rendered immobile. Squad leader, what should we do next? Please give the order. The urgent cries of the messenger jolted me back to reality. Pulling my wandering soul back to my body, I inquired about the status of each platoon's regrouping, focusing on gathering our forces before swiftly collecting supplies. Given the uncertainty of the situation, we must conserve all our resources. Once the messenger relayed the orders, I meticulously analyzed the situation before me. Earthling had eliminated at least one anti-air regiment, typically stationed in the enemy's rear, indicating we had penetrated deep into enemy territory. The enemy commander could not possibly overlook the disappearance of this unit, and I believed reinforcements were already en route. A fierce battle was imminent. It was daunting indeed. The current state of the battlefield was utterly unclear. How should we engage? In which direction should we strike? What was the enemy identification code? I was at a loss. Just as I was deep in thought, Merlin and Luli returned with their comrades. Breathlessly exclaiming, "Squad leader, we found the map. We located the military intelligence chart." On the electronic map, I finally grasped the overall situation of the battle. It turned out to be a localized strategic assault instigated by the Horsehead Empire. At the center of the map lay a small hill, atop which rested a town called Jinlu, and the 200,000 troops from both sides were converging around this town. I glanced at the newly arrived Mary and Qian Sun, urgently stating, "Currently, Jinlu town remains in the hands of the hunters, but given the Empire's military posture, it seems they are determined to seize it. Look here." I pointed out several mountain ranges and rivers. The geographical significance of Jinlu town is paramount. This hill commands a vital transportation route. To breach the northern plains, ground forces must capture this town. I surmise the strategic intent of the overall commander lies here. At that moment, Luli interjected, "What a bunch of fools. Why not use transport ships to deploy soldiers directly behind enemy lines? Are all those landing craft just left to bask in the sun?" Merlin shook his head. "You're completely off base. Such tactics can only be employed when we possess absolute air superiority. Currently, the hunters have twice as many aircraft as we do, maintaining control of the airspace over the battlefield. How can we redeploy troops? Would you like to offer ourselves as targets? Did you not notice how swiftly the hunters' planes arrived? We had barely landed when 3 aircraft came to harass us. I am convinced a squadron is en route to our location, for we are the highest value targets." Merlin's assessment was irrefutably accurate. In this battle of 200,000 men, surprisingly, neither side had deployed any armored combat soldiers. Both factions were relying solely on expendable infantry, wagering their very lives. I furrowed my brow and remarked, "Indeed, we have become prime targets in the enemy's eyes. Our strategic value has never been higher. Should over 300 armored combat soldiers be annihilated, it would serve as a tremendous morale boost for the hunters. The enemy commander will undoubtedly seize this opportunity." Mary, now visibly anxious, queried, "What then shall we do? Should we retreat southward before the enemy's main force arrives, returning to the southern hemisphere?" Currently, Timex was nearly defined by the equator as the boundary between the two armies. The southern hemisphere was under the control of the Horsehead Empire, while the northern hemisphere was dominated by the hunters. Thus, if we could escape south, the Black Horse Battalion would be safe. However, would the hunters grant us such an opportunity? Just then, a message arrived from the Western Sentry. A regiment of armored troops was advancing toward the woods, seemingly aiming to reinforce the anti-air regiment and simultaneously eliminate us. "Everyone, into the woods! Let us first eliminate these iron coffins." With that command, the chameleon paint recharged, and 300 Black Horse warriors vanished completely into the dense forest. The military-grade products from the Stiletto Company were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. It was no exaggeration to say that this chameleon paint alone cost over 200,000 gold coins, with 300 armed combat soldiers present. It meant that Brother Mingy had spent a staggering 6 million just on paint. Expensive, indeed, but with its advantages. The rich colors of black earth, light yellow leaves, lush green shrubs, and brown tree trunks could all be displayed on the paint surface, rendering the Black Horse Battalion virtually invisible from afar. Not only did we possess the chameleon paint, but the Black Horse Battalion was also equipped with Stiletto's electromagnetic barriers, effectively blinding 90 of the Hunter's radar systems. Over 400 hovering battle vehicles emerged from the forest's periphery, forming a heavy armored reinforcement battalion. All the vehicles had their cannons primed, and every soldier was prepared for battle. The closer we approached the anti-air positions, the more cautious these vehicles became. The armored battalion commander was a seasoned veteran. Upon learning that a group of armored combat soldiers had ambushed the anti-air positions, he sensed impending doom. While armored vehicles are agile, they could not hope to match the prowess of armored combat soldiers. Against such formidable opponents, his only recourse was to detect them from a distance and bombard them with heavy artillery. Hoping to deplete their numbers before they closed in, thus, the armored battalion slowed its advance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the enemy. Unfortunately for him, this commander was destined to unwittingly bolster my accomplishments. As he could hardly fathom the existence of such an extraordinary unit within the Horsehead Empire's ranks, one capable of wielding military-grade stiletto equipment, it is worth noting that Stiletto's military products cannot simply be purchased with money. Possessing wealth does not guarantee access, as the armored battalion grew increasingly cautious. A subtle change occurred at the forest's edge. To the hunters, it appeared as though the light at the forest's boundary had undergone severe distortion, followed by a slight tremor in the ground. "Oh no! Enemies! Enemy attack! Fire the cannons!" The commander barely finished his warning when a silver-armored combat soldier materialized before the vehicle, swiftly cleaving the turret in two and slicing the officer inside in half. "Attack!" Merlin shouted feverishly, his cry met with the roars of hundreds of brothers, each one appearing seemingly from thin AI in an instant. The combat evolved into close-quarters warfare. The 400 armored vehicles had not fired a single shot. Only the heavy machine guns let out a few cries, akin to chickens having their necks wrung, silenced abruptly. The Black Horse Battalion relied solely on their dual-handed broadswords, sweeping across the battlefield with bare hands. As if the robust armor was as fragile as paper point 10 minutes later, not a single intact armored vehicle remained on the battlefield. Throughout this entire encounter, I had merely observed from the trees, quietly analyzing the evolving situation. At that moment, however, my heart experienced another episode. The sensation of being tightly squeezed returned. Retreat, fall back to the west, take the hilly terrain, and we shall ambush the enemy. Boss, what about the spoils? Are we to abandon them? I was incensed. I rushed onto the battlefield, kicking anyone who attempted to collect loot, finally managing to herd everyone back into the woods. Boss, you can forego the spoils, but we can't possibly leave behind the energy bars. The earlier flight drained half of our energy, and now we can't even fly. What if something unexpected occurs? Qian Sun clamored in my ear. Qian Sun's words were not without merit. While the war armor is capable of carrying troops and even soaring into the vastness of space, such flights are exceedingly energy-intensive. The war armor of the caliber of the Raider can sustain flight for no more than approximately 10 minutes, and any extended flight necessitates a substantial supply of energy pods. However, at present, everyone is devoid of any spare energy reserves, and the commanding officer has forbidden the use of the energy pods within the armored vehicles on the battlefield, leaving the troops bewildered. What madness is this? Yet, despite their grievances, none dared to defy the commander's orders. Though they murmured their discontent, their march remained swift, and in a short span, they distanced themselves from the battlefield by 400 to 500 meters. At that moment, a series of sonic booms resonated from the northern sky, followed by 6 streaks of white light that cleaved through the atmosphere. High-speed bombers of the hunters were approaching. Before the soldiers could utter a word, 6 energy beams suddenly shot down from the heavens, detonating in a spectacular display over the recently vacated battlefield. The 6 enormous explosions converged to form a colossal singular blast point. Alarmingly, this explosion propelled forward at high speed, gouging out a trench more than 10 meters deep across the battlefield. Soldiers of the Black Horse Battalion gazed in horror at the massive crater behind them, their backs chilled with trepidation. They looked at the commander as though they had encountered a specter. None could articulate how the commander had foreseen the enemy's maneuvers. The commander, in a hushed tone, confided to Qian's son, "I don't know either." It felt as if my heart was gripped while on the landing craft, and then I noticed the pilot abandoning ship. Now my heart aches once more, and here we are, caught in the bomber's onslaught. Do not ask me why. It seems to be a peculiar premonition. Although Qian's son had not traversed the breadth of literature, the lad had journeyed far alongside his father. After hearing the commander's words, he found himself muttering to himself, "Premonition? Is it prophetic ability? They say dark elves excel in such arts." The focus of the battlefield has shifted to the area where they unexpectedly landed, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Hunter's 7th Infantry Division. The commander of the 7th Division is none other than Song Kafu, a trusted confidant of the Hunter's Supreme Commander, Xiao Kuei. Dubbed the Butcher by the Matu people, Song Kafu is notorious not only for his battlefield victories, but also for his cruelty to the populace. With legends circulating that he used human flesh as military rations. The fact that Song Kafu has been dispatched to garrison the small town of Jinlu signifies the strategic importance of this highland. Leaning against the deck of a hovering war vehicle, Song Kafu lit a cigar and drew a deep breath. As he gazed at the verdant fields of the northern plains, his mood inexplicably lifted. Wheat, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Ah, over there lies the bountiful sweet potato fields. If this granary yields a good harvest, the army's provisions will be assured. Song Kafu is acutely aware of the significance of this plain to the Imperial Expeditionary Forces. With the disturbances caused by the May Festival fleet, the Taimuxing space corridor has become increasingly perilous, and numerous Mosquito-class ships have resorted to a suicidal tactic, targeting the supply convoys of the expeditionary forces. Over the past year, the supply of the Hunter's Expeditionary Army has halved. Aside from the most critical war materials, other living supplies have been completely cut off. Damn it, human flesh is so unpalatable. I never wish to eat it again. I long for a taste of the sweet melons from my homeland. If he can successfully defend the Battle of Jinlu, he vows to cultivate 2 acres of land for sweet melons from his homeland. Just as Song Kafu was lost in his reverie, a staff officer approached, whispering, "Commander, the situation has changed. That sudden appearance of armored combat troops has vanished, and the 2nd Armored Battalion has been entirely annihilated." Song Kafu was not taken aback by the turn of events. He merely replied with a hint of indifference, "As expected, I never anticipated they would prevail against a pure armored combat battalion. Have we identified their unit number?" In Song Kafu's eyes, the annihilation of that armored battalion was inconsequential. As long as they could eliminate a few combat troops and relay the enemy's primary intelligence, it would suffice. Of course, if they could delay these combatants until the bombers arrived, that would be even better. The staff officer hesitated, swallowing hard and taking 3 deep breaths before responding. There were no captures. The 2nd Armored Battalion has no spoils to report. We remain oblivious to the enemy's unit number and specific intelligence. With a sharp crack, the red-hot cigar fell onto the staff officer's face, leaving a painful blister that made him tremble. Incompetence, a bunch of utter incompetence, an entire battalion, and you cannot defeat combat troops? I could overlook that, but to have no spoils at all? Not even the most basic identification? What use are you intelligence officers to me? At that moment, the staff officer was too frightened to consider much else. He knew that Song Kafu could be lethal when enraged. He quickly said, "Commander, based on the last video intelligence from the Armored Battalion, this is a completely new unit. Their raiders are coated with chameleon paint produced by the stabbing knife, catching us completely off guard. Moreover, we found a Black Horse insignia on their armor. Our intelligence system has never recorded such an insignia from the Matu Empire. This battalion simply does not exist in our intelligence." The staff officer's words brought a measure of calm to Song Kafu. Upon viewing the video of the suddenly appearing combat troops, he fell into a deep silence. This battalion exhibited a ferocious combat style. Their strikes unrelenting, clearly seasoned veterans. However, upon closer observation, their combat skills seemed somewhat unrefined, suggesting they were newly deployed from the rear and still acclimating to the Taimuxing environment. What puzzled him most was how this unit had acquired over 300 sets of chameleon paint, such a rare and high-quality commodity, sufficient for a standard battalion's allocation, indicated that this unit had been forged with national resources, surpassing even the Tyrannosaurus Combat Battalion in rarity. Damn it, a battalion more precious than the Tyrannosaurus, and our intelligence system is completely oblivious? These cowards deserve to be executed. But why would the Ma-2 people risk sending such a valuable unit into peril? Are they sending them to their doom in our rear? After a moment of contemplation, Song Kafu instructed the staff officer, find them, eliminate them if necessary, send in Bloodhand and his men. This Black Horse must perish at my hands. As Song Kafu resolved to annihilate the commander of the Black Horse Battalion. In the distant reaches of space, aboard the fortress-like May Festival warship, a hurried man stood on a floating platform, making his way deeper into the vessel, judging by the insignia on his military uniform. He was evidently a member of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. The man delivered urgent intelligence to General Gu Bo's private chamber, and upon quickly perusing the information, Gu Bo uttered not a word but turned to seek out Yi Mei. Your Highness, the Black Horse Battalion has encountered trouble. That pack of wolves has ensnared them. When Yi Mei read through the intelligence, his countenance darkened with murderous intent. Outrageous, brazen, utterly shameless. What of the 2 pilots? Were they captured? Although they were soldiers from our engineering corps, they were ambushed during transport by the Tyrannosaurus forces. One was killed on the spot, while the other was gravely injured and unconscious. But we managed to retrieve him. Gu Bo's words were concise but laden with implications. Firstly, the 2 pilots who had betrayed the commander were located by the 209 Engineering Corps, loyal soldiers of Yi Mei's faction. After a brief interrogation, they were set to be transferred to Yi Mei. However, during the transport, due to a leak in intelligence, a squad of Tyrannosaurus soldiers suddenly claimed the 2 pilots as their prisoners and demanded their release. The Engineering Corps refused, leading to a violent clash. Ultimately, 1 pilot was killed, while the other fell into a deep coma due to a severe blow to the head. The Tyrannosaurus clearly aimed to obliterate the evidence, intent on ensuring no witnesses remained. Long Air, that bastard, seems resolutely aligned with the Grand Princess. Gu Bo seethed with indignation. At this point, Yi Mei had managed to regain his composure. He activated the holographic map on the control panel, anxiously scrutinizing the topography of Jinlu Town. Currently, on the front lines surrounding Jinlu Town, nearly 200,000 troops from both sides have been deployed, thoroughly disrupting the situation. The army's command lies with Shueshan, and we have no way to intervene. In this chaotic melee, our warships and aircraft are of limited use. Now, everything relies solely on the commander himself. Only once the situation stabilizes and the enemy and friend are clearly delineated can we offer assistance. Yi Mei now harbored deep regret, lamenting that he had not sought out the commander sooner. Had the Black Horse Battalion arrived in space and been brought aboard the May Festival, the current predicament might have been averted. Yi Mei was indeed taken aback by the extent to which her sister's subordinates had descended into madness, abandoning all scruples in their relentless pursuit of military power. Perhaps they believed that victory was within their grasp, emboldening them to eliminate any potential rivals without hesitation, facing Yi Mei and her allies with a complete lack of fear. After all, the Grand Princess had spent 2 full decades consolidating her position, amassing a considerable number of die-hard loyalists during that protracted period. What shall we do now? Gu Bo inquired. We must wait. That is all we can do. The fact that Father has granted me command over a fleet is unprecedented. If we were to overstep our bounds and meddle in the army's command, it would only drive my sister further into madness and, in turn, leave Father deeply disappointed. What about Wu Chong? Is that lad to perish in vain? Gu Bo exclaimed anxiously. Not a chance. That fellow possesses remarkable resilience and will not succumb so easily. Yi Mei was right. Wu Chong was indeed tough as nails. While countless voices whispered slanders behind his back, he had already pierced through 3 enemy lines in succession. The area surrounding Jinlu Town had transformed into a colossal meat grinder. Both sides were entwined in a brutal conflict, often finding themselves unexpectedly behind enemy lines. Fortunate ones would breach the enemy formation, while the unfortunate would find themselves ensnared. Regardless, Wu Chang's unit feared no entrapment. This battalion, endowed with terrifying lethality, had pierced through 2 pockets and an additional defensive line, leaving only death for any adversaries that dared to stand in their way. A general once remarked that to combat armored combatants, one must either employ space cannon bombardment or resist with equally formidable fighters. There exists no third avenue to vanquish them. The light weaponry of ordinary infantry was utterly ineffective against the Black Horse Battalion, while heavy weaponry was rendered impotent by the terrain in the hills and dense forests. The phantasmal Black Horse soldiers always managed to catch their foes unawares. What a thrill! The allure of the bayonet is undeniable. It is truly a divine instrument. The typically taciturn Merlin could not help but sing its praises. It seemed that the recent raid had gone exceedingly well. When Merlin's figure suddenly materialized before the enemy, the astonished expressions on their faces were unforgettable. Truth be told, during the 3 long years of war on Taimu Xing, this was the first time anyone had encountered a cloaked armored combatant. It could be said that no one possessed experience against the Black Horse Battalion, which allowed them to dominate the early engagements. Alas, everything changed upon encountering the Bloodhand. The Black Horse Battalion finally grasped the meaning of seasoned veterans and the harsh realities of war. The unit led by Merlin was currently positioned on the outskirts of a village. After annihilating and dispersing the 60 or 70 defending soldiers, the cries echoing from within the village captured everyone's attention. "Help! Save me!" A tender voice emerged from the village, and upon closer inspection, they discovered a 7 or 8-year-old boy pinned beneath a half-collapsed brick wall, buried beneath debris from the waist down. The child was covered in mud, his face streaked with tears, and a deep, fresh gash marred his forehead, crimson blood mingling with his tears as it flowed freely. "Quickly, move the bricks and rescue the child," Merlin commanded, and 3 soldiers rushed forward. Yet, as they began to shift the wall, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing everything within a 10-meter radius. Thick smoke billowed skyward, and debris rained down like a torrential storm. Merlin, knocked to the ground by the shockwave, gazed in horror at the devastation. "Everything? It's all gone. How could they have vanished?" The child, along with his 3 comrades, was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a deformed helmet crashed to the ground before Merlin, still bearing a patch of scalp and a bloodied fragment of skull. The brutal reality of war had been imagined by Merlin and his comrades more than once. They had seen their share of turmoil during the hot sands of rebellion. Yet, the horrific scene unfolding before their eyes today profoundly shocked their souls. A child, merely 7 or 8 years old, had been transformed into a trap, a bomb trap. The 3 soldiers and the child were obliterated in the violent explosion, humanity having descended to such depth. Merlin and his comrades stared into the smoke, rendered speechless. A sudden tremor emanated from within the haze. 2 figures, like bolts of lightning, burst forth, striking down 2 Black Horse soldiers who were momentarily stunned. The 2 armored combatants, coated in wet, clinging mud, were unrecognizable, save for the clear crimson handprints on their left arms and chests. Bloodhand? It's the Bloodhand. The combatants of the Hunter clan. Before he could finish his thought, a swift strike pierced through the vulnerable area beneath a soldier's arm. Searing pain cutting off his words, before he could even scream, the strike had already penetrated his heart. "Damn it, we're under attack. Eliminate these scoundrels." Merlin sidestepped a blow aimed at him, entangling his left leg with that of the assailant, followed by a powerful elbow strike to the back of the attacker. The impact sent the Bloodhand soldier tumbling forward like a rolling gourd, but just as the remaining Black Horse soldiers were about to close in, the Bloodhand member sprang back up like a tiger, shattering a soldier's high-strength glass visor with a single punch. Shards of glass spraying blood across the soldier's face. "So you're all a bunch of useless fools? Relying solely on your superior equipment to flaunt your strength. Without those bayonets, your fate is sealed." With that, the Bloodhand warrior kicked a Black Horse fighter aside. That moment, the Bloodhand veteran who had pierced the soldier's heart, shaking the blood from his hands, charged toward the weakest point of the encirclement. 2 Black Horse fighters attempted to intercept him. He suddenly dropped to the ground, executing a forward roll, escaping the encirclement while leaving everyone dumbfounded. Just as the Bloodhand soldier reveled in his escape, the Black Horse soldier attempting to block him felt a torrent of blood erupt from his inner thigh, crimson plasma gushing out from the severed artery. In a mere 10 seconds, 2 Black Horse soldiers lay dead, one grievously wounded, while the 2 Bloodhand members had merely acquired a coating of mud. "I curse your ancestors." Merlin was infuriated, his fingers trembling as he drew the magical dagger Wu Chong had gifted him. Activating the magical barrier in the process, in a flash, he lunged toward the Bloodhand soldiers. "Aha! You lot are truly affluent, boasting even magical daggers. You're far too wealthy." The Bloodhand veteran, entangled with Merlin, twisted with an uncanny agility, seizing Merlin's wrist, then driving his knee toward Merlin's abdomen with blinding speed. Merlin had fought for years, never once fearing even the undead specters of blood. Yet today, a genuine fear gripped him. His apprehension did not stem from the enemy's prowess. The average capability of these two was not significantly greater than his own. Rather, it was their vast experience in killing that overwhelmed him. In mere seconds, they had slain two of his comrades, and now, they had thwarted his assault with ease. As the knee barreled toward him, Merlin found himself utterly defenseless, forced to watch helplessly as the knee approached his abdomen. Was this the end? If that kick landed squarely, he would lose at least half his life. A glimmer of despair flickered in Merlin's gaze. Just then, as that knee rushed forth, a fiery snake emerged from it. A swift little serpent coiling upward, its intense heat melting the war armor on his lower leg. The Blood Hand veteran could not withstand the torment of the magical flame, instinctively releasing Merlin. However, upon looking down, he was met with a horrifying sight. The fiery serpent had burrowed into the gap of the magical membrane at his knee joint, and in an instant, the magical flame ignited within the armor, enveloping him entirely. The intense heat of the magical fire disrupted the energy balance of the light membrane, the crackling sounds indicating the failure of countless miniature motors, as the entire war armor began to disintegrate from within. "What are you dawdling for? Get moving," Wu Chang bellowed, charging forth from behind a crumbling wall, his eyes fixed intently on the dazed Merlin. At this moment, a wave of humiliation surged within Merlin. He bit down fiercely on his lip, the dagger in his hand gleaming coldly as he slashed it across the throat of the fiery figure before him. One Blood Hand veteran lay dead, but another remained, witnessing his comrade consumed by magical flames. The survivor hesitated not a moment before fleeing. Yet, Wu Chang would not let this beast escape. He unleashed his shadowy form with all his might, transforming into a blur as he lunged toward the enemy. To the onlookers, it was merely a flash of darkness. When Wu Chang came to a halt 100 meters away, the fleeing soldier continued his frantic run, but after just a few steps, his head toppled from his shoulders, blood gushing forth like a fountain. After dispatching the two ambushers, Wu Chang stood before Merlin, barking furiously, "Do you understand now? This is war, a war that can use the lives of children as bait, where humanity is cast aside, and this nightmare must be concluded with victory. To escape this place, one must first transform into a beast." Wu Chang cast his gaze upon the soldiers, bellowing for them to lock away all their kindness. From this day forth, they were to believe solely in victory, turning their hearts to stone and reserving their compassion and good deeds for a time of peace. "I implore you, do not fall for such base traps again." Throughout the ensuing march, such grotesque human traps reappeared numerous times, ensnaring not only unfortunate children but also naked women, and eventually even babbling infants. The depravity of the Blood Hands traps knew no bounds. Their singular aim was to provoke your fury and strip you of your reason. One is to rescue anyone. "I command you, absolutely do not attempt to save anyone." Wu Chang's orders struck the hearts of the people like iron, and the soldiers dared not disobey, yet the resentment within them found no outlet. Wu Chang too was tormented. He understood that such commands would demoralize the troops, but there was no other option. If the enemy discerned that this group harbored the hearts of sheep, then countless traps like these would follow. Remain calm. Restrain your emotions. Only by demonstrating to the enemy that their schemes are ineffective will they cease to employ such tactics in future battles. Without the sacrifice of these innocents, countless more would perish in the future. Wu Chang's voice echoed through the communication device into every soldier's ear. They all recognized the truth in their commander's words. However, the sight of a cherubic infant was simply too heart-wrenching, and its cries were truly soul-stirring. Ultimately, Mary could no longer suppress her maternal instincts. She lunged forward, desperate to save the infant. Yet, before she could reach the child, two soldiers from the Black Horse unit suddenly emerged from the shadows, pinning her to the ground. What followed was a cataclysmic explosion. It turned out that this trap was not activated by touch, but rather remotely controlled at nearly the same moment. Wu Chang pinpointed the ambusher's location, shouting at 10 o'clock, behind those concrete pillars. Almost simultaneously, 6 air-cooled heavy machine guns opened fire, and even though the concrete fortifications were sturdy, they could not withstand the overwhelming power of the barrage. In just half a minute, the concrete pillar, along with the blood-hand veteran hiding behind it, was reduced to a heap of debris. As the chaos subsided, Wu Chang beheld Mary, weeping over the body of a fallen comrade. "Forgive me, I am so sorry. I should not have rushed in. I have brought your demise." Mary was in a state of deep emotional turmoil. The recent explosion had claimed the life of one soldier who tried to save her, leaving another wounded, both of whom were her compatriots. Wu Chang approached her, firmly grasping her shoulders. "Let us cease our tears. Shall we? There is no time for sorrow now. We must regroup with the main force and cannot linger in one place. Now, look into my eyes and rest assured, I will see to the proper burial of our brothers. What you must focus on now is vengeance. Strive for retribution. Good. That's it." Under Wu Chang's patient guidance, Mary eventually relinquished her grip on the deceased, and a group of soldiers promptly buried their comrade on the spot, recording the coordinates of the burial site. From that moment onward, the Black Horse unit dared not linger. They resolutely ignored any further human traps. Moreover, Wu Chang discerned that these blood-hand combatants were seasoned veterans, well versed in the brutal realities of battle, while he and the Black Horse unit were mere novices in comparison. Charge the Chameleon's paint layer, activate the electromagnetic barrier, disperse the formation, and advance through the forests and hills. Avoid the main roads. At this juncture, Wu Chang could no longer afford to be frugal with their resources. He had to leverage the advantages of technology to lead them away from this perilous place. It soon became evident that Wu Chang's strategy was sound. After he navigated through 2 ambushes, their movements had already been detected by the Bloodhand combatants. Given that the Bloodhand under Song Kafu numbered only slightly over 100, they opted for traps to wear down the Black Horse unit due to the vast disparity in numbers. Unbeknownst to Wu Chang, their route was laden with hundreds of traps, with these grotesque human traps being merely one type, intended to delay their progress. Meanwhile, the Bloodhands set an intricate network of landmines along the main road to exploit the time lost. Every soldier in the Black Horse unit owed a debt of gratitude to Wu Chang's ruthless resolve. Had it not been for his heart of iron, the unit might have faced utter annihilation. Oh, this unit has vanished again. They have actually disregarded the human traps. Haha, how amusing. This commander appears to be quite the veteran. Song Kafu, receiving the latest intelligence from the Bloodhand, felt a swell of satisfaction, for he was now certain that this unit was composed of mere greenhorns. Their willingness to step into such basic traps indicated that they had yet to experience true combat. Yet, witnessing their ferocity in battle suggested they were not entirely unbloodied. Undoubtedly, there was a tale lurking behind this unit. Song Kafu's fingers rhythmically tapped against the armored shell of the war machine, and before him knelt a seasoned Bloodhand veteran. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled and said, "Let it be. If we cannot block them, we cannot block them." After all, neither of us could have anticipated such a peculiar group from the Horsehead. However, such a valuable unit would not go unnoticed by the Horsehead. They would surely spare no effort to rescue them. At this point, Song Kafu suddenly turned to his advisor and commanded, "Open a path for them. Allow this Black Horse unit to regroup with other Horsehead forces, luring them to assault Jinlu town. I will hand this town over to them without hesitation." Ah, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Yet when they glimpsed the confidence in Song Kafu's eyes, silence reigned. Ordinary soldiers could not comprehend Song Kafu's intentions. They all understood the strategic significance of Jinlu town to the Hunter Expeditionary Force. Without the protection of this stronghold, how could the vast plains of the northern fertile lands, the great granary, be safeguarded? No, they could not afford to lose Jinlu town. The gates would be thrown wide open, allowing the Horsehead's mechanized forces to surge through unimpeded, putting their hard-won granaries in jeopardy. His subordinates clamored in panic. "Fear not. We may yield the town to them, but we can still encircle and continue to fight." Song Kafu's words left the others speechless. Are you foolish, or are we? Why abandon the well-fortified defenses of Jinlu town to the Horsehead, only to switch our role to that of attackers on the high ground? The advisor furrowed his brow, though he soon dismissed his own conclusions. Impossible. This is illogical. The value of a mere 300-man unit cannot compare to that of hundreds of thousands of troops. The Horsehead cannot possibly miscalculate this. Perhaps no one could fathom his thoughts. Song Kafu's mood suddenly brightened, and he patted a subordinate's shoulder with a smile. This fertile plain is the lifeblood of our expeditionary force. Our commander has sacrificed over 40 to 50,000 men. along with dozens of warships, to bring those aircraft carriers here, thus preserving our aerial superiority. Otherwise, we would have starved long ago. The passage in space has allowed the Horsehead to infiltrate our ranks significantly. Our attrition rate has escalated from 25 last year to 33 now, and this figure continues to rise. Under such circumstances, our logistics can only sustain the most basic supply of war materials. And food from our homeland has not arrived in over 6 months. Now, do you understand the value of this high ground? Haha, not only do we know, but the Horsehead is also aware. That old emperor on Sanhaxing is no fool. But why have they not used naval artillery to obliterate this high ground? Why resort to such primitive human wave tactics to contest this position? One must realize that once the main cannon of the May celebration fires, Jinlu town will cease to be a high ground, likely transforming into a basin in an instant. Ha ha ha, I have always yearned to witness that grand display of fireworks, yet the Horsehead has yet to fulfill this wish. Why is that? The advisor inquired, puzzled. Indeed, this was a question on everyone's mind. These seasoned veterans were acutely aware of the devastating power of space-based artillery. Destroying this insignificant defensive high ground would be as easy as child's play. Lighting a cigar, Song Kafu took a deep breath and explained, the reason is simple. The Horsehead needs this high ground, for they wish to disseminate their benevolence throughout the cosmos. Damn it, this is utterly revolting. Timuxing is the last territory we have seized. As long as we can seal off the spatial passage behind us, we shall find ourselves isolated, and the significance of being a solitary force cannot be overstated. It allows for the rotation of seasoned veterans while new troops are sent in waves, using our lives as a whetstone to sharpen their skills, essentially training fresh recruits for the Madua Empire. Furthermore, they can encircle us without engaging, anticipating our surrender, thereby showcasing the benevolence and great love of the royal family to the entire Madua Empire. In plain terms, they simply wish to starve us. Song Kafu sighed deeply. It was evident that Shueshan and Yimei had fathomed the intentions of that old fox, Guangwu. Whether in space or on land, the strategies employed were fundamentally the same. His subordinates, clearly lacking a profound education in strategic knowledge, struggled to comprehend the intricacies of politics. In their eyes, winning battles was sufficient. Why complicate matters with excessive considerations? Did the emperor not desire victory? They had no inkling that the emperor of such a vast empire sought not merely victory, but victories that aligned with his interests. Do not look at me as if I were a ghost. I lack the acumen to analyze these matters. This is merely what the commander has confided in me. The conversation shifted to the supreme commander of the Hunter Expeditionary Army, Xiao Kuei. This name possessed an enchanting power, compelling all present to stand in solemnity, their expressions grave. Commander Wansheng, a battle-hardened veteran, instinctively shouted the slogan. Very well, let us execute the orders. Song Kafu's commands were carried out without a hint of hesitation. During the subsequent assault by the Haima Company, Wuchang suddenly noticed a marked reduction in the enemy's firepower, and their fighting spirit was waning. More critically, those blood-soaked veterans had inexplicably vanished. Something was amiss. Indeed, something was deeply wrong. I sense a whiff of conspiracy on the battlefield. Wuchang murmured, "At that moment, several squad leaders gathered, urgently discussing the next direction of attack with Wuchang. What is there to fear? These hunter miscreants are merely making us apprehensive. A bunch of infantrymen, who aren't even wearing bulletproof vests, dare to flaunt their prowess before us? That is but a dream. Boss, you need not ask me. Just tell me where to strike. Even if 1,000 troops stand before us, I shall break through." With that, he stuffed an entire chocolate bar into his mouth, and Ru Li's eyes sparkled with sheer delight. Qian Sun observed Ru Li's transformation and felt his anger boiling, his eyes twitching in irritation. "You glutton, you're nothing short of a pig. Do you not realize that the Hunter Expeditionary Army comprises seasoned veterans who have fought for over a decade? The sudden decline in combat effectiveness is undeniably suspicious." Qian Sun contemplated before speaking. "Squad leader, perhaps we should abandon our assault westward and redirect towards the south, aiming to regroup with our allies. Not to mention, we have already consumed 2/3 of our energy bars. Failure to resupply could lead to serious consequences." Mei Lin furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time. A southern advance is the simplest solution. As long as we can join forces with our allies, we will not only secure supplies but also return to the rear for rest. However, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. I have a sense that the hunters are intentionally nudging us southward, and this sentiment is quite unsettling. Indeed, that is precisely the feeling. Wu Chang pounded the ground with his fist. The hunters indeed harbor intentions of pushing us southward. But I shall not fall for it. I have decided that we shall strike northward, penetrating into the rear of the hunters. The northern plains serve as their vital logistics base, where we can secure ample supplies. Just as Wu Chang spoke, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the southern woods, followed by a disarray of fleeing hunter soldiers, each one abandoning their gear in a most pitiful manner. At that moment, the Haima Company, with their chameleon cloaking active, remained undetected among the woods, 300 warriors concealed without a single soul aware of their presence. Yet, these warriors, lacking Wu Chang's command, dared not act, merely watching as the hunter soldiers stumbled into their territory. Disoriented, the hunter infantry, attempting to navigate through the brush, collided headfirst into the chest plate of an assault trooper, instantly rendered unconscious. Mischievous Haima soldiers, as the enemy dashed past, stealthily extended a foot, causing the unfortunate hunter to trip and fall in a most comical fashion. Ghosts, there are ghosts. Over 100 fleeing hunter soldiers erupted into chaos, unable to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Enough of this. Eliminate these wretches, Wu Chang commanded, bemused. With that single utterance, the entire forest erupted in fervor. Over 200 fighters suddenly revealing themselves, unleashing a slaughter amidst the retreating soldiers. Massive alloy fists danced upon skulls, each strike capable of shattering a cranium. Heavy-handed greatswords swung like the wind, the vast arc of their attacks littered with dismembered limbs of the enemy. The wretched cries and sporadic struggles persisted for but 10 minutes, and more than 300 hunters lay dead, save for the few spared souls. Why, Lord, those captives have broken down. Whatever you ask, they will divulge. They were defeated by our Mountain Infantry Division, and currently, the Mountain Division is the nearest unit to Jinlu Town. Mei Lin, bloodied, reported the situation to Wu Chang. Upon learning that friendly forces were nearby, Wu Chang felt a surge of excitement. Immediately, he ordered the display of our flag and sent someone to establish contact. Let us not delay, but first, acquire our battlefield identification code and our command channel. The utmost priority is to connect with command. Send Mary to lead the way. She is adept at communication. Yolat, do not create any misunderstandings. Shortly thereafter, Mary, accompanied by 3 soldiers, set off southward, bearing the flags of the Madua Empire. Military banners and the colors of the Haima Company. Mary did not keep them waiting long. Within half an hour, she returned with a platoon of soldiers, reporting, Sir, the Antelope Mountain Division, 5th Reinforced Company, 3rd Platoon, 2nd Squad Leader. Luo Hu reporting, as he spoke, this blood-crusted Luo Hu bore an expression of deep sorrow. Sir, the Mountain Division has been thoroughly disrupted. The entire company structure is in shambles. I have not seen our company commander for 3 hours. Moreover, our squad leader has perished. Ah? Wu Chang was taken aback. Did they suffer such devastating losses? Did you not achieve victory? Yes, we did win, but not long after. We were overrun by dozens of blood-soaked veterans who stormed the division headquarters. At that moment, I was quite near the headquarters, and the explosion was catastrophic. It's likely that not a single soul survived in the entire division. At this juncture, squad leader Luo Hu was choked with emotion. Unable to articulate further, Wu Chang offered a few words of comfort before promptly seeking the identification codes for the battle and the top-secret communication channels. Finally, Wu Chang managed to establish contact with the higher-ups. Command, this is Haima Company. We have inadvertently entered the battlefield of Jinlu Town. Our coordinates are, we have been engaged in combat for 3 consecutive hours, and our supplies are critically low. Please advise us on the next steps for our operations. The sudden communication from Haima Company evidently threw the command center into disarray, as a cacophony erupted from the terminal. Haima Company? What is this Haima Company? Do we have such a unit at Taimuxing? Countless staff scoured the electronic map, but to no avail. They could not find any information regarding this unit. IT seemed to have appeared out of thin air, as there was no prior planning for such a company in the simulations. Damn it, where did it come from? Is this some sort of apparition? Could it be a spy unit from the hunters? Unlikely. If the hunters were willing to use 300 sets of assault trooper gear as bait, I would willingly fall for it. Wu Chang listened to the tumultuous sounds from the terminal, a bitter smile crossing his face. He understood that his company had just materialized at Taimuxing. never having been integrated into the war structure. The Supreme Commander had not acknowledged their existence, and all intelligence regarding Haima Company resided solely within the files of Yimei and Shueshan. The entire army remained oblivious to the presence of such a unit. In a sense, today, these friendly forces truly encountered the supernatural. 119 Shueshan, Supreme Commander. AN Army is an exceedingly intricate instrument of warfare. Within this organization, no component may be wasted, and every unit occupies its designated position. Maintaining the integrity of a unit amidst the chaos of battle is a commander's most vexing task. If it were a small-scale engagement of 10 to 20,000 troops, it would be manageable. However, in a large-scale battle exceeding 200,000 participants, the likelihood of command disarray and structural collapse becomes significant. History has borne witness to countless large-scale skirmishes wherein the loss of command led to utter turmoil. In such battles, victory often unfolds in a most dramatic fashion. Yet, no historical battle has rivaled the drama of today. Combat has persisted for 6 hours, with 1/3 of the company losing contact, and the number of eliminated units on the simulation board steadily increasing. If, at this juncture, someone were to report the annihilation of a division, it would scarcely elicit surprise. However, today is quite strange. After an extended battle, an entire company has mysteriously emerged, and it is an armored combat company of formidable prowess. This is truly uncanny. Damn it, within the entire counteroffensive army, the armored combat soldiers are few and far between. Aside from the Tyrannosaurus, which is purely a combat battalion, the remaining combat soldiers are dispersed across various divisions, existing as units of platoons and companies, primarily tasked with protecting the military headquarters and engaging in special assaults. Furthermore, these units all possess their own designations and nicknames, and I have never heard of any unit referred to as the Dark Horse Company. Commander, the brothers from the Mountain Division assert with certainty that this is undoubtedly a unit from our Matua Empire, as all the soldiers exhibit accents from the left bank Paradise Star, with the majority having the dialect of the capital, Hot Sandport. All of them, damn it, we must report this to Commander Shue immediately, and also inform the second princess. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. Additionally, order the Dark Horse Company to move southward immediately, seeking a safer location to stabilize themselves and avoid any unforeseen incidents. After issuing the orders, the overall commander of the Jinlu town battle, a corps commander, sighed heavily as he sank into his chair, pressing his thumb firmly against his temple. Commanding such chaotic combat is indeed exhausting. The commander Shue mentioned by this young officer is currently in space, directing 3 million ground troops for the counteroffensive. The levels of command between these two are not even comparable. One oversees a mere 100,000, while the other, whether 3 million or 6 million, considers more forces as advantageous. Shueshan and Yimei are presently engaged in battle aboard the May Celebration, one commanding the space fleet and the other overseeing the 3 million army. Logically speaking, Shueshan should be on the planet, issuing orders alongside the ground forces, but the Emperor Guangwu cannot bear the thought of Shueshan encountering any mishaps, thus ordering him to command the ground troops from the main warship. Fortunately, the May Celebration is sufficiently vast, measuring over 300 kilometers in length, requiring 3 hours to traverse by car, allowing both commanders to possess their own independent space. Shueshan's favorite room is a spacious cabin near the command platform, where he can survey the massive planet, Taimuxing, in its entirety. As the intelligence regarding the sudden appearance of the Dark Horse Company was presented to him, Commander Shueshan was deeply engrossed in observing the colossal celestial body before him. With the holographic screen on the porthole magnifying the terrain of Jinlu Town, the chaotic battlefield unfolding before his eyes like a palm-sized map, a beautiful secretary stood quietly behind him, softly reciting the information about the Dark Horse Company, awaiting the commander's instructions in silence. After a prolonged pause, Shueshan finally spoke, yet he did not mention the Dark Horse Company at all. My dear, you have been by my side for several years now. Haven't you? Shueshan inquired with a smile, his gaze fixated on the secretary's graceful figure. The secretary, clearly taken aback, instinctively responded, "It has been 3 years." Shueshan nodded. Indeed, 3 years is quite a long time. Given such an extended period, do you know why I am called Shueshan? The commander's question left the secretary bewildered, as she pondered why he was asking about his name, which was surely given by his parents. With a smile, Shueshan continued, "Very few people know my real name now. Nowadays, I am simply referred to as Shui Shan. In fact, it is merely a nickname, which should be interpreted as Snow Mountain or Blood Mountain. He dipped his finger in his coffee and inscribed the term Snow Mountain and Blood Mountain upon the table. This was during my early days as a battalion commander, when I led over 1,000 brothers to guard a snow-capped mountain on the planet Omarfan. The task was straightforward. Hold it for 3 days, as within this mountain lay 300 barrels of precious liquid mercury. Due to the terrain's complexity and the enemy's overwhelming firepower, large landing ships could not approach. We had to rely on small civilian vehicles for transportation. The liquid mercury was far too valuable. It was said that the hunters ordered that even if we had to abandon Omarfan, we could not forsake the mercury. The enemy commander likely assembled around 100,000 infantry, advancing like a swarm of ants to commence their assault. At this juncture, Shui Shan seemed to drift into reverie. Speaking softly, we feared for the mercury's safety. Hence neither side dared to employ heavy weaponry. Even grenades were strictly prohibited. The conflict resembled scenes from ancient films, devolving into trench warfare. Before long, our ammunition was depleted, and we were compelled to engage the enemy in close quarters in less than 12 hours. We lost 3 defensive lines and ultimately, I resorted to using prohibited substances. The number 8 blood plasma. A chill swept through the room as the secretary recoiled at the mention of the notorious No. 8 blood plasma, a stimulant infamous for unleashing all of a person's latent potential, increasing combat effectiveness 6-fold. It was said that an initial stage martial artist could elevate to the 6th or 7th stage post-injection. Yet, such a potent stimulant was deemed a forbidden drug across humanity, for once injected, survival was impossible. One would fight relentlessly until every ounce of energy was spent. The most terrifying aspect was that even after death, the number 8 blood plasma would still take effect, transforming one into the legendary zombie. Shui Shan noticed the secretary's expression and suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her closer, while his rough hand slid beneath her shirt, sending shivers down her spine. Indeed, I possess such an ability. I can command the zombies in battle. I personally transformed over 1,000 brothers into zombies, and these very zombies terrified the hunters, enabling us to hold our ground for 4 days and nights. I have no idea how many I killed. I only know that the blood on the battlefield flowed like a stream, cascading down the mountain, and I could only hear the heart-wrenching screams of the hunters. From that day onward, that mountain was renamed Blood Mountain, and some referred to it as Zombie Mountain. At that moment, Shui Shan grasped the secretary's delicate hand and pressed it forcefully against his chest. Now, guess, am I a human or a zombie? His chilling laughter filled the room. Time passed unmeasured, and as the secretary nervously adjusted her attire, wiping away the traces of tears, Shui Shan resumed his cold demeanor. Gazing once more out at the fiery planet beyond the porthole, he glanced back at the tear-streaked secretary, smirking disdainfully. The Grand Princess has sent you here as an undercover agent, so you must be prepared for such roles. Since you have uncovered such a significant secret, some sacrifices are inevitable. Pointing to the area of the planet where the flames were densest and the smoke most concentrated, he remarked, life presents many choices. My stationing at Snow Mountain was one such choice, and your role as an undercover agent is another. Life is devoid of perfection. To gain something, one must trade something else, much like what you have just relinquished. Your virtue, not far from that small town. Another man is making his own choice. His decision is no less consequential than mine back then, to soar to great heights or to sink silently into oblivion. It all depends on his fate. Before long, Wuchang received a direct order from Commander Shui Shan. Dark Horse Company, I have officially accepted you. You are now part of the Empire's counter-offensive army. I command you to immediately reorganize the scattered soldiers on the battlefield. Gather those disarrayed troops and launch an immediate assault on Jinlu Town. Capture and hold Jinlu Town until reinforcements arrive. Wuchang was taken aback to discover that the order directed at him was issued by Commander Shui Shan himself, effectively quashing his ambitions to advance northward. He had no choice but to obediently begin consolidating the disorganized troops in preparation for the assault on Jinlu Town. Brothers ahead, which faction do you belong to? We are the Dark Horse Company, appointed by Commander Shui to personally gather the scattered troops. Come quickly. The military headquarters has ordered us to charge directly at Jinlu Town. What? Who are you? I don't know you. Show me the command document from the commander. By heavens, it's real? My apologies, Commander. I am truly sorry. The reputation of the Dark Horse Company was rather lackluster. along the way of consolidation, had it not been for the document personally signed by Shueshan, they would have struggled to gather even a single squad. Fortunately, through collective effort, within half a day, the Dark Horse Company had consolidated nearly a battalion of disordered soldiers. Now, Wuchang found himself accompanied by a robust force of almost 2,000 men. Truly taking on a semblance of scale, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Wuchang and his men finally appeared on the outskirts of the high ground, gazing at the ancient town of Jinlu bathed in the twilight glow, and at the church bell tower standing resilient amidst the ravages of war at the town center. Wuchang raised his visor and turned to his comrades, declaring, "Many of you are seeing me for the first time. I know what you are thinking. Surely, many of you harbor doubts, wondering what qualifications a mere company commander, fresh to the battlefield, possesses to lead you. Do not mock, for I am acutely aware of your thoughts. However, I assure you, even if I possess no other talents, I can at least guarantee that I will lead from the front, charging ahead in the vanguard. Should you find me lagging behind in this battle, you are free to withdraw from the conflict at any time, and I promise you shall not face military punishment. But, if I am the first to charge and you choose to play the coward, I will not hesitate to turn back and take your heads. Do not underestimate our battle armor. It is more formidable than you think. Do you all comprehend?" Wuchang's words struck a chord with this motley crew of soldiers, who thrived on such rhetoric. Led by Luo Hu, a chorus of leaders sprang to their feet, proclaiming, "Do not belittle us. We are seasoned veterans who have fought across 2 planets, as long as you lead the charge. We shall not falter." Wuchang nodded, affirming that courage would be proven on the battlefield. With that, he turned and sprinted up the slope, closely followed by over 200 brothers of the Black Horse Company. Behind them surged a sea of infantry, the so-called cannon fodder. The assault on Jinlu town commenced as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. After a day of relentless combat, the defending forces, having repelled countless enemy assaults, found the surrounding fields littered with corpses. Exhaustion had set in among the defenders, as the tens of thousands of hunters within the town had been on high alert for an entire day. They had not even had the luxury of a meal or a sip of water. As night began to cloak the land, the soldiers finally had a moment to breathe, allowing their nerves to relax slightly. Just when the hunters thought they could enjoy a peaceful dinner, a young recruit, wide-eyed, fixated on a small grove to the north, his mouth agape as if it could hold an apple, yet he could utter not a word. "The enemy, enemy, enemy!" The stammering recruit prompted an old veteran nearby to kick a sandbag in frustration, cursing, "What is there to be afraid of? This is the north. It's probably just a bunch of clueless Matu people who took a wrong turn. Do you really think elite troops could emerge from the north?" The latter part of the veteran's words caught in his throat, his eyes wide with fear, exceeding that of the new recruit. "Damn it, we're under attack, a group of melee soldiers. Son of a gun, melee soldiers." The shout sent hundreds of soldiers leaping to their feet, fixated on the approaching harbingers of death, all exclaiming in unison, "By God, they are truly melee soldiers." In the blink of an eye, the entire garrison of hunters was roused. Everyone knew how rare melee soldiers were. Neither side would deploy such precious assets unless absolutely necessary. Yet today, it was inexplicably bizarre, for the north, clearly the hunters' territory, was suddenly overrun by a throng of frenzied armored melee combatants. True to form, the veterans unleashed a barrage of heavy machine gun fire. Like a summer storm, pouring energy projectiles relentlessly, while shoulder-launched missiles rained down without restraint. Some veterans even dashed back to the town to retrieve heavy artillery. Unfortunately, they faced a swarm of melee soldiers who had accelerated to their maximum speed. Cloaked in chameleon camouflage and protected by electromagnetic barriers, rendering the radar systems within Jinlu town blind, the Black Horse Company had nearly reached the edge of the grove before they were spotted with the naked eye. Wuchang was soaring. He truly was flying. Although the angelic wings on his back were inactive due to a lack of energy, his 4-segmented martial prowess allowed him to maximize the agility of the armored assailants. Every muscle in Wuchang's body was taut, infused with the power of the dragon and tiger bestowed by his divine skill, the force captured by a magical light membrane. Simultaneously, over 200,000 micromotors within his armor consumed vast amounts of energy in an instant, resulting in an explosive surge of power. Wuchang caught a glimpse of the energy gauge from the corner of his eye, the mercury column plummeting sharply, a direct consequence of the simultaneous high-speed activation of the motors. If one word could encapsulate Wu Chang's current velocity, it would be light. On the battlefield, a silver streak pierced the enemy ranks, and along this direct path of assault, dozens of massive stones lay crushed beneath Wu Chang's feet. Starkly visible in the center of the battlefield, perish! A flash of silver light erupted as Wu Chang crashed through a 2-meter-tall, 1-meter-thick sandbag wall, sending a cloud of crimson sand and debris swirling around the breach. In an instant, the tightly fortified defenses of Jinlu town were shattered. Wu Chang's successful breakthrough ignited the fervor of all behind him, as the soldiers of the Black Horse Company erupted into cheers. Their feet pounded the earth, alloy boots shattering countless rocks, with every stride propelling them 4 to 5 meters forward. When they leaped high, they resembled war gods, soaring to heights of 4 to 5 meters, covering distances of over 10 meters in a single bound. Upon turning to see over 200 soldiers of the Black Horse Company racing forward, some even leaping into the air, Wu Chang was suddenly reminded of scenes from the Animal Planet in his past life. The great African savanna, where migrating wildebeests and fleeing antelopes galloped in unison, was strikingly reminiscent of the spectacle before him. Magnificent, truly magnificent. One breakthrough leads to another, and with 3 successful penetrations, the Jinlu defense line was thoroughly breached. Over 200 armored melee soldiers transformed into a battalion of humanoid war machines, each charge carving a bloody path. Those who stand in my way shall die. Ruli, exhausted yet unstoppable, barreled forward like a human cannonball, colliding with the stone bell tower. The ancient structure, standing for centuries, crumbled under Ruli's onslaught, sending the copper bell and 2 hunter intelligence officers plummeting into the ruins. As the frenzied Ruli emerged from the rubble, he grasped a bloodied head in each hand, evidently the severed heads of the 2 intelligence officers. Stop showing off. Get into the fight immediately. We need to conduct a full penetration within the town. I demand chaos. We must not allow them to deploy heavy weaponry. Wu Chang, brandishing a blood-soaked heavy sword like a deity of death, stood atop the sandbags, directing his comrades in a tactical engagement throughout the town. At that moment, the scattered soldiers Wu Chang had just rallied were utterly dumbfounded. They understood the prowess of melee soldiers, yet these cannon-fodder infantry had never before been deemed worthy of fighting alongside them, leaving them with no true comprehension of the melee soldiers' capabilities. Many soldiers nervously gripped their assault rifles, fingering their grenades, their minds racing with questions. How did we breach their defenses? How on earth did it happen so swiftly? How are we supposed to fight now? It was then that an old veteran named Luo who hurled his military cap to the ground, shouting at his comrades, "Did you not look down upon them? Did you not feel indignant? What now? They've overwhelmed us with over 200 of their own. Put away your shameless schemes. I know what filth lies in your hearts. You thought you could belittle them simply because they are recruits? Now, what do you have to say? Are you all suddenly mute?" Luo who bellowed, "Brothers of the Mountain Division, do not disgrace our fallen commander. Charge! All of you, charge!" The soldiers of the Mountain Division surged forward, pouring every ounce of strength into the fray, while the junior officers of other units flushed with determination. Damn it, I've been risking my life for too long, and with a commander like this, what's left to hide? All of you, charge with me. These junior officers, suddenly invigorated, transformed follow me into charge with me, each racing to the front lines, in the face of overwhelming defeat. The hunters' defending forces found themselves devoid of melee soldiers, and even heavy armored vehicles were scarce. The only resource they had in abundance was human life. The lives of over 10,000 cannon-fodder infantry could not withstand the onslaught of the ravenous death incarnate. And gradually, the hunters began to crumble. Retreat. We are all infantry, mere cannon fodder. We cannot fight back, indeed. We don't even have body armor. What are we supposed to do? Withdraw, retreat east and west, and then circle back to the north. The soldiers' retreating sentiment infected the junior officers, first scattering the ragtag infantry, followed by entire squads and platoons fleeing for their lives. The war lasted barely over an hour before a rout became inevitable. Wu Chang stood atop a building, surveying the vast expanse of fleeing soldiers, calling out, "Do not pursue the desperate. Let us cleanse the town and safeguard our hard-won victory. Clear the battlefield and fortify our defenses." At this moment, over 1,000 soldiers harbored no lingering defiance. They executed Wu Chang's orders without reservation. Some astute soldiers dispersed around the town, hoping to rally more of their scattered comrades, while others began reconstructing defensive positions. Wu Chang, meanwhile, commenced surveying several critical strongholds within the town, his first stop being a small thermonuclear power plant at the town center. This underground bunker, spanning over 800 square meters, housed the thermonuclear reactor constructed by the Hunters, a colossal alloy coffin exceeding 100 square meters filled with radioactive materials, generating the energy required to sustain the war efforts of Jinlu Town. The energy from the reactor requires a portion to undergo solidification treatment to produce the urgently needed energy rods, while another portion is directed to a small arms factory in the west. This factory may not produce much else, but it is capable of manufacturing energy grenades and hand grenades. Qian Sun had previously worked in such a factory and was quite familiar with the blueprints on the walls. There is also a small food processing plant here, which consumes an astonishing 1/3 of the energy daily, indicating its considerable scale. Wu Chang gazed with great interest at the thermal nuclear power station before him, marveling at how advanced thermal nuclear technology had become, capable of such miniaturization. What Wu Chang was unaware of was that Jinlu Town had been under the management of the Hunters for over a century. To maintain a long-term presence here, the Hunters had equipped the entire town with countless high-grade defensive weapons, such as permanent bunkers and large-caliber energy cannons, all of which were present in the town. Today, it was Wu Chang and his companions who had come to launch a surprise attack, utilizing camouflage from their war armor and electromagnetic shields, enabling them to strike unexpectedly from close range. Without such equipment, the Black Horse Battalion would likely suffer significant casualties under the bombardment of energy cannons. Even if they managed to breach the defenses, he instructed Luo Hu and the others to promptly repair the defensive cannons and find some experts to operate them, for they might need to hold their ground for several days. He also notified all the brothers of the Black Horse Battalion to head to the energy solidification plant immediately to equip their armor with energy rods. From this day forth, they would wear their battle armor during meals and while sleeping. As Wu Chang and his companions left the nuclear power station and approached the energy solidification plant, they noticed several soldiers carrying out corpses. Report, Commander. These bastards were hiding inside and attempted to detonate the factory. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, they would have succeeded. Wu Chang nodded and turned to Mary, instructing her to remember their names and report them after the battle, ensuring that no one's contributions would be overlooked. As they spoke and walked, the sight of the towering stacks of energy rods in the room caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. Goodness, how can there be so many? Not to mention just one Black Horse Battalion. Even 10 would not exhaust this supply. The standard energy rod for the Black Horse Battalion measures 20 centimeters in length and comes in pairs. Thanks to Ming He, who had secured a significant quantity of bayonet military supplies for Wu Chang, including additional energy storage compartments for the war armor, the raider suits of the Black Horse Battalion could accommodate 4 energy rods simultaneously. This capability allowed them to fight from dawn until dusk, including a lengthy period of aerial flight. The prowess of the bayonet military supplies was evident in the details. Before Wu Chang and his companions lay a nearly new energy rod production line. The energy transported from the nuclear power station was partially converted through an energy conversion device, crafting robust magical energy casings capable of storing vast amounts of pure electrical energy. Generally, in about 3 minutes, a single energy rod suitable for armor use would be completed. This was Wu Chang's first encounter with an energy rod production line. He stood mesmerized by the machine, which emanated an aura of magic. For a full half hour, observing as 10 energy rods emerged from the assembly line, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Marvelous, truly marvelous. The intangible energy can be solidified. This is nothing short of a miracle." Beside him, Lu Li, unable to catch Wu Chang's mumbling, asked, "Boss, what did you just say?" Wu Chang quickly shook his head, dismissing it as nothing, and suggested they check out the arms factory, hoping the equipment there remained intact. Indeed, fortune favored the traversers, for the arms factory before Wu Chang was also unscathed. There were a full 10 production lines for various types of ammunition, 2 for hand grenades, 1 for shoulder-mounted missiles, and 1 for large-caliber energy shells. Most excitingly, all this equipment was fully automated, easily operable by just 2 or 3 individuals familiar with computers. Wu Chang paused beside a bullet production line, watching as brass casings moved along the conveyor belt, first receiving a sturdy magical energy shell, shaping into bullets, before being transported to the next process. Intrigued, he followed the conveyor belt, and when he saw the charging machine begin to energize the empty bullet shells, he realized that the principle behind these energy bullets was akin to that of the energy rods. The brass casing acted as the trigger, while the energy solidification technology replaced traditional metal bullet shells. Inside the solidified energy casing was pure energy, which constituted the bullet's explosive force. At that moment, Merlin approached Wu Chang, curiously asking, "Haven't you seen bullet production before? I worked part-time during my youth, going to the arms factory every week to earn pocket money. I could operate this equipment with my eyes closed." The electronic firing device in the rifle releases a miniature electric arc, triggering a violent reaction in the stable energy within the bullet casing via the brass primer. When the compressed solid-state energy attempts to expand and revert to its intangible form, an explosion ensues. Wu Chang understood and continued, "Then, the ferocious energy tears apart the external energy confinement, transforming into the energy beams we are familiar with to strike the enemy. The vibrations and recoil stem from this. Witnessing it in reality was far more enlightening than reading books or watching videos. It was much more memorable." Although Wu Chang had gleaned considerable knowledge of this world's foundational technology from various materials, nothing compared to first-hand observation. As Wu Chang and Merlin inspected the latest models of munitions production lines, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, followed by the breathless voices of Mary and Lu Li. Boss, you should take a look." Ugh. Before they could finish, both Mary and Lu Li leaned against a pillar, violently retching. Wu Chang and Merlin exchanged bewildered looks. Hadn't they gone to inspect the food processing plant? How could they return so quickly, only to be sick? Wu Chang tossed the bullet he had been examining back into the ammunition box and, accompanied by Merlin, exited the arms factory, heading towards the northern food processing plant. All vital equipment in Jinlu Town was housed deep within underground bunkers, especially the food processing plant, for the hunters prioritized food over ammunition. As Wu Chang and his brothers entered the underground facility, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses. Under the cold fluorescent lights, an unforgettable scene was etched into Wu Chang's mind. People. Why are there so many corpses? Even someone as bold as Wu Chang found himself stammering in fear. For the sight before him was beyond his wildest nightmares. Before him lay a canned goods production line, with iron hooks hanging from the ceiling conveyor belt. Suspended on these hooks were the bodies of humans, gutted and lifeless. Their grayish-white eyes no longer held any spark of life. They merely hung their heads, staring at the blood-soaked floor, their expressions frozen in terror and despair. Chopped entrails mingled with filthy soil and blood. Piled in a corner, with two large iron shovels stuck into the heap of organs. On the wall beside the shovels, in bright red paint, the words military dog food were scrawled at that point. Wu Chang could no longer endure. He leaned against the wall, feeling nauseous but unable to vomit. A wave of dizziness surged through his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had not noticed that in this blood-soaked workshop, the black diamonds hidden within his military uniform suddenly stirred to life, wisps of dark energy beginning to swirl around him. Perhaps influenced by this dark energy, despite his revulsion, Wu Chang was unable to expel the contents of his stomach. He found the gruesome scene utterly abhorrent but could not tear his gaze away. The humans hanging from the hooks were both male and female, young and old, with even 6- or 7-year-old children among them. Looking at the robust men, one could tell from their muscles that they once possessed boundless strength. Their thick, calloused hands testified to their roles as diligent breadwinners. They could have been farmers or workers, using their hard-earned labor to support their families, their sweat once bringing endless joy to their households. Yet now, they lay dead on the assembly line of the canned goods factory, their flesh, fat, and skin destined to be ground into piles of meat inside tin cans. Then there was the seasoned soldier. His tattoos hinted at his military branch. He was an armored soldier. Observing the calluses on his thumb and index finger, it was clear he was a battle-hardened veteran who had once protected the homelands of the Matua people with his firearms and had fought back against invaders under the command of emperors. The fallen veteran was unaware that countless artists on the planet of San Haixing were singing his praises, nor did he know that millions awaited news of his victory on the news channels. Perhaps he only knew that on a distant planet, his wife and children were eagerly anticipating his return. Yet they would never imagine that their son, husband, and father, a respected defender of their homeland, would soon become mere sustenance for another's stomach, his flesh and blood transformed into energy for the invader's survival. Let us turn back and behold once more that enchanting figure with flowing hair. It is the lifeless form of a girl, devoid of color, a young maiden whose allure is enough to incite a crime. Yet now, her abdomen has been cruelly opened, her exquisite body ravaged. Observe her alabaster skin, her proud bosom, her elongated legs, and her delicate curves, all complemented by her dignified features and cascading tresses. We can only imagine how captivating she once was. Perhaps countless boys have pursued her, and countless girls have envied her. But all of that has come to a halt. The wheel of her fate has shattered. Countless eyes, indifferent to the horror before them, fixate on the gruesome tableau, lingering upon the child suspended in midair. He can no longer contain his emotions, a torrent of violent negativity enveloping him. A long wail reverberates, startling the entire town of Jinlu. Soldiers rush in, bewildered by the turmoil besieging Commander Wuchang. At this moment, visions of hell flood Wuchang's mind, the 18 hells depicted by his master flickering before his eyes like a film reel. Not only that, but cannibals, biohumans, and countless other grotesque beings emerge. Wuchang teeters on the brink of madness. This overwhelming rage torments him, threatening to unravel his sanity. From this day forth, the Black Horse Brigade shall leave no survivors. They shall slay the hunters, eradicate more hunters, annihilate every last hunter. At this juncture, Wuchang's fury and the bloody scene before him have influenced all the soldiers. The gathered troops howl like a pack of wolves. Slay the hunters, eradicate every last hunter. Their wrath reaches a fever pitch. Just as hatred and anger threaten to consume them, a sudden wail of a child brings them to a standstill, for it is unmistakably the cry of a little one. The room fills with people scouring for the source of the sound. And suddenly, behind a pile of processed canned goods, they discover a large iron cage from which the cries emanate. "Grandpa, I'm scared. Are there bad people coming? Are the villains from the movies coming out?" Upon closer inspection, they find that the source of the weeping is a 7 or 8-year-old girl, her body caked in mud. She clings to a frail old man, sobbing. "Commander, there are survivors." The soldiers erupt in excitement. Miraculously, there are still living residents in Jinlu. A miracle, indeed. The cage is filthy, containing 9 individuals barely clinging to life. These naked, vacant-eyed men and women have clearly lost their sanity, leaning against the bars, muttering incoherently, their eyes devoid of the spark of humanity. "Quick, open the cage, rescue them." Mary is the first to shout, but at that moment, the crying girl wails again. "Grandpa, save me, speak to me. Are the villains from the movie really coming out? I'm scared." It is only then that Wuchang and the others realize that this old man and the girl in his arms are the only sane humans within the cage, the only ones who have not lost their minds. The old man finally speaks, smiling as he holds the girl. "They are not bad people. They are the horse-headed soldiers that Grandpa has told you about, sent by His Majesty the Emperor to rescue us. Remember? Didn't I tell you this story since you were little?" In the distant Sanhai Star, there lies a magnificent and beautiful city, where one can gaze upon the Horsehead Nebula in the depths of the sea. It is home to our great Guangwu Emperor. Fear not, the Emperor has not forgotten us. He is training many soldiers who will one day pierce the heavens and come to our side. Now, at last, they have arrived. Our nightmare is about to end. 122 The Fairy Tale of Jume. The frail old man recounts a sorrowful tale, one that has comforted the little girl throughout her childhood. From her birth to her blindness, and ultimately to this human canning factory. Countless writers, screenwriters, and directors have sought to express the suffering of the inhabitants of occupied planets through various artistic forms, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that reality is far more tragic than any artistic portrayal. Many atrocities are beyond the imagination of those living in peace. The weak old man gazes at his granddaughter, cradled in Mary's arms, who is savoring chocolate, and tears stream down his face. This child lost her sight to poison gas at a young age. It is her misfortune, yet also his greatest blessing. Though she is blind, she need not confront this hell. She can live blissfully in a fairy tale. From the day she lost her sight, I have been telling her this cinematic story, assuring her that everything she hears is merely a film, a play orchestrated by a director. We are all actors in this grand performance, and all the suffering we encounter is not real. It is merely the director's arrangement. We may be starving and freezing, but fear not. It is all a ruse. Once this movie concludes, we shall have warm homes and an abundance of food, as our loved ones vanish one by one. Fear not, the director has merely sent them out for location shoots. Upon reaching this point, the old man can speak no more, covering his face as he weeps profusely. For over 10 minutes he sobs. Finally catching his breath, I merely concocted a story to comfort my granddaughter. I hope that even if she must face death, she can depart this world peacefully, enveloped in the fairy tale, woe unto her. She is but a single soul, traversing this world. How could I allow her to leave burdened with endless painful memories? We adults are unable to provide her with a fairy tale childhood. I can only fabricate one. Until 3 months ago, our family was hunted from the mountains to this place. I witnessed my fellow villagers slaughtered before my eyes, my son and daughter-in-law hanging upon iron hooks. My tears have long since dried, my screams exhausted. Those destined for madness have succumbed. At that moment, the old man's gaze suddenly grew resolute. From the instant that everyone began to lose their sanity, I resolved that I could not succumb. I must live, for my granddaughter needs my protection. I cannot alter her inevitable fate, but I can change her mindset. I can ensure she leaves this world with a smile. Upon reaching this point in his tale, everyone is moved. Not a single person in the room remains dry-eyed. The abhorrent food processing factory has touched the very depths of humanity, compelling all the horse-headed imperial soldiers to salute the old man. The night wind lashes against Wu Chang's face, the air thick with the stench of blood and the acrid scent of smoke. He has stood atop the high ground for over an hour. Lost in thought since exiting the factory, the girl known as Jume, blind from a young age, has been preliminarily diagnosed by Mary. The years of blindness render any possibility of restoration impossible. Even a corneal transplant would be futile. It seems Jume is destined to spend her life in darkness. As for the old man, Mary can only sigh. He is at the end of his tether, sustained solely by the flicker of hope for his granddaughter. Now that his heart has been set free, his time is likely short. Just as Wu Chang finds himself consumed by sorrow and frustration, a commotion behind him erupts in nearby houses, accompanied by the little girl's cries. Wu Chang's heart sinks. He knows something has gone awry. Upon rushing into the room, he discovers that the old man has taken his own life against the wall. On the table lies a piece of paper bearing simple words. I have but little time left. To continue living is merely to waste food and endure suffering. Before I die, knowing Jume is cared for and witnessing our horse-headed people reclaiming what is ours, I am content. The food just consumed was the most delicious I have tasted in over a decade. I am satisfied to perish as a glutton. Amidst the sorrowful sounds, Wu Chang's heart suddenly clears. There is no greater grief than a heart that has died. The old man's heart had long been extinguished. The loss of loved ones, the slaughter of his son and daughter-in-law before his very eyes. Each blow had stripped him of the will to live. Now that his last concern has found resolution, the old man can depart this world at peace, seeking his loved ones. For such an old man, death is indeed a release. Wu Chang cradles the weeping Jume, wiping the snot from her face. Jume, do not fear. Grandpa and your parents have gone out for location shoots. Before he left, he asked me to tell you to grow up happily. When your hair flows down to your waist and you stand tall, Grandpa, along with your parents and all your relatives, will return to see you. Is that true? Uncle, are you not deceiving me? Jume ceases her sobbing, earnestly questioning Wu Chang. Yet he is overwhelmed by her innocent expression. Tears streaming down his face. Uncle did not deceive you. When you grow up, you will have the warmest home under the heavens. After settling down Jume, Wu Chang summoned Xiansun and instructed him to compile all our experiences from the day, including this inhumane human processing factory, and transmit this intelligence and evidence to the command post. I am convinced that the Empire will find this information exceedingly valuable, for it serves as an unparalleled weapon in psychological warfare. Wu Chang's report reached the rear command post within 10 minutes. For reasons unknown, the overall commander of the Jinlu Highlands campaign placed great importance on Wu Chang's intelligence. After receiving the report, he forwarded it in duplicate to the May celebration vessel without even glancing at it. At this moment, Yimei was grappling with insomnia. Ever since she accepted the command of the space fleet, her sleep had been severely disrupted, particularly after hearing about Wu Chang's predicament that morning, making it even more challenging for her to find rest. Just as she prepared to take 2 sleeping pills to rest, a violent banging resounded from the distant cabin door. On the May celebration vessel, aside from Uncle Gubei, no one dared to knock on Yimei's door. As the noise erupted, several maidservants immediately recognized the arrival of the general and hastily opened the door. Princess, Wu Chang has sent the latest intelligence. He has successfully captured Jinlu town and is currently setting up defensive positions. Startled, Yimei leaped from her bed and ran barefoot to the study outside her bedroom. Upon quickly scanning the intelligence report, her expression transformed into a vivid tapestry of emotions. Reinforcements. Wu Chang urgently requires reinforcements. Xueshan's plan is cunningly devised. He intends to use Wu Chang as bait, hoping to engage the hunters in a war of attrition, risking lives. Yimei, having received elite education since childhood, immediately discerned Xueshan's scheme. Gubei furrowed his brow and remarked that it was not only Xueshan. It was likely that the hunter leader, Xiao Kuei, shared the same intentions. With Wu Chang leading 300 combatants, even with over 1,000 supporting irregulars, capturing the Jinlu highlands defended by 10,000 troops would not be a simple task. The hunters would undoubtedly hold back. It was probable that Xiao Kuei's strategy also involved encircling and cutting off reinforcements. Yimei became increasingly anxious, pacing barefoot on the carpet, muttering to herself, "What should we do now? Not only the hunters, but even within our ranks, there are those who wish for Wu Chang's demise, that cold-blooded fellow." Xueshan would never heed my words. Observing the agitated princess, Gubei could no longer contain himself. "We must send supplies immediately. Wu Chang and his men surely require war material. While there is a small arms factory in Jinlu town, it can only produce the most basic munitions, and many crucial components must be delivered by us. Do not hesitate. The army will certainly not provide support to Wu Chang. They will only commend him verbally, allowing him to continue risking his life. Moreover, what he needs most right now is food. It is impossible to hold out long-term without sustenance." At the mention of food, Yimei immediately recalled the horrific human processing factory from the videos. The pampered princess felt nauseated at the thought. Gubei's words made her cover her mouth and rush to the restroom. "You go down and arrange supplies for Wu Chang and his men. Ugh, our people. We must save ourselves. Ugh." The intelligence submitted from the planet was in duplicate. While Yimei read it, Army Commander Xueshan was also perusing it.at that moment. Xueshan had just moved his bed to the porthole, cradling the secretary he had recently conquered, yet his gaze remained fixed on the planet's outside point. 300 brave souls captured the Jinlu highlands in a single charge. It seemed Xiao Kuei's ambitions align with mine. This unexpected pawn that appeared on the battlefield truly was an anomaly. Now it remained to be seen whether they could make effective use of it. Xueshan muttered to himself for some time, while the naked beauty in his arms, wary of interrupting his thoughts, memorized every word he uttered. As she pondered the implications of his remarks, she turned to Long Air and said, "Do not think I am unaware of everything. Even with the Grand Princess backing him, if he angers me, I will still take his life." Had it not been for the Black Horse Battalion's fortuitous survival during the incident and subsequent capture of the Jinlu Highlands, do you think I would let him go? Just because he commands a Tyrannosaurus battalion, he believes he is a treasure of the Empire. Without waiting for the secretary to respond, he mounted his horse once more and charged forward, filling the room with the cries of the beauty. Meanwhile, Jinlu town had succumbed to slumber. Aside from a few patrolling sentinels, the rest had fallen into a deep sleep, especially the weary soldiers of the Black Horse Battalion, who had retired early. Although the armored warfare was advantageous, the prolonged exertion took a toll on their stamina, and the limited rations they carried had long been depleted. However, the food left by the hunters was untouched. No one dared to touch it, and merely the thought of it could induce nausea. Many soldiers fell asleep in hunger, dreaming of their favorite feasts. The soldiers rested, but the officers could not. Wu Chang and his men stood atop the ruins of the town's tallest clock tower, using infrared binoculars to survey the surrounding red lights, listening to the distant sounds of battle and explosions, their hearts filled with trepidation. "What do you think the situation is like outside? Why is it so quiet here? The more silent it becomes, the more unsettled I feel." The old soldier's instincts often prove to be remarkably accurate. Although Wu Chang was a rookie in this life, he was a transmigrator, having accumulated considerable experience in warfare during his previous life as a mercenary in Africa and South America. When Wu Chang sensed the ominous presence of danger, the melee outside Jinlu town had not ceased, even in the pitch-black night. The commanders of the Ma-Tu Empire could not fathom what had driven Song Kafu mad, as he had deployed over 500 seasoned bloodhand veterans in the dead of night. Once these experienced armored combatants entered the battlefield, they turned the tide decisively in the pitch-dark night. The hills, dense forests, and mountains surrounding Jinlu town became the battleground for the bloodhand warriors. These seasoned veterans formed basic combat teams of 3, relying solely on experience rather than any formal battle plans. They charged toward the areas with the most enemies, not seeking to kill them all, but aiming to disrupt the Ma-Tu forces organization. Aside from the 10-kilometer diameter around Jinlu town, they could engage as they pleased. Song Kafu's orders were quite simple. This commander, who had a penchant for cannibalism, had just borrowed over 500 bloodhand veterans from Commander Xiao Kuei and immediately sent them into battle with vague combat directives. However, the bloodhands did not disappoint him. Nor would they let Commander Xiao Kuei down. The elite warriors of the Hunter Expeditionary Force, combined with an additional 200,000 infantry, caused an immediate reversal in the enemy's situation around Jinlu town. The Ma-Tu infantry, already disoriented and confused, stood no chance against these butchers. Makeshift defenses crumbled instantly as the bloodhand phantoms moved stealthily across the battlefield. The newly arrived reinforcements from the hunters were meticulous, swiftly defeating enemy units and immediately beginning to establish fortified positions. Their strategic intent to gradually encroach upon the enemy was unmistakable. As night deepened, the fighting grew increasingly brutal. Over 100,000 Ma-Tu coalition troops could no longer hold their ground, and panic spread rapidly from one corner of the battlefield to the other. Countless soldiers fled southward, lamenting that they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. Some even discarded their backpacks and weapons in their haste. In the command post located to the south of the fleeing soldiers, the unfortunate commander was at a loss for words. He contacted General Shueshan, feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. "General, let the Tyrannosaurus battalion come to our aid. We simply cannot hold out any longer. The hunters have gone mad. Song Kafu has even deployed the bloodhands." The commander was drenched in sweat. In the years since the Ironwood Star's counteroffensive began, the Empire had faced its share of defeats, yet never had there been a rout of over 100,000 troops. The weight of this responsibility was too great for him to bear. Unfortunately, no matter how he pleaded, Shueshan remained silent, simply listening until he finally uttered a calm reminder. "Do you remember the military oath you took before the campaign began?" With that, he abruptly ended the communication. Now drenched in sweat, the commander trembled as he lit a cigarette, taking a long drag that failed to calm his nerves. Ultimately, he downed half a bottle of red wine, which offered him a slight reprieve. "My wife. My daughter. I can only bid you farewell." Before he could finish, a muffled gunshot echoed through the room as the hapless commander took his own life. Further south from this command post lay a small city named Silver River City, where the childhood home of Qiansun once stood. Now, it had transformed into the rear base for the Ma-Tu Empire, serving as a rest area for the Tyrannosaurus Combat Battalion and many other troops. In the conference room of the Tyrannosaurus fighting camp, Commander Long Air was suffering a headache as he listened to the incessant chatter of several subordinates, with the most boisterous being the Bald Eagle and Green Eyes. Today, these company commanders had heard of the Bloodhand's significant mobilization and were eager to take action. They relentlessly pressured Long Air, urging him to issue the order to engage, with some even invoking the name of the Grand Princess. "Commander, my dear brother, just give the order. With the Grand Princess backing us, not even the military headquarters would dare to stir trouble. If need be, I, Green Eyes, will take the punishment for you," Green Eyes said with a cheeky grin. At that moment, another general, the Bald Eagle, spoke up, his tone more somber and his words measured. "Commander, our Tyrannosaurus camp has not undertaken a mission for 4 consecutive months. If we continue to languish, our morale will surely deteriorate. I too support the suggestion to deploy." His words were met with unanimous agreement from the room. Long Air gazed at the brothers who had followed him for many years, understanding that this was not a rebellion nor a coup. These comrades, bound by brotherhood, were genuinely restless. However, he had just received a warning from Yanzi. Shueshan was already aware of his unilateral actions against Wuchang and was currently in a foul mood. To incite unrest at this moment would indeed be courting death. The Tyrannosaurus was fierce and proud, but before General Shueshan, all of Tyrannosaurus' temper was but a mere trifle silence. Long Air slammed the table. Rising to his feet, Are you all plotting a rebellion? Are you tired of living well? Let me make this clear. Without the Supreme Commander's orders, anyone who acts on their own will face execution. I am not joking. If you doubt me, then go ahead and try. The brothers had rarely seen their commander so stern, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy with silence. No one dared to utter a word. This night was destined to be sleepless, as many were watching the Jinlu battlefield, including General Xiao Kuei, the overall commander of the hunters. In a picturesque ancient castle, he stood on the terrace, gazing over the vast plains. The general was savoring a drink, relishing the sound of the wind rustling through the wheat, a melodious reminder of the fertile fields of his homeland. Seated across from him was Song Kafu, who had just rushed in from the front lines, stuffing his mouth with steak and occasionally pouring spirits down his throat. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Here at your command, Commander, is the only place in the expeditionary forces where I can enjoy a taste of home. It truly satisfies my cravings. Heh, is it better than the human meat cans you produced? Xiao Kuei asked with a smile in his eyes. Please don't remind me. During that most difficult year, our division dined on human flesh daily, and even our burps reeked of sweat. Song Kafu's words made Xiao Kuei frown, as he found the topic rather distasteful and quickly took a sip of his drink to shift the conversation. Kafu, you are a seasoned veteran. I wholeheartedly support your plan of surrounding and attacking. Using this Dark Horse battalion as bait is indeed a clever choice, but your theatrics have gone too far. Haven't they? Over 10,000 men, yet 300 combatants managed to scatter them. If their combat effectiveness is so weak, you, as their commander, must bear the responsibility. Kafu's face flushed. Commander, please don't demote me further. I've already been reduced from Army Group Commander to Division Commander. If I go any lower, I'll be a mere foot soldier. To be honest, I too was quite surprised by this outcome. Who would have thought that this Dark Horse battalion could procure 300 sets of chameleon paint, an extraordinary artifact? Our entire expeditionary force has only 10 sets. Who would have guessed that a single battalion could be so affluent? And those electromagnetic barriers, my men tested them. They were produced by none other than the assault troopers. This is a group of tycoons. Just as Kafu was about to continue, Xiao Kuei raised a hand to halt him. The depths of the Dark Horse battalion are profound. While I agree with your use of them as bait, I do not agree with employing this battalion as bait. Kafu was left utterly confused. What do you mean? Do you agree or not? The Dark Horse Battalion is Yimei's private army, a battalion she has invested heavily in, with a target value that is certainly substantial, a perfect candidate for bait. However, Wu Chang, the commander of this battalion, is not suitable for such a role. You must ensure he is not harmed. Kafu was now completely bewildered. He could hardly fathom that the overall commander of 3 million expeditionary forces would know the name of a newly appointed battalion commander. The fact that such a minor commander had left an impression on Xiao Kuei, who seemed concerned for his well-being, was utterly illogical and terrifying. General, how do you possess such detailed intelligence, even knowing about a mere battalion commander? Unbeknownst to Wu Chang, countless individuals were keeping a close watch on him from afar. At this moment, he was unable to sleep, as the rout of soldiers began to appear in large numbers from around 3 in the morning. This was the defensive zone of the Dark Horse Battalion of the Matu Empire, and the brothers across were reporting their unit numbers, sending over their enemy identification codes. Stand by, prepare to stand by, be careful, or I will open fire. Dark Horse Battalion? What Dark Horse Battalion? I've never heard of it. We belong to the 5th Mountain Division. We are utterly lost and scattered, unable to find our organization. We are from the Double Moon Armored Battalion. Our commander has perished, our company scattered, and now we are merely a ragtag group of several companies. Brothers on the other side, we can still fight. Let us into the town. In Wu Chang's eyes, the chaotic rout of soldiers made it seem as if a flock of ducks was in conference, causing a headache with their clamoring. Not only was it noisy, but many unruly individuals wore expressions of defiance. Even a fool could see that if it weren't for their fear of the assault trooper armor, this group of routs would have long since thrown the defenses into disarray. Is there any water? Is there any food? Brothers, I haven't had a drop to drink or a grain to eat for an entire day. Exactly, give us food. Why do you ignore us, your allies, as we face death? If it weren't for us holding back the Blood Hand, do you think you could have captured Jinlu Town? We need to eat. We need to drink. The famished routs were gathering in increasing numbers, and the situation outside the town became exceedingly dire. Wu Chang leaped atop a sandbag, raising his voice to yell, "Shut the hell up! Is there any reason to complain after a defeat? Let me be clear. I am the highest commander of Jinlu Town, personally appointed by Commander Xue Shan. I have the authority to gather all routes." Wu Chang activated the terminal on his wrist, magnifying Commander Xue Shan's appointment letter to an enormous size, making it conspicuous against the pitch-black night sky. "Now do you see clearly? From this moment on, you must accept the reorganization of the Dark Horse Battalion. If you wish to eat and drink, you must forget your previous identities and cast aside your rebellious spirits. My orders must be obeyed unconditionally." Wu Chang's furious reprimand, coupled with the appointment letter, silenced the soldiers present. After a brief moment of stillness, a voice shouted from the crowd, "All right, as long as you provide us food and drink, I won't die of hunger. I'll follow you. What's the big deal? We're all just cannon fodder infantry, a bunch of rubbish destined to die in 6 months. Who cares about the commander, however, if you want us to risk our lives? You must ensure we are well fed." This individual voiced the sentiments of the crowd, and countless routes shouted in unison, "Food! We want food." Only then did Wu Chang realize the truth in the old adage, "Man is iron, and food is steel. A meal not eaten leaves one restless." The routes before him had gone an entire day and night without sustenance, their eyes now gleaming like those of wolves. Yet, this presented a dilemma for Wu Chang. While he had energy bars and weapons, he lacked food. Was he truly going to resort to the supplies left behind by the hunters? At this thought, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. As dawn broke over Jinlu Town, the little high ground remained unsolved in Wu Chang's dilemma. With a pair of rabbit-like eyes, he surveyed the increasingly amassed routes before him, his heart racing with anxiety. There were now 4,000 to 5,000 routes gathered, these soldiers of the Empire, with various formations and accents, clamoring like a cacophony of ducks. No one was plotting rebellion, nor was anyone disobedient to Wu Chang's command. The routes held great admiration for the combatants who had seized Jinlu Town, but admiration alone could not fill their stomachs. Several thousand mouths could not be satisfied merely by a few encouraging words from Wu Chang. Just as Wu Chang was growing increasingly frantic, countless individuals were also on the brink of madness in the distant cosmos. Channel 3, damn it. I've told you 100 times. Can food goes through Channel 3. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. You're transporting spare parts for assault trooper armor. That goes through Channel 1. What did you say? No individual rations left. You must be joking. Did you go to the B3 storage? You fool, why did you run to the H3 storage? Inside the command room of the Enterprise aircraft carrier, 4 or 5 dispatchers were going frantic. Ever since the order from the second princess was issued at 2 in the morning, these individuals had been running around like headless chickens. Truckload after truckload of supplies was being transported out of the Enterprise's warehouses, and to everyone's surprise, a substantial amount of food was included in this batch of supplies. Canned beef, dried pork chops, individual rations, tons of chocolate, mountains of rudimentary water purifiers, and even high-altitude mineral water, a specialty reserved for officer consumption, were all being continuously transported onto the aircraft carrier by 6 large transport planes. A staggering 90 of the supplies consisted solely of food, while a mere 10 was comprised of military equipment, of which 90 represented spare parts for the Raider battle armor. The USS Enterprise, the largest aircraft carrier in the Mach 2 Advanced Fleet, bore the crucial task of seizing air superiority over the planet and simultaneously serving as a distraction in space combat. The appearance of the aircraft carrier was rather comical. Lacking the elongated hull characteristic of conventional warships, instead, it resembled a massive steel hen floating in the cosmos. Consequently, the soldiers aboard were humorously nicknamed eggs by other military branches, in the realm of cosmic warfare. The aircraft carrier's position was rather precarious, for this vessel, devoid of a main cannon, relied solely on the thousands of fighter jets nestled within its belly as its offensive weaponry. However, in space combat, these agile yet underpowered fighters were scarcely capable of inflicting any significant damage on the enemy, serving instead merely to annoy. The reason was simple. Large warships in the universe boasted remarkably robust energy shields, capable of withstanding multiple strikes equivalent to tens of millions of tons of TNT, rendering the mosquito-like fighters virtually ineffective. Throughout the history of cosmic exploration, aircraft carriers had been abandoned more than once by various nations, teetering on the brink of obsolescence. Fortunately, there remained ground wars in this world, and the Army would always require air support. Today, the eggs aboard the Enterprise were tirelessly working through the night for the garrison of Jinlu Town. While the origins of the mysterious Black Horse Battalion were unknown to many, they were well aware that this was the command of Princess Yi Mei, who had personally arrived aboard the Enterprise to oversee the mission's progress. It was evident to all that the significance of this supply mission was paramount. Under the watchful gaze of the second princess, no one dared to slack off. The Flamingo Flight Squadron, an elite force within the Imperial Air Force, was tasked with this mission. Many of its ace pilots had been personally selected by Yi Mei, including the renowned Red Arrow A and Red Arrow B. Hailing from the mountainous region of Pan Mountain State on the left bank Paradise Star and graduates of the Flamingo Flight Training Camp. These brothers had earned their remarkable nicknames due to their illustrious combat records, their performance charts perpetually trending upward. Ironically, their actual names had faded from memory. Brother, this supply mission has nearly depleted our Flamingo elite. Just what important unit warrants such an investment? Red Arrow B chatted with his comrade while waiting for the space capsule door to open. Unclear, but I've heard it's a combat unit that seems to have captured Jinlu Heights. Oh, that's impressive. If true, we should offer our support. Prepare yourselves. Jinlu Heights holds immense strategic significance, and the hunters will not idly watch us fly by. As they spoke, the indicator lights within the 12 space capsule doors turned green simultaneously, the doors gradually lifting under the immense hydraulic system's power, revealing the vast expanse of space beyond, dominated by the imposing figure of the Iron Planet. Flamingo Squadron, Skeleton Squadron, Blue Swallow Squadron, please prepare for takeoff. We will enter the launch phase in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Before long, the aircraft piloted by the Red Arrow brothers trembled slightly, and with the combined thrust of the catapult and the plane's engines, they shot into the cosmos like a bolt of lightning. The USS Enterprise's side launched a fighter jet every 6 seconds from 12 launch bays. In no time, 120 Shalom-class fighter jets formed a defensive formation, assembling in the void of space. Following this, 3 massive space capsule doors opened, and 6 enormous armed transport planes slowly emerged, swiftly joining the battle group in space. Eggs, we wish you safe travels. Your objective, Jinlu Heights, relies on you for the Allies' breakfast. Amid the command center's blessings, 120 fighter jets escorted the 6 transport planes as they hurtled toward the atmosphere. Soon, flames erupted from the friction between the aircraft and the air, trailing a long stream of fire. Despite the Ma-2 Empire's apparent advantage on the battlefield, this was merely an aggregate of comparative data. In terms of air supremacy over the planet, the Hunter's 4 aircraft carriers were indisputably the preeminent force. The Red Arrow brothers and their comrades felt a palpable tension, fully aware that the Hunters would not allow them to pass unchallenged. Just as silence enveloped the group, a stunning woman's visage appeared on the secure communication channel. Everyone recognized her as the second princess. Yemei.to the courageous warriors executing this mission, my loyal guardians, I know you are perplexed, questioning why such a significant effort is being directed toward a single battalion. Now, I can reveal the answer. Flamingo, Skeleton, Blue Swallow, each flight squadron's name echoed as Yi Mei acknowledged them. You hail from the beautiful left bank Paradise Star, and you are the pride of that world. However, you must also understand that a grave rebellion recently transpired in your homeland. One that swept across the globe. I do not wish to discuss the causes of the rebellion with you. I merely want to convey one truth. The commander of the Black Horse Battalion in Jinlu Town, Wu Chong, was the overall commander during the suppression of that uprising. Serving as the Empire's special envoy, it is through his efforts that your homeland remains unharmed. He is the benefactor of all of you, the savior of your loved ones' lives. I am aware that this supply mission is no small feat, but please remember, your benefactor awaits rescue at Jinlu Heights. Every decision you make must be weighed against your conscience. With that, Yi Mei's image flickered and vanished at that moment. All the pilots were left dumbfounded, many of them perspiring profusely from the stinging words of the princess. How could they be unaware of the situation back home? They had long since comprehended the details of the suppression through internal documents and messages from family. Now, their true benefactor awaited rescue. If they did not give their all, it would be inexcusable. Damn it, let us fight to the end. Indeed, we will. Who could have anticipated that this Wu Chong was the very same individual? Without him, their homeland would have suffered countless more casualties. Listening to the brothers in the channel biting their teeth with anxiety, Red Arrow finally spoke up. Change formation, Adopt a sharp triangular formation to face the enemy. If we encounter hostile aircraft, divert immediately. Even if we all perish, we must escort the transport planes to Jinlu town. At that moment, the transport plane's captain also shouted in excitement, "Accelerate, full power. Even if we crash, we must drop the supplies on Jinlu Heights." Just then, dazzling white lights streaked across the planet's surface, and anti-aircraft missiles at 8 times the speed of sound pierced the sky. The Hunters' counterattack had finally commenced. The white flashes were the result of anti-aircraft missiles igniting as they cut through the atmosphere, and the distant black dots were the silhouettes of high-speed fighter jets. This supply mission transformed into a bloody inferno the moment they entered the atmosphere. The Hunters' counteroffensive was fierce and frenzied. Perhaps air superiority on the ground was the last vestige of their advantage, a dignity they could never afford to lose. The Red Arrow brothers gazed at the radar, densely populated with blips, knowing full well that the enemy's numbers exceeded 300. Brothers, abandon the defensive formation. We will take the initiative. This is our only way out. Red Arrow A's command was swiftly executed by all. They understood that only by taking the offensive from a distance could they buy time for the transport planes to break through. Farewell, brothers. Red Arrow B led the charge, the Xiaolong fighter jets darting forward like flashes of lightning, detonating hundreds of silver foil bombs along the way, causing countless missiles to lose their targets and transform into plumes of smoke trailing behind him. In the narrow confines of battle, the brave would prevail. A fierce aerial melee ensued. The communications channel crackled with the Red Arrow brothers' boisterous shouts. In merely 15 minutes, they had breached the range of the missiles, and the two sides engaged in primal gun battles. The aircraft performed rolls and spins, tracing arcs in the sky. Neither side could have anticipated that they would resort to such close-quarters combat. Exchanging fire with their cannons, the sudden surge of fighting spirit from the Ma-2 people left the Hunters' pilots disoriented. They could scarcely fathom how the oppressed Ma-2 people had become so frenzied. Support! We need support! The Hunters' cries for help were abruptly cut off. Madman! He actually collided. There were no further words. Chaos erupted in the communication device. A deadly exchange had transformed into a game of life for life. As 120 fighter jets managed to suppress the onslaught of 300 enemy aircraft, blood and madness instilled terror in the hearts of the Hunters. In that instant, the 6 transport planes finally broke through the aerial defenses, and Jinlu Heights was now within sight. Airdrop, imminent airdrop. Even if it leads to death, we must exhaust every resource before succumbing. 1 flower, 2 flowers, countless blossoms unfurl in the sky above the realm of impermanence. An endless cascade of white petals blooming against the heavens. The mighty transport aircraft roars, seemingly suspended in midair. Countless parachutes deliver the hope of survival to the Black Horse Brigade, and in that moment, morale in Jinlu town is firmly restored. The long-awaited aerial confrontation. Supplies. These are provisions sent by the fleet to us. Around the Jinlu Heights, over 5,000 demoralized soldiers have ceased their discontent, scattering across the hills in pursuit of the falling white flowers. Each large supply package representing their hope to continue the fight. No one could have anticipated that this group of expendable infantry would receive such a bloodied supply drop, nor that the Air Force would sacrifice their lives to carve out a lifeline in the sky. Before the specter of impermanence, the terminal displays the figure of the transport plane's captain, a burly man with a thick accent from the scorching sands, who stands in the holographic screen and salutes the envoy of impermanence. Commissioner Wu Chang, I represent the kin of the scorching sands to express our gratitude. The lives we owe you, we shall repay today. Before he can finish his words, a line of infrared missiles, trailing fiery tails, surge from the western woods towards the transport plane. Be careful. Wu Chang barely begins to shout when a violent explosion erupts at the tail of the massive aircraft. An infrared missile pierces through the open cargo door, detonating within the hold. Mary and the others watch in horror as their compatriots suddenly vanish from the screen, tears streaming down their faces. Be cautious. Retreat quickly. The supplies are sufficient for us to hold our ground for some time. Just as Wu Chang cries out to the terminal, 6 transport planes have already offloaded nearly half of their cargo, enough provisions for over 6,000 soldiers at Jinlu Heights to last a week. They could return home now. Yet, all communication channels fall silent, and no one responds to Wu Chang's pleas, as the airdrop supplies remain eerily quiet in the sky. Wave after wave of infrared missiles ascend into the heavens. Despite the transport planes releasing a plethora of silver foil chaff, creating a spectacle akin to festive confetti, they are unable to withstand the relentless barrage of missiles. 1 plane, 2 planes, 3 planes. Within just 10 minutes, 3 transport aircraft have been shot down, one of which disintegrates mid-air from the explosion. The tragic scene above leaves the soldiers on the ground in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting the life-saving supplies before them. Their eyes glued to the falling planes and their pilots, who, even in death, strive to steer their aircraft into the enemy lines. They intend to rain fire upon the heads of the hunters with their very wreckage. Without exception, none of the crew members struck by bullets attempt to flee. They impart one final lesson to Wuchang with their lives. We owe you our lives. Today we repay that debt. On behalf of the kin from Panshan Prefecture, I return this life to you. On behalf of the people of Beisai Prefecture, I return this life to you. On behalf of the mothers of Scorching Sands Port, I return this life to you. This is the spirit of the soldiers from the Left Bank Paradise Star. For centuries, the Left Bank Paradise Star has been the Empire's most crucial source of military manpower. The long years of military training and warfare have instilled in its people a clear sense of loyalty and retribution. What we owe, we shall repay, even if it costs our very lives. Tears streamed down Wuchang's face as he pointed to the area with the densest concentration of Western anti-aircraft missiles and bellowed. Meilin, Luli, take your squads and follow me into the fray. Let us avenge our kin. No sooner had he spoken than the war armor on Wuchang surged to life, the energy gauge plummeting rapidly, and the angelic wings on his back unfurled once more. Wuchang's figure darted towards the west, just a few meters above the ground, at an astonishing speed. Behind him followed Meilin, Luli, and over 100 brothers, all adorned with angel wings, launching a counterattack against the hunters. At that moment, the hunters, concealed in the woods 4 kilometers to the west, had just completed their makeshift fortifications and were utterly unprepared for the Jinlu defenders' counteroffensive. By the time they spotted Wuchang's figure, it was already too late. Shadowbreaker, triple nail fist. Wuchang sliced through the ranks of the hunters like a beam of light. In the illuminated zone, no one could survive. With the dual impact of Shadowbreaker and the assault armor, Wuchang's speed became nearly impossible to perceive. At this juncture, employing the nail fist was merely an emotional release, for his body had become an invincible weapon. Like the raging bulls of the Spanish running of the bulls, or the tanks first deployed in the Battle of the Somme, Wuchang plowed through the crowd, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Avenge, avenge our kin. Following closely behind Wuchang were over 100 warriors from the Left Bank Paradise Star. Their speed may not match Wuchang's, but they wielded heavy machine guns and double-handed swords. Fueled by an even stronger desire for vengeance, Meilin, with a wind-cooled machine gun, unleashed a torrent of bullets at a staggering rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, carrying 2 massive magazines with a total of 20,000 rounds on his back. In just over 3 minutes, all 20,000 rounds were expended. Tio the kin in the sky. I am also a child of the Scorching Sands. See clearly, I will avenge you. Meilin had already activated the communicator, broadcasting in plain language to the entire battlefield. With a violent smash, he struck the enemy with his machine gun, and in a flash of magic, a double-handed sword appeared in his hands, transforming the battle into close-quarters combat. Wuchang and his comrades' counterattack was remarkably successful. By entangling the anti-aircraft troops, they enabled the last 2 transport planes to escape. Once the final 2 aircraft had airdropped all their supplies, they showed no hesitation, lifting their noses and accelerating, piercing through the atmosphere and out of the hunter's range. At that moment, the second wave of aerial support from the Enterprise had arrived on the battlefield. The second princess had truly committed resources. Every change on the battlefield and every word on the communication channels reached her ears, igniting a wave of indignation among everyone aboard the Enterprise. Deploy the Wanma and Liuxing missile destroyers to provide escort for our aircraft. Send 3 more waves of fighter jets for battlefield support. We must suppress the hunters today. Activate the May celebration and advance 1,000 kilometers to the north. Yimei calmly issued a series of commands. Under her orders, 2 missile destroyers, each over 800 meters long, broke away from the space fleet formation, gradually descending towards the atmosphere. Surrounding these 2 warships were over 600 fighter jets providing escort. Their target set directly above Jinlu Heights. As the 2 missile destroyers entered the atmosphere, hundreds of missile hatches opened, unleashing 3 concentrated salvos within 10 seconds, with over 300 precision-guided missiles hurtling towards the Hunter aircraft in the battlefield. At this moment, the Red Arrow brothers found their own forces reduced to just 10 aircraft, half of which were damaged, while over 50 enemy planes continued to besiege them. Just as they thought they were destined for glorious martyrdom. The radar suddenly blared with urgent alarms, and a swarm of bright dots, representing high-speed missiles, filled the screen. Its our missile destroyers, Wanma and Liuxing. The princess has sent the space fleet for support. At that moment, missiles poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. The once arrogant Hunter aircraft barely had time to execute even the most basic evasive maneuvers before being obliterated by the missile deluge. The aerial combat was vividly apparent, and around Jinlu Heights, both allies and foes could see it clearly. It had been half a year since such fierce air battles erupted over Taimuxing, but today? Ignited by Wuchang, an exceedingly rare air battle over Jinlu had commenced. Unwilling to be outdone, the Hunters frantically summoned reinforcements. In the northern hemisphere, the Hunter fleet boasted 4 colossal aircraft carriers, providing support for over 40,000 fighter jets. 2 of these massive carriers even housed aircraft manufacturing facilities and pilot training centers. With such a vast fleet backing them, the Hunters had long dominated the skies over Taimuxing, and today, they could not tolerate the Ma-2 people flaunting their aerial prowess in front of them. Under the command of the Air Force commander, over 1,000 fighter jets surged in 3 dark waves towards the 2 missile destroyers. Electromagnetic suppression, infrared interference, 4 times the speed of sound penetrating. Under the guidance of top-tier pilots, over 1,000 fighter jets employed their extensive combat experience to swiftly breach the defenses surrounding the 2 missile destroyers. High explosive bombs detonated upon impact with the Wanma and Liuxing. As such small space warships, measuring hundreds of meters in length, lacked energy shields and could only rely on the thickness of their alloy armor to withstand attacks. Today, the Hunters executed a classic strategy of overwhelming an elephant with ants. As wave after wave of aircraft descended upon the vessels, raining down an array of bombs and missiles, engulfing the 2 destroyers in flames. The Hunters, driven to madness, unleashed another 1,000 aircraft, for 1,000 was not enough. 2,000 aircraft were insufficient. A mere 10 minutes later, another 1,000 took to the skies. Ultimately, within a radius of 100 kilometers, 3,000 fighter jets swarmed like a legion of venomous bees, mercilessly tormenting 2 battleships on the brink of collapse. On the command platform, Ime observed the battlefield's live feed, her heart tumultuous as if it were a raging tempest, yet her expression remained composed and unflappable. Xiao Kuei, I am aware that your loss of the Jinlu Heights has instilled in you a fear of demoralizing our forces, prompting you to seek retribution in the skies. Let me assure you, this is not but a fanciful dream. With this thought, Ime exchanged a knowing glance with General Gu Bai, who, understanding her silent command, bowed his head and withdrew. At that moment, the aerial battle surrounding the 2 destroyers was drawing to a close. Under the orders of the Enterprise, countless escape pods were ejected from the ship's hull, some soaring into the cosmos, others plunging toward the rear of the land forces. In this aerial skirmish, Ime finally conceded defeat. 3 battered transport aircraft had returned to the Enterprise, while the Red Arrow brothers and 10 other fighters, having expended all their munitions, also made their way back to the mother ship, through the portholes. They gazed upon the brutal melee unfolding within the atmosphere, their lips bloodied from biting down in frustration, yet utterly powerless to effect any change. The Wanma and Liuxing had now transformed into 2 fiery orbs in the sky. Those who could escape had already boarded the escape pods, while those unable to flee resigned themselves to their fate, shouting slogans of "Long live the Empire! Long live the Emperor!" as they maneuvered their remaining heavy artillery for a desperate final assault against the enemy. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Faced with the relentless bombardment of 3,000 enemy aircraft, any resistance appeared utterly impotent. At this juncture, Wuchang, accompanied by over 100 soldiers from the Black Horse Battalion, had breached 3 lines of the Hunter anti-aircraft defenses. The ground-based missile systems had fallen silent, and behind Wuchang lay a grim scene of nearly 800 corpses strewn across the ground, while thousands of retreating Hunter soldiers fled before them. Wuchang and his men had lost the will to pursue the fleeing enemies. The grand fireworks in space brought tears to the eyes of all present. They understood that every fallen pilot in the sky had sacrificed their life to save the Black Horse Battalion. Commander, Shall we pursue? Let us strike once more, to avenge our fallen brothers by taking down more of those hunter dogs. Listening to his subordinate's fervent plea for battle, Wu Chang shook his head and replied, "We shall return. This war has reached its current state due to the Jinlu Heights. We cannot allow our brothers' blood to be shed in vain. We must hold this high ground." In the most critical moment, Wu Chang finally restrained his fury. He was no longer the fervent soldier he once was, but rather, his heart was shifting towards that of a commander, an evolution he himself had not even realized. Just then, a sudden, violent explosion erupted overhead, blinding flashes of light illuminating the earth in an instant. The Wanmaha could no longer withstand the onslaught, disintegrating violently in the sky, transforming hundreds of meters of warship into a magnificent meteor shower. "Ah!" The Black Horse Brigade gasped in astonishment, but before they could fully comprehend the situation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the southern hemisphere of the planet, at the edge of the sky. A bolt of divine lightning surged forth, piercing the heavens and racing towards the aerial battlefield. It was the main cannon of the May celebration, a colossal beam of light with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Akin to the radiance cast by a deity upon the void, skimming the atmosphere of Taimu's star and perfectly traversing the entire air combat zone. The once chaotic sky, filled with the display of fireworks, was abruptly silenced and vanished, as everything under the assault of the May celebration's main cannon was reduced to mere particles in the air, so minute that they scarcely qualified as dust. Reverting to their most fundamental molecular and atomic forms, Wu Chang had previously witnessed the bombardment of orbital battleships on Huangya Star, which were already among the lowest tier of space vessels. Yet, even that artillery could unleash devastation akin to that of a small nuclear bomb. What he beheld today, however, was the firing of a main cannon from a capital ship, a force that surpassed even the most powerful hydrogen bomb of his previous life. In an instant, the world was engulfed in a blinding white light, rendering it utterly pristine. At that moment, silence enveloped the entire realm. Even the communication channels between enemy and ally fell into a brief hush, as everyone was struck dumb by Yi Mei's madness. What was she attempting to do? Was she seeking to escalate this aerial conflict into a full-fledged space war? At this juncture, General Xue Shan aboard the May celebration had not anticipated that Yi Mei would resort to the artillery of the capital ship for an attack. For over a year, the May celebration's mixed fleet of the Ma Head people and the wandering expeditionary fleet of the Hunter people had not experienced a single significant confrontation. Both commanders understood that space stations represented the cruelest and most resource-draining arenas of warfare. Each warship was hard-won, and the disparity in strength between the fleets was negligible. Although the Ma Head people held a slight advantage, it was not decisive. Has Yi Mei lost her mind? Is she truly willing to risk mutual destruction with the Hunter people? For the sake of a lover, is this woman truly ready to go mad? Perhaps to indirectly validate Xue Shan's speculations, a channel unexpectedly intruded upon his communicator. Yes, you heard correctly. Someone had breached General Xue Shan's private channel, and the intruder was none other than a common radar operator. Reporting, General, the Hunter people's wandering has begun to mobilize. The cannon ports are wide open and charging. Xue Shan had long forgotten to punish the undisciplined radar operator. As he activated his terminal and roared into Yi Mei's frequency, "Yi Mei, do not presume that your royal status grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Remember, you are a rookie on the battlefield, merely a novice. What do you intend to do? Are you intent on destroying our fleet? Withdraw immediately. Maintain your distance from the wandering. We cannot afford to ignite conflict. Our Ma Head Empire is already impoverished. We cannot suffer further losses. Especially not of our capital ships." Xue Shan was not wrong. The current battlefield bore resemblance to the geopolitical landscape of Wu Chang's previous existence, with the most fitting analogy being the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both sides possessed enough nuclear weaponry to annihilate each other countless times, and they had threatened each other repeatedly, yet ultimately, neither dared to fire a shot for fear of mutual destruction. The two opposing fleets in the sky mirrored this scenario. Although the Ma Head people had a numerical advantage in warships, the Hunter people, should they truly go mad, could also engage in a mutual annihilation, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory that would leave neither side capable of regenerating their fleets for decades. Yi Mei, you do not comprehend the value of resources, do you? The May celebration, a capital ship, is one of only 4 in the entire empire. Are you truly willing to gamble away this scant asset? Shuai Shan spoke earnestly. Your Highness, do not act impulsively in a moment of heat. You have already destroyed over 3,000 enemy aircraft. You have gained the upper hand. It is not disgraceful to retreat slightly now. Yimei shook her head with a smile. I am certain that Xiao Kuei would never dare to fire. He is merely posturing. At that moment, Shuai Shan was already incensed with incredulity. Are you certain? How do you know? You have only interacted with him for a few years. You have no idea of the depths of his menace. As a novice, what grounds do you have for such confidence? Just as Shuai Shan was seething with fury, the scenery outside the window suddenly shifted. The May celebration, which had been motionless for over half a year, was now in motion, heading directly towards the wandering. Shuai Shan was seething with rage, utterly disillusioned with Yimei. Was this willful and headstrong princess truly willing to jeopardize the entire fleet for the sake of a lover? Yimei, you are a madwoman. Are you prepared to destroy the grand strategy of your father for a man? To obliterate this impending victory? The Taimu Star Space Corridor was on the verge of closure. 3 million hunter people were about to starve. And your decision to engage them in battle is precisely what they desire. Madwoman, you are a madwoman? Shuai Shan, mind your words, Yimei retorted, her expression darkening as she glared at the recalcitrant general. She finally realized that in the eyes of these veterans, she was utterly insignificant. I am the fleet commander appointed by His Majesty. I will take responsibility for my decisions. Please refrain from your incessant chatter and silence your mouth. With that, Yimei abruptly severed the communication. The standoff in space grew increasingly tense as the two capital ships belonging to opposing factions began to slowly close the distance between them. Bo Wuchang's eyes. The scene resembled two ancient warriors preparing for a duel on the battlefield. Behind the two ships trailed a host of escort vessels, assault ships, destroyers, and rapid response craft, a dark array of steel monsters stretching infinitely into the cosmos. The cannon ports of the May celebration had long since opened, and after over 10 minutes of charging, the main cannon was primed for firing, with a blue energy shield shimmering across the ship's 300-kilometer hull. The warship's shield and spear were fully prepared for battle. Gradually, the two fleets drew nearer, close enough to discern the statues adorning their bows. The hunter people's wandering had also readied itself for combat, the gathered light of its main cannon illuminating a beacon in the dark void of space. Meanwhile, on the surface of Taimu Star, deep within the plains behind the Jinlu Heights, Xiao Kuei and Song Kafu were observing the standoff in space through a holographic screen. Beside Xiao Kuei was a red button, the highest level of war authorization. Pressing it would render the grand conflict inescapable. Why, Yimei, I never anticipated that you would be even more reckless than your sister. I had always believed your sister inherited your father's combative genes. It appears I was mistaken. You are the most warlike of the Yi royal family, Xiao Kuei stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Beside him, Song Kafu was ablaze with fury. Yimei's provocation drove this bloodthirsty soldier to the brink of madness. We must engage. We must crush their arrogance. Is this not the decisive battle I have long awaited? Is it not mutual destruction? This is a good thing. If we can severely damage the May celebration fleet, our supply lines will be secured, and we will preserve the Taimu Star stronghold. The time for battle is favorable for us. What was clear to Song Kafu was equally evident to General Xiao Kuei. His hand hovered over the button multiple times, yet in the final moment, he could not summon the resolve to press it. Suddenly, the terminal on Xiao Kuei's wrist began to vibrate, a top-secret channel appearing before him. Upon seeing it, Xiao Kuei's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried to a corner of the terrace, murmuring urgently. Curious, Song Kafu leaned in to hear, but could discern nothing. In a fleeting 3 minutes, the tension and anxiety felt like an eternity to Xiao Kuei, evident in the beads of sweat dotting his brow. After concluding the mysterious communication, he hastily issued commands to the fleet. Stand down and retreat. Return to the original defensive line. We will not engage in this space battle. What? Song Kafu was left stunned, but he lacked the courage to question the general. Redirecting his frustration towards the wine before him, Xiao Kuei's orders astonished countless hunter people, and as the wandering began to slowly withdraw, even the Ma head people could no longer maintain their composure. Was this truly the enemy most favored by His Majesty? Was this the same general who had maneuvered against the Ma head empire for 20 years? The so-called most ferocious war god of the Hunter Empire was now retreating? Shueshan watched in disbelief as the Wandering slowly retreated back to the Arctic defense line, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Why have you ceased fire? Why have you backed down? Are you and Yimei playing a double act? Are you deliberately opposing me? Shueshan found himself engulfed in doubt for the first time. An unsettling realization struck him that the nature of this war had transformed. The battlefield's dynamics now deviating from the established laws of warfare. An indescribable sensation permeated the AT this moment. Yimei finally exhaled in relief, having triumphed in this audacious gamble. The cannon fire that streaked across the sky showcased the might of the Ma-2 fleet, uplifting the morale of the counteroffensive troops while simultaneously quelling the hubris of the Hunter Air Force. It was only then that the 2 sleeping pills she had ingested in the early hours began to take effect, causing her vision to darken as she slumped into the embrace of her maid, succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wu Chong, having just witnessed the spectacular performance in space, was now hastily retreating towards Jinlu Town. As he swiftly deactivated the terminal on his wrist, an ominous premonition washed over him once more. His heart convulsed as if gripped by a colossal hand. Retreat. We must retreat immediately. The hunters have suffered losses in the skies and are bound to seek retribution upon us. They will undoubtedly retaliate. We must hurry. As over 100 armored combatants emerged from the dense thicket, an ominous rumble echoed from above, followed by a torrential barrage that engulfed the entire woodland. The hunters' vengeance had commenced. The morning in Jinlu Town unfolded in a hue of crimson, with the periphery of Jinlu Heights littered with smoldering stumps and scattered corpses. The hunters' nocturnal assault persisted until 4 a.m., resulting in over 2,000 fallen enemies, yet yielding no significant achievements. The fortifications of Jinlu Town had undergone repairs thrice, and the originally alloy-forged bunkers were now adorned with haphazardly welded iron patches. Countless soldiers operated welding machines, diligently mending the damaged structures with fragments of alloy armor. Despite the unsightly patches, the fortified bunkers still offered commendable defense. In contrast, the makeshift concrete defenses fared poorly. Many breaches were merely stuffed with sandbags, leaving their capability to withstand artillery fire in question. The heart of the town, atop the alloy dome of the small nuclear power station, Wu Chong and Merlin convened for a battlefield debriefing. Flanked by 4 engineers repairing the fractured dome, Wu Chong, still shaken, muttered, "Damn it, those 2 shells were too precise, exploding right atop the dome. If this nuclear power station were to be destroyed, my brothers would be doomed." Wu Chang's concerns were well-founded. Among the 6,000 defenders of Jinlu Town, apart from over 200 combatants from the Black Horse Company clad in war armor, the rest were utterly defenseless against nuclear contamination. Fortunately, the hunters had not skimped on the construction of the power station, preserving the lives of the 6,000 soldiers. 3 days had elapsed since the significant aerial battle, and with ample supplies replenished, the morale of the Jinlu defenders soared. Under Wu Chang's leadership, they repeatedly repelled the hunters' advances. The Jinlu Heights were now encircled by countless hunters, with trenches and temporary shelters dotting the horizon, where a multitude of infantry gathered. The past 3 days of combat felt eerily reminiscent to Wu Chang, despite the energy projectiles fired from enemy rifles and the absence of tank treads on their armored vehicles. The tactics employed mirrored those of the Second World War. The sequence remained the same: a dense artillery preparation followed by armored assaults, accompanied by a relentless tide of infantry akin to swarming ants. What struck Wu Chang as peculiar was the absence of any Bloodhand members throughout the 3-day conflict. The lack of interference from the Bloodhand allowed the Black Horse Company to counterattack with remarkable ease. The floating armored vehicles appeared to the combatants as mere tin coffins, incapable of matching the agility of the skilled fighters. The swarms of soldiers, wielding their assault rifles, scarcely posed a challenge, often falling before they could even approach the defensive lines. Wu Chang's strategies were astutely adaptable. He refrained from stubbornly holding ground, instead launching unexpected small-scale counteroffensives, where energy-laden combatants penetrated enemy lines, demolishing hastily erected fortifications and scattering the hunters' much-anticipated munitions. He even personally dismantled 2 battalion headquarters, resulting in the demise of 2 battalion commanders and the capture of a regimental commander who had ventured to the front lines for inspection. The 3 days of battle had become a showcase for Wu Chang, earning him the unwavering loyalty of over 6,000 Ma-2 soldiers. They had come to realize that the Black Horse soldiers were indeed elite warriors, especially their commander, Wu Chang, an exemplary envoy of order, skilled in both leadership and action. Yet, a sense of disquiet gnawed at Wu Chang. Something feels amiss. This battle is too strange. The hunters should not be this weak, he remarked absently while holding his breakfast. The morning briefing had concluded, and Lu Li was busily consuming his oversized meal, grumbling about the hunters' apparent starvation, commenting on their emaciated appearance. Look at them, they resemble starving monkeys. How do they expect to win a battle like this? Lu Li's observation held merit. Wu Chang recalled the hunters' rations he had encountered during previous counterattacks. To his astonishment, the hunters relied on wild vegetables as sustenance. Their meager meals consisted of foraged greens, scant amounts of grain, and ample salt. This was the extent of their breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with only the officers receiving a taste of cured game. Rumor had it that countless soldiers in the hunters' rear had taken up hunting, leading to the decimation of wildlife in the northern hemisphere. At that moment, Qian Shun was measuring the wind direction while holding his breakfast. He moistened his index finger and raised it high above his head, soon determining the wind's trajectory. The breakfast routine of the Jin Lu defenders was straightforward. Large cans of beef were opened, scooped into boiling water, followed by packets of dried vegetables and crumbled salted flatbreads. Once boiled, a dash of spices was added to create a nutritious and delectable battlefield breakfast, with each soldier receiving a piece of chocolate as a final treat. This standard was considered special forces rations among the Ma-Tu Empire soldiers. The ordinary infantrymen were rarely afforded such luxuries without significant missions. Qian Shun, however, mischievously directed the enticing aroma of their meal towards the hunters' positions, uncertain if they could catch a whiff, but believing it might undermine the enemy's morale. "May this whet your appetite, may this tantalize you," he murmured between bites, persistently blowing the fragrant air towards the enemy. Mary and Merlin maintained their composure, sipping beef broth while discussing the unfolding situation with Wu Chang. Though lacking his acute tactical intuition, they too sensed an unusual atmosphere. "Commander, do you think the hunters might be employing a strategy of surrounding us while seeking reinforcements?" "Indeed, it's possible. The hunters must be aware of their precarious situation. Once the space passage to Taimu Star is entirely sealed, they will face inevitable starvation. 3 million cannot survive solely on wild vegetables, and relying on northern farmlands is a farce. Their desire for a field battle is likely more urgent than ours." Wu Chang sighed, contemplating the only plausible explanation. "During the past few days, as I led our counterattacks, I have distinctly heard the sounds of battle emanating from the distance. It appears to be quite intense." At this juncture, Lu Li had finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and remarked, "Damn those hunters. Their electromagnetic suppression is so severe, we can hardly communicate with the outside world. How is this any different from being imprisoned? What about the captured regimental commander? Has he spoken yet?" Wu Chang turned to Merlin. "Not at all. He's quite tight-lipped. We've followed your instructions and haven't resorted to torture, so we've gleaned nothing. Torture is unnecessary. The officer is a valuable asset for future negotiations. Isn't it said that torture does not befall the nobility?" Merlin and the others had grown accustomed to Wu Chang's occasional peculiar remarks, such as this one, which left them puzzled. They could not comprehend the connection between physicians and punishment, but refrained from questioning further, knowing that such seemingly nonsensical statements often concealed deeper secrets of their commander's past. Having vented his frustrations, Wu Chang felt significantly lighter. He finished his breakfast quickly and declared, "All right, everyone prepare for battle. I anticipate the hunters will remain unchanged today, likely employing the same strategies. Let us be ready." As the Jin Lu Heights prepared for their routine state of readiness, a temporary command post lay concealed 8 kilometers to the south, busy with its own morning activities. Report to the commander. "The Southern Third Army has delivered good news. At 3:10 this morning, we completely annihilated a regiment of the Ma-Tu. Report to the commander. The road-based missile battalion inflicted heavy damage on the Ma-Tu 7th Armored Division during last night's missile assault. For the time being, the 7th Armored Division poses no threat. Report to the commander. The Bloodhands 2 battalions have breached the defenses of the Ma-Tu 5th Army and have successfully infiltrated deep into the rear. Report to the commander." The command post was filled with the sounds of constant reports, and the changes on the battlefield were vividly displayed on the holographic screens on the table, making the situation crystal clear. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. The arrangements made by the Supreme Commander are exquisite. In just 3 days, Our casualty ratio has reached 1:3, which greatly benefits us. At this moment, however, the chief of staff beside the commander spoke with a furrowed brow. In space, we lost one game, and now on the ground, we have turned it around. This isn't a cause for celebration. As long as the Timuxing space channel remains uncleaned, we cannot afford to let our guard down. I believe our encirclement and support plan has achieved its intended goal. There is no longer any necessity to keep the bait on the Jinlu Heights. We might as well eliminate it. The advisor's suggestion left the commander in a quandary. The encirclement and support strategy is a common tactic in military strategy, easily discernible by the enemy. The longer it is dragged out, the less effective it becomes. After all, we have already eliminated nearly 200,000 Matudran. The bait on the Jinlu Heights has lost its usefulness. I wish to eliminate it as well, but the Central Command has explicitly instructed that all tactical arrangements concerning the Jinlu Heights must be decided by the Supreme Commander or General Sonkafu personally. I truly cannot make that decision. The commander painfully rubbed his temples. What? The advisor was taken aback. What kind of enemy requires the Supreme Commander and General Sonkafu to personally deal with them? Just then, as everyone in the command post was suffering from headaches, a breathless messenger suddenly burst in from outside. A white horse! A white horse! What are you rambling about? The advisor exclaimed in anger. A white horse is coming from the south, strutting over. The commander and the advisor exchanged puzzled glances, both infuriated. You little rascal, clarify yourself. What nonsense about a white horse or a black horse? What is it really? A stout man riding a tall white horse appeared, clad in ill-fitting armor that could barely contain his bulging belly, with his chest plate unable to fasten properly due to his girth. The armor clanked noisily as he rode, and not only did his armor fit poorly, but the white horse beneath him was also restless, unable to maintain a straight line as it stumbled and swayed. Upon approaching the white horse, one would notice the strong scent of alcohol emanating from its mouth. It seemed the horse was being ridden by a drunken man. The silver-armored man clutched a finely crafted wine flask in one hand while holding a large, aromatic piece of roasted beef in the other, indulging in his feast with great delight. The sudden appearance of the silver-armored man was akin to a cold north wind sweeping through the battlefield, abruptly silencing the previously bustling area. No one knew how this man had appeared. Was he mad? Dressed in a set of mismatched ancient armor, was he here to perform? The flag tied to his bamboo staff on his back was unrecognizable to anyone present. Yet it evoked a strange sense of familiarity and respect in their hearts. The south of Jinlu Heights, the troops were comprised of the most elite forces from the Expeditionary Army, tasked with both containing the Black Horse Regiment within Jinlu Town and repelling reinforcements from the Matudran Empire further south. The heavily fortified position spanned a distance of 6 or 7 kilometers. With a troop count of at least 100,000 for such a large expanse, the fact that the white horse rider could silently appear at the forefront was utterly terrifying. Damn it, are those sentinels in the south all incompetent? How could they let such a madman slip through without a report? The advisor, emerging from cover, was fuming as he scolded his subordinates. Report, sir? The Southern Guard seemed completely unaware of this eccentric individual. It appears he simply materialized in the center of our formation. The revelation sent chills down everyone's spines, especially the commander, who was well aware of the soldiers he had trained. Though not classified as elite, they ranked among the top 10 units within the Imperial Expeditionary Forces. It was simply inconceivable that such an outrageous figure could infiltrate their ranks. Moreover, the flag on the rider's back bore an emblem that, while unrecognized by ordinary soldiers, was unmistakably known to the commander. The pristine white flag featured a shield-like emblem intricately embroidered, depicting a mighty ancient armored warrior guarding a paradise-like realm beyond the towering stone walls. Exuding an aura of ancient grandeur, fools, are you all daft? Quickly, capture this madman and confine him. The advisor was exasperated, not only at the audacious rider but also at the seemingly dull-witted soldiers under his command. How could a nearly 20,000-strong reinforced corps be overwhelmed by the sheer presence of a single madman? Wouldn't this lead to ridicule from allied forces? Yet, the situation was indeed peculiar. The soldiers seemed enchanted, hesitantly inching forward towards the disheveled figure, their usual vigor conspicuously absent in that moment. As the advisor contemplated urging the soldiers to seize the man, the drunken rider cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Under the weight of that gaze, the advisor's heart felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, leaving him dizzy and retreating several paces until the commander steadied him. Say no more. This individual is beyond our ability to detain. Let our brothers through, immediately. Without the need for further instruction, countless soldiers parted to create a path for the rider, some even discreetly constructing wooden bridges over the trenches to facilitate his passage. The entire reinforced corps of 20,000 obediently yielded a clear route directly to the Jinlu Heights for the rider. Commander, who is this person? Why did they give him way? The noble alliance. Nobility? Alliance. Could it be that which transcends the cosmos? The advisor hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation. How could individuals of such stature appear on a backwater planet like Timuxing? It was utterly illogical. The advisor's concerns were valid. Organizations like the Noble Alliance, which operated semi-clandestinely, would typically overlook impoverished, war-torn planets and would not brazenly make their presence known amidst countless troops. Today's events were indeed enigmatic. In this universe, no one could precisely define the Noble Alliance. The organization neither advertised itself nor made efforts to conceal its existence, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of others. However, to those with discerning eyes, the emblem of the Noble Alliance frequently appeared among the shareholder lists of major conglomerates and could be faintly discerned within influential organizations. This was the primary reason everyone present felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not articulate it. Naturally, the higher one's social standing, the clearer the reputation of the Noble Alliance became. The more educated individuals understood its implications. This also explained why there were always those among the soldiers who restrained the impulsive ones. Although the rider on the white horse appeared quite inebriated, he still exhibited basic etiquette, smiling and nodding at those who helped him construct the wooden bridges. Revealing a perfect smile showcasing 8 gleaming teeth, as he rode past the trenches, the soldiers were astonished to realize that his armor was not a battle suit, but rather the kind of cold weaponry armor commonly found in museums. What? This is incredible. He wears a costume onto the battlefield. What is he up to? The peculiar atmosphere on the battlefield spread rapidly, even before the white horse rider reached the center of the field. The black horse regiment under Wu Chang had already sensed the shift. Something's off. It's already 9 o'clock. Why hasn't the hunter regiment made a move? Usually, the artillery preparations for the charge would have commenced by now. Why is today so strange? Indeed, the suffocating silence is almost unbearable. It would be better to engage in a genuine clash. This indecisiveness is truly exasperating. At that moment, a lookout stationed high above suddenly lowered his binoculars and shouted down to the men below, announcing the arrival of a white horse. Suddenly, a solitary white horse appeared on the horizon. This cry drew hundreds of soldiers from their shelters, each shielding their eyes to gaze towards the south. Sure enough, within sight, there was indeed a lone white horse approaching them, with a rider who astonishingly bore a flag. Before long, Wu Chang received the news. He dashed out from the command post, positioned himself at the battlefield's vantage point, and picked up his binoculars. Upon recognizing the familiar emblem before his eyes, he was rendered speechless. Though not fire. Allow that person to approach. Wu Chang urged anxiously. At that moment, amidst the sea of corpses, a solitary horse and rider strode gracefully through the buffer zone, capturing the gaze of thousands. Even the spy satellites in space detected the anomaly, drawing the attention of both sides towards the night. Yimei paused her strategic simulations aboard the space fleet, watching with interest as the night approached Wu Chang. And one could discern a subtle smile curving at the corners of her lips. The commander of the hunters, Xiao Kuei, was also fixated on the horse and rider on the screen. His drink, once chilled with ice, now lukewarm and forgotten. On the May celebration ship, Xue Shan observed the impending meeting on the heights, his cold demeanor almost frozen into a mask, while his secretary cautiously retreated, fearful of collateral damage. Meanwhile, on the wheat fields bordering the northern plains of Jinlu, Song Kafu, who was weeding, paused his work to watch Wu Chang on the screen, though his focus remained solely on the pot of unfinished beef stew behind him. Under the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, the rotund knight finally reached the edge of the highland defenses, standing beside Wu Chang. He scrutinized Wu Chang's features, then glanced at the image displayed on his wrist. Paha. I have not mistaken. It is you. You are Wu Chang, he exclaimed, extending a flask towards him. Care for a drink? Wu Chang shook his head. The knight then proffered a leftover meat pie, asking, how about some meat? Again, Wu Chang declined. Finally, the awkwardly plump man tossed the flask and meat pie onto the ground, inexplicably wiping his hands on the white mane of the horse. The steed appeared quite agitated, shaking its head vehemently and snorting in protest. "Behave yourself, or I shall cease taking you out for rides." This one remark quelled the horse's restlessness entirely. Amidst Wu Chang's astonishment, the knight retrieved a crumpled document from within his breastplate, unfolded it, and placed it in Wu Chang's hands. "This is your decree of appointment. From this day forth, you are bestowed with the title of a level 3 Knight of the Noble Alliance. Congratulations, you have finally become a noble." Wu Chang was momentarily dumbfounded. "Noble? A level 3 Knight? What is this? Is it of any use?" "Ha ha, of course it is useful." Before he could finish, the rotund man extended his greasy hand towards Wu Chang, saying, "Pay up the membership fee for this year. You must cover it first. A level 3 Knight owes 1,000 gold coins annually, no exceptions." Wu Chang was left speechless, torn between laughter and tears. What a nonsensical scenario! In the midst of a battlefield, a knight clad in theatrical garb presented him with a ridiculous decree, only to subsequently demand payment. Could this be a scam? Let me tell you, the moment I grant you the decree, you are a member of the Noble Alliance in life, and a ghost of the Noble Alliance in death. You cannot withdraw. Furthermore, the annual dues cannot be neglected. Otherwise, the rotund man, his gaze darting about, finally spotted a rock about half a meter in diameter. He pointed at it, proclaiming, "Watch closely." Before he could finish, a beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip, and in an instant, the rock shattered into countless fragments. Wu Chang gasped in astonishment. "Is that magic?" The plump man beamed. "Indeed, it is air magic wind blade. If you refuse to pay, I shall strike you." Wu Chang's face darkened. It seemed that he had unwittingly encountered a bandit, and a magical one at that. The arrival of the knight on the white horse does not guarantee he is a prince. He could just as easily be a monk or, more likely, a bandit, one who possesses magical abilities. Wu Chang grumbled to himself, seeking assistance from his comrades to pool funds. The rotund man suddenly lit up with excitement. "What did you say, Tang San? How do you know my name? How do you know I am called Tang San?" It turned out this chubby fellow was indeed named Tang San, a rather mundane name. "My full name is Tang Lian Tong. I am the third born in my family, and my closest acquaintances call me Tang San. Since you have never met me, how do you know my name? Did Smith Pan tell you? That shouldn't be. He wouldn't divulge internal organizational information ahead of time. That would be a